Chapter 101, none of them work dual cultivation. Is it what I'm thinking of? Lin Shen's mind instantly conjured up some not-so-child-friendly scenes. Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen coldly. If you keep thinking such messy thoughts, I'll chop it off. It was you who brought it up. How can you blame me? Lin Shen retorted with a curl of his lip, feeling Bai Shenfei was clearly practicing double standards. Dual cultivation refers to the dual sublimation of the mind and the body, not the messy things you're thinking of, Bai Shenfei said. Are you sure it's not the same thing? Lin Shen asked with a weird expression. It's not, Bai Shenfei answered firmly. Then what does it mean? Lin Shen felt that Bai Shenfei's explanation essentially meant the same thing he was thinking of. For example, manual laborers have stronger bodies, while mental laborers have more expansive thinking, but the two aren't conflicting. You can achieve both physical and mental strength, Bai Shenfei pondered and explained. Now Lin Shen really understood. He had indeed misunderstood. Bai Shenfei's dual cultivation wasn't what he had thought, but rather a dual cultivation of spirit and body, also known as cultivation of both heart and body. Lin Shen recalled a term he had read before called dual cultivation of spirit and flesh, which probably meant the same thing. If I'm not mistaken this time, you mean, as long as one cultivates both mind and body, they can break through to the ascension level of talent theory, right? Then what does this have to do with that Mr. Tian helping you choose people? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Cultivating both mind and body isn't difficult, but the challenge is the different body structures between men and women. Women have certain traits that men do not possess, and men have traits that women lack. To perfectly cultivate both mind and body, it's impossible to do it alone, Bai Shenfei continued to explain. After all that roundabout talk, isn't it just what I initially thought? Are you messing with me? Lin Shen sneered inwardly. As if seeing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Bai Shenfei continued. These traits require two people of opposite genders, both capable of cultivating talent theory, to exchange the strength they have gained from cultivating talent theory in order to truly achieve the perfect state of dual cultivation of mind and body and to forge their life base during ascension. How do you exchange it? Lin Shen was quite interested in this question. Blood exchange. Bai Shenfei's reply greatly disappointed Lin Shen. It was completely different from what he had in mind. When base mutation is activated, a large part of the base mutation particles one possesses are transported to various parts of the body through the bloodstream. Exchanging blood at that time would allow one to acquire the other's base mutation particles and thus perfect one's own deficiencies. This process needs to be repeated day after day, year after year. It is a long-term process, and even after becoming ascenders, it must continue. A man and a woman need to be together often and exchange their blood. Tell me, if my other half isn't him, what man in the world would not be suspicious? Moreover, those capable of cultivating talent theory are 1 in a million. To have two people capable of cultivating talent theory at the same time in one era is already rare, and if they are a man and a woman, if that's not fate destined by Mr. Tian, then what is? What you said makes sense. It must be fate given by Mr. Tian, Lin Shen agreed, feeling the conditions were a bit too harsh. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to cultivate talent theory, so I can only disappoint you. Lin Shen thought about Bai Shenfei handing him talent theory, feeling somewhat smug inside. Being handsome is just such a sorrow. Everybody loves what they see. Ah, this damned irresistible charm of mine. There's nothing to be disappointed about. I've given it to many people, and none have succeeded. It's not surprising that you couldn't cultivate it. Bai Shenfei's words instantly dampened Lin Shen's spirits. Is there really no other method for perfect dual cultivation apart from this? Can a person truly not break through to the ascension level of talent theory alone? Lin Shen asked with patience. What method is so magical? Lin Shen was very curious. Castration. A man can have both traits without having to exchange and still be able to cultivate them. Bai Shenfei's words made Lin Shen feel a chill. That method isn't too good, and besides, you're not a man. Lin Shen quickly changed the subject. Cultivation isn't something to rush. Perhaps in a few days someone will master talent theory, and it won't be too late to dual cultivate then. No need to wait a few days. It has already happened, Bai Shenfei said calmly. Ah, someone has already mastered talent theory? Is it a man or a woman? Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. A man, Ouyang Yudu from God's Love Base of the Ouyang family. Upon hearing the 4 words Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen was surprised. He had indeed heard this name before. In this era, places like Dark Bird Base could mostly rely on radio to get information from the outside world. Lin Shen often listened to the radio, especially enjoying a program called Fast Talking Storytelling, where Mr. Fast Talk's witty and humorous language and stories were greatly appreciated by Lin Shen. The stories Mr. Fast Talk told were about various occurrences at different bases, and whether they were entirely true or not, Lin Shen wasn't sure, but they were quite engaging to listen to. Many of these stories were related to Ouyang Yu. What a born prodigy, with photographic memory, able to practice cultivation at 3, skilled in martial arts by 7, and at 18 looked like a reincarnation of Pan An, also mastering 18 different types of weaponry, capable of hunting tigers in the mountains and catching turtles in the sea. In Mr. Fast Talk's words, Ouyang Yudu was a perfect person. Fortunate by birth, from God's love base's Ouyang family, there were few families in the world as affluent as this one. Handsome too, every time Mr. Fast Talk mentioned Ouyang Yudu's story, there was always the classic scenario of both beautiful and plain women falling for him at first sight. Academically brilliant, whether it was literature or combat skills, he mastered them instantly, with the ability to apply knowledge in new ways. And his character was even better. Everyone in God's love base who met Ouyang Yudu had nothing but praise for him. No one had ever spoken a word against him. Basically, he was impeccable, the only good man in the world, and whoever ended up with him would be lucky. Now that Lin Shen heard he had mastered talent theory, it didn't seem too surprising, which meant Mr. Fast Talk's stories weren't all made up. Ouyang Yudu's talent indeed was exceptional, even mastering talent theory that very few people could achieve. Lin Shen now faced a troubling dilemma. If Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yu really became a thing, how could he convince Bai Shenfei to spend a clean and pure night with him before marrying Ouyang Yu? If it were after the marriage, Lin Shen didn't even want to think about it. The Ouyang family of God's love base was not something he could afford to provoke. His own high moral standards also wouldn't allow him to do so. Judging by your expression, you must know him, Bai Shenfei said with a smile. I heard he's very good, but I have not met him. However, apart from him, it seems I have no other option. It's just unfortunate that other men are just not competitive, just not up to par. Why did Lin Shen feel like Bai Shenfei's words were somehow accusing him? Yet he couldn't find any evidence. Chapter 102, Base Mutation Technique with No Waste Cough. Cough, actually, I think there isn't an absolute in everything, and it's not necessary to fixate on a single issue. If one path doesn't work out, you can just switch to another, Lin Shen said, pointing at himself. Look at me. Although my talent is average and I can't master talent theory, isn't it the same now that I'm practicing evolution theory? Give yourself more options. Life isn't just about this one path in front of you. Dual cultivation is indeed one path, but it's not necessary to go down it. Maybe there are many other better paths waiting for you. Don't give up the entire forest for one tree. As long as you still have dreams, it's okay whether it's Ouyang Yudu, Li Yudu, Lu Yudu, or Wang Yudu. What path? Practice evolution theory with you. Bai Shenfei curled her lip. Cultivating talent theory ensures invincibility among peers, but cultivating evolution theory means getting easily thrashed among peers. Tell me, how is that the same? You're being a bit too absolute. Who says that by practicing talent theory you're guaranteed invincibility among peers? Or that by practicing evolution theory you're bound to be thrashed? I think it varies from person to person. How does the old saying go? There are no trash-based mutation techniques, only trashy people, Lin Shen persuaded earnestly. It didn't matter to him whether Bai Shenfei married or whom she married, but how to spend a night with her was the real issue. If she became involved with Ouyang Yudu now, Lin Shen would have no hope of getting the fire seat from her. You truly are Lin Xiangdong's brother, the Mr. Lin Shen of the Darkbird Base's Lin family. That was beautifully said. There are no trash-based mutation techniques, only trashy people. I like the sound of that. Fine, you practice evolution theory, right? Go take care of Ouyang Yudu then. If you can take care of Ouyang Yudu, I'll practice evolution theory with you, Bai Shenfei said with a twist of her mouth. Cough cough, there will be an opportunity in the future, Lin Shen evaded and immediately changed the subject. By the way, why have you come back? You didn't come all the way here just to discuss this with me, did you? Of course not, Bai Shenfei said thoughtfully. The news of the Realm King's transport device being found at Jinshui Lake has spread to all the major bases, and many prominent families have sent people over. I'm not interested in that thing. It's more convenient to enter from Gourd Mountain, so I came here and bought the Darkbirds from the Ch101 families. Lin Shen felt extremely frustrated in his heart. This was what he had intended to do, but Bai Shenfei had beaten him to it. Buying 2 Darkbirds must have cost a lot of money, right? Lin Shen sighed. It was all right. They were too cut off from the news here. When I arrived, they still didn't know about the Realm King cultivation device and thought it was the Lin family's Darkbirds that brought those people in, so they were very eager to trade their own Darkbirds for some advantages. They're probably regretting it to death now. The more Lin Shen listened, the more depressed he felt, as Bai Shenfei had picked up a bargain that was meant for him. He could only say that he came back too late. Let's also have a chat, Bai Shenfei said with a smile. What's there to talk about between us? I don't have any Darkbirds on hand, Lin Shen said, spreading his hands. The Qi and Wang families have already taken security measures. The affairs concerning the Darkbirds in Gourd Mountain won't leak from them, Bai Shenfei said, looking into Lin Shen's eyes. Give me a Darkbird and I assure you I'll keep my mouth shut, Lin Shen said, grasping Bai Shenfei's implication and immediately perking up. Dream on, Bai Shenfei felt the urge to smack Lin Shen. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you a spot so you can join me in entering Gourd Mountain in the future. Bai Shenfei proposed her condition. How many spots do the Qi and Wang families get? Lin Shen knew that if the 2 families didn't have any spots, the secret wouldn't stay safe unless mouths were silenced. 3 spots each time, Bai Shenfei said. All right, then I want 3 spots too, Lin Shen said. Their spots come with handing over Darkbirds. Do you have any Darkbirds? Bai Shenfei said, clearly irritated. They wanted more than just spots, didn't they? I'm not asking for anything else, Lin Shen shrugged. 3 quotas it is, but let me say this up front. If the identity gets exposed by someone who sees the Realm King cultivation device, you're on your own with the consequences. Don't blame me for not being polite if you dare to let slip about Darkbird being in my hands. A deal's a deal, Lin Shen smiled. When are you planning to go? Take me and Wei with you. Tomorrow, Bai Shenfei said. That soon? Lin Shen hesitated for a moment. The issue with the Zheng family was unresolved, and he definitely couldn't go tomorrow. If you want to come with me. If not, wait for the next time. Bai Shenfei finished speaking and stood up to leave. Lin Shen didn't say anything more. As he was seeing Bai Shenfei out, his eldest sister happened to come out wanting to invite Bai Shenfei to stay at the Lin family, but Bai Shenfei declined politely. Did you stir up some trouble again? How come after such a brief conversation she's already leaving? Lin Miao suspected Lin Shen of deliberately causing a fuss, having offended the guest. Absolutely not. Consider her status. How could we ever be worthy? Lin Shen nonchalantly replied. What do you mean not worthy? Our family isn't that shabby, Lin Miao said. Her list of candidates includes Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu, no wonder, compared to Ouyang Yudu, you are indeed somewhat lacking. Lin Miao looked Lin Shen up and down for a while before having a sudden realization. Thanks for that, you truly are my dear sister, Lin Shen said, feeling somewhat exasperated yet amused. Sister, let's talk in the secret room. I really have something important to talk to you about, Lin Shen said earnestly. Lin Miao nodded her head, leading Lin Shen into the secret chamber. Lin Shen briefly explained the situation regarding Zheng Yan and Zheng Guyuan. You killed an ascender. After listening, Lin Miao pointed at Lin Shen with some surprise. Sister, you know about ascenders? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Nonsense, of course, I know. Did you think all the traveling and business I've done over the years were for nothing? Lin Miao replied irritably. All right then, Lin Shen felt that Lin Miao wasn't telling the truth, but there were some things that, since she didn't want to talk about them, he decided not to ask further. Actually, we shouldn't say that we killed Zheng Guyuan. The one who really killed him was the black-capped mushroom beast, but if we tell this to others, it's likely that the Zheng family won't believe it. That's the situation, big sister. What do you suggest we do? Lin Miao smiled. Simple, just deny it. No one saw you kill Zheng Guyuan, and no one would believe that you had the capability to kill him. Just afraid the Zheng family will make a big deal out of it. It wasn't like the law-abiding society of the past where the Zheng family wouldn't think Lin Shen had the capacity to kill Zheng Guyuan, nor that they would let Lin Shen and the Lin family go. After all, with no ascender protecting the Lin family from above, nobody would care about their opinions. In that case, we have to ask our parents to step in, Lin Miao pondered. Ask our parents to step in? They've been dead for so many years. Are you talking about raising the dead or resurrecting them? Lin Shen was nearly frightened to death by Lin Miao's statement. Chapter 133, Midnight Fright. What are you thinking about? I mean, we can only use our parents' influence to ask someone to help negotiate with them. Lin Miao said thoughtfully, I remember Instructor Mew from Seacorn Base. When he was injured, he stayed at our house to recover for quite a long time. Xiao Wu got into the training camp at Seacorn Base because he asked for his help. I'll go look for him. It should work out. Will it work? Lin Shen was skeptical that things would go so smoothly. It will definitely work. Instructor Mew is a decent person with a good heart. Xiao Wu has been under his care at the training camp for so many years. He definitely won't stand by and watch us get bullied by the Zheng family without doing anything. Lin Miao thought for a moment and added, Tomorrow I'll prepare a batch of goods to take to Seacorn Base. When I'm there, I'll ask Instructor Mew to think of a solution for us. Will they even care about stuff from a small place like ours? If we send something, we should send something good, so they can't say we are stingy. Lin Shen thought it was a good idea. Lin Miao's trip to Seacorn Base, whether the effort could succeed or not, would at least take a month or two. If it succeeded, great. If not, it could be seen as a chance to lay low for a while. What are you thinking about? I'm taking goods to Seacorn Base to sell and make money. After making the money, I'll buy some gifts to visit Instructor Mew. When I return, I'll bring back another batch of goods to sell. This way, the money spent on gifts will be earned back. You're really good at planning, Lin Shen said, stunned. Lin Miao reached out and tapped Lin Shen's forehead with her finger, laughing and scolding. With how much you like to spend, if your sister doesn't earn more, how will we ever save enough for your wedding? Not to mention, it's always big sister who treats me the best. Lin Shen immediately transformed into a doting little brother. After the siblings had made their plans, Lin Shen finally had time to go back to sleep. Now he was looking forward to what kind of surprise the evolutionary seed on that ascension egg would bring him. If alloy-level death powder could get him an imperfect fire seed, the fire seed on the ascension egg shouldn't be worse than that of the alloy-level death powder, right? Maybe it would even be a perfect superbase evolutionary seed. Filled with anticipation for the future, Lin Shen soon fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Lin Shen felt slightly uneasy, and for the first time, he woke up before dawn. Sitting up and about to put on his shoes to go to the bathroom, he abruptly saw a silhouette sitting on the window seat. Lin Shen was immediately chilled with fear. In the middle of the night, having someone silently sitting in his bedroom would scare anyone half to death. Almost reflexively, Lin Shen used his base mutation power and grabbed the death powder wrapped around his body, staring at the figure and shouting, "Who is it?" However, the person seemed to be very calm, sitting on the window seat not saying a word, self-pouring and drinking tea. Only then did Lin Shen see that the other person had actually used his teapot to make tea, probably using his tea leaves too. You, a thief, coming to my house to steal is one thing, but using my teapot and tea leaves to make tea, enjoying the moon through the window while drinking as if it's nothing, that's not how you show off, Lin Shen thought angrily, ready to call for Wei Wufu's assistance when he saw the person turn around, smiling at him. Seeing that face, so sharply handsome that nothing remained but handsomeness, Lin Shen was stunned. Fourth brother. Lin Shen was overjoyed, rushed over in 2 steps, and snatched the teapot and tea from his hand. You don't know how hard it was for me to get this tea. There's only a little left, and you brewed all of it. Do you even know how to appreciate tea? This is not how you make it. Xiao Wu, if I remember correctly, the money for this tea was given by me, wasn't it? Lin Xiangdong said, leaving Lin Shen lost for words. Ahem, it's not about the money. You're not drinking the tea the right way. Lin Shen diverted the subject. When did you come back? Why didn't you let me know? Have you seen Big Sister yet? I'll have to leave again soon and won't drop by Big Sister's to avoid her keeping me up with endless talk, Lin Xiangdong said, sipping his tea. Leaving so soon? What about third brother? Has he returned? Lin Shen frowned and asked. The third child hasn't come back. Lin Xiangdong's expression was somewhat odd. Could third brother have met with trouble? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. No trouble, just got tangled up in some stuff. Not good to come back without results. Lin Xiangdong looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, I've heard about your situation. The nickname Playboy suits you well. I think it matches you nicely. What suits me nicely? I have always relied on myself. Okay, where am I a playboy? Lin Shen pouted. I know about Zheng Guyuan's affair, and you don't need to worry about the Zheng family's matters. Just keep doing whatever you should be doing, but there's no need to mention anything to Big Sister. Let her go to the Sea Corn base to find Instructor Mew, Lin Xiangdong added. You're eavesdropping on my conversation with Big Sister now, huh? Where exactly have you and third brother been lately? What have you been doing? Lin Shen was a bit angry. They were brothers. Why couldn't they speak openly? Lin Xiangdong said with a grin. Your third brother and I have been collecting debts this whole time. Collecting debts? What debts? From whom? Lin Shen was utterly confused. Can't really explain. Lin Xiangdong saw Lin Shen was about to get angry again and took the lead in speaking. There are too many debtors, and these debts aren't easy to collect. We have to take it slow. Don't ask any more. We had an agreement. You take care of home. We handle matters outside. We'll sort out our own issues. Fine, I won't meddle in the affairs, but I have a right to know, don't I? Lin Shen still refused to back down. Lin Shen, do you remember the year we all went to the ancient city to see the pear blossoms? Lin Xiangdong suddenly came out with such a remark. Lin Shen paused, and indeed he seemed to recall such an event. Back when the ancient city hadn't been swallowed by vegetation, he and his siblings went there to see the pear blossoms. At that time, many pear trees were planted both inside and outside the ancient city, and they went when the pear blossoms were blooming at their peak. A gust of wind would carry the white petals down like snowflakes. Lin Shen was still too young at the time, and his memories weren't very clear, but he vaguely remembered his big sister was there, as were third brother and fourth brother. He wasn't sure about second brother. It seemed that big sister was even holding him at that time. He also seemed to recall a candied hawthorn skewer in his hand getting petals on it, and when big sister tried to remove them, she accidentally knocked it off, which led to him crying a lot. Fourth brother was mean, not only not comforting him, but also deliberately eating a candied hawthorn skewer in front of him, making an exaggerated show of how tasty it was, yet stubbornly not giving him any, which made him cry even harder. He didn't remember much after that. It seemed big sister scolded fourth brother, but whether that really happened, Lin Shen wasn't too sure. After all, he was too young then. I'm asking you about serious stuff. Don't change the subject. Lin Shen almost got sidetracked and hurriedly brought the topic back. Do you want to see it again? Lin Xiangdong said with a grin. Perhaps it was because he was too handsome, the best looking among all the brothers, so no matter what outrageous things he did, as long as he smiled, any anger would dissipate. What month is it now? Where are the pear blossoms from? And besides, the ancient city is gone now, let alone pear blossoms. What are you bringing this up for? Lin Shen felt a bit irritably confused inside. They're there, look over there, Lin Xiangdong said as he pointed out the window. Lin Shen followed his pointing gaze but saw nothing. Outside, it was a dark and windy night. Apart from the steel constructions, not even a star could be seen, just a fuzzy crescent moon, no pear blossoms to be found. Turning back around in annoyance to settle accounts with Lin Xiangdong, Lin Shen saw no one at the bay window. Had it not been for the tea in the cup still steaming, he might have suspected that he was just dreaming. Chapter 14, Vagabonds Prohibited. In recent days, Jinshui Lake has been especially bustling, as members from many major families have been arriving here in succession, starting to research the Realm King cultivation device. Unfortunately, up to now, no one knows how to activate the Realm King cultivation device. Those who forcibly tried to touch it, no matter their level, were directly turned to flying ash by the halo of the device. Some members of the major families who have a better understanding of teleporters have already realized that this is not an ordinary teleporter. According to some more authoritative experts, the Realm King cultivation device likely possesses an automatic program and will activate on its own at set intervals. Even families that have already established a foothold on the alien world are unwilling to give up the resources of Realm King Planet. The planet, temporarily called Realm King Planet, abounds with base mutation resources, which are undoubtedly top tier for mutators. Forces from all sides continue to send more people, occupying different areas around Jinshui Lake, and the major powers have a tacit agreement not to interfere with each other. Powerhouses from more than a dozen superbases, such as God's Love Base, Wanderer Base, and Seacorn Base, have almost monopolized the entire area surrounding Jinshui Lake. Let alone a small base like Yashin Base. Even some large bases that have ascenders find it difficult to get involved. Initially, Wanderer Base only had one ascender in place, but later found that a single ascender was not enough to hold down the fort. Hence, 4 more ascenders came over. Excluding Zheng Guyuan, who had gone missing, there were already 5 ascenders stationed at Jinshui Lake, with mutators numbering in the hundreds. Other families are more or less the same, with 4 to 5 ascenders stationed before they can dare claim they are from a major family. The nights at Jinshui Lake are particularly quiet. On nights without the stars, only a waning moon dimly illuminates the darkness. Where is the Jing family from Wanderer Base? A voice shattered the tranquility of the night sky. The ascenders from the major families stationed at the shores of Jinshui Lake were quite surprised, in the middle of the night, who was causing such a commotion outside. Who have the Jengs offended now? Ouyang Juemiao, who was talking with Ouyang Yudu, frowned slightly upon hearing the voice. Ouyang Yudu responded with a smile. The growth momentum of Wanderer Base in the past dozen years has been very strong. Many small families and solitary ascenders have joined them. In terms of the number of ascenders from the mother planet, they have already surpassed the Ouyang family. Ouyang Juemiao dismissively said, the base established by the Zhengs was named Wanderer Base from the start, intending to gather strong individuals from all walks of life, aiming to embrace all streams. The idea is good, but in reality most of the lone wolves they take in have questionable character, otherwise they wouldn't have ended up at Wanderer Base. Wanderer Base should have been renamed long ago. Bandit Base would be more fitting. Even so, the current strength of the Zhengs cannot be underestimated. I wonder who has the audacity to challenge the Zhengs here. Ouyang Yudu stood up and said, niece, let's go have a look. That would be good. Ouyang Juemiao slightly nodded, and the two left the temporary wooden hut and saw that many people were already standing outside, all coming to see the excitement. In fact, not just here, most of the people from the major families stationed at Jinshui Lake ran out to see the commotion. It's an ascender I don't recognize, Ouyang Yudu said with some surprise upon seeing the person hovering above Jinshui Lake. That ascender looks handsome, not inferior to you at all, Ouyang Juemiao observed with some surprise, albeit on a completely different point. Ouyang Yudu replied with a smile and a hint of resignation. Niece, my appearance is just average. There are many who are not inferior to me. Ouyang Juemiao glanced up and down at Ouyang Yudu with a pout. Are you being modest, or is this Versailles talk? If you call that average, then there aren't many good-looking men in this world. Ouyang Yudu did not want to dwell on this issue and curiously said while looking at the white-clad, beautiful man in the sky, I don't know what deep hatred he has with the Zhengs, to come here alone to seek trouble with the Zhengs. Does he not know that there are already 5 ascenders from the Zheng family guarding this place? Coming alone, he is likely to suffer. In recent years, there have been many who have suffered at the hands of the Zhengs. One more won't make a difference, Ouyang Juemiao remarked with a smirk. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. That person has never been one to suffer losses. A chubby man approached them. He was fat, but proportionally so, and although he clearly looked overweight, he didn't seem burdensome. Sun Jian, you know him? Ouyang Juemiao was somewhat surprised. She had thought he was just an unknown solitary ascender, not expecting that Sun Jian from Seacorn Base would actually know him. I do. He's somewhat of a junior disciple from the same mentor, Shunjian said. We both were trained under Instructor Mu. He's a few classes younger than me. So he is a disciple of Instructor Mu. His abilities must be quite strong, right? Ouyang Yudu asked with some curiosity. I do not know. Shunjian's answer was somewhat unexpected. What do you mean by do not know? Ouyang Juemiao and Sun Jian were quite familiar with each other, and he did not mince his words. He trained under Instructor Mu for 10 years, challenging almost every disciple there at least once, yet he has never won, earning the nickname King of 100 Defeatses, Junjian said with a laugh. Never won, then how can you say he has never suffered a loss? Ouyang Yudu became even more baffled. Though he has never won a match, no one has ever faced him a second time. It's not that he doesn't dare, but rather that those who have beaten him do not dare. Sun Jian's statement piqued the interest of both Ouyang Yudu and Ouyang Juemiao. A man who has never won, yet those who have defeated him fear him. This person must be very formidable. Ouyang Yudu couldn't help but ask, what's his name? Lin Shangdong. As they spoke, 5 ascenders from Wanderer Base came forth, confronting Lin Shangdong in the air. Who are you? What business do you have with the Zheng family? The leading ascender Zheng Zhongjue sized up Lin Shangdong and, as a fellow man, couldn't help but inwardly praise his handsome appearance. Is Zheng Guyuan one of your ascenders from Wanderer Base? Lin Shen asked. The five exchanged glances upon hearing this, and Zheng Jianhui answered, Indeed, he is one of our ascenders. Why do you ask? He wanted to kill my brother, Lin Shen stated. Zheng Jianhui frowned upon hearing this, a wave of irritation toward Zheng Guyuan stirring within him. When you kill someone, at least investigate who they are. To kill a relative of an ascender, even if he is just a lone wanderer without a background, is still a troublesome matter. Zheng Guyuan is not here, said Zheng Jianhui. I know, he is already dead. Lin Shen's words startled them all. You killed him? The hearts of Zheng Jianhui and the others chilled. Although Zheng Guyuan was not considered very strong among the ascenders, he was a battle-hardened fighter. Any ascender who could kill him must possess some skill. Lin Shen just smiled, silently looking at Zheng Jianhui. Is your brother dead? Zheng Jianhui asked with a frown. No, Lin Shen answered. Zheng Guyuan wanted to kill your brother. He is dead and your brother is not, so why do you come here? Just to inform us? Zheng Jianhui was already annoyed. He could see that this man had come to pick a fight. No, I have come to inform you of another matter. What is it? Within 100 miles of Jinshui Lake, wanderers, no trespassing, all of you, get the hell out. Upon hearing Lin Shen's declaration, Zheng Jianhui and the other four ascenders were enraged. The onlooking members of the various major families also felt that this man's audacity was outrageous. Before Zheng Jianhui could even respond, a gust of wind suddenly rose over the lake, and a cloud of snow-white petals began to drift leisurely towards Zheng Jianhui and the others as if they were snowflakes. Splendor withers, snow returns to man. This night, this scene, truly beautiful. Ouyang Yudu gazed up at the night sky, her beautiful eyes reflecting the sky full of petals, like a galaxy flowing across, like snow cleansing the heavens, violently submerging everything in a white deluge, with only one figure standing steadfast amid the snow, his hair and white garments wildly tossing about in the wind-blown blossoms. That night, the blossoms over Jinshui Lake completely fell. Chapter 105, A New Fire Seed 5th Update. Please subscribe. The Wanderer Base evacuated Jinshui Lake overnight after the life bases of all five ascenders shattered into debris, yet they only received a single sentence in return. The falling flowers at Jiyun Mountain must also be beautiful. If I get the chance, I would like to see them. Since Jiyun Mountain is where the Wanderer Base is located, they knew exactly what that meant. If the Zheng family dared to touch his family again, the next time the splendor would fall, it would be Jiyun Mountain. It was pity that the five people from Zheng Jianhui still had no idea who the other's younger brother was, and they felt an extreme sense of frustration. Yet they didn't dare to look back, as even now they couldn't shake off the image of that terrifying white storm and the shattering of their life bases from their minds. The person didn't die, and so that person killed Zheng Guyuan and even crushed the life bases of five ascenders. If that person had died, they couldn't imagine what the scene would have looked like the moment flower petals fell from Jiyun Mountain. Likely rivers of blood would flow. Perhaps some ascenders might be able to withstand that storm of white petals, but 99% of the people from the Wanderer Base would die. They couldn't understand why the life base of an ascender appeared that way. Shouldn't a life base be like a sword or a dagger or something of that sort? Why would someone's life base be a storm? And a freaking storm of flower petals no less, even more terrifying than 1,000 swords being unsheathed, where every petal is like a sharp blade. In that terrifying accumulation, everything gets crushed to smithereens. Lin Shen didn't get to witness the beauty of the falling flowers, as he was fast asleep holding an ascension egg at that time. When he awoke, Lin Shen's complexion wasn't very good. Holding great expectations for the ascension egg, he discovered that the mosaic on the egg had disappeared, but all he got was a failed superbase evolutionary seed. Failed superbase evolutionary seed. Stairway to heaven, the left and right foot can step on each other to harness momentum and leap again. What exactly are the conditions for forming a seed? Why does it seem so random? Initially a bit disappointed, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up after figuring out what skill his seed provided. This is really quite unscientific, Lin Shen rejoiced inwardly. Nothing else mattered because, with this skill, what's the difference between it and having the ability to fly? You, Tian Xin, have wings that let you fly, while I can step on my right foot with my left for a double leap. Next time I meet Tian Xin, I won't be afraid of him flying to the skies anymore. Of course, the benefits of Stairway to Heaven stopped there. Being able to harness force for a second time in the air meant he wouldn't have to fear being ambushed when he leaped into the sky and couldn't find leverage. Lin Shen found a secluded spot to test it out, and the feeling of ascending again after stepping on his right foot with his left was truly splendid. After stepping several times, just like ascending a stairway to heaven, he reached a great height, and Lin Shen suddenly realized something very distressing. He had no idea how to land from such a height. Damn it, Lin Shen could only let himself fall for a while before using stairway to heaven again to leap up a short distance, and then fall and leap again until he was at a height that wasn't too high off the ground before landing directly. I've got the ability now, but I still need to practice the technique. Lin Shen put away the ascension egg after returning. He didn't plan to hatch the ascension egg now because even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use it. Mutators, even if they have the key, can't activate the ascension pet capsules. They must have the corresponding level and strength to do so. Lin Miao was still unaware of Lin Xiangdong fending off the Wanderer base. The next morning, she transported a batch of goods to Seacorn base. Before leaving, she repeatedly warned Lin Shen not to go to those dangerous places. After seeing off Lin Miao, Lin Shen considered whether he should join Bai Shenfei and go to Realm King Planet together. He didn't have a rebellious bone in his body, nor was he in a rebellious phase, because he felt that place wasn't dangerous to him anymore. He wasn't really disobeying his elder sister, right? Fourth brother should still be reliable, right? After much hesitation, Lin Shen still decided to find Bai Shenfei and join her on her trip to Realm King Planet. But by the time he arrived at Bai Shenfei's place, the owner told him that the goddess consort had left the store an hour earlier. Lin Shen quickly led Wei Wufu toward Gourd Mountain, racing to find her before Bai Shenfei could reach there. Only then it wouldn't be too late. The two men spurred their horses into a furious gallop, chasing relentlessly. After passing through Flower Path and the gorges, they still hadn't spotted any trace of Bai Shenfei and her company, a chill instantly settling in their hearts. Something's wrong. Just as Lin Shen was about to turn back, he suddenly realized something was amiss and looked up toward the distant mountain range. Among those numerous mountains, there stood a gourd-shaped peak, conspicuously towering above the surrounding landscape and much taller than the other mountains. Wei, do you see it? Lin Shen, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him without the dark bird. How could he see Gourd Mountain? Wei Wufu nodded. Then there's no mistake. Let's hurry. Bai Shenfei and her group should be just ahead. Lin Shen thought it must be because Bai Shenfei had just entered that they were able to see Gourd Mountain. They increased their pace and rushed toward the direction of Gourd Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of Gourd Mountain, they realized that the mountain was indeed quite tall. Wei, was this where you came last time? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu while climbing upward. Yes. That's good then, let's quickly climb up. The cave entrance is at the peak, right? Lin Shen confirmed once more. Yes. Wei, stop blathering, climb the mountain. After considerable effort, the two finally reached the peak but still did not see Bai Shenfei and the others. As Wei Wufu had said, there was a cave at the top. Lin Shen looked inside and felt it didn't seem as dark as Wei Wufu had described. Let's go. Wei Wufu couldn't stand Lin Shen's hesitation and stepped into the cave. However, after Wei Wufu entered, he suddenly froze. Lin Shen, following him in, bumped straight into his back, somewhat exasperatedly saying, "Why did you stop? Something's not right," Wei Wufu stated blankly, staring ahead. "What's not right?" As soon as Lin Shen spoke, he already began to register what was amiss. Wei Wufu had told him that the last time they came here and entered the pitch-black cave, they were immediately transported to Realm King Planet. Yet now that they were inside the cave, it was neither pitch-black nor had it transferred them to Realm King Planet. "Are you sure this is the same cave you visited before?" Lin Shen circled around the tall Wei Wufu and peered into the cave. With that look, Lin Shen also became stunned. The cave wasn't very deep. One could see to the end with just a glance. Clearly, there were signs that someone had lived there. Tables, chairs, stools, pots, pans, and the bed even had neatly folded blankets and clothes. However, thick dust covered everything, suggesting that no one had lived there for a long time. That object's shape looks very familiar. Lin Shen saw something on the table that looked much like a transport watch, also covered with a thick layer of dust, obscuring any detail. Chapter 10 of 6, Mechanical Watches. The two exchanged a glance, and Lin Shen nodded slightly. Wei Wufu took out a pet capsule and threw it. The capsule landed on the ground and transformed into a metal dog. Under Wei Wufu's command, the dog made a round inside, and nothing unusual was found. Only then did the two proceed with relief, looking over various items inside. Most other items didn't seem special, just picking up a piece of clothing from the bed. Its fabric had become brittle due to the passage of time, and it fell apart with a gentle tug. The rest wasn't much better, which puzzled Lin Shen as all the furniture here was wooden, and the fabrics of clothes were either cotton or synthetic. There wasn't a trace of base mutation metal materials in these furniture and clothes. This suggested that the furniture and clothes might be from over 200 years ago. Since the appearance of base variant creatures, human commodities had slowly started to incorporate base mutation materials. Aside from some specially required products, very few people made furniture purely out of wood, and most clothing was mixed with metal fibers for a degree of protection. In this era, safety was of the utmost importance. Clothes made purely of cotton or synthetic materials had fallen out of favor. Clothes mingled with metal fibers, at least, offered some defense against steel creatures. The watch was easily lifted without anything strange happening, as dust fell everywhere. After placing the lifted watch back on the floor and ensuring there were no abnormal reactions, Lin Shen finally relaxed and picked up the watch. He carefully wiped off the dust, and the watch quickly revealed its true appearance. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, this watch was not like the black teleporter in design, though somewhat similar. The materials were completely different. Whether it was a black or white watch, their dials were of the liquid crystal display style, while this one was a mechanical watch with hour, minute, and second hands. However, the circle of numbers on its dial was divided into 24 sections, unlike the ordinary 12-hour watch. There was also a small window on the dial with numbers, presumably for displaying the date. Both the strap and the body of the watch were metallic, and the glass covering the dial appeared no different from ordinary glass. The hands were not moving, it seemed to be broken. This disappointed Lin Shen, as it seemed to be just an ordinary mechanical watch that was also broken. The time on the watch hands was frozen at 10,003, and the date was the 1st. At least it's an antique, I wonder if it still works, Lin Shen mused. He had a similar old-style mechanical watch at home that he wore for fun, finding it too cumbersome. After a few days, he stopped wearing it. This kind of mechanical watch needed to be wound, and perhaps it wasn't broken, just unwound for too long, which is why it had stopped. He adjusted the time and then wound it up. Whirr. The moment Lin Shen finished adjusting and let go, the scenery around him blurred into a data stream, and everything was unclear. What the? The blurriness was over in an instant. As Lin Shen's vision cleared, he found himself no longer in a cave. What lay before him was a series of rolling grassy hills one after another, like an endless sea of green desert dunes. Of course, the grass on the hills was not ordinary vegetation, with roots and leaves made of green metal. This thing really is a teleporter. Lin Shen looked at the watch in his hand, astonished. Because this thing looked too much like an old-fashioned mechanical watch, its high-technology content was completely concealed. Time was passing, but there was no countdown timer, nor did he know when it would teleport him back. He now dared not tamper with the watch again, lest more unpredictable events occur, so he stowed the watch away for the time being. Looking around, he didn't spot Wei Wufu's figure. He didn't know if Wei had not been teleported over or had been sent to some other location. Fortunately, everything on his person was intact. The death powder wrapped around him, the angel revolver at his waist, and Fei Zai in his backpack were all present. Lin Shen immediately used his base mutation powers, enveloping his whole body with the steel carapace. In such a place, survival was the top priority. Remaining in a base mutation state could also stimulate the reinforcing and mutating effects of evolution theory. As long as he didn't use superbase change, with the support of evolution theory, Lin Shen could almost maintain it indefinitely, which was already much stronger than the average mutator. A typical mutator, at the least, could only maintain a base mutation state for a few hours, and at the most for several dozen hours. According to the intensity of battle, increasing expenditure might reduce the duration even further, but none could maintain base mutation indefinitely like Lin Shen. He took out 3 capsules from the angel revolver and activated them directly into mutant black armored centipedes, letting them scatter around to ensure his own safety. He didn't activate them with the angel revolver directly, as he feared the gunshot would attract unnecessary trouble. After all this, Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the 3 mutant black armored centipedes to scout out about 50 meters away from him, clearing the path around him like satellites, and began to crawl slowly towards a grassy slope ahead. Standing atop the grassy slope, as far as he could see, there were endless undulating hills of grass that resembled waves, with only the odd large tree growing sporadically on the slopes, none of which resembled the places he visited on Realm King Planet before. Below the slope, Lin Shen saw a group of steel chickens foraging for food. They were indeed steel chickens, with feathers as dark and shiny as mysterious black iron, steel claws, and iron beaks. One peck ensured bleeding lacerations. A dozen or so steel chickens wandered below the slope, occasionally pecking in the grass and swallowing whatever they found. Lin Shen observed closely for a while before realizing that the steel chickens were feeding on a type of metallic insect. These creatures were relatives of Lin Shen's mutant black armored centipedes, also a type of centipede, albeit of a much lower steel level. Lin Shen lacked interest in the steel chickens and steel centipedes since the materials from metal creatures were barely worth anything. One gets hungry after all this chasing and climbing. I'll kill a couple of steel chickens and drink some base mutation fluid to quell my hunger. Lin Shen was about to descend the slope to kill a couple of the chickens when suddenly the chickens started clucking in alarm. A colorful and patterned giant poisonous multicolored centipede, over a meter long, emerged from beneath the grass, biting a steel chicken and snapping its neck with one strike. The remaining steel chickens were thrown into chaos, and within moments, several more were bitten to death. This creature must be a mutant, Lin Shen delightfully noted the multicolored iron centipede. After all, it was precisely such creatures he had come to Realm King Planet for. Without hesitation, he sent one of the mutant black armored centipedes flying over to it. Indeed, mutant black armored centipedes could fly, their wings like those of cicadas, typically tucked under their black carapaces. No matter how large or mutated, the multicolored iron centipede, being just of steel level, was no match for a crystal-based level black armored centipede. It was killed instantly with a single strike. When the multicolored iron centipede was slain, Lin Shen felt the watch in his pocket vibrate. Pulling it out, he saw what looked like a transparent display on the surface of the glass, showing him some information. Killed a mutant steel creature, giant poisonous multicolored centipede. Detected base mutation fluid containing toxins within giant poisonous multicolored centipede, not suitable for direct consumption. How advanced. Lin Shen marveled at the sophistication of the watch and whimsically said to the device, "Show me my own information." The watch actually received his command and displayed his information, just like before. Given the user's weakness, please proceed with caution. The watch even included a warm tip at the end. Chapter 107, the grass-cutting and root-eliminating combination. Sure enough, this gadget is equipped with artificial intelligence. I knew it, Lin Shen muttered to himself. With such high-tech equipment, how could it lack a brain? But why can't it talk and can only send text messages? He didn't fuss about it and instead focused on clarifying how to use it. Before doing that, Lin Shen collected the base mutation fluid from the giant poisonous multicolored centipede's body. He also wanted the mutation materials, but they were too cumbersome to carry. Considering the number of mutant creatures he might still have to hunt, it was uncertain if he could take them all with him. As he worried about this, death powder swam over, its body swelling up, appearing even larger than during its previous transformations. With Lin Shen's permission, it swallowed the mutated centipede's corpse in just one bite and then quickly returned to its slender state, winding back around Lin Shen. With Lin Shen interfering like this, the steel centipedes fled in fright, burrowing underground. Since Lin Shen wasn't in the mood to chase them, he sat down on the grassy slope and attempted to communicate with the watch, eager to figure out its functions. What features do you have? Device malfunction, unable to answer the user's questions. Is there a user manual? Device malfunction, internal files missing, unable to locate the manual. How do I set the teleportation time? Transport settings are as follows. 1. Adjust the date. 2. Set the precise time, hours, minutes, seconds. 3. After some time, Lin Shen finally understood how to use the watch-style teleporter. This watch could actually allow him to set the teleportation time. The date stands for the number of days to enter, and the hands of the watch determine the exact time down to the second for automatic return. Lin Shen set the time to 11,023 a.m., with the date being 1, which meant that he would only stay here until 11,023 a.m. the next day, and then the watch would teleport him back. Lin Shen felt the watch had far more functions than this, but due to the malfunction, he couldn't extract more information. It was likely that he couldn't use other features either. After all, if the watch were intact, why wouldn't its owner take it with them? Even so, this watch was already defying the natural order. With this watch, he could set the time for teleportation anytime he pleased, no longer needing to go to Gourd Mountain and the Realm King cultivation device. Just for that, its value was immeasurable. It was a mystery who the owner of the cave was to have left such a watch behind. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single word written down in the cave, nor any information about its owner. Knowing he would soon return, Lin Shen didn't idle any longer. He first applied some base mutation fluid from the giant poisonous multicolored centipede to the corner of his lips, but didn't feel any effect. After waiting for a while, he realized that some toxins might need to come into contact with blood to take effect. So, Lin Shen slightly cut his finger and smeared the base mutation fluid on it, immediately eliciting a reaction. Toxins were quite potent. His wound turned black very quickly. Fortunately, evolution theory was also triggered, and before long, black fluid oozed from the darkened wound. It seemed to worsen, but after a while, the black fluid gradually disappeared, and the wound turned from black back to flesh color, eventually starting to ooze fresh blood again. With evolution theory proving effective, Lin Shen confidently gulped down a large amount of base mutation fluid. Absorbed the base mutation fluid of the giant poisonous multicolored centipede, base mutation rate plus 0. Absorbed the base mutation fluid of the giant poisonous multicolored centipede, base mutation rate plus 0. Absorbed the base mutation fluid of the giant poisonous multicolored centipede, base mutation rate plus 1. After swallowing all of the mutant base mutation fluid, a while later, due to the reaction with evolution theory, he finally gained a bit of base mutation rate. My base mutation rate, here I come. Lin Shen, accompanied by 3 mutated black-armored centipedes, began his hunting journey. The grassy slope he was on now must have been far away from the beach he visited before, possibly not even on the same continent. The base variant creatures here were completely different from those at the seaside, with iron hens being the most common and various kinds of poisonous bugs. Lin Shen hadn't gone far before he encountered a swarm of poisonous toads, and even discovered a mutant amongst them. That mutated poisonous toad ended up contributing to his base mutation rate. When he killed the mutated poisonous toad, his watch also notified him that it had a base mutation egg developing inside. Subsequently, he hunted a mutated venomous snake, a mutated scorpion, and a mutated dragonfly, bringing his base mutation rate up to 11 points. In this patch of grass, the base variant creatures that Lin Shen saw were all at steel level. He hadn't encountered a single alloy creature, though the variety was quite vast. This place and the seaside are just two extremes. At the seaside, high-level mutants appear easily, and it's rare to see steel-level creatures. Here, it's all low-level stuff. Lin Shen felt that this was not bad either, as he could safely hunt steel creatures, and with evolution theory protecting him, allowing him to be immune to all poisons, this place was like paradise to him. Others might have wanted to search for high-level base variant creatures, but Lin Shen was content hunting mutant steel creatures here. He killed all sorts of poisonous bugs along the way. Those poisonous bug-type base variant creatures were truly all shapes and forms. Some looked similar to creatures from his home planet, while others were entirely different. Without his watch's prompts, Lin Shen wouldn't have been able to name them. Aside from the iron hens, all the base variant creatures here were venomous. If it weren't for his evolution theory, even someone at alloy level or crystal base level might not have had such an easy time. A high-level mutator encountering a sky-darkening swarm of poison bees would probably have a hard time dealing with them unless he could kill all the poison bees before his base mutation strength ran out. That would be too difficult, as those poison bees numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Large swarms had even more. It was simply impossible for an ordinary mutator to eliminate them completely. Lin Shen, relying on his ability to remain in a base mutated state and his immunity to poison, braved the dense swarm and managed to kill the mutated bee queen. Afterwards, he ignored the remaining poison bees and let them sting him as they pleased. Lin Shen didn't do so because he wanted to practice his stabbing technique, using death powder to kill the poison bees one by one. Death powder's supercoagulation worked just as Lin Shen expected. As soon as it punctured a creature, the base mutation liquid inside would start to solidify, causing the base variant creature to gradually lose the ability to move and turn into a steel statue. The mutated creatures he killed were all eaten by death powder, which had also become quite choosy, refusing to eat anything that wasn't mutated. Lin Shen took advantage of the time to hunt for mutated creatures, becoming the little overlord of the grassy slopes, the bane of poisonous insects, the little pest control expert, killing an untold number of steel poisonous bugs and obtaining a few mutant eggs in the process, all of which were eaten by Fatty. Once, Lin Shen even found a nest of poisonous ants and dug out many eggs, which he fed to Fatty as snacks. Death powder and Fatty, one ate the corpses and the other the base mutation eggs, forming a combo that left nothing behind. Fortunately, Lin Shen didn't need those things now. They could eat their fill, and it didn't bother him. Time limit approaching. Would you like to record the current coordinates? You can choose to teleport to these coordinates next time. As the time was about to expire, the watch vibrated again, displaying this message. So, one can choose the teleportation location. Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise, realizing he wouldn't have to be randomly teleported anymore. Chapter 10 at 8, Minotaur time flowed before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Shen was back in the cave he had been in before, in the very same spot, as if he hadn't moved at all. But when he looked around, Wei Wufu was nowhere to be seen. Was Wei Wufu teleported inside, or has he gone back? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Given Wei Wufu's character, if he hadn't been teleported, he would certainly have waited here for Lin Shen. However, the watch was only supposed to teleport the user, so it shouldn't have teleported Wei Wufu along with him. Now that Wei Wufu was nowhere to be seen, Lin Shen was unsure what had happened. Lin Shen exited the cave and searched around Gourd Mountain, but still found no trace of Wei Wufu, which puzzled him greatly. Could he really have been teleported inside? Lin Shen calculated the time. If Wei Wufu was transported by another method, he would have a 3-day limit before he could return. Taking away the 1 day Lin Shen spent on Realm King Planet, it would be 2 more days before Wei Wufu could possibly return. With that thought, Lin Shen descended from Gourd Mountain to see if he could take the watch with him. As expected, the watch stayed with him after leaving Gourd Mountain and didn't disappear like the Black Watch had. He found a secluded place in the canyon, adjusted the time on the watch, and activated the teleporter again. This time, Lin Shen set the timer for 47 hours. If Wei Wufu was on a 3-day limit, then Lin Shen would be able to return just before him. The canyon was also the necessary route back to Darkbird Base, so he shouldn't miss Wei Wufu. The teleportation started, and after selecting the coordinates, Lin Shen realized that there were 2 sets of coordinates. One was the grassy slope he had recorded, and the other was unknown to him, perhaps set by the watch's original owner. Lin Shen didn't dare to try randomly and dutifully went to the grassy slope to become a skilled pesticide hand once again. Indeed, he materialized on the grassy slope where he had previously departed from. Checking his own information, he saw that his base mutation rate had already reached 23%, still some way from advancing to alloy. Mutant poisonous insects, start trembling, your grandpa is back. Lin Shen called his mount and galloped rapidly across the grassy slope, searching for new targets. During the time Lin Shen was crazily killing insects, the Realm King cultivation device at Jinshui Lake finally started up again. The ascenders from the major families, who were initially very excited, couldn't bring themselves to rejoice anymore. The Realm King's transport device turned out to only be able to send base variants to the Realm King planet. Watching the base variants disappear while the ascenders remained rooted in place, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Initially, they had wanted to enter Realm King Planet as soon as possible and then carry out a massive slaughter, particularly of the crystal base resources and the mutated crystal base. But to their dismay, they couldn't even enter. So many ascenders had waited for so long only to have to rely on those base variants to fight for resources in the end. The Zheng family is truly wronged. They lost an ascender and 5 more were crippled for this thing, yet the ascenders can't enter at all. Ouyang Zhuomiao muttered to himself as he looked at the nearly deserted camp. Looking at it this way, the transport range of the Realm King cultivation device isn't that large. Next time, we'll send more crystal base in. We weren't prepared this time, and only 6 crystal base from our side went in. How about you? Ouyang Yudu went in, right? Shunjian came over and said. He did. Including Yudu, we only sent in 5 crystal base, even fewer than you. Who would have known this thing could only transport base variants, replied Ouyang Juemiao, somewhat helplessly. This isn't bad either. The resources of Realm King Planet won't be plundered by the Ascenders in a short time. It also allows the younger generation to experience trials, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Shunjin said, gazing up into the sky. The Realm King cultivation device activated the firmament projection system once again, projecting the images of those people. Ouyang Juemiao saw Ouyang Yudu and a few other crystal bases from the Ouyang family together, not separated, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was true that Ouyang Yudu was incredibly strong, almost invincible among the mutators. But the Realm King planet was just too strange. Who knew what kind of base variant creatures with bizarre abilities could exist? If one were not careful, even a crystal base might face the possibility of death. With several crystal bases together, looking out for one another, it was much harder for something to go wrong. As for that angel who robbed people, Ouyang Yudu had once said that he wanted to meet this so-called robbing angel. A prompt suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's mind, sacrificial offering +1. He frowned to himself. Did someone from Bai Shenfei's side die? Lin Shen didn't know that thousands from the major families had already entered the Realm King planet. He thought someone from Bai Shenfei's side had died. But soon he realized that it likely wasn't someone from Bai Shenfei's side who had died. He guessed that the Realm King cultivation device had been activated again. Because the prompts kept appearing in his mind, sacrificial offering +1, and a red glow was emanating from his body. In this short time, more than a dozen people had died. There were not that many people altogether from Bai Shenfei's side, so it was impossible for so many to have died. It might be the people teleported by the Realm King cultivation device, some of whom were sent to dangerous places and got killed right after they arrived, Lin Shen thought as he felt the strength within him grow and quickly hid the sacrificial halo. His guess wasn't wrong. Those dozen or so mutators had indeed been teleported to particularly dangerous locations. However, they had only encountered a group of alloy creatures. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary steel mutators, tasked with providing supplies and meals to the camp, and unexpectedly ended up being teleported in as well, where they ran into the group of alloy creatures and were wiped out instantly. The Ascenders from those major families should have arrived by now. I'll need to be careful not to be targeted by them. Lin Shen didn't want to give anyone a chance to kill him. He refrained from recklessly charging on his steed and instead tucked away his mount, searching cautiously for poisonous insects on the grassy slope. He had been in the Realm King planet for over 20 hours at this point, and his base mutation rate had increased to 31. Because the base mutation rate could not be increased by poisonous insects of the same species, even if they were mutated, the speed of increase in the base mutation rate had slowed down. What is that? Lin Shen had just climbed up from the base of the grassy slope when he saw a figure suddenly appear on another distant grassy slope. Lin Shen immediately lay flat on the ground in the same spot, retracting his mirror-like carapace, which was far too eye-catching. Initially, Lin Shen thought the figure might be one of those from the major families who had been teleported in, but a closer look revealed something was off. The person had a pair of bullhorns on their head. What the heck? Is that a minotaur? Lin Shen's eyes widened in surprise. The minotaur stood about 2 meters, 45 tall, much taller than most humans. Its face bore the features of both human and bovine, and with the bullhorns on top of its head, it looked incredibly strange. It wore peculiar attire, tight like a bodysuit, black and smooth fabric clinging tightly to its body, accentuating every muscle, which bulged like beef tendons. Besides Tianxin, are there other alien races that know how to enter the Realm King planet? Lin Shen watched the minotaur, filled with confusion and speculation. Chapter 109, Super Burning. The Minotaur wore a watch on its wrist too, and it was black, just like the teleportation device Lin Shen first wore. Looking around and not finding any humans or base variant creatures, the Minotaur took off the backpack he was carrying and pulled out a few items from it. What the heck is that? Lin Shen saw the Minotaur putting on something like a 3/4 motorcycle helmet and then looking around. Lin Shen immediately felt something was not quite right, and sure enough, when the Minotaur's gaze swept over to where he was, it paused. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of the Minotaur's mouth as he assembled several tubes taken out from the backpack into a double-bladed battle axe. The double-bladed battle axe was quite unique, mostly made of alloy, with the blades being red crystals and crystal patterns on the shaft. The next second, the Minotaur suddenly used its base mutation strength, and a black alloy battle armor quickly enveloped its entire body, its large physique and heavy armor making it look like a heavy mech warrior. As it used its base mutation power, Lin Shen realized that the tight clothing hadn't burst. Instead, the base mutation substance had passed through the tight clothing to form the carapace. This was quite magical. On Lin Shen's mother planet, mutators generally wore rather loose robes to avoid damage when using base mutation power. He had never seen such high-tech products before. The Minotaur could also use a pet capsule, and in an instant summoned a large black alloy bull and mounted it to charge in this direction. How did he find me? It must be that helmet. Lin Shen's eyes were fixed on the Minotaur's equipment, and they began to shine. An alloy-level alien was nothing to brag about. Tianxin was of crystal base after all, and had the angel revolver taken from her by him. This Minotaur was just an alloy level, far inferior to Tianxin, so Lin Shen naturally wasn't afraid of it. Nevertheless, Lin Shen immediately underwent base mutation, with mirror carapace wrapping around his entire body and his right hand, carried behind his back, gripping the angel revolver with his finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. 3 mutated black armored centipedes that were hidden nearby ambushed from 3 different points around Lin Shen, ready to attack at any time. Even when facing an alloy-level Minotaur, Lin Shen was prepared to give it his all. He wouldn't launch an attack without good cause, but when he did, it had to be a thunderous blow, leaving the enemy no chance. The Minotaur, seeing that Lin Shen was human, and a steel-level human at that, actually stopped and didn't continue the charge. Human? I didn't expect to see a human here. The Minotaur spoke Mandarin fluently, perched atop a giant black bull that could rival an elephant in size, gripping a giant double-edged axe with one arm and pointing at Lin Shen with an arrogant air. Tell me how you got here, and perhaps I might spare your life. What if I said I'm a native of this place? Would you believe me? Lin Shen thought to himself, chatting with the Minotaur might also be good, possibly extracting some useful information. Originally, Lin Shen thought that only Tianxin, the alien, knew the way into the planet, but it turned out other aliens had found their way in too. Lin Shen now wanted to know just how many other aliens had come in and whether there were any more advanced and stronger beings among them. Native? There are still natives on this planet? The Minotaur's eyes, big as copper bells, suddenly widened. Could it be that this planet is the long-lost human mother planet? The birthplace of the human race? Lin Shen learned from Tianxin that no teleporter to the human mother planet had been discovered yet, so for now only humans could leave, and no aliens could reach the mother planet. That the Minotaur spoke like this was clearly due to Lin Shen's misleading guidance, causing him to mistake the Realm King planet for the human mother planet. It was evident that the Minotaur didn't know where he had teleported to, which gave Lin Shen some relief. Haha, that's just great. I didn't expect the teleporter to actually lead to the human mother planet. This is fantastic, just fantastic. The Minotaur's eyes shone beneath his helmet as he stared at Lin Shen and said, As the first human to encounter me, I permit you to become the first slave of the great Ultraburn tribe warrior Augustman. You may now kneel before your master. The Minotaur Augustman's arrogant demeanor seemed as if becoming his slave was a stroke of incredible fortune for Lin Shen. Respected Ultraburn tribe warrior, I wonder how many noble warriors have come. We humans greatly admire such a powerful species as the Ultraburn tribe. There are many humans who desire to become the slaves of the Ultraburn tribe. Do we have the honor? Lin Shen spouted nonsense, since there was no law against blabbering. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Augustman became even more smug, his snout practically pointing to the sky. Not everyone is qualified to become a slave to us Ultraburn tribe warriors. It depends on their aptitude. They must be at least steel level. That's the bottom line. If it's a female human and she's attractive, we could relax the restrictions a bit. How many people do you humans have? Augustman asked greedily, staring at Lin Shen. There are many attractive ones. Our population is probably just under 1 billion, Lin Shen said casually. 1 billion? That's not too few. The Pioneer Corps this time is 30,000 warriors. Aside from the benefits for the Corps Commander and Deputy Corps Commander, each warrior can still divide up quite a few human slaves, Augustman mumbled to himself, seemingly calculating how many human slaves he could claim, his eyes growing brighter. Human, take me to your city. I might deign to accept the fealty of some humans, Augustman demanded. Thank you for your mercy and tolerance. Such a great warrior like you must be a very significant presence in the Ultra-Burning Corps as well? Seeing that Augustman's brain didn't seem too sharp, Lin Shen continued to flatter him. Of course. Augustman seemed to be getting a little impatient and barked at Lin Shen. Lead the way now. I'll lead the way. But before we go, I just need to confirm if you are truly a great Ultra-Burn tribe warrior. Humans only wish to serve true Ultra-Burn tribe warriors, Lin Shen said. Of course I am. Can't you tell? Augustman responded coldly. Please forgive the shallow knowledge of humans, Lin Shen said with a smile. How will you confirm it? Augustman interrupted Lin Shen impatiently. If you can defeat me, then I will acknowledge you as a true Ultraburn tribe warrior, Lin Shen claimed as he raised his death powder spear-like in his hand. What's so difficult about that? Augustman laughed boisterously, lifting his free hand and cockily gesturing to Lin Shen. Come on then. If you can survive one blow from me, you'll be my first slave hereafter. Here I come, Lin Shen said with a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Rare for him to encounter a lower-class alien, perfect to test his current strength. After summoning the iron-horned horse and mounting it, Lin Shen raised his spear and galloped down the grassy slope, charging straight at the snooty Augustman. Chapter 110, Steel Magnate Augustman saw Lin Shen riding an iron-horned horse over, and the arrogant look on his face thickened. Sitting immovably on the back of a big black bull and looking down from above, he merely waited for Lin Shen to approach, so he could finish him off with one axe. For the Ultraburn tribe, steel level was considered rubbish. Most members of the Ultraburn tribe were born at steel level, while those with excellent aptitude were born at alloy level. If an adult member of the Ultraburning clan people was still at steel level, it essentially meant they were at the very bottom of society, and to call them trash was not an overstatement. To a Gustman, a mere steel-level human was nothing but trash. Watching Lin Shen charging over on his horse, a Gustman slowly raised the dual-bladed axe in his hand. At that moment, on another grassy slope, a few more ultra-burning clan people emerged, led by one clad in a red tight-fitting suit, while the others, like a Gustman, wore black. Vice Captain, that's a Gustman over there, he seems to have gotten into a fight with a human. There are humans here? One of the warriors in a black tight-fitting suit exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the two opponents. The one dressed in the red tight-fitting suit and called Vice Captain laughed. A trash, steel-level human. We'll figure it out once we capture and interrogate him. The group of Ultraburn tribe warriors joked and laughed, not taking Lin Shen seriously at all. But when Lin Shen charged up to Augustman's side on his iron-horned horse and thrust his spear, everyone's expressions changed. The spear, which looked somewhat peculiar, struck out like a phantom. It was fast, so fast that everyone found it hard to believe it was the speed of a steel level. Augustman only saw a flash of red before he could even lift his dual-bladed axe, and the death powder had already pierced through his throat, going straight through. Impossible. The warriors on the other grassy slope widened their eyes in disbelief as Augustman was speared to death by a steel-level human. So aliens are just like this, quite weak, huh? Lin Shen didn't expect that he could kill Augustman with a single spear thrust. He hadn't even had time to react. He had actually thought Augustman would last a few rounds against him before he'd pull out his angel revolver and send him off with a single shot. It wasn't really surprising, though. The strength provided by the Boundless Strength contract, the enhancement of the Sacrificial Halo, along with the Super Base Instantaneous Speed and Super Base Armor, piercing spike of death powder, made killing an alloy level not that difficult, especially since Augustman was so arrogant. Lin Shen had wanted to plunder the spoils on Augustman's body, but then he heard angry curses and roars from the other side. Turning his head, he saw 8 Minotaurs charging over, the majority being Crystal Base, with the other 3 being of the same alloy level as Augustman. They were all clad in tight-fitting suits, mostly black, but one was red. As they charged over, their bodies exuded base mutation material, forming a crystal-based carapace to protect their entire bodies. Lin Shen turned and fled. However, the iron-horned horse was too slow compared to the speed of the crystal base, and a few crystal-base Minotaurs were about to catch up. The 2 crystal-base Minotaurs at the front suddenly screamed in agony. Each had a mutated black armored centipede wrapped around their legs, piercing through their crystal-base carapaces. The Minotaur in the red quickly reacted, noticing a mutated black armored centipede that rushed out from the grass beside him and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding its bite. Seeing the red-clad Minotaur leap into the air, Lin Shen didn't hesitate to raise his gun and fire. With a loud bang, a pet capsule shot out, transforming into a white jade tiger in mid-air, and under the acceleration of 44 speed, it instantly reached the red-clad Minotaur. The red-clad Minotaur, clearly much stronger than the average crystal base, grabbed the red crystal dual-bladed axe from his back and violently chopped at the pouncing white jade tiger. Claws clashed with the red crystal dual-bladed axe, sparking fiercely as the white jade tiger was knocked down, several claws chipped away. The other Minotaurs were in a far less optimistic situation, with the 2 crystal-based Minotaurs whose carapaces had been pierced by the mutated black-armored centipedes now howling in pain on the ground. The venom of the mutated black-armored centipede was extremely potent. Though it wouldn't kill in a short time, it inflicted such excruciating pain that most people could hardly bear it, and once it took effect, they basically lost all fighting capability. The black-armored centipede that had attempted a sneak attack on the red-clad Minotaur without success turned and flapped its wings, lunging at another crystal-based Minotaur. The 2 black-armored centipedes that had bitten the Minotaurs also attacked other Minotaurs, with one of the crystal-based Minotaurs still able to fend off an attacking black-armored centipede. The remaining 3 alloy-level Minotaurs, however, were not so lucky. Under the assault of another black-armored centipede, they quickly fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Lacking the life force of the crystal-based Minotaurs, they succumbed to the poison and died within a short period. Boom! Lin Shen fired another shot, and a black crystal stoneman, towering over 3 meters tall, charged at the red-clad Minotaur, joining forces with the white jade tiger to besiege him. The 5 mutated crystal-based combat pets Lin Shen had taken from Ch101 were all deployed, while Lin Shen stood aside to watch the battle. The Minotaurs were both shocked and enraged. How could they have imagined that a steel-level human would possess so many mutated crystal-based combat pets, more than even a Legion commander's mutated pets? The 2 remaining crystal-based Minotaurs hurriedly pulled out their pet launchers and managed to stabilize the situation somewhat by releasing a few pets in the nick of time. The 2 Minotaurs launched a total of 6 pets, all crystal-based but lacking any mutated varieties. The red-clad Minotaur also drew his pet launcher, fending off the attacks from the White Jade Tiger and the Black Crystal Stoneman while launching continuously, producing 2 pets, both crystal-base level, one a mutated Big Red Bull and the other an ordinary jade-armored warrior. With so many pets joining the fray, the battle finally stabilized. The red-clad Minotaur was particularly forceful, driving back the Black Crystal Stoneman repeatedly, its black crystal body chipped and deeply gouged by the swings of the red crystal dual-bladed axe. Just now, Augustman said their legion has 30,000 people. Lin Shen frowned inwardly, worried about Wei Wufu encountering them. When it came to combat ability, Lin Shen didn't believe that a Minotaur of the same level could match Wei Wufu in battle. Even against an ordinary crystal base, Wei Wufu stood a chance of winning in a cross-tier challenge. But if there were too many Minotaurs, Wei Wufu would also be without recourse. After all, he was but one man. A pair of hands is no match for 4. Human, you will pay in blood, the red-clad Minotaur roared triumphantly as he cleaved the Black Crystal Stoneman to the ground. The White Jade Tiger and the mutated Big Red Bull were locked in combat, and for the time being it was difficult to discern the victor. However, the White Jade Tiger had been injured by the red-clad Minotaur previously, and its movements were clearly affected, already at a disadvantage. The 3 mutated black-armored centipedes were engaged by the other 2 crystal-based Minotaurs and their crystal-based pets, unable to take any effective action at the moment, which was decidedly unfavorable for Lin Shen. After chopping the Black Crystal Stoneman to the ground, the red-clad Minotaur turned and charged towards Lin Shen. If he could just eliminate Lin Shen and take his pet launcher, those pets would collapse without his command. The red-clad Minotaur had long been coveting Lin Shen's 5 mutated crystal-based pets, wanting to claim them all for himself. Otherwise, he would have continued to attack the Black Crystal Stoneman, who wouldn't have survived much longer under his axe. Lin Shen had no intention of fleeing. He urged his horse forward, charging straight at the red-clad Minotaur. "You're courting death." The red-clad Minotaur grew even angrier at the sight of Lin Shen daring to face him, feeling utterly insulted. Lin Shen's gun was quick, but that was only compared to those at the alloy level. To the red-clad Minotaur, such speed was hardly worth mentioning. However, as Lin Shen charged, his steel carapace grew increasingly red, soon glowing like a red-hot iron, radiating a heat that seemed extremely intense. "Die." The red-clad Minotaur paid no heed, his massive figure erupting with an unimaginable terrorizing speed that broke the sound barrier. With his dual-bladed axe raised high, he leaped into the air, aiming a furious chop at Lin Shen, who was still on horseback, attempting to split both the rider and his mount in 2 with a swift stroke of his red crystal dual-bladed axe. Lin Shen didn't thrust with his spear, but instead pulled the trigger of his angel revolver with his backhand. Leaping from the iron-horned horse, he met the airborne, enraged slash of the red-clad Minotaur with even greater speed. Chapter 111, There Are Monsters. The Minotaur in red saw Lin Shen fire at him and was instantly startled. Previously, Lin Shen's connection to fire out 5 mutated crystal-based pets had been quite terrifying. Now another one was launched, leading him subconsciously to believe it was another mutated crystal-based pet. He slightly adjusted the direction of his double-bladed axe's descent to meet the swiftly flying pet. What he didn't expect was that the pet would split in response to the axe, cut in 2 as if made of paper, a mere steel pet. But the Minotaur in red no longer had time to be angry about being toyed with, for he saw Lin Shen leap at an equally rapid speed to his side. This gave the Minotaur in red another scare. A steel level, having such speed? Impossible, not even with stimulants. Without the luxury of further thought, the Minotaur in red burst forth with all energies, roaring as he forcibly changed the direction of his downward-sweeping double-bladed axe to a horizontal slash at Lin Shen. The Minotaur in red thought grimly, "You're in midair, without leverage, there's no way you can dodge this axe. Even if it means taking a bullet, I will cut you in half at the waist. I am of the crystal base. Your shot at me wouldn't even break my guard. A useless steel. I'll take your life with one axe strike." But the next second, the eyes of the Minotaur in red bulged to their limits when he saw Lin Shen, somehow in mid-air, surge upwards again, avoiding his sweeping axe and flipping over him at an even higher speed. Upside down, with his head below his feet, Lin Shen passed close enough to be head-to-head with the Minotaur in red, reaching out to fiercely press a point on his neck. Fingers hot as a glowing red iron bar struck heavily against the neck of the Minotaur in red, sparking a shower of sparks like those from a blacksmith's hammer upon an anvil. The Minotaur in red was both shocked and furious. This was not an ascender, and yet he was able to change direction in mid-air, a feat too bizarre. However, he then reasoned that even if Lin Shen could hit him, what of it? A lowly steel level wouldn't even be able to break his defense. But the moment he was touched by Lin Shen, he suddenly felt as if his body was bound by some mystical force, losing all ability to move and frozen in the posture of wielding his axe, plummeting straight down. After sealing the acupoint of the Minotaur in red, Lin Shen didn't wait to land and fired at another battling crystal-based Minotaur, while with one foot stepping on the other, he propelled himself forward like a bullet. The other crystal-based Minotaur, seeing their deputy legion commander floored by a direct touch from that steel-level human, was thrown into disarray. In his panic, he dodged the swiftly incoming pet, but he couldn't handle Lin Shen, who had rapidly reached above his head. With ease, Lin Shen touched a point on him too, sealing his acupoint, then fired and dashed forward again. The remaining crystal-based minotaur was petrified with fear. Lin Shen, feet never touching the ground, had downed the Deputy Legion commander and a crystal-based warrior with mere touches, making him wonder if Lin Shen was somehow an ascender. No base variant creature should be capable of such feats. It was as if he could fly. Eventually, the scared crystal-based minotaur was touched by Lin Shen at his acupoint and stood frozen, unable to move. Lin Shen quickly took the pet launchers from all of them. All the pets came to a halt, turning to face Lin Shen, their new master. Thank you, Tai, for the gifts. Lin Shen felt an urge to bow in gratitude to the Minotaur. 5 crystal-based Minotaurs. 5 pet launchers. It was a windfall. Apart from the pet launchers and the pets inside, Lin Shen was even more interested in their helmets and clothing. Clothes that could permeate base mutation substances without damage were far too convenient. The helmet seemed to have a unique function as well. It was that helmet which had allowed Augustman to spot him lying on the grassy slope. I ask, and you answer. Answer well, and you live. Answer poorly, and you die. Lin Shen walked up to the Minotaur in red, pointing death powder at him as he spoke. Just kill me. The Minotaur in red still had plenty of fight, ready to die rather than submit. Good, I always like tough guys. Lin Shen went straight for the red-clad Minotaur's waist with a stab. With lightning speed and armor-piercing thrusts, he managed to penetrate the Minotaur's carapace and into the flesh of his waist. The red Minotaur's carapace was as hard as a mutated crystal base and thicker than that of an average person. Even with that stab, only a few inches penetrated, not enough to go all the way through. But it didn't matter. Lin Shen pulled out the death powder and looked at the red Minotaur again, asking, "How about now? Trash humans, don't even dream of it. Great ultra-burn warriors will never bow to a garbage species like humans," the red Minotaur bellowed defiantly with his neck stubbornly outstretched. "I'm growing fonder of you by the minute," Lin Shen said, not angry in the slightest, smiling at the red Minotaur. The red Minotaur continued to curse vehemently, but Lin Shen was not upset, simply watching him in silence. Gradually, the Minotaur's cursing subsided, and a look of horror began to spread across his face. What have you done to me?" The Minotaur felt something amiss with his body. After the acupoint sealing, he couldn't move, but he could still feel the flow of strength within him. But now, he felt as if the strength inside him had solidified, his brain not working properly, almost turning stiff like petrification. Lin Shen watched as the Minotaur's entire body stiffened with base mutation fluid solidifying into a solid, and the Minotaur completely lost vitality, transforming into a lifeless crystal-based statue. The remaining Minotaurs looked at Lin Shen as if he were a monster. You, make a choice. Do you want to die in agony like them, or become an immortal statue like this one? I suggest you choose the latter. The world will remember your towering figure, Lin Shen said, glancing at the 2 crystal-based Minotaurs on the ground who were about to die in agony. I, as an ultra-burn warrior, will never be enslaved, the crystal-based Minotaur declared through gritted teeth. Without a word, Lin Shen commanded the mutated black-armored centipede to bite down, and waves of intense pain began to wash over him. Initially, the Minotaur endured the pain with clenched teeth, but after not long, he could not bear it any longer and let out a heart-wrenching howl. Will you choose for yourself, or shall I make the choice for you? Lin Shen turned to the last Minotaur. What do you want to know? The Minotaur asked, trembling. My question is quite simple, Lin Shen said, with a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. He didn't ask for any secrets, only about how many of the Ultraburn tribe had come, their levels, and how they got here. Also, he asked about the uses of their equipment and how to operate it. This Minotaur was quite cooperative and fully disclosed everything Lin Shen asked about. After listening, Lin Shen felt both shocked and pleasantly surprised. From Augustman, he already knew that the Ultraburn tribe had brought 30,000 warriors, and what terrified him was that 3,000 of them were crystal base while the rest were alloy. According to the Minotaur, the steel level didn't even qualify as Ultraburn warriors. The good news was that the Minotaur mentioned the teleporter couldn't transport ascenders, admitting only mutators into this place. That meant that, although the Ultraburn tribe had many warriors, even their strongest legion commander was just a crystal base, which offered a tactical advantage for Lin Shen. As long as no ascenders were present, Lin Shen was not particularly afraid. Even if he couldn't win, he had the capability to escape. What thrilled Lin Shen the most was their array of devices. Chapter 112, Reaping the Rewards. Their tight-fitting clothes were called Ultraburn battlesuits, and even this Minotaur didn't know how they were made. The Ultraburn battlesuit itself had certain defensive functions, but most importantly, it could permeate base mutation materials without blocking the formation of the base mutation carapace. The helmet was called an Ultraburn helmet, similar to thermal imaging devices, but instead of seeing heat sources, it could see the energy inside a mutator's body. Based on the energy within a mutator's body, one could also roughly gauge the mutator's level. Lin Shen removed an Ultraburn helmet from the corpse of a dead Minotaur and put it on his own head. The helmet was too big for Lin Shen, and it also had 2 holes for the horns of a bull, which he initially thought would make it very uncomfortable to wear. However, when he put it on and activated it, the ultraburn helmet shrank to fit the shape of Lin Shen's head perfectly, with no discomfort at all. Looking outside through the protective lenses, the clarity was quite good, with almost no obstruction to his line of sight. When he looked at the bodies of the minotaurs on the ground, the ultraburn helmet had no reaction. But when he looked towards the living minotaur warriors, the lens immediately displayed a red health bar. The health bar was segmented, and the more segments it had, the stronger the base mutation energy of the opponent. The crystal base minotaur had 3 segments, and according to him, under normal conditions, steel level had just 1 segment, alloy level had 2, and crystal base was 3 segments. Anything above 3 segments belonged to the ascenders. This thing is pretty useful. Even without the mutators using their base mutation strength, one can roughly make out their level. Lin Shen was quite satisfied with the ultraburn helmet. Both the ultraburn helmet and ultraburn battlesuit were standard equipment for every ultraburn warrior, but not every ultraburn warrior was equipped with a pet launcher. Among these few ultraburn warriors, a total of 5 had pet launchers, but those 3 alloy warriors did not. The reason they all had them was that they were the guards of the deputy commander, so they were all equipped with pet launchers. Lin Shen tried it out, and their pet launchers were significantly slower than the Angel revolver. The firing speed of the guards' pet launchers was between 20 and 30, while the deputy commanders could reach 38 or 39, but not 40. However, even at a firing speed of 20 to 30, it was a lot faster than activating by hand, still a great item, and for humans, even more valuable. There were quite a few pets inside, with 16 just from the crystal base. The only mutated crystal base was the one on the deputy commander, a mutated big red bull, and there were also plenty of alloy pets. Lin Shen had just switched from a bird gun to a cannon, loading his Angel revolver with crystal base capsules, 6 of which were mutated. Rest in peace. After asking his questions, Lin Shen took off the ultraburn helmet and let the black crystal stoneman crush the minotaur's head with a punch, giving him a painless departure. Augustman directly mentioned wanting to enslave humans, revealing there must be human slaves among their people. Otherwise, Augustman wouldn't have blurted it out. Lin Shen had no pity in his heart for such a race. He stripped down all the ultraburn battlesuits and ultraburn helmets from their bodies, and all those battle axes were good stuff. An entire haul slung onto the back of the big red bull. What surprised Lin Shen the most wasn't these things, but the fact that when he killed the minotaurs, the sacrificial halo actually responded. Each time he killed a minotaur, the sacrificial halo grew stronger. It seems that as long as they came in wearing a transfer wristwatch, no matter the race or the style of the wristwatch, they are considered my teammates, which is convenient for accumulating my sacrificial halo. Lin Shen felt very satisfied inside. However, Lin Shen did not utilize the power of the sacrificial halo. All the operations he just performed were done through his own strength. After killing those 8 minotaurs, the total attribute enhancement provided by the sacrificial halo had reached 47, which meant that if he used its power, all his attributes would be increased by 47. This power was unimaginably terrifying, barely less than when he initially blasted the Giant King. Unfortunately, the power of sacrifice to heaven could only be used once. After that, it needed to be accumulated again. Lin Shen had no immediate plans to use it. Such strength was Lin Shen's biggest trump card. In case he encountered insurmountable difficulties, he could rely on this strike to carve a bloody path. He estimated that probably no one on Realm King Planet could withstand this force. Lin Shen guessed that since the ascenders from the Ultraburn tribe couldn't enter, those from the Realm King cultivation device probably couldn't either. As long as there were no ascenders, the enhancement given by the sacrificial halo would be invincible. Of course, Lin Shen could not yet confirm there were no ascenders on Realm King Planet, so he still needed to keep a low profile when possible. Life was more important than anything. Lin Shen put on the Deputy Commander's red Ultraburn battlesuit, which automatically tightened to fit his physique. The area around his waist that was damaged by death powder was almost imperceptible thanks to the excellent elasticity of the battlesuit. Clad in the battle clothes and helmet, Lin Shen had a thought and packed away all his belongings, even stowing his Paradise backpack inside the Deputy Commander's pack. With the Deputy Commander's pet launcher at his waist and the red crystal battle axe in hand, and riding the big red bull, nobody should be able to tell he was Lin Shen. This way, even if he was discovered by humans and broadcasted, no one would know he was the same playboy, Lin Shen, from before. Nor would the other channels into Realm King Planet be discovered. With this getup, could humans mistake me for an Ultraburn warrior? Lin Shen checked his appearance. The red, tight-fitting clothes make him feel a bit ashamed. After some thought, Lin Shen took out a white robe from his backpack and wore it over the rest, finally feeling a bit better. It's time for a massacre. Lin Shen felt he could go hunting some solitary Ultraburn warriors, collect more battle clothes, helmets, and axes, and certainly sell them for a good price. Of course, what Lin Shen wanted most was the pet launcher, which could fetch a large sum. After preparing everything, Lin Shen mounted the big red bull and set off again. Upon arriving at Seacorn Base, Mo Shengqi found that most of the 20-plus mutators around him were from the logistical positions inside the camp, mostly steel level, with only a few alloy levels. As a crystal base, leading more than 20 logistical staff on Realm King Planet, he had to be extremely cautious. Fortunately, they had been transported to a grassy slope. Aside from a few steel-level members who had been bitten by poisonous bugs hidden in the grass at the beginning, there had been no further danger. As long as they were careful not to get bitten by the bugs, there was no danger for them on the grassy slope with their strength. Just when Mo Shang-Chi thought he could play nanny safely on this trip, aiming for no merit but only to bring everyone back alive, they encountered a squad of Ultra Burn warriors. Seeing over 100 alloy-level Ultra Burn warriors riding alloyed big black bulls, led by 7 or 8 crystal base Ultra Burn warriors, charging wildly like a pride of lions, everyone turned pale with shock, and even Mo Shang-Chi's face turned ugly. Chapter 113, The Great Red Bull Knight. Others didn't recognize these oddly dressed guys with cow horns on their heads. As a key member of the younger generation in his family, Mo Shang-Chi had been to many alien worlds and heard of the Ultra Burn tribe, but he had never seen them before. The main reason was that there are too many species in the universe. On the alien worlds he had visited, he had not encountered the Ultra Burn tribe. Split up and run, I'll hold them off for a while, Mo Shang-Chi issued the order directly. The opponents were many and strong, and his logistics crew was not on par with them. Now, the only option was to save as many as possible, otherwise none would survive. The logistics personnel scattered and fled, and Mo Shang-Chi drew an ice crystal-like sword artifact while also holding a pet launcher in his other hand. His body was wrapped in blue carapace. No Ultra Burn blood has ever stained my sword. Today, I'll make an exception. Mo Shang-Chi spurred his crystal-base level 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur and charged towards the ferocious Ultra Burning Core. Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out in rapid succession as crystal-based pets sprang forward to meet the ultra-burning core. The ultra-burning core also threw out their pet capsules, and one crystal-based ultra-burn warrior held a pet launcher, continuously launching crystal-based pets. The battle immediately drew the attention of many humans from the mother planet, who had seen the ultra-burn warriors in other broadcast perspectives, but only a few scattered ones and had not been involved in large conflicts with humans. This was the first time they saw so many Ultra Burn warriors. Seeing Mo Shang-Chi facing so many alone, their hearts were in suspense, knowing his mission would likely end in misfortune rather than luck. To know it's impossible and still go forth, Mo Shang-Chi is truly a mutator from Seacorn Base, truly one of my human strong ones. Damn it, let me in there. I want to fight alongside Mo Shang-Chi, kill all those Ultra Burn bastards. All sailing down the stream is easy, but he alone rides against the current. How sad, yet how grand. People gave the greatest respect and honor to Mo Shang-Chi, who wished to confront the ultra-burning core by himself. Humanity never lacked heroes, but heroes often shed blood and tears. Beasts clashed with beasts, swords crossed with axes. Mo Shang-Chi's pets were intercepted by the opponent's pets and fell into a difficult situation of being outnumbered. Despite this, Mo Shang-Chi did not hesitate. The 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur charged into the midst of the ultra-burning core. With a swing of his ice crystal-like longsword, a stroke of brilliance, an alloy Ultra Burn warrior hadn't even realized what happened when his throat was slit. Man passed, sword swung, blood yet unseen. Only after the 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur had charged several meters did blood spurt out from the warrior's throat like a gushing spring. Mo Shang-Chi's swordsmanship was as unpredictable as the clouds, ever-changing and traceless. In a one-on-one duel, his skill was enough to compete with any swordsmanship master. But in the midst of battle, there was no time for illusions as countless battle axes came slashing towards him. Mo Shang-Chi couldn't dodge in time, so he could only meet them with his sword, unable to use his sword's varied techniques. Swords and axes collided continuously, and the sound of their impacts was unceasing. The sword, always a light weapon, is at a disadvantage when pitted against heavy weapons. Surrounded by 4 crystal-base Ultra Burn warriors, Mo Shang-Chi's sword blade suffered notch after notch. The other Ultra Burn warriors, like a pack of wolves, split apart and chased after the fleeing logistics personnel, clearly intending to leave none alive. Seeing himself powerless to stop the Ultra Burning Core, a murderous intent flashed in Mo Shang-Chi's eyes. He suddenly leaped off the back of the 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur, merging with his sword to become a shadow that darted past an Ultra Burn warrior with a crystal base. As the sword passed, a head fell. Mo Shang-Chi plunged into the midst of more Ultra Burn warriors. Though his sword was sharp, it resembled the last rays of twilight. Though the twilight was brilliant, it was merely the final afterglow about to be swallowed by the crowd. The onlookers were as silent as death. Perhaps most of them were not heroes, nor could they become heroes, but that didn't mean they lacked the spirit of a hero in their hearts. But if miracles could happen so easily, they wouldn't be miracles. The wolf-like Ultra Burn warriors were about to catch up to the logistics personnel. The 6-hoofed Tyrannosaur roared in anger and impotence, its body already covered in wounds. The splash of blue among the Ultra Burn warriors seemed destined to become the last flicker of light before darkness fell. Suddenly, the thundering sound of hooves approached, a sound like thunderous drums, standing out even on the noisy battlefield. All eyes instinctively turned to the source of the hoofbeats, only to see a giant red bull, resembling a mammoth giant elephant, charging down the grass slope from the left. The size of the big red bull was much larger and more majestic than the large black bulls of the Ultraburn warriors, its body as crystal clear as jade, emanating a wild force capable of shattering mountains. On the back of the big red bull, a knight in a white robe and red garments, wearing a helm, wielding a revolver in one hand and a blood crystal double-edged giant axe in the other. His bag behind was strapped with many battle axes and helms, giving off an exceedingly strange vibe. Is that a human or a member of the Ultraburn tribe? What a bizarre fellow. It's over, this one looks even stronger. Isn't that an ally of the Ultraburn tribe? My Mo Shang-Chi, I've only known you today, you mustn't die. People were watching the odd Red Bull Knight. The Ultraburn warriors were watching him too. They knew well that he was not one of the Ultraburn tribe. No adult Ultraburn tribe member was less than 2 meters tall, and it was impossible for them to lack horns. They knew he wasn't one of their own. But seeing the mutated giant Red Bull beneath him, the red battle clothes and helm, as well as the blood crystal battle axe in his hand, they were all startled. They recognized that these were the belongings of a deputy legion commander of the Pioneer Corps, wondering how they had ended up in someone else's hands. Seeing the giant axes and helmets sticking out from his pack, they were even more shocked. Among those battle axes, there were several pure crystal base axes, weapons only qualified for the guard crystal base warriors to use, different from the inlaid crystal battle axes used by ordinary Ultraburn warriors. Could it be that this guy alone killed the deputy legion commander and his guards? A few crystal base level Ultraburn warriors couldn't help but think such thoughts. Before they could ponder further, the great Red Bull Knight had not yet reached them but had already begun firing. One by one, pet capsules transformed into crystal-base pets in the air, plunging into the battlefield. The addition of these 8 crystal-base pets suddenly lessened the pressure on Mo Shang-Chi, who was struggling to fend off the encircling enemies. Mo Shang-Chi swung his sword frantically, now jagged like a serrated blade from the chips and nicks, when out of the corner of his eye he saw a knee. Chapter 114, One Rider Chases 100. Riders Lin Shen wandered around, looking for mutated creatures and Ultraburn warriors he could hunt, when unexpectedly he came across Mo Shang-Chi and others being besieged by a team of Ultraburn warriors. Originally, Lin Shen glanced from afar and did not plan to meddle, wondering if he might encounter another ungrateful wretch like Zhen Yan. Having once been bitten by a snake, Lin Shen was wary of the rope for 10 years. What if, after saving someone, he attracted the pursuit of an ascender? He wasn't sure if he'd be lucky enough again to encounter a black-capped mushroom beast that could offer a way out. So, he just watched from a distance, hesitating, but then he was somewhat moved by the sight of Mo Shang-Chi single-handedly holding off the ultra-burning core. After a moment of indecision, Lin Shen still charged into the fray on his big red bull. Without using the angel revolver, he simply launched several crystal-based pets from the pet launcher that he had acquired from that Vice Legion commander. He rushed over holding the blood crystal double-edged giant axe, just for show, without any real intention of clashing with those crystal-based ultra-burn warriors. As he approached, he planned to hurl the blood crystal double-edged battle axe like a flying blade, then draw the other 2 pet launchers from his waist to catch them by surprise with a salvo. Lin Shen didn't want this, but he didn't know how to use such a battle axe. He might manage a jab or 2 with a long spear, but he truly didn't know how to wield an axe. He had a good plan, but before Lin Shen could find the opportunity to throw his axe, the Ultraburn warriors besieging Mo Shang-Chi suddenly turned tail and ran, each one riding a big black bull, fleeing faster than the next. Even the Ultraburn warriors who were chasing the logistics personnel turned their mounts around and fled desperately. This left Lin Shen utterly perplexed. Why were these Ultraburn warriors so much more cowardly than Augustman and the others? They ran away even before the fight had begun. Lin Shen really wanted to tell them not to run. Guys, I'm not that strong. I'm terrible with an axe, so stop messing around and come chop me instead. Now that they had all run away, whom was Lin Shen supposed to rob of battle clothes, helmets, and axes? He had seen very clearly just a moment ago that one of the crystal-based Ultraburn warriors had a pet launcher, and though it seemed to have a slow firing rate of just over 20, it could still be sold for money. What Lin Shen didn't realize was that the so-called Pioneer Corps was just a nice name. In reality, they were a cannon fodder corps meant to serve as a suicide squad. Apart from the leader, the vice leader, and some of their confidants, it was pretty much a ragtag group, including many criminals who were given a chance to redeem themselves by acting as fodder. These guys were quite fierce usually, but seeing Lin Shen's equipment, which was obviously looted from the vice leader along with so many battle axes and helmets, they could easily guess what had happened. The vice leader and his guards must have been taken out by this person, and with their paltry strength, how could they dare to stand against Lin Shen? They were scared off immediately. With one fleeing, soon they all followed suit, not giving Lin Shen a chance to execute his plan. Having finally encountered an Ultraburn warrior with a pet launcher, Lin Shen was unwilling to let him escape. He slapped his big red bull and charged at that crystal-based Ultraburn warrior. He could leave the battle clothes and helmets, but the pet launcher was a must-have. Mo Shang-Chi and the logistics personnel were also baffled. They had been prepared for an imminent disaster, ready to fight to the death. Who would have thought that the formidable ultra-burning core, which seemed more terrifying than tigers and wolves, would suddenly turn and run, none faster than the other? What's going on? Mo Shengqi and the others stared blankly as a great Red Bull knight wielding a blood crystal double-edged axe chased after hundreds of fleeing ultra-burn warriors. The numerous and strong ultra-burning core didn't even dare to turn back and lacked the courage to fight. TLNCN's great Red Bull was much faster than their mounts. Catching up with a slower one, he swiftly raised his axe and brought it down, chopping towards the head of the ultra-burn warrior. Their alloy battle axes were no match for Lin Shen's blood crystal battle axe, which instantly cut through the handle and split the warrior in half along with it. The ultra-burn warriors fleeing ahead panicked even more when they saw this, dispersing in all directions, each valuing their own life above all else. Fuck, who does that great Red Bull Knight serve? He's fierce. Strange, why don't I see his exclusive image on the system? Is he not human? He must be human. Aliens wouldn't help humans. I thought Lu Bu was invincible, but there's still a fierce fellow like the great Red Bull Knight. Look at the battle axes and helmets stuck in the bag behind him. How many high-level ultra-burn warriors has he killed? Great, Mo Shengqi is saved. One man chasing down a whole team of ultra-burn warriors, our great Red Bull Knight is awesome. What ultra-burn warriors? Trash. Not a single one dares to turn around and fight our great Red Bull Knight. Watching Lin Shen chase down 100 riders, everyone felt exhilarated, wishing they could join him on the battlefield and slaughter enemies across 1,000 miles. Many were puzzled as to why there was no exclusive image of him on the firmament projection system and suspected he was not human. Mo Shengqi recovered from the shock and wanted to call Lin Shen back, but only saw Lin Shen raise the pet launcher in his hand. The pets he had launched were already following the chase, soon disappearing behind the distant grassy slopes. Ah, no, wait, why are there no cameras? I still want to see the great Red Bull Knight slaughter the Minotaurs. Many were frustrated, but there was nothing they could do. Only those who were teleported through the Realm King cultivation device had an image. As Lin Shen moved further away from them, they naturally lost sight of him. Who is that person, to be so brave and fierce? Could it be Ouyang Yudu? Mo Shengqi watched the direction in which the great Red Bull Knight was disappearing, contemplating with a complex expression. The spectators knew that the great Red Bull Knight was not Ouyang Yudu, for at that moment Ouyang Yudu and his men were encountering a group of crystal-based creatures and were also embroiled in a tough battle. Lin Shen chased the Minotaur with the pet launcher, while the other Minotaurs quickly realized this and distanced themselves from that one, scattering and fleeing. The Minotaur, seeing Lin Shen gaining on him, was shocked and enraged, not understanding why Lin Shen was relentlessly pursuing him. Warrior, we have had no grudges in the past and no quarrels recently. Why are you chasing me? The Minotaur called out loudly while desperately urging his mount to go faster. Surrender your weapon and I'll spare your life. Just leave your stuff and I'll let you live, Lin Shen responded. I can leave my stuff behind, but how can you guarantee you won't kill me? There were also clever ones among the Minotaurs. Not all were fools like August Man. You talk too much. Lin Shen grew impatient. Seeing that there was no one around, he directly pulled out the Angel revolver and took a shot at the Minotaur without hesitation. The Minotaur was startled and hurriedly used his giant axe as a shield, but there was no sound of the pet hitting the blade of his axe. A mutated black-armored centipede traced a bizarre arc, bypassing the giant axe, striking the Minotaur's head. Countless claws clung to his head, biting down as they held on. Ah! The Minotaur screamed miserably and fell off the back of the big black bull. Chapter 115, Wild Mutation recognizes its master. It wasn't clear whether it was good luck or bad luck, but Ouyang Yudu and a few people were teleported to the mountain region. Not long after their journey began, they encountered a group of four-winged gray crystal dragons. With 2 pairs of dragon wings, the bodies of four-winged gray crystal dragons resembled gray quartz. They were over 10 meters in length and typically perched on cliffs and precipices. When they lay on the rocky walls, they looked just like a part of them, nearly indiscernible without close inspection. Recognizing it as a crystal-based creature, the group was quite pleased, thinking that it was a windfall to have such a catch right from the start. It felt like Mr. Tien was feeding them. But the next second, they saw more than a dozen four-winged gray crystal dragons taking flight from the mountain wall, hurtling toward them. What was more terrifying was that one of them, resembling a phantom green gemstone, was clearly a mutated creature. The group hurriedly activated their pets and engaged in a melee with the four-winged gray crystal dragons. However, Ouyang Yudu didn't bring out his pet. Instead, he watched the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon with great interest as a white armor, crystal-like and jade-like, gradually appeared on his body, covering him entirely. His carapace was quite unique, whereas most Mutator's armors are fairly simplistic. His resembled a complete suit of armor. Moreover, there were mysterious patterns on the armor, looking like clouds and mists. Unfortunately, Lin Shen couldn't see Bai Shenfei's armor, or else upon seeing Ouyang Yudu's armor, he would have realized how similar the two were, one with a masculine design and the other with a feminine one. The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon seemed to sense something too and fixed its gaze on Ouyang Yudu, emitting a dragon's roar and flapping its wings as it charged at him. Boom! The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon in its high-speed flight caused a sonic boom and rings of air explosions formed around its body. The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon, like a superjet in high-speed flight, dove towards Ouyang Yudu. Just before it hit the ground, the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon skimmed the surface, leaving behind after-images due to its speed. Just as it was about to crash into Ouyang Yudu, he lightly leaped up and, with seemingly effortless ease, landed squarely on the neck of the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon, his hands gripping each of the dragon horns on its head. The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon, in its rage, soared straight into the sky, twisting and turning in an attempt to shake off Ouyang Yudu from its neck. This breeze feels so good, little gray, go faster. Ouyang Yudu seemed to be enjoying himself, unfazed by the mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon's violent rolls and shakes, unable to throw him off. In the midst of flight, it even flew sideways, its back against the mountain wall, attempting to use the wall to knock Ouyang Yudu off. With a series of cracking sounds, a few 100 meters long deep scratch was etched on the mountain wall, but Ouyang Yudu still clung on. Boom, boom, boom! The mutated four-winged gray crystal dragon accelerated repeatedly, creating circles of air explosions in the sky, but it was still to no avail. The spectators were dumbstruck, with many from the ordinary bases having never seen such a spectacle, feeling it was insanely reckless. Ouyang Yudu in the sky, however, laughed unrestrainedly, even letting go of his hands and sitting upright while the mutated gray crystal dragon rushed upwards at high speed, as if enjoying the massive wind pressure head-on, relying solely on the strength of his legs wrapped around the dragon's neck. Splash! Unable to shake him off, the mutated gray crystal dragon suddenly plummeted like an arrow, diving from a kilometer high into a lake, creating waves over 10 meters high. That's way too crazy. Isn't Ouyang Yudu going to get himself killed doing this? He probably won't. He is Ouyang Yudu after all. So what if he is Ouyang Yudu? He's still human. He can die too. This kind of death-seeking isn't good. Just as people were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of water splashing, and the mutated gray crystal dragon emerged from the lake onto the shore. Ouyang Yudu was still astride its neck, both man and dragon completely drenched, with water streaming everywhere. The mutated gray crystal dragon's head bowed, and Ouyang Yudu's body slid down, lying straight on the ground, motionless as he gazed at the sky. What did I say? You played yourself, didn't you? If you don't act rashly, you won't die. Can't you just behave properly? The Ouyang family must be devastated. The successor they painstakingly raised has just died like this. People watched as the mutated gray crystal dragon opened its gaping maw, extending it towards the motionless Ouyang Yudu on the ground, thinking it was about to swallow him whole. The very next second, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The mutated gray crystal dragon didn't bite Ouyang Yudu. Instead, it spat out a small gray-green key from its mouth. What did I just see? A wild crystal-based creature acknowledging its master. Can humans even do that? I told you so. Ouyang Yudu is Ouyang Yudu, not someone ordinary people can fathom. Damn, wild crystal-based creature recognition. What are the odds? And it's a mutated crystal base, too. Thank the firmament projection system for expanding my horizons. Is that even possible? Under countless envious, jealous, or admiring gazes, Ouyang Yudu reached out and caught the key, but he didn't put it away. He sat up and hugged the head of the mutated gray crystal dragon, his fingers stroking the gray-green scales on its cheek. The mutated gray crystal dragon was extremely docile, showing not a hint of resistance. After releasing the mutated gray crystal dragon, Ouyang Yudu did something that no one expected. He threw the pet key back to the mutated gray crystal dragon. The mutated gray crystal dragon caught the key in its mouth and again bowed its head before Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu mounted the dragon, and with a roar, the mutated gray crystal dragon beat its four wings wildly, soaring into the sky with Ouyang Yudu, heading straight for the clouds. From now on, you are my little gray, Ouyang Yudu said as his armor receded, revealing his true appearance. He spread his arms wide, reveling in the rush of the wind against his body. The dragon's roar filled the sky, and the four-winged gray crystal dragons that had been engaged in battles with other mutators all stopped, each craning their necks upward, looking at the mutated gray crystal dragon and Ouyang Yudu in the sky. This time, Ouyang Yudu became a sensation across the entire world, recognized by all as the favored son of God's love base. Young man, being too showy isn't a good thing. You say that as though you'd like to show off, but you'd need the ability to do so. Before the firmament projection system existed, I thought our superbase's alloy mutators were already super strong. Now I see, compared to him, alloy means nothing. Ouyang Yudu, when I grow up, I'll marry you. Just make sure you keep your first time for me. What do you think? Who is stronger, the Great Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yudu? I think Ouyang Yudu is slightly stronger. A wild mutated crystal base acknowledging a master. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I still think the Great Red Bull Knight is stronger. That's the tough one that makes the entire Ultra Burning Core flee on sight, right? For a while, all the super bases were talking about this topic, debating who was stronger, the Great Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yudu. Those in support of Ouyang Yudu were evidently greater in number, for the Great Red Bull Knight had not truly shown his strength, and to this day, nobody knew whether he was even human. Not just the Great Red Bull Knight and Ouyang Yudu, more and more young elites on Realm King Planet were demonstrating astonishing talent and combat abilities. In fact, the humans sent over from the Realm King cultivation device were all from superbases, including key successors carefully groomed by major families. It could be said they were the most elite youth out of all humanity at that time. Chapter 116, Mutant Iron Rooster. Lin Shen didn't know that others were comparing him to Ouyang Yudu, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared, especially not at this time. You little bastard, don't let me catch you or you'll be in big trouble. Lin Shen viciously slammed the water bag onto the ground. After he killed the Ultra Burn warrior and sheared the wool, Lin Shen continued to search for base variant creatures and other minotaurs. Not far from where he had slain the Ultra Burn warrior, at the base of a grassy knoll, Lin Shen discovered a multicolored iron rooster. Ordinary iron roosters were the color of raw iron, but the plumage of this one was multicolored and exceptionally vivid. Having killed so many mutant poisonous insects in the vicinity of the knoll, it was the first time Lin Shen had seen a mutant iron rooster. Assuming that this small steel-level mutation would be felled with a single shot, Lin Shen didn't pay it much mind and fired from a distance atop the knoll. Unexpectedly, the mutant iron rooster plunged to the ground and vanished. Only when Lin Shen ran over did he see that where the mutant iron rooster had collapsed, there was a football-sized grass hole. Parting the grass beside the hole to take a look inside, he had thought the body of the mutant iron rooster had fallen in there, but there was nothing to be found. The hole wasn't deep, yet it turned a corner, and it was unclear where it led. Did that shot just now miss? Lin Shen wondered. Although he used a pet launcher with a speed of over 20, it wasn't something that steel creatures could dodge, right? Just as he was about to send a pet into the hole to search, he heard a clucking sound from behind. Turning around, he saw the mutant iron rooster stretching its neck out of another grass hole on the other side of the knoll, still calling out to Lin Shen's side as if taunting him. You had your chance at heaven and didn't take it. Now hell comes knocking and you invite it in. Lin Shen quickly drew his gun to shoot, certain this time it would be a hit. However, as soon as he fired, the iron rooster quickly pulled back and the pet slammed into the knoll, sending grass flying, but it missed the iron rooster. Lin Shen ran over to inspect, and this hole, like the previous one, had a bend in it too. Before Lin Shen could scrutinize it closely, the crowing came from another direction. The iron rooster had extended its neck from a hole yet elsewhere. It was infuriating for Lin Shen, as the provocation was blatant. Lin Shen kept a calm facade, pretending not to look in the direction of the mutant iron rooster while quietly withdrawing his angel revolver, thinking, I want to see if your neck retracts faster or if my bullets are quicker. Pretending to walk in a different direction, he suddenly turned and fired. The mutant black-armored centipede shot out like lightning. You're not surviving this time, Lin Shen thought to himself, only to gasp in shock as his shot missed again, and the mutant iron rooster retracted once more. Impossible, right? Can a steel creature dodge a shot from the angel revolver? Lin Shen was taken aback as the mutant iron rooster appeared at another hole. For the next nearly half an hour, Lin Shen was like a player in a game of whack-a-mole, constantly shooting at the elusively taunting mutant iron rooster. To his amazement, he didn't hit it even once. The mutant iron rooster didn't run off. It stood its ground against him, pushing Lin Shen to the brink of losing his composure. So you want to play games with me? Fine, I'll accommodate you. Clenching his teeth, Lin Shen brought out 3 mutant black-armored centipedes and had each burrow into a different hole. With the speed of the mutated black-armored centipedes, as long as they encountered the mutated iron rooster in the cave, they would definitely catch up with it and take its chicken life. Who would have thought that after 3 mutated black-armored centipedes burrowed in, there was no reaction for quite a while? Instead, the mutated iron rooster emerged from another hole, stretching its neck and clucking at Lin Shen as if mocking him. Has this chicken really become a spirit? Lin Shen felt frustrated in his heart. He still held out hope that the mutated black-armored centipedes would catch it in the cave. However, he was greatly disappointed and didn't know if the centipedes lacked intelligence or if the situation inside the cave was too complicated. In any case, after waiting for a long time, they still couldn't reach the hole where the mutated iron rooster was. Lin Shen guessed that there must be many branches inside the cave and that the 3 mutated black-armored centipedes, not knowing the way, might have gotten lost inside. After thinking, Lin Shen simply summoned all his pets, blocking each cave entrance with one, determined to catch the mutated iron rooster. Lin Shen kept shooting, forcing the mutated iron rooster to switch to different holes. There were actually more than 20 holes on this grassy slope. Fortunately, Lin Shen had enough pets to guard all the entrances. I'd like to see where you'll run this time, said Lin Shen when he saw that the mutated iron rooster hadn't appeared after a while. He knew that all the holes must be guarded by now, and it was only a matter of time before the 3 mutated black-armored centipedes would catch the mutated iron rooster. Play with me, and I've never lost a game in my life. In the whack-a-mole game, bro gets full score every time, Lin Shen shamelessly boasted to himself. After boasting for a bit, Lin Shen felt somewhat bored. No matter what he said, he was still being played by the mutated iron rooster, and could only resort to cheating to kill it. As he was feeling downcast, he suddenly saw the mutated iron rooster burst out of a hole not far away, flapping its wings desperately to rush forward. Soon, a mutated black armored centipede also emerged from the same hole. The speed of the mutated iron rooster wasn't that fast. The reason it had avoided being shot by the Angel revolver before was mainly because it only stuck out its head and retracted it when Lin Shen fired. In terms of pure speed, this mutated iron rooster was indeed much faster than the average steel-level creature, almost comparable to a base mutant alloy in speed. Seeing that the mutated iron rooster had burst out not far from him, Lin Shen quickly rode his big Red Bull over, wanting to catch the mutated iron rooster alive to see what special characteristics it had. The mutated iron rooster landed in a spot below the grassy slope, flapping its wings. The pursuing mutated black armored centipede had also caught up, but Lin Shen didn't let the centipede bite it. Instead, he rode the big Red Bull and chased after it. Thump! Just as he was about to catch up, with the mutated iron rooster right in front of him, Lin Shen suddenly felt his body plummeting down. There was a big hole here, covered tightly with interwoven grass leaves, invisible from the outside. The big Red Bull had galloped straight into it, falling down. Damn, there's a trap! Lin Shen was startled. He didn't have time to think much and stepped on the back of the big Red Bull to leap up, landing outside the pit. Both the big Red Bull and the mutated iron rooster had fallen down, and Lin Shen quickly lay on the edge of the hole to look down. He could see that the hole was very deep and pitch dark, unable to see anything, but he heard a splash, indicating there was water. Luckily, Lin Shen came well prepared. He quickly took out a strong flashlight from his backpack and shone it down the hole. Chapter 117. The 3 Treasure Chests. The bright light shone down, and immediately it was clear that the big Red Bull was below, but the mutated metal rooster was nowhere to be seen. The hole seemed to be over 10 meters deep. Besides the top layer of grassy slope and soil, the rest was black rock gleaming with a metallic luster. The big Red Bull was standing in the water, which hardly covered its calves and wasn't very deep. The light from the flashlight shone on the surface of the water and went straight to the bottom. The water here was clear, and you could see right through it. But that was not the main issue. The issue was that Lin Shen unexpectedly saw bricks that looked like gold in the water. Yes, bricks. The bottom was paved with golden bricks, almost the same size as regular red bricks, with vague and strange patterns visible upon them. How could there be man-made objects here? Could it be that there truly are natives on Realm King Planet? Lin Shen had been here several times and had been to some places, but he hadn't seen any alien creatures resembling humans other than base variant creatures. Although some base variant creatures are very intelligent, even smarter than humans, very few of them would make anything. On the other hand, humanoid life forms, such as the Celestials and the Ultraburn tribe, all possess their own technology and manufacturing. With no danger discovered by the big Red Bull below, Lin Shen had the mutated black armored centipede go down to check as well, and it also did not find anything dangerous. Could it be that the story Tian Xin told about the ancient Realm King and the 3 treasure chests is true? Could this be the place where the ancient Realm King was buried? Although Lin Shen felt it was unlikely to be such a coincidence, he was still curious. Since there was no danger below, Lin Shen took protective measures and carefully descended into the hole. Below was an arched canal, clearly man-made, built entirely of the golden bricks, spacious, almost as big as a subway tunnel. The water was not deep, but was flowing, streaming from one end of the tunnel to the other, and 100 meters ahead, the current turned a corner. The Realm King cultivation device wouldn't transport someone to this planet without reason, and this device's name seems to match up with the ancient Realm King. Could there really be something here? Lin Shen shone his flashlight continually around him. Where he had fallen was an opening in the arched canal. A large hole had collapsed for some reason, and many gold bricks had fallen into the water. Lin Shen picked up a gold brick to test it. It was not really gold, but had a similar color and texture. However, this material was much harder than gold. It was probably some kind of alloy. To use so much alloy material for such a big project is no small feat. Lin Shen grew more curious and decided to see what was inside. Of course, he would not venture in alone. He summoned the white jade tiger and had it lead the way. They hadn't gone far upstream when they reached the end, where there was just a sluice gate. Beyond the gate was an underground current, and there was nothing else. Lin Shen had no choice but to turn back and walk downstream, following the canal around a few bends, when the scene suddenly opened up before him. What is that? Lin Shen was utterly astonished by what he saw before him. The end of the canal led to a massive underground cavern. The canal mouth was situated mid-height on the cavern wall, the water from the canal pouring down like a small waterfall into the cavern inside. Similar canals lined the underground space's walls, all flowing with water. The entire roof of the underground cavern shimmered like a starry sky, with glowing crystals scattered throughout that illuminated the whole space. To the left of the canal stood a towering stone statue, black as ink yet covered with countless glimmers of fluorescence, resembling the glow of quartz illuminated by light. The statue's design was strange, a person half crouching with both hands and back supporting a starry dome. The pose seemed to be exerting force, trying to lift the starry vault, captured in the moment before success. The floor beneath was flooded, but the water didn't appear to be deep. The current flowed from one side of the underground cavity towards a deeper cave. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw at the statue's feet a stone pedestal holding 3 chests that gleamed like gold. My heavens, could it be that fortune has come my way, and I've accidentally stumbled upon the ancient realm king's 3 treasure chests that even Tianxin has desperately sought? Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. But surely my luck can't be that good? Lin Shen dared not be too optimistic, so he sent the mutated black-armored centipede down first to check for any possible dangers. After circling the underground cavity, the mutated black-armored centipede found no other creatures or traps, nor any base variant creatures in the water. Lin Shen then gave another command, instructing it to fly to the stone pedestal. The mutated black-armored centipede landed on the pedestal and slowly crawled toward one of the golden treasure chests, soon making contact with it. No abnormalities occurred, and Lin Shen felt a surge of joy, hurrying to order the mutated black-armored centipede to lift the treasure chest. The chest wasn't very large, just a bit bigger than a shoebox. The centipede wrapped its body around the chest and beat its wings, trying to lift it. However, no matter how hard it tried, the golden treasure chest wouldn't budge, leaving one to wonder if it was simply too heavy or because of some special design. Not wanting to take the risk himself, Lin Shen ordered the mutated black-armored centipede to try biting the lock on the chest to see if it could be opened and reveal what was inside. The result was somewhat surprising. The mutated black-armored centipede, already a top pet at the crystal base level, couldn't leave a single mark on the chest. This made Lin Shen more convinced that perhaps these were genuinely the ancient realm king's treasure chests. Ordinary material would definitely not be so hard. Lin Shen had the mutated black-armored centipede try the other 2 chests with the same result. Neither could be pulled nor chewed open. Lin Shen pulled 2 keys, akin to gold crystal, from his pocket and examined the locks on the chests closely. Looking at the size, it really does seem like the keys to open these chests, Lin Shen thought to himself. One key was snatched from Tianxin, and the other was found on Ye's person. As for the theory that these keys were indeed for the ancient realm king's treasure chests, Lin Shen was rather skeptical. Let's give it a try. What if they are? Of course, Lin Shen wouldn't try it himself. He called the mutated black-armored centipede back and had it grab one key with its claws before flying towards the pedestal again. The mutated black-armored centipede landed on the pedestal and, following Lin Shen's instructions, inserted the key into the leftmost treasure chest's lock. After several attempts, the key wouldn't go in. I knew it. How could I be that lucky? Lin Shen reluctantly instructed the mutated black-armored centipede to try another chest. This time, surprisingly, the key slid in effortlessly, and with a click, the lock on the chest clicked open and the lid of the chest popped open slightly. Open the chest. With renewed excitement, Lin Shen once again commanded the mutated black-armored centipede. Chapter 118, Opening the Blind Box. The mutated black-armored centipede's tail coiled, and the lid of the treasure chest was immediately flung open, far more easily than Lin Shen had imagined. There was no intricate mechanism. Inside the chest lay a white egg and a crystal tablet. A beam of light shot out from the crystal tablet, projecting several lines of text in mid-air. O Destined One, please patiently read the following content. If you're willing to make the whole world your enemy, then take the items within this chest. Otherwise, please relock the chest and pass the key on to wait for the next person of destiny. What does that mean? I just take an egg, and you want me to be the enemy of the whole world? Quit your nonsensical talk. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe such nonsense, so he let the mutated black-armored centipede directly take the egg out of the chest. After removing the egg from the chest, the crystal tablet projected a few more lines of text. I'm satisfied with your bravery and determination, but having just those qualities is not enough. Since you've decided to make an enemy of the entire world, then accept this evolution skill. It will be your greatest asset in opposing the entire world. I hope you manage to live on successfully. After this passage had displayed for a while, new text was projected from the crystal tablet. The first things to appear were 7 large characters. The Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir, followed by the main content. What kind of name is that for an evolution skill? Are you serious? With such an evolution skill, I can be an enemy of the whole world? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that the person who left this treasure chest must be joking around. Originally, he had suspected that the chest might have been left by the ancient realm king and was hopeful about the treasures inside. If it really were the most valued possession of the ancient realm king, then he would have truly struck it rich. But who could have known that inside was just an egg, and for the moment it was impossible to tell what level of base mutation egg it was. However, these words gave him the impression that they weren't left by the ancient realm king. After all, the ancient realm king was once the sovereign of the universe. How could his most valued possession be merely a base mutation egg? And then there was the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Just hearing the name didn't seem serious, not something that a sovereign of the universe would leave behind as an evolution skill. No matter what Lin Shen thought, the crystal tablet began to project the contents of the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Lin Shen thought for a moment and hurriedly took out paper and a pen from his backpack to jot down the contents projected by the crystal tablet first. What if the ancient realm king was illiterate and bad at naming, and while the name wasn't appealing, the evolution skill itself was truly valuable? The contents of the greed for life and fear of death elixir were quite long. Without paper and pen, he really couldn't have memorized it all in a short amount of time. After writing down all the content, when Lin Shen looked at the greed for life and fear of death elixir again, he saw that new characters had appeared at the end. If you've already written down the greed for life and fear of death elixir, it proves your aptitude is passable. If you haven't memorized it yet, then there's no need to try anymore. With your aptitude, even practicing it would be in vain. Better to put the things down and leave now, perhaps you'll be able to live a longer life. When these lines appeared, the content of the greed for life and fear of death elixir had already vanished. Lin Shen thought to himself, is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know about something called paper and pen? Even without paper and pen, could people with equipment not take pictures or record videos? What good is your gimmick? After waiting a while, as if sensing that the egg had not been placed back, the crystal tablet projected new text. Since you've made your decision, then off you go. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. Child, I wish you good luck. When this text ended, the beam of light on the crystal tablet retracted and disappeared, returning to its original state. What is this all about? Are you playing with me? Lin Shen reconsidered. This person is quite amusing. Since that is the case, I shouldn't be any worse. Lin Shen thought for a moment and rummaged through his backpack, taking out an ordinary steel poison bee egg he had picked up earlier and letting the mutated black armored centipede place it inside. If anyone else comes later, they shouldn't leave empty-handed, he said. The mutated black armored centipede pressed down hard on the lid, and the treasure chest locked itself again. There's one more key. It should correspond to the last treasure chest, right? Lin Shen retrieved the previous key and took out another, handing it to the mutated black armored centipede to open the last chest. This key was the one from Ye, and Lin Shen wasn't sure it would open the chest. To his surprise, the key easily unlocked the last treasure chest. Like the middle chest, there was also a white egg inside and a crystal slab that projected text. To whom it may concern, please patiently read the following content. If you choose to be an enemy of the entire world, please take what's inside the chest. Otherwise, please lock the chest again and pass the key on to await the arrival of the next person of destiny. Indeed, after taking the egg, the crystal slab projected the same text, saying there was an evolution skill that would be his capital for confronting the entire world. Still the same old routine. Lin Shen initially thought it would be the greed for life and fear of death elixir, but the projection was different than before. Instead of directly revealing the name of the evolution skill, it first showed several lines of verse. Originally a mortal passing by with no intention to tread the nightly skies, heaven won't wait for me. At leisure I step into the celestial court. Only after those lines faded did it project the name of the evolution skill, stepping on the immortal court. This is rather bold, more daring than the previous, the greed for life and fear of death elixir. However, it still seems to have hints of pettiness, Lin Shen criticized inwardly. He took out paper and pen, intending to record the contents of stepping on the immortal court. Unexpectedly, the following projection was not of text, but of humanoid drawings. Good thing I studied all sorts of things like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting when I was young. Although I'm not proficient, I still have some skill. Otherwise, this would have really stumped me, Lin Shen remarked as he looked at the projected drawings and promptly started to sketch. Lin Shen was not just being modest, he truly wasn't very proficient. The projections were lifelike, and although they were merely silhouettes without facial details, they conveyed the spirit well. What Lin Shen ended up drawing was a stick figure. Fortunately, while his drawing wasn't great, he managed to capture the movements of the shadows. The shadows changed continuously, and many drawings were projected, each showing different poses of the humanoid shadows. Lin Shen also drew stick figures for each one, not knowing how much time had passed, until finally there were no more projections. The usual persuasion followed, but Lin Shen ignored the advice, and the crystal slab returned to its original appearance. Lin Shen looked at the stick figures he had drawn, totaling over 100, each with a different pose. Good thing I'm clever, Lin Shen rejoiced over his drawings. As expected, Lin Shen took another ordinary base mutation egg and placed it inside the chest, then locked it up again and took back the key. I'll find an opportunity to pass these 2 keys on in the future. Lin Shen thought of the possibility that someone might come here with the keys again someday, allowing them to gain something. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a sound that seemed like someone's voice coming from deeper underground. Chapter 119, The World's Most Handsome Man. Lin Shen hastily stashed away the mutated black armored centipede and shrank back a little herself, hiding in the waterway and quietly surveying the situation below. Before long, Lin Shen saw a mosaic figure burst out from the deepest part of the cave. That must be Bai Shenfei, right? What is she doing here? Lin Shen could only make out that it was a woman's mosaic figure, unable to see clearly what she actually looked like. Other than Bai Shenfei, he hadn't seen a second person covered in mosaics. As he was wondering about this, he saw several figures emerge one after another from the depth of the cave. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen was shocked. The figures all had crystal gold bodies, each with 3 sets of arms and 3 faces that looked like those of evil ghosts. Each of their 6 hands held different crystal gold weapons such as knives, swords, circles, seals, shields, and rings. Just by their speed alone, they were not inferior to the mutated black-armored centipede and were very likely mutated crystal-based creatures. In just a short time, more than a dozen monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms came rushing out, fiercely pursuing Bai Shenfei without relenting. For a moment, Bai Shenfei didn't notice the waterway above and thought she had reached a dead end, so she was forced to stop and was surrounded by the 3-headed and 6-armed monsters. A brutal fight immediately unfolded. Previously, when Bai Shenfei and the Giant King had fought, Lin Shen still thought that Bai Shenfei was nothing special, and with more training, even without using those cheat-like fire seed abilities, he could give her a run for her money. But now, seeing Bai Shenfei facing more than 10 by herself, those 3-headed and 6-armed monsters, for a time, couldn't do anything to her, which made him a bit surprised. Talent theory really is extraordinarily strong. Lin Shen watched the battle from his hiding place, not daring to show his head, for fear the monsters might discover him. Just as he was contemplating whether to quietly escape through the waterway, he heard screams from below. One of the 3-headed and 6-armed monsters was instantly slapped 3 times by Bai Shenfei, who shattered all 3 of its heads. All of a sudden, Bai Shenfei seemed to be injected with adrenaline. Not only did her speed become extremely fast, but she also moved unpredictably like a phantom. The monsters, which were just evenly matched with her, now seemed like lambs to the slaughter, and Bai Shenfei killed several of them in a moment. Lin Shen knew Bai Shenfei must have used some special ability, otherwise her combat power wouldn't have increased to such a terrifying degree. It was just a shame she was covered in mosaics, so Lin Shen couldn't make out any changes to her. The life force of the 3-headed and 6-armed monsters was extremely strong. They wouldn't die after having their arms slashed or bodies pierced, and they could also regenerate severed limbs and heal their wounds. The only way to kill them was to continuously shatter 3 heads in a short period, which would truly end their lives. Bai Shenfei was like a goddess consort of war, and in a short time she had killed 9 of the monsters. However, her own condition didn't seem too good, as Lin Shen noticed that her speed and strength were clearly starting to diminish. The monsters, having lost so many companions, still rushed up fearlessly. Bai Shenfei, now desperate, killed 3 more in quick succession. Her situation was growing more and more dire, and the few remaining monsters kept charging at her, seemingly completely unaware of fear. Bai Shenfei vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, and in the next second, her speed and strength burst forth again. Her high-speed movement created multiple after-images. Almost simultaneously, the remaining monsters' heads were all blown apart by her. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered, and Bai Shenfei, standing in the water, spat out several more mouthfuls of blood before finally collapsing and sitting down in the water. Pass out, just pass out, Lin Shen secretly prayed in his heart. If Bai Shenfei passed out here, wouldn't he have the chance to sleep beside her? Unfortunately, fate did not comply with his wishes. Bai Shenfei didn't faint, but instead staggered to her feet and, sloshing through the water, made her unsteady way toward the stone platform. Did she come for the stone platform? Did she stumble in here by accident? Or did she know about this place all along? Lin Shen pondered quietly to himself. The situation of Bai Shenfei looked quite bad, barely managing to climb onto the stone platform over 3 meters high. She struggled to jump onto it and almost didn't keep her balance, nearly falling off. Lin Shen watched Bai Shenfei walk to the front of the chest and take out a gold crystal key, inserting it into one of the chests. That chest had been opened by Lin Shen before. Bai Shenfei tried it out, but the key wouldn't go in, so she tried another. Her luck wasn't very good. By the time she reached the 3rd chest, the key finally went in. Lin Shen craned his neck, wanting to see if the chest he hadn't opened also contained an egg and a crystal panel. When Lin Shen got a clear view, however, he was surprised to find that the chest had neither an egg nor a crystal panel inside. It seemed to contain a piece of paper. Bai Shenfei seemed just as surprised, freezing in front of the chest for a while before reaching in to take out the paper. The distance was too great, and Lin Shen couldn't see what was written on the piece of paper. After Bai Shenfei stared at it for a while, she stood there in a daze. Just as Lin Shen was curious about what could possibly be written on the paper that had stunned Bai Shenfei to such a degree, he suddenly saw her spew out a large mouthful of blood mist, and she collapsed onto the stone platform. What's going on here? Lin Shen saw Bai Shenfei lying motionless on the stone platform and was somewhat afraid she had died on the spot. He couldn't be sure if there would be mosaic covering the body of a dead person. Even if there was, Lin Shen didn't want to spend the night with a corpse. With a thought, Lin Shen leaped out, using the techniques of Stairway to Heaven to reach the stone platform. Bai Shenfei was utterly unresponsive, and it was unclear whether she was dead or had just fainted. Lin Shen hurriedly checked her breath and pulse. Fortunately, both were still there. She wasn't dead, only unconscious. However, her condition didn't look good. Her breath and pulse were both very weak. What on earth was written that got her so upset? Lin Shen picked up the fallen paper. Glancing at the words on the paper, Lin Shen nearly laughed out loud. Scribbled crookedly on the paper was a line of text. Lin Shen's handwriting was already quite ugly, but this person's was even worse, yet the content was written with great confidence. The world's most handsome man was here. Lin Shen muttered to himself. No wonder Bai Shenfei was angered into vomiting blood. After a narrow escape with death just to reach this place, she opened the chest full of hope, only to look at something like this. It's no wonder she nearly died of fury. Lin Shen felt relieved that his 2 keys didn't correspond to this chest. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated as well. He put the note back into the chest and locked it again. Who asked you to be so unlucky? Lin Shen looked at the still unconscious Bai Shenfei and then at his watch, noting there were still more than 20 hours left. There should be enough time. Lin Shen thought for a moment, picked up Bai Shenfei, and then used the stairway to heaven to return to the waterway. There's no doubt Bai Shenfei didn't come in from the waterway side. There was another entrance, which would certainly be very dangerous. Lin Shen had no intention of going that way. Placing Bai Shenfei on the back of the big red bull, Lin Shen also mounted it, instructing the bull to return the way they came, back to the opening of the waterway, hesitating to go out. Every so often in the waterway, there were platforms. Lin Shen placed Bai Shenfei on one of the platforms and then released the mutated black-armored centipede and the other pets to keep watch. He took out a healing potion, forcibly pried open Bai Shenfei's mouth and poured it down. Bai Shenfei, oh Bai Shenfei, I've saved your life, so surely sharing a sleep isn't too much to ask? Lin Shen lied down beside Bai Shenfei. Chapter 20 Think. The egg cracked thinking about it. He felt this was not very proper. If someone were to fall into the grass cave and see, he, Lin Shen, wouldn't be able to clear his name, and it would not be good for Bai Shenfei's reputation either. However, he hadn't brought a tent or anything similar, as he wasn't out to camp who would bring such things. Lin Shen had no choice but to take off his white robe and cover Bai Shenfei with it, including her face, so that if anyone did see, they wouldn't know who the person sleeping beside him was. Opportunity knocks but once, and to obtain the fire seed from Bai Shenfei, Lin Shen couldn't afford to care about much else and lay down beside her. Thinking it over, this still didn't seem appropriate. With his red, tight-fitting clothes and helmet lying next to a woman, if Bai Shenfei woke up first, it wouldn't be good if she mistook him for a pervert. Lin Shen hurriedly took off his battle clothes and helmet, changing back into his own clothing, and placed the rest of his belongings in the pack on Big Red Bull. He also let death powder burrow into his clothes and wrap around his body before lying down again next to Bai Shenfei. This way, even if Bai Shenfei wakes up first and sees it's me, she probably won't make a fuss. Lin Shen wanted to fall asleep quickly, but no matter what, he couldn't drift off. It wasn't that he had any designs on Bai Shenfei. In fact, he couldn't even see what Bai Shenfei looked like. Men are visual creatures, and without any sight of her, there were truly no such thoughts. The issue was that he wasn't sleepy at all, not the slightest bit drowsy. Out of options, Lin Shen took out 2 eggs that he had obtained from a treasure chest and started fidgeting with them in his hands. These 2 eggs were very peculiar, about the size of an ostrich egg, and the shell was neither metallic nor crystalline, similar to a chicken egg shell. Both eggs bore a red mark, but what was different was that each egg had its own unique red mark, seemingly stained with fresh blood. The 2 marks were dissimilar. One looked like a heart while the other was simply a red dot. Beyond that, Lin Shen couldn't see what was so special about the 2 eggs. Could these really be the treasures left by the ancient realm king? Lin Shen couldn't be certain, but to say that these 2 eggs were the most cherished objects of the ancient realm king, he still found that hard to believe. What was in the last treasure chest and who took it were also doubts in Lin Shen's mind. Someone had arrived earlier than him and Bai Shenfei. If the other person hadn't lacked a key, they surely wouldn't have left the contents of the other 2 treasure chests intact. Who could it be? Tianxin? With his vain personality, it is indeed possible that he left behind that kind of note. Lin Shen thought for a while, started to feel sleepy, put away the 2 eggs, turned his head to look at Bai Shenfei, and saw that her breathing had evened out. She seemed better, but still unconscious. Lin Shen closed his eyes, tried to relax, and before he knew it, he really fell asleep. No one knew how much time had passed when Bai Shenfei slowly opened her eyes to a field of white. Realizing something, Bai Shenfei gently pulled away the white robe covering her, and with a stern look assessed the situation around her. Turning her head, she saw Lin Shen lying beside her, and Bai Shenfei's gaze suddenly became intense. A man and a woman lying together in a cave with a white robe covering her. A robe that was obviously Lin Shen's clothing. Many images flashed through Bai Shenfei's mind, her eyes reddening as she stared fixedly at the still sleeping Lin Shen. Lin Shen was a normal person, and so his thoughts were those of a normal person. Bai Shenfei's clothes and shoes were still neat, and a normal person would figure nothing untoward had happened. Moreover, had anything happened, a woman would generally be able to tell. However, Bai Shenfei couldn't be considered completely normal. She was devoted to her cultivation, had been involved with talent theory research since childhood, and her lifelong wish was to master talent theory. She had almost no experience with matters of men and women, and hadn't given it much thought, at most contemplating finding a dual cultivation partner in the future. But no one had ever taught her the specifics of intimacy between men and women. Bai Shenfei was terrifyingly naive in this aspect. Even though she had occasionally heard a few things, her understanding was superficial at best. One could only blame the education of the era for being so imperfect, lacking even the most basic sex education. Bai Shenfei's understanding of physiology was only slightly better than those women who thought kissing could lead to childbirth, knowing that some indescribable actions were necessary, but that was about it. In Bai Shenfei's eyes, Lin Shen sleeping with her must have taken advantage of her vulnerability, doing something to her. Without any experience, she had no clue what it actually felt like afterward. In reality, it wasn't entirely Bai Shenfei's fault, as the strength she had unleashed while fiercely killing those multi-armed monsters had torn her inner garments apart. Only her wide outer robe and shoes remained intact. It's no wonder she was overthinking. Lin Shen, of course, hadn't paid any attention to what had happened underneath her clothes, nor did he anticipate such a situation, believing he was fully prepared and that Bai Shenfei wouldn't possibly misunderstand him. Bai Shenfei stared at the sleeping Lin Shen, clenching her teeth, slowly raised her hand, but it never came down. Her gaze shifted uncertainly, her expression extremely complicated. After a while, Bai Shenfei, seemingly having thought of something, put down her hand, glared furiously at Lin Shen, and turned to leave somewhat unsteadily. By then, Lin Shen had been awakened, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was pondering how to explain the situation to Bai Shenfei when he heard her footsteps as she left. This is probably for the best. Lin Shen felt it was not bad this way, saving the trouble of explanation. Moreover, he truly didn't know what to say. Although he hadn't done anything, it was indeed difficult to explain why he had slept beside her. Since Bai Shenfei didn't seem to mind, that was more than good enough. Little did he know that Bai Shenfei didn't just not mind, she had grossly misunderstood the situation. Strange. Why haven't I received any new fireseed information? After being awakened, Lin Shen had been preoccupied with how to explain things to Bai Shenfei, only now realizing that he didn't seem to have obtained any new fireseed. Hurriedly, he opened his eyes and got up. Looking in the direction Bai Shenfei had left, he saw that under the sunlight entering through the cave entrance, her mosaic was still present on her body. Could it be that I needed to hold her while sleeping? Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. It was such a rare opportunity to transfer the fire seed, and now it seemed difficult to find another occasion like this. Do I really need to hold her for it to work? With those base mutation eggs in the past, I just kept them close by, without holding them the whole time. Lin Shen couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. As he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a cracking sound from inside his backpack. Lin Shen was slightly startled but quickly realized what it was and hurriedly took his backpack, unzipping it to look inside. Just as he suspected, both eggs had cracks on them, likely signaling that the base variant creatures inside were about to emerge. Lin Shen had been wondering how to hatch them, but it seemed they were coming out on their own. I wonder what they'll turn out to be. Lin Shen was still somewhat expectant about the base variant creatures inside. He took the 2 eggs out of the backpack and placed them on the ground, watching as more and more cracks appeared on them. Finally, one of the eggs split in half, and a tiny figure rolled out from inside. Then, the other egg also split in half in the same way, and another tiny figure rolled out. When Lin Shen got a clear look at the 2 little beings, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Chapter 21, Girl in White Gauze. What is this, Thumbelina? Lin Shen looked at the objects that had rolled out from the 2 eggs, and he was somewhat stunned. Base variant creatures in human form were not unfamiliar to Lin Shen. The supersonic gunman he had won before was also a human-shaped base variant creature. But base variant creatures should have the appearance of base variant creatures, and these 2 that had tumbled from the eggs had faces that were both pale and tender, like shelled eggs. Their hair was jet black and glossy, smoother than if they had used Pantene shampoo, not at all the icy hardness one would expect from a base variant creature. What had rolled out of the 2 eggs were 2 tiny beings, not even the size of a palm, with features as delicate as carved jade, wearing what seemed like white bridal gowns, adorned with headdresses and veils, one holding a slender-necked porcelain vase, and the other a gourd-shaped porcelain vase. They were like 2 exquisite figurines, yet they were clearly made of flesh and blood, and the life in their eyes was incredibly animated, not at all like the cold, lifeless base variant creatures, but more like living, breathing humans. While Lin Shen was still caught in his surprise, something even more astonishing happened. With a light wave of their hands, clad in white gloves, the broken eggshells on the ground flew towards them, and mid-air they broke down into tiny fragments, flying directly into the mouths of the small figures. Lin Shen immediately reacted, reaching to catch the flying eggshells, but it was too late. The eggshells, as if sentient, evaded Lin Shen's palm and flew into the mouths of the tiny figures. After eating the eggshells, the tiny beings who were only the size of a palm started to rapidly enlarge. Yes, enlarge, not grow. It was a proportional enlargement. Even the clothes on their hands and the porcelain vases they held expanded at the same ratio. In the blink of an eye, the two palm-sized little figures had transformed into two young girls in white bridal-like dresses, and they looked exactly alike. Their beauty need not be mentioned, but what was key was their skin, which was truly white and tender. Lin Shen's mind spontaneously generated a term he had never heard before, milk-skinned girls. Lin Shen felt that they indeed deserved a new term coined just for them. Every beauty had her own allure, but their skin was probably the most tender and pale than anyone else's. The white dresses the two were wearing were slightly different, and one could tell them apart by the designs on the dresses. However, there was an even more obvious characteristic. The girl on the left had a red cinnabar mole-like mark on her forehead, and the girl on the right had a heart-shaped mark. They were identical to the marks previously on the eggs. Looking at the two beautiful girls in front of him, holding porcelain vases as if they were brides, Lin Shen's mind drifted to a DVD he had once seen when his fourth brother took him to watch something of the sort. Lin Shen remembered that the TV show on the DVD was called Journey to the West. It told the story of Sun Wukong and his 3 disciples going to the Western Heaven to retrieve scriptures, fighting demons along the way. In one episode, they encountered 2 demons, one named King Goldhorn and the other King Silverhorn. Each of them possessed a magical object similar to what the 2 girls held, one being the purifying vase and the other the purple gold gourd. Of course, only the styles were similar, as the objects the 2 girls held were porcelain, a different material. But watching them holding 2 of these things, and thinking about the dead powder on his own body that resembled a rope, why did he feel like it matched an episode from that mythological drama? You two, Lin Shen looked at the 2 girls, not knowing what to say for a moment. He didn't even know how to address these 2 girls. If you called them base variant creatures, would anyone believe it with their soft and tender appearance? If you said they weren't base variant creatures, having seen what happened with Fei Zai, Lin Shen knew that looks can be deceiving, and besides, he had watched them come out of the eggs with his own eyes. But then again, the eggshells had been eaten by them, so using the eggshells to tame them seemed impossible now. Moreover, with the experience from Fei Zai, Lin Shen felt that even if he did get hold of the eggshells, it would probably be difficult to tame them, and he didn't even know if they had any pet keys. Lin Shen had been with Fei Zai for so long, using all kinds of schemes, threats, and inducements, yet Fei Zai never handed over the key. Maybe there wasn't a key at all, since they were made of flesh and blood. Where could they hide a key? Looking at the 2 girls with their rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in white gauzy dresses, skin so delicate it seemed it might drip water if pinched, their clear and distinct beautiful eyes staring at him, Lin Shen cleared his throat and said, "Ladies, could you hand over the key first? You know life isn't easy. It's hard to earn money. If you give me the key now, I will take care of you in the future. No matter how hard, tiring, or difficult it is, I guarantee you'll get whatever you want to eat or drink. Stay with me, and you'll live the high life without a doubt." While speaking, Lin Shen observed the expressions of the 2 girls, trying to discern what they were really thinking. After hearing Lin Shen's words, the 2 girls looked at each other, expressionless, one hand holding a porcelain vase, the other hand each reaching towards their foreheads. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the 2 girls pulled out a small red key from the red marks on their foreheads. "That's right, that's the one. From now on you'll follow me, I assure you, a princess-like treatment," Lin Shen said, ecstatic inside, but keeping a stern look on his face, he walked over and slowly took the keys from their hands. I wonder if beautiful pet creatures can have children? With the key in hand, Lin Shen felt a great sense of relief, but he immediately glared at his backpack. "Isn't this the key? That bastard Fei Zai, always refusing to hand it over after I've been raising him like a son, dealing with every crap and pee as he grew? Just you wait." Fei Zai, who was sleeping inside the backpack, suddenly shivered, turned over, and continued to sleep. "Let's take a little break, beautiful ladies," Lin Shen said as he used the keys to turn them back into their pet capsule state. Lin Shen's eyes were wide open, staring without blinking, wanting to see how 2 living and breathing beautiful girls transformed into pet capsules. Under Lin Shen's watch, something like wedding dresses, the white gowns of the 2 girls began to move, enveloping their bodies and starting to spin. The white gowns wrapped them up like cocoons, spinning and shrinking smaller and smaller, until they turned into 2 delicate, cocoon-shaped pet capsules, falling into Lin Shen's hands. These 2 pet capsules were clearly different from ordinary ones, soft and elastic to the touch, feeling slightly warm in his hands, and he could even smell a faint scent, not sure if it was the girl's body fragrance. Having received the pet capsules, Lin Shen immediately checked their attributes, and upon looking, his head was instantly filled with question marks. Chapter 122, Immortality Scripture, Little Princess 1, Super Base Steel Creature, Evolvable. First Strength, 11, Speed, 11, Hardness, 11, First Actness, 11, First Actness, 11, Base Mutation Rate, 100%, Theoretical Upper Limit of Life Activity, Strength, 11, Speed, 11, Hardness, 11, Toughness, 11, Base Mutation Rate, 100%, Theoretical Upper Limit of Life Activity, 1, Innate Skill, quote, Super base steel, fully maxed in all areas. Why do they have a direct base mutation rate of 100%? That's actually quite good. But why are their lifespan and innate skills just question marks? What the hell? As your owner, is there anything else about you I can't see or know? Lin Shen slightly frowned. When he had seen these two beautiful girl pets, he felt that perhaps the treasure box really might be related to the ancient realm king. Now, seeing their names made Lin Shen even more suspicious that these two beautiful girl pets might actually have some connection to the two princesses in the story told by Tianxin. After all, their names are literally little princesses. But then again, he thought it unlikely. How could the descendants of the ancient realm king become base variant creatures? That obviously isn't scientific. On the other hand, Lin Shen had witnessed many unscientific things recently. What if? With a thought, Lin Shen turned them back into their beautiful girl pet form. The one with a red heart on her forehead is Princess 1, and the one with a red dot is Princess 2. He could only distinguish them by their clothing and marks. Are you perhaps the descendants of the ancient realm king? Lin Shen asked the two princesses. The two little princesses showed no change in expression, looking at him with clear black and white eyes, as if they didn't understand what he was saying. Lin Shen asked a few more questions, and he found that although the two little princesses looked almost no different from humans, they seemed not to understand human speech. Could it be that super base pets are all so difficult to communicate with? Lin Shen was somewhat distressed. Forget it, I'll train them slowly later on. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that there was something complicated about this matter. The two eggs from the treasure chest had turned into two flesh and blood little princesses who looked very much like humans. Thinking back to the texts inside the treasure chest, the more Lin Shen thought, the more terrifyingly intricate it seemed. Before, he didn't believe that by taking away two primeval eggs, the whole world would turn against him. At worst, he would just not practice that, the greed for life and fear of death elixir and stepping on the immortal court. That way, even if someone bore a grudge, they wouldn't be able to find him through those evolution techniques. As for the two pets, if there was an issue, at worst he simply wouldn't use them in public. If he was ruthless, he could even destroy them directly. Thinking about it now, it seemed that wasn't quite right. The root of the problem might not lie in the greed for life and fear of death elixir or stepping on the immortal court, but rather in these two beautiful girl pets. They were the key to everything. He had been looking at it the wrong way before. Lin Shen had made up his mind that unless absolutely necessary, he must not let outsiders see these two beautiful girl pets. To facilitate communication and interaction between us, I should give you names. From now on, you will be called Xiaoye, Lin Shen said, pointing at Princess number 1 and then pointing at Princess number 2, he continued, and you will be called Xiaoyana. The two princesses still looked at Lin Shen with the same curious expression, as if they didn't quite grasp what Lin Shen meant. They're not both fools, are they? Lin Shen was somewhat at a loss for words. Regardless, Lin Shen settled on these names for them. He collected Xiaoye and Xiaona and quickly left the place. He didn't want anyone to see that he had been here. If anything happened here in the future, it wouldn't be linked to him. The only person who knew he had been here was Bai Shenfei. Bai Shenfei is a decent person. After all, I did save her life and fed her medicine. That counts as a favor, right? She wouldn't spread the news about me, Lin Shen thought to himself. Little did he know, it wasn't that simple as mere favor. After coming out, he saw no sign of the mutant iron rooster, uncertain of where it had gone. While time was still on his side, Lin Shen decided to hunt for more mutant creatures to quickly increase his base mutation rate. His base mutation rate had already reached 45%, and he was not far from 100%. Of course, it wasn't absolutely necessary to reach 100%. In fact, even with just a 1% base mutation rate, you could try your luck with a base mutation egg. Maybe you would succeed. With a base mutation rate over 80%, the chances of ascending to alloy were already quite high. Many people had advanced to alloy without waiting for 100%, but Lin Shen had no plans to do so. He intended to wait until his base mutation rate reached 100%, then upgrade to alloy. His third and fourth brothers had said this before. Although there didn't seem to be much difference in advancing with a low base mutation rate in the short term, it would matter later on. As to exactly what the difference would be, they didn't elaborate, because at that time, Lin Shen didn't even possess a base mutation, so discussing these matters was premature. Now, Lin Shen realized that his third and fourth brothers were actually planning for his future. For some reason, they never found a suitable base mutation egg for him. Lin Shen didn't know whether his current situation was good or bad. He had used a primeval egg for his base mutation provided by Wei Wufu and practiced a misprinted version of evolution theory, but he felt quite good about it. Suiting up in battle clothes and armor, riding Big Red Bull, he continued his hunting journey. However, when he encountered a few members of the Ultra Burn tribe or mutant creatures, he didn't need to lift a finger. His pets handled them effortlessly. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen took out Stepping on the Immortal Court and the Greed for Life and Fear of Death Elixir and began to study them. Lin Shen had wanted to find evolution techniques from the alien world to see if he could practice them. Now that he had two alien species evolution skills in his possession, and possibly very top-tier ones at that, he naturally wanted to give them a try. There was a certain possibility that these two evolution methods were left by the ancient realm king and might be even more formidable than the evolution skill practiced by Wei Wufu. After some thought, Lin Shen first put away Stepping on the Immortal Court and picked up the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir to read, word by word. The name was a bit sleazy, not very appealing, but then Lin Shen thought it over. Perhaps this evolution technique had a unique aspect when it came to preserving life. Otherwise, why would it be named as such? Lin Shen felt that being responsible for his own life was no problem. If he did manage to practice it successfully, and it had extraordinary effects on preserving life, wouldn't that be great? After reading for a while, Lin Shen's brows furrowed more and more tightly. He flipped through further, his expression growing even more peculiar. Are you sure this isn't a joke? How could this possibly be practiced? Lin Shen became more incredulous as he read, thinking that this thing simply couldn't be practiced by humans. The first step to practicing this thing actually requires holding one's breath, indefinitely without breathing. Could it be that the alien species that created the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir doesn't need to breathe to survive? Lin Shen pondered, then felt it didn't make sense. If the creator didn't need to breathe, then they wouldn't have included the step of holding one's breath. Chapter 123, Stepping on the Immortal Court, the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir requires one to hold one's breath, not just momentarily but continuously. Throughout the entire practice session, from start to finish, breath must be held. If even a single breath is taken, all prior efforts are forfeited. Lin Shen glanced briefly at the base mutation part. To complete a full session of practice, it required at least 12 hours. Who could hold their breath for 12 hours in one go? And this is just for base mutation level. Later on, the duration required would be even longer. Ordinary people can hold their breath for at most a few minutes at a time, and extraordinary individuals with unique talents are said to manage a few dozen minutes, though that's only hearsay and not witnessed. Beyond that, you don't even hear about such things. After undergoing base mutation, one's ability to hold their breath will increase. It's not too difficult for a typical mutator to hold their breath for 20 minutes or so. Some with special innate talents might manage a few hours or potentially even longer. Such mutators could barely meet the breath-holding requirement of the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir, but even if they met the criteria, that doesn't necessarily mean they'd choose to practice it. Because, as stated in the immortality scripture, upon completing the first stage, one would acquire an innate skill, feign death. Practice holding your breath for a minimum of 12 hours every day, and after the arduous journey to ascension level, you're rewarded with the innate skill of feign death. Only someone out of their mind would practice such an evolution skill. As far as Lin Shen knew, among the 5 fundamental evolution skills, practicing Heavenly Heart skill to ascension level would at least grant an innate skill called Mind's Eye, which could enhance one's perceptual abilities, strengthening awareness, reaction time, and so forth. The other 4 basic evolution skills were more or less the same. Although the innate skills granted upon completion weren't extraordinarily powerful, they were all practical. Feign death, other than the ability to play dead, is of little use. Do general mutators need to play dead? Definitely not. If you pretend to be dead in front of a base variant creature, it would happily make a meal out of your corpse. The average person really has no use for the feign death innate skill. Only a few quite unique individuals might find it useful. This is still assuming one is capable of cultivating it, but Lin Shen didn't have the talent for holding his breath. He certainly couldn't hold it for 12 hours straight. But it might be worth a try. Although I can't hold my breath for 12 hours, I do have evolution theory. Who knows, I might just adapt to it after enduring. Lin Shen's interest was instead piqued. Ordinary people would definitely shy away from such an evolution skill. Perhaps some might say that this evolution skill is very special and could be of great use in the future, but when it comes down to making a choice, they would definitely not select it. Lin Shen didn't think too much about it, he just found the evolution skill quite interesting. Moreover, if he truly could master the skill of holding his breath, he wouldn't have to fear falling into the water anymore. If he were to fall into the water again, he would just need to hold his breath. He could walk out even from the bottom of the water. While searching for mutant creatures, Lin Shen memorized the Greed for Life and Fear of Death elixir. Once he had committed it to memory, he burned the paper that contained the immortality scripture. If the creator of this evolution skill had enemies throughout the universe, Lin Shen did not want anyone to know he possessed it. This planet was indeed quite large. After several thousand humans and 30,000 members of the Ultraburn tribe were randomly teleported here, the chances of a chance encounter were slim. Lin Shen wandered for a long time and encountered only a few alloy-level members of the Ultraburn tribe. He didn't meet any other human mutators again. However, after killing a few mutant poisonous insects, his mutation rate had increased somewhat, nearly reaching 50%. The immortality scripture had been memorized and reduced to ashes. It was unlikely that anyone in the world would know he had it anymore. Lin Shen didn't dare to slack off and took out Stepping on the Celestial Court to look at. Stepping on the Celestial Court was even more bizarre. It featured only images of a human figure, with no text, no meridian charts or the like, just purely some movements. After studying it carefully for a while, Lin Shen realized that the movements depicted running or walking, leaping or soaring, essentially all motions involved in movement. No text, no circulation routines for inner energy. How is one supposed to practice this? Just follow the movements depicted. How is that different from doing calisthenics? Such movements can lead to an evolution skill? Stop joking. If that was the case, students in the past did calisthenics and none evolved from it. Lin Shen felt these two evolution skills were more absurd than the other. He couldn't even practice the regular evolution skills, let alone these outlandish ones. It seemed even less likely he'd be able to master them. Well, I might as well give it a try. Lin Shen jumped off the back of Big Red Bull and started with the first movement depicted to see how it went. The attempt was not very smooth. The movements appeared simple, just running, jumping, soaring, leaping, but they were not as easy as he had imagined. Some movements were quite challenging for Lin Shen given his physical flexibility. A single movement was a bit difficult but doable. However, when linking the movement to the next one, Lin Shen felt as if his waist was going to snap and his feet twisted into knots. He had only practiced a few movements but had already fallen several times. This is actually quite fun. Lin Shen was increasingly intrigued. He enjoyed these interesting challenges. After practicing for a while, he realized that the movements were not just difficult. They were beyond ordinary standards, some even more so than yoga. What made it even harder was that all these movements needed to be completed during rapid running, jumping, and spinning, verging on the extreme. Is this really an evolution skill? What kind of effects can be achieved after mastering it? Since he couldn't master other evolution skills, and evolution theory didn't require practice but rather external stimuli to activate automatically, Lin Shen didn't have much else to practice. He might as well practice stepping on the celestial court. It was better than doing nothing and could at least provide some physical training. He also tried the immortality scripture, but indeed could not hold his breath for that long, so there were no effects as of yet. Unless someday Lin Shen adopted a do-or-die attitude, refusing to breathe even at the risk of death to let evolution theory run automatically, strengthening and mutating his body to gain the ability to hold his breath for long durations, the immortality scripture would remain unattainable. While Lin Shen was engrossed in his fun, Mo Shengqi and others had been wandering around the grassy slopes for a long time and unexpectedly came across a structure. The building looked like it was cast from metal in one piece, without a single seam visible across the surface. From a distance, it just looked like a dark iron tower. The tower must have been several hundred meters tall, with not a single window along its entire height, except for a tightly closed gate at the very bottom. The gate had a plaque above it, engraved with 3 characters, Realm King Tower. Mo Shengqi and the others observed for quite some time and discovered numerous characters carved on the wall beside the gate. Upon closer examination, the content of those characters pertained to the Realm King Tower. Chapter 24, Realm King Tower. The content is quite simple. It states that at the top floor of the Realm King Tower, there is a prize. Any mutator who reaches the top floor can obtain that prize. What the prize is, or what dangers are inside the Realm King Tower, not a word is mentioned. Although Mo Shengqi is very curious with an urge to go inside and see for himself, he eventually resists the temptation. His death would not matter, but he needs to bring the logistics personnel back alive. Since he is the only main combatant on this side, their survival ability would be far too poor if anything happened to him. In the end, Mo Shengqi gave up the idea of entering the Realm King Tower and continued to hunt for nearby base variant creatures with his team. Mo Shengqi's giving up doesn't mean that everyone else will. The Realm King Tower they encountered isn't the only one. Other teams have come across Realm King Towers as well. The Crystal Base level Wang Jiyue also found a Realm King Tower. Unlike Mo Shengqi's decision, Wang Jiyue decided to accept the challenge and entered the Realm King Tower. Wang Jiyue isn't a rash person. His decision to enter was based on his own reasoning. From his perspective, he believes that those who come to Realm King Planet through the Realm King cultivation device are all mutators, and ascenders probably cannot come in. This can be seen from the other human-based variant creatures and members of the Ultra Burn tribe he has encountered during this time. Since he hasn't met a single ascender for so long, this allowed him to form such a judgment. If the Realm King cultivation device can only teleport mutators here, and considering there are no ascended creatures above the Realm King planet, Wang Jiyue could boldly speculate that everything on this planet is designed for mutators, which of course includes the Realm King Tower in front of him. If it's designed for mutators, what does Wang Jiyue have to be afraid of? He has already reached the pinnacle of mutators and possesses crystal base level combat power. If he doesn't take this challenge now, should he wait for others to challenge the Realm King Tower and take away the prize inside? He also really wants to know, what prize would the person who turned an entire planet into a trial field leave behind? With such resources, that person wouldn't possibly offer trash as a reward, right? The moment Wang Jiyue pushed open the door, the number of people watching his broadcast increased rapidly. To date, humans have encountered a total of 5 Realm King Towers, but Wang Jiyue is the first to choose to enter the Realm King Tower and accept the challenge. As Wang Zhiyue steps into the Realm King Tower, everyone also scrutinizes the interior of the tower with him. However, within the Realm King Tower, there is pitch darkness. They can't see anything. Instead, the gate closes with a thunderous boom, plunging the inner tower into absolute darkness and silence. Welcome to the first floor of the Realm King Tower. The challenge is about to begin. If you feel you can't continue during the challenge, simply press the button on the Realm King's transport device to end the challenge, initiating countdown, 10 seconds until the challenge begins. 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 62, 1. Challenge begins. In the darkness, a cold electronic voice rings out, letting the viewers know that the live broadcast hasn't gone dark. It's just too dark to see anything. Everyone stares at the dark spot on the sky, as if by staring long enough they could make something out in the darkness. Unfortunately, they are disappointed as the challenge begins and they still can only see pitch black. Challenge failed. The challenger has failed to pass the first floor, and the result will not be ranked. Please try harder next time. The electronic voice sounds again, leaving everyone agape. What's going on? It ended just like that? What exactly happened? What kind of challenge is it? How did it end with just a scream? Crystal Base level Wang Zhiyue, from his previous performances, is definitely not a weakling. He could even be ranked within the top 5 among the mutators who entered the Realm King planet this time. Even he only lasted a moment before he failed. One can only imagine the difficulty of the Realm King Tower. Soon, the broadcast showing Wang Zhiyue returns to normal, and he is seen standing in front of the large door of the Realm King Tower with a very strange expression on his face. However, looking at him, he doesn't seem to have any injuries. It's unknown what happened that made Wang Zhiyue choose to give up. Wang Zhiyue seems to want to challenge again, but when he tries to push the tower's great door again, it won't budge. Everyone is curious about what kind of challenge Wang Zhiyue experienced, but unfortunately, no one can see it. Lin Shen continues to practice stepping on the immortal court and hunt mutated creatures. When the time limit arrives, he hasn't mastered stepping on the immortal court, but his base mutation rate has surged to 51. Almost there. Next time, I'll go further afield. With my current strength, I shouldn't have to worry about encountering crystal-based creatures anymore. Lin Shen wants to kill some high-level mutations because slaying these low-level ones is just too slow for increasing his base mutation rate. The teleporter sends Lin Shen back, and he stays in the canyon hoping to encounter Wei Wufu. He too saw the sky projection and found it very novel. After watching for a while, he memorized several people. He can't help but marvel at how many talents big families have. Perhaps talents are the same, but different environments can produce different individuals. Mo Shangqi, Ouyang Yudu, Wang Zhiyue, Tu Xiaodao, these people are all quite impressive. If I have the chance, I would like to get to know them. A friend in court is better than a penny in purse, Lin Shen thinks to himself. As he ponders, he sees a figure appear at the foot of Gourd Mountain. It turns out to be the mosaic-clad goddess consort. Strange, I didn't see her coming down from the cave on the mountaintop, she just appeared at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shen is puzzled. Soon enough, more people appear at the foot of Gourd Mountain, and there are quite a few of them. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be Wang Tian'er, Qi Shuheng, and their party. It looks like they've had quite a good haul. The materials and base mutation fluid are loaded on their mounts. Lin Shen hides and watches as the people from the Qi and Wang families escort Bai Shenfei away. Strange, Bai Shenfei has already left with the dark bird, and there are no more dark birds here, so why can I still see Gourd Mountain? Lin Shen gazes at the towering Gourd Mountain, full of doubt. He had his suspicions when he was inside the cave of Gourd Mountain, and now it's even clearer. The reason he can see Gourd Mountain isn't because of the Qi and Wang family's dark birds. Could it be that this little one is the dark bird? Lin Shen looks at Fei Zai in his backpack. Apart from this one, he can't think of a second reason. Chapter 15, Step 73. Fatty really doesn't look like a dark bird, no matter how Lin Shen looks at him from the left or the right. This guy is round like a snowball and doesn't resemble the sleek, black mutators of Wang Tian'er and the others at all. The character for dark in dark bird generally means black, but on a deeper level, it can also mean black with hints of red. Fatty is clearly a white bird and seems to have nothing to do with dark birds. Could it be due to mutation? Lin Shen was thinking when he suddenly noticed a figure appearing out of thin air at the foot of Gourd Mountain. Old Wei over here, Lin Shen said with delight when he recognized the person and hurried over. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen and approached, dragging a black rock python that was over 10 meters long, and his backpack was bulging, indicating a significant haul. The two briefly exchanged information about their situations, but Lin Shen didn't mention the underground cave. It wasn't that he didn't trust Old Wei, it was just that the fewer people knew about it, the less dangerous it was, and there was no need to blab. It took Lin Shen quite a while to understand the encounter Wei Wufu had after he was teleported. After Lin Shen had been transported into the cave, it suddenly went pitch black, and just like the previous time, Wei Wufu was randomly teleported to the Realm King planet with a black watch appearing on his wrist. Just as Lin Shen had thought, when the 3-day limit was up, Wei Wufu came out directly, but he didn't return to the cave. Instead, he walked through a dark cave and arrived at the foot of the mountain, never seeing Gourd Mountain again when he looked back. At this point, Wei Wufu turned to look again and was stunned. He could see Gourd Mountain once more. "Old Wei, take Fatty towards the canyon, go a bit further," Lin Shen said as he handed the backpack containing Fatty to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu, understanding Lin Shen's intentions, turned and left without another word. Not far from Lin Shen, Gourd Mountain, which was close at hand, suddenly disappeared from in front of him. "It is indeed Fatty." Lin Shen no longer had any doubts, certain that Fatty was a mutated dark bird. Could it be that the dark birds of the Lin, Qi, and Wang families originally came from Giant Mountain? Lin Shen speculated silently. After calling Wei Wufu back, Wei Wufu could still see Gourd Mountain from the canyon side. He hadn't witnessed it disappear. After several tests, both of them understood that they could only see and touch Gourd Mountain when they were close to Fatty. Otherwise, for them, Gourd Mountain might as well have been in another dimension. They couldn't see or touch it at all. With this discovery, they were both very pleased as they no longer needed to freeload off Bai Shenfei's dark birds. Lin Shen even thought that if Bai Shenfei's dark birds were exposed, they could actually cover for his Fatty. In Lin Shen's opinion, it was only a matter of time before Bai Shenfei's dark birds were exposed. She always took the Qi and Wang families with her, and this time they were lucky not to be discovered, but sooner or later they would be. It was only a matter of time. As the two chatted, it turned out Wei Wufu hadn't been lucky enough to encounter the Ultra Burning Corps, but he was aware of the existence of the Ultra Burn tribe. When he saw the Ultra Burn helmets and battle clothes, he didn't find them particularly amazing. Lin Shen gave Wei Wufu a set and also gifted him a pet launcher, and Wei Wufu accepted everything. "All of them I'll buy," Wei Wufu said, pointing at the remaining Ultra Burn helmets and battle clothes, as well as the battle axes and pet launchers. "Tiancheng needs them," Wei Wufu replied. "Fine, but clear debts make clear friends. Consider these items as payment for the primeval eggs you gave me before. I want to keep one of the pet launchers for myself, but the rest I can give to you." "However, you'll have to trade for these pet launchers," Lin Shen said after some thought. "What do you want?" Wei Wufu asked. "Do you have any more primeval eggs?" "Get me another one," Lin Shen said, wondering whether he should use a primeval egg when he advanced to alloy. Primeval eggs would become harder to get over time, as there were only so many of them. Every time one was used, there was one less. And those mutation points that hadn't yet been taken down would probably be even harder to conquer in the future, as the creatures within grew stronger and more numerous. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, just transferred the items to his mount. "Here, this is for you." Lin Shen then took out a black bull capsule and gave it to Wei Wufu, whose mount was somewhat shabby, still riding an iron-horned horse. Wei Wufu unceremoniously accepted, shifting his belongings onto the black bull. "Tiancheng, goodbye," Lin Shen wanted to say more, but Wei Wufu left a remark and rode off on the black bull. Why did he leave just like that? Lin Shen was speechless, watching Wei Wufu take another road, leaving him to return to Darkbird Base alone. Back at Darkbird Base, Lin Shen went through his recent gains. 6 mutated crystal-based pets, 1 mutated white jade tiger, 1 mutated black crystal stoneman, 3 mutated black armored centipedes, and 1 mutated big red bull. 17 crystal-based pets, which, for Lin Shen, could come in handy for a mass brawl, were quite a force to reckon with. The alloy pets were even more numerous, with over 40 of them, mainly black bulls. Surprisingly, there were only 3 mutations, even less than the mutated crystal-based pets. It was 1 mutated big red bull, 1 mutated lion tiger beast, and 1 mutated red scale snake. Apart from mutant pets, Lin Shen planned on disposing of the other alloy pets, but these pets were more likely to attract attention, and he hadn't yet figured out how to get rid of them. Among the mutant pets, Lin Shen was most satisfied with the big red bull. Red crystal god bull, mutated crystal-based creature, evolvable. Strength, 41. Speed, 39. Hardiness, 40. Toughness, 37. Innate skill, mutated savage charge, mutated frenzied attack, mutated tyrant body. The stats were already quite strong, and the strength attribute was beyond the extreme. All 3 skills were mutated skills, and they were all very practical. It was already considered the strongest mount at this stage. Not all mutated creatures were as strong as Death Powder. For example, the black armored centipede, only 1 out of 3 reached a speed attribute of 41. The others did not break the limit. And their skills were not all mutated. Most had only 1 mutated skill, while the others were strengthened or ordinary skills. One of the black armored centipedes even had only 2 skills, lacking 1 to be perfect. But compared to ordinary crystal-based creatures, the black armored centipede was still very strong and now was Lin Shen's main combat power. As for the pet launcher, Lin Shen kept the one belonging to the deputy commander of the Ultra Burning Corps, and the rest were given to Wei Wufu. Of course, aside from these, Lin Shen's biggest gain was actually Xiaoye, Xiaona, and the 2 evolution skills. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Shen returned to Darkbird Base and after sleeping, woke up to find that his strength had increased again. It was still 17 when he checked it before, but today it had risen by 1 point, becoming 18. He was merely a steel mutator, yet his strength stat was frighteningly high. It seems Death Powder is still growing, its weight is still increasing. I wonder how much it can grow, Lin Shen thought happily, considering whether to feed his mutant pets directly to death powder to accelerate its growth. On second thought, he found that was far too extravagant. He decided to wait until his next visit to Realm King Planet and kill more high-level mutated creatures to feed it. This creature now only ate mutants. It wouldn't even give a sniff to regular base variant creature corpses. As for the physical enhancements from evolution theory, they didn't show up in stats. They were mostly resistances and very practical but didn't affect the numbers. Not long after Lin Shen returned, the projection of the sky ended as well. From others, Lin Shen also learned about many events that had happened on Realm King Planet these days. He was quite interested in the Realm King Tower, but didn't plan to go for the time being. In the following days, Lin Shen practiced stepping on the immortal court at home. Although he hadn't yielded any results for the time being, Lin Shen felt his body control and reaction abilities had greatly improved. These were not reflected in the numbers. He also didn't neglect the thrusting technique taught by Wei Wufu, practicing with death powder every day. While practicing stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen suddenly had an idea. Would it be more interesting if combined with the stairway to heaven? Unfortunately, he couldn't even complete the actions of stepping on the immortal court, let alone combining it with the stairway to heaven. During the practice of stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen wasn't sure if the stick figure drawings were too abstract, leading to some variations in movement from the original, or if the difficulty was too high. There were some moves he simply couldn't connect. He could perform them individually, but they didn't flow into other movements. So Lin Shen skipped the actions he couldn't connect for the time being, focusing only on those he could perform. A few days later, the Realm King cultivation device opened again. Lin Shen had no intention of entering for the moment. He had become addicted to practicing and felt uncomfortable if he didn't. He decided to master all the movements he could perform first, to complete them in full and see if there would be any special effects. Lin Shen had drawn a total of 134 stick figures. He could only connect 61 movements, but after adjusting the order, regardless of the previous sequence, he finally connected 73 movements. When Lin Shen completed the 73 movements in full for the first time, he suddenly felt the base mutation power within him begin to stir. This works too. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't held much hope and had just treated stepping on the immortal court as a method of exercising body control and reaction skills. Yet unexpectedly, it induced his base mutation power. With each step Lin Shen took, the mutation power within him flowed faster. It went from a small stream to a river, and then from a river to a roaring torrent, which raged through his body, pushing him faster and faster, almost creating afterimages. Crack, crack. Where Lin Shen's feet passed, he didn't feel like he was exerting much strength, but deep footprints were left on the hard stone tiles. The footprints, as if stamped, had clean edges like knife cuts, with no sign of crumbling in the surrounding tiles. The surging power within him gave Lin Shen the illusion that, with one step, he could shatter the sky and ascend to the ninth heaven. Lin Shen fought the urge to leap into the sky, for he was within the Lin family courtyard where countless eyes might be watching, a spectacle he preferred to avoid. After Lin Shen stopped and controlled the surging power within him, he looked around at the deep footprints throughout the courtyard. Even he was startled. This stepping on the immortal court seems to really have something to it, Lin Shen observed carefully. Despite the many footprints on the ground, their number was exactly 73. Chapter 26, Sister-in-Law is a bit unhappy. The Realm King cultivation device initiated once again, and this time even more mutators entered. It wasn't just the dozen or so families from before, but also some of the larger families had sent a portion of their mutators to the Realm King planet. The change was mainly due to the emergence of the ultra-burning core. If only humans were to enjoy the resources of the Realm King planet, those major clans would not have allowed any outsiders to intervene. But now, in addition to humans, the ultra-burning core were also scouring the Realm King planet for resources, forcing the major clans to change their strategies. By introducing mutators from other families, they not only collected a portion of the entrance fees, but also could stand against the ultra-burning core, killing two birds with one stone. There were also quite a few lone mutators who joined, some for the mutated resources of the Realm King planet, others aimed at the ultra-burning core, and the rest were there for the rewards of the Realm King Tower. Lin Shen was also calculating his next visit to the Realm King planet, considering how he would enter it. The grassy slopes, though relatively safe, had base variant creatures of too low a level, causing Lin Shen's base mutation rate to grow very slowly. If he were to go again, Lin Shen wanted to randomize his location once more, but was afraid of ending up somewhere too dangerous. As he hesitated, someone at home relayed a message that a man claiming to be Ch101 was looking for him and said that he was his good brother. What's he doing here? Lin Shen was surprised, not expecting Ch101 to come looking for him. Lin Shen went to the reception hall and sure enough saw Ch101 waiting for him. Shen, I finally found you. I missed you to death, Ch101 said as he grasped Lin Shen's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with emotion as if he had seen a family member. Is the beast tied at God's love base resolved? Why did you come here? Lin Shen managed to withdraw his hand, asking with some confusion. After those major families' people arrived, they cleared the mushroom beast several times. Now there are significantly fewer mushroom beasts, and it's become quite difficult to see them outside of Blue Tree Sea. Ch101 immediately continued, "That's not the point, Shen. I've come to find you because there is another important matter." "What is it?" Lin Shen assumed Ch101 wanted to take him to the Realm King planet. "Shen, do you know Goddess Consort Bai?" The words that came out of Ch101's mouth, however, somewhat took Lin Shen by surprise. "I've met her a few times. What about her?" Lin Shen grew even more puzzled. How had Ch101 become involved with Goddess Consort Bai? With some hesitation, Ch101 said, "There's nothing wrong with her. It's just that your sister-in-law might be a little upset." "What sister-in-law? What are you even talking about?" Lin Shen was full of question marks, failing to grasp why Goddess Consort Bai had suddenly become his sister-in-law. "I mean Ye Yuzhen from the Yi family, my sister-in-law," Ch101 clarified. "Shen, you really weren't careful this time. If you can't make sense, then do me a favor and head back." Lin Shen felt utterly bewildered by him. Although Goddess Consort Bai is beautiful, a rare beauty in this world, our sister-in-law is no less stunning. Shen, if you did have a fling, you should have kept it under wraps. Being so blatant about it, it's no wonder the sister-in-law is upset. Ch101's tale became increasingly nonsensical. "How did you come to know about my acquaintance with Bai Shenfei?" Lin Shen asked with a puzzled face as he looked at Ch101. Not many people knew Lin Shen was acquainted with Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen suddenly became worried. Had Bai Shenfei said something about him? Not just me, now there's no one in Yashan Base who doesn't know. Even the major families stationed at Yashan Base are aware, Ch101 said with gleaming eyes rather excitedly. "Although this matter really isn't good for your sister-in-law, I have to say, Brother Shen, you're truly awesome. You've managed to win over a woman like Bai Shenfei. It even adds prestige to my face." Lin Shen listened for a while before he finally understood what was happening. Bai Shenfei hadn't said anything, but the situation might be even worse. Bai Shenfei had gone to Jinshui Lake to meet with the people from Seacorn Base, and it was there that she encountered Ouyang Zhuomiao, who had come with Ouyang Yudu on a visit. While they were talking, Ouyang Yudu invited Bai Shenfei to go to the Realm King planet together, but she rejected the offer. This rejection took everyone from God's Love Base's Ouyang family and Seacorn Base by surprise, as there was already a tacit understanding, let the two individuals who had cultivated gift theory interact more. If there were no major disagreements, the two would likely end up together in the future. Before this, Bai Shenfei had also tacitly accepted this arrangement. The only step left was for her to meet and get to know Ouyang Yudu. Going to the Realm King planet to fight side by side was naturally the best way to get to know each other, and no one, including Ouyang Yudu, had expected Bai Shenfei to refuse. In the eyes of all those in the know, Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu were a match made in heaven, indispensable to one another. Otherwise, they might have a difficult time making any further progress in their lives and could only stop at base mutation. Ouyang Yudu was gracious enough not to make things difficult for Bai Shenfei, but Ouyang Zhuomiao was not pleased, demanding an explanation from this visit's person in charge, Shunzhen, as to why an agreement that had been tacitly understood suddenly fell through. Shunzhen had no idea why it happened and thought to delay before asking Bai Shenfei privately. But to everyone's surprise, Bai Shenfei straightforwardly mentioned that, apart from Ouyang Yudu, she had another option to consider, hence she needed time to think. Curious, Ouyang Yudu asked Bai Shenfei who the other option was, and Bai Shenfei directly named Lin Shen. Initially, people didn't react to who Lin Shen was until someone mentioned the Playboy title, prompting a collective realization. Then, everything exploded. Now, everyone in Yashan Base and the families stationed around Jinshui Lake knew about the rivalry between the Playboy and Ouyang Yudu for Bai Shenfei. After hearing about the incident, Ch101 hurriedly rushed to Darkbird Base to deliver the news. Lin Shen was completely baffled now. How could this happen? Didn't I tell Bai Shenfei that I can't cultivate gift theory? How could she say that? How could I possibly be her backup option? I can't cultivate gift theory at all. Brother Shen, I feel honored, but you must be careful. I've heard that many young people from major families find it hard to accept the fact that Bai Shenfei has listed you as an option, especially that Ouyang Yudu. It wouldn't be surprising if he comes to trouble you. Of course, I'm not saying you're inferior to Ouyang Yudu, but he really is a bit peculiar and has some skill, so it's better to be cautious, Ch101 said cautiously. I understand. Thank you for coming here to tell me about this, Lin Shen responded, feeling as though troubles had descended from the heavens without him doing anything. We're brothers, why speak such courtesies? Ch101 quickly waved his hand. As the two were chatting, a Lin family guard came over to say someone was looking for Lin Shen. Lin Shen and Ch101 exchanged glances, both thinking, could it be Ouyang Yudu who has come? Chapter 27, The Common Enemy of Men. When Lin Shen and Ch101 saw the newcomer, they both realized they had guessed wrong. The arrival wasn't the strikingly beautiful Ouyang Yudu, but an ordinary-looking Tu Xiaodao with a scar across his face. Ch101 lowered his voice and leaned into Lin Shen's ear. Shen, this Tu Xiaodao is not simple. I heard from my old man that Tu Xiaodao comes from some base at sea. You know the situation out at sea. The base variant creatures there are even fiercer than on land. Any family that can establish a base at sea is no ordinary family. Are you Lin Shen? When Tu Xiaodao saw Lin Shen, he sized him up and down, his voice unusually hoarse. I am Lin Shen. May I know what business you have with me? Lin Shen also sized up Tu Xiaodao. The man seemed unremarkable, but there seemed to be an aggression about him that was hard for an ordinary person to match. I heard you've mastered talent theory. I've come to ask for guidance. Tu Xiaodao drew the knife from his waist. It was short, only the length of a dagger, but it was quite wide, as broad as a palm, and seemed to have been polished from dark point crystal. I think you are mistaken. I haven't mastered talent theory, Lin Shen explained. Tu Xiaodao raised an eyebrow and said, Now everyone knows that you've mastered talent theory. By saying this, are you looking down on me, Tu Xiaodao? If everyone says you're a woman, does that make you one? Lin Shen asked indifferently in return. Tu Xiaodao paused for a moment. But Goddess Consort Bai said that did Goddess Consort Bai say I had mastered talent theory? Lin Shen interrupted him directly. Tu Xiaodao paused again, then frowned and said, The Goddess Consort indeed never said you mastered talent theory, but everyone knows that only someone who has mastered talent theory is qualified to become a candidate for the Goddess Consort. Since the Goddess Consort has recognized you, you must have mastered it. Even if I haven't mastered talent theory, and even if I had, cannot I refuse to instruct you? If you're so eager to challenge someone who has mastered talent theory, why don't you find Ouyang Yudu? Are you unaware that Ouyang Yudu has mastered talent theory? Or are you just bullying the weak and fearing the strong, not daring to challenge Ouyang Yudu? Lin Shen said with a sneer. Tu Xiaodao was left speechless by this tirade and finally spoke. I will naturally find Ouyang Yudu, but I want to ask for your guidance as well. It's pointless to talk so much. Just draw your sword and let me see what makes someone who has mastered talent theory different. You say you want to ask for guidance. Then for a knife fight, why don't you just compare heights directly? I'm certainly not shorter than you are. You could just forfeit now. It'd save us the trouble of fighting, Lin Shen taunted calmly. Tu Xiaodao had not expected that in seeking a contest with Lin Shen, he would be bombarded with verbal attacks before they even started fighting. He was not good with words and clearly no match for Lin Shen. You say a fight over what? Tu Xiaodao asked, frowning. I'll say it again, I haven't mastered talent theory and I'm only at the steel level. If you want to fight, it's up to you how you come at me, but I'll definitely call for help right away, Lin Shen said. I can fight without using my base mutation powers, and I can keep my strength and speed within the steel level range. Tu Xiaodao immediately blurted out, clearly having thought this through before coming. Seeing that Tu Xiaodao was determined to fight him, Lin Shen realized that this stalemate was getting them nowhere. How about this? I don't know talent theory, and I'm not good at fighting either. Let's compete in something else, Lin Shen finally suggested. Compete in what? The only thing I can do is fight. I can't do anything else. Tu Xiaodao worried that Lin Shen would want to compare whose stature was taller. I will do an action, and if you can replicate it, then you win. I do indeed have a copy of Talent Theories that Goddess Consort Bai gave me. I haven't mastered it, but I can give it to you, Lin Shen said, pulling out the Talent Theory book given to him by the Goddess Consort. I have Talent Theory. If I win, I don't need you to give me anything. I just want you to let me see the true Talent Theory, Tu Xiaodao stubbornly said. Why are you so persistently narrow-minded? Lin Shen said, exasperated. Tu Xiaodao took out some things from his backpack and continued speaking to Lin Shen. If you win, I don't have much else to offer. This is all the base mutation fluid from the mutated crystal base creatures I collected recently on Realm King Planet. It's of no use to me anymore, but it should still be very valuable to you. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, you can still pick a bag. As Lin Shen looked at the several large bags of base mutation fluid, his original plan to lose to Tu Xiaodao and to throw the hot potato, Talent Theory, out the window, completely vanished without a trace. It was mainly because he had listened to Tu Xiaodao's words, knowing that Talent Theory really couldn't be considered a secret technique, and the Bai family must have given it to many people. Giving away Talent Theory wouldn't be useful either. So much base mutation fluid from mutated crystal-based creatures that should almost be enough to get my base mutation rate to 100%, right? Lin Shen pondered in his mind. What do you say? Tu Xiaodao revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He could see that Lin Shen was tempted. But Tu Xiaodao didn't think he would lose. The hardness and flexibility of a crystal base level body were far beyond what a steel level body could compare with. He really couldn't think of any movements that Lin Shen could do which he couldn't. In Tu Xiaodao's opinion, Lin Shen suggesting such a contest meant that he wanted to lose to him and send him away. The reason he brought out so much base mutation fluid was to tempt Lin Shen, so that after winning him he could see the real Talent Theory. I like you, not for the base mutation fluid. I just want to exchange some pointers with you, Lin Shen said with a smile. All right, you go first, said Tu Xiaodao, indifferent as long as Lin Shen was willing to compete. Then I shall embarrass myself. Lin Shen had decided that if someone was delivering the mutated base mutation fluid he needed, there was no reason not to accept it. Shen, don't fall for it. He's at the crystal base level. His body's flexibility is much better. He can definitely do the general poses, Shu Tiang warned from the side. Although he knew that Lin Shen was no ordinary man, he was, after all, only at steel level. What movements could a steel level perform that a crystal base couldn't? The more Shu Tiange thought about it, the more he believed there was only one possibility, to take an unconventional approach. For instance, eating something disgusting like meat in commune, making Tu Xiaodao nauseous and unable to stomach it, then he could win. Or to take decisive action, to cut oneself off with a knife directly. Tu Xiaodao, no matter how ruthless, surely couldn't bring himself to do that, and in that way one could also win. But precious as the base mutation fluid was, it wasn't worth going to such lengths. Beyond that, Shu Qiang couldn't think how Lin Shen was going to beat Tu Xiaodao. Got it, Lin Shen said lightly, and then, leading Tu Xiaodao to a courtyard, pointed to the stone table there and said, "Place your stakes there. If you win, just take them. If you lose, just leave on your own." Without another word, Tu Xiaodao placed several large bags of base mutation fluid on the stone table. He wasn't worried about Lin Shen coveting his base mutation fluid. If Lin Shen dared to rob after losing, Tu Xiaodao would make him regret cheating. Only after Tu Xiaodao had set down all the base mutation fluid did Lin Shen walk to the open space in the courtyard. Then he turned to Tu Xiaodao and said, "Watch carefully. I'll only do it once. It's all or nothing. If you lose, don't whine like a woman. Just leave." "Okay," Tu Xiaodao said with certainty, arms folded as he stood aside. He wanted to see what kind of trick Lin Shen would pull. Chapter 180, Actions That Can't Be Learned. Lin Shen stood in the open space, took a deep breath, and then leapt into the air. Tu Xiaodao and Shu Tiang watched as Lin Shen jumped 3 meters high, a feat which, for the average person, was practically superhuman. If he played basketball, he could easily dunk from the 3-point line. What's Shen up to? Comparing his jumping height with a crystal base level mutator? That can't be it. With Shen's intelligence, how could he possibly do something that foolish? Shu Tiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, that's it. Shen said he wanted Tu Xiaodao to mimic his every move, meaning that every aspect of the jump, from the motion to the posture and angle in the air, even the direction in which his hair moved, had to be exactly the same. Clever indeed. When there are no two eggs alike in this world, how could there possibly be two identical movements? When the time comes, just point out a minor flaw. And what can Tu Xiaodao do? Shu Tiange thought he had grasped the essence of Lin Shen's strategy, thinking to himself, when it comes to cunning, my Shen would be the second to none. Tu Xiaodao frowned as he watched Lin Shen fall back down after reaching a height of 3 meters. He didn't understand Lin's intent. Was Lin Shen underestimating him, thinking he couldn't jump even 3 meters? As Tu Xiaodao pondered, Lin Shen's body began to descend, but just when he was about 1 meter above the ground, suddenly, Lin Shen's left foot stepped on his right foot and forcefully pushed off. Tu Xiaodao was still wondering what Lin Shen was doing. Did he think by making some random movements he, Tu Xiaodao, wouldn't be able to remember them? But in the next instant, Tu Xiaodao's eyes widened. His gaze fixed on Lin Shen, his mouth slightly open, his eyes almost popping out. Shu Tiange too opened his mouth wide, as if there was something stuck in his throat, forcing him to open his mouth as much as possible, yet he was unable to utter a sound. The very moment it seemed Lin Shen would hit the ground after that strange maneuver, his descending body suddenly shot upward again, reaching a height of about 3 meters. Fuck, Shen is truly unfathomable. I thought I had grasped the essence of Shen's spirit, but what I learned was merely superficial. Shen is simply bottomless. Fuck, is this something a human can do? How am I supposed to learn this? Shu Tiang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Tu Xiaodao stared blankly at Lin Shen as he landed, not uttering a single word. Did you see that clearly? If you can replicate it, I'll accept defeat, said Lin Shen, walking over to Tu Xiaodao. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression but did not respond. I've lost. After a long pause, Tu Xiaodao dropped a sentence and turned to leave, not even glancing at the base mutation fluid on the table. This man's character is quite admirable, Lin Shen commented as he saw Tu Xiaodao concede without a fuss. He had known that Tu Xiaodao had been lucky on Realm King Planet, acquiring quite a bit of mutated crystal-based fluid, probably all of which were here now. Conceding so easily without a second glance, he was indeed open-minded, all of which he had fought hard for. Good luck, they say, but it was still a risk they took. Shen, you are too awesome. That move where you stepped off your left foot to ascend again was amazing. If possible, could you teach me? I'm willing to pay for lessons, Shu Tiang hurriedly approached and said. You want to learn? Lin Shen squinted at Shu Tiang and asked. I want to learn, Shu Tiang nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. Then you'll have to discard your current level and start cultivating from scratch. After that, using a specific base mutation egg to complete the base mutation, you'd be able to learn it, Lin Shen said. So, there's such an innate skill. Are those base mutation eggs easy to find? Zhu Tiang asked. Shouldn't be too hard. I found one without even trying. Lin Shen smiled as he responded. Ah, that easy? Where did you find it? I'll go get a few for my collection. Shu Tiange didn't plan to discard his level, but he did want to collect a few pets with that ability. I don't know. I've never seen a second one, Lin Shen said with a shrug. Shu Tiange fell silent, thinking, then why mention it? Are you just playing with me? Old Shu, you didn't come here just to tell me about Goddess Consort Bai, did you? Lin Shen spoke while checking the base mutation fluids. There were 7 bags, each with a label on it. After checking, Lin Shen noted that these 7 bags of base mutation fluid came from 5 different mutant creatures. Calculating in his mind, Lin Shen figured if each mutant creature's base mutation fluid could increase his base mutation rate by 5 points, then these fluids could provide him with a total of 25 base mutation points. With his current base mutation rate, it still wasn't enough. Still short, but it's better than nothing, Lin Shen thought to himself. You can't hide anything from Shen. Our Shu family, along with the major families, have an agreement. They will give us some slots to enter Realm King Planet. If you're interested, Shen, you can join us, Shu Tiang said. Lin Shen knew well that what Shu Tiang said was just for show. In reality, the major families must have lifted their restrictions and given the Shu family more slots. They probably didn't have suitable candidates of their own, which was why they were thinking of roping him in. Even so, it at least showed that the Shu family had good intentions towards him and wanted to foster a friendly relationship. So, Lin Shen did not point this out. I don't plan to go in the next few days. If you can wait, I could consider going to check it out later, Lin Shen pondered. He didn't want to go to the grassy slope anymore. Instead of entering randomly on his own, it would be better to go with the Shu family members. If they ended up in a dangerous place, he'd have teammates to share the risk. I can wait. The Realm King cultivation device has already been activated once, and we were planning to wait for the next time anyway. Shu Tiang was overjoyed. Although Lin Shen's level wasn't high, he possessed a high-tech pet launcher, making him a formidable fighter. He had heard from people in the major families that Lin Shen's pet launcher was the top-end model that a mutator could use, and there probably wasn't a faster one available. The Ascension-level pet launchers had a faster shooting speed, but those gadgets needed Ascension-level users to activate and operate, which mutators couldn't use. Of course, the important reason for Shu Tiang wanting to bring Lin Shen along was his fear of being robbed by an angel. With Lin Shen there, they wouldn't have to worry about getting robbed by that angel. You go back first. Just let me know when it's time to go in a few days. After sending Shu Tiang off, Lin Shen brought the base mutation fluids into his house, planning to gulp them down as soon as possible and convert them into his own base mutation rate. With so many base mutation fluids, one couldn't finish them in a day without bursting. Digesting them would also take several days. Chapter 29, Tu Xiaodao's request. Tu Xiaodao left the Lin family and went directly out of the Dark Bird base. In a deserted area, he stopped to look around, making sure no one was there. Then, he took a deep breath and leapt into the air. He jumped a good 5 or 6 meters high, much higher than Lin Shen, and that was while he was still holding back his power. As his body began to fall, Tu Xiaodao unleashed the restrained strength once again, extending his left foot to step on the instep of his right foot and pushed off vigorously. Bang! Tu Xiaodao, splayed in all directions, crashed to the ground, his right instep swelling up. That's not right. How could I possibly jump again using that method? Maybe I remembered it wrong. It's not the left foot stepping on the right, but the right foot stepping on the left. Unwilling to give up, Tu Xiaodao tried once more, only to end up with his left instep also swelling up. This is unscientific. Could it be some innate skill? Is there such an innate skill? Could it be an ability that comes after mastering talent theory? Tu Xiaodao felt so frustrated he wanted to cough up blood. If he had known about such things, he would not have agreed to such a contest with Lin Shen. Losing the contest was secondary. What mattered was that he had lost face and couldn't challenge Lin Shen again. What should I do? Tu Xiaodao really wanted to know what was so special about talent theory. The reason Tu Xiaodao was so persistent was that he had also practiced talent theory, but had failed to master it. He practiced talent theory not because of the goddess consort, but simply because he believed his own talent was good enough, better than anyone's. What others couldn't master, he surely could. What others couldn't break through, he surely would. So, initially, he chose talent theory, intending to break through to the ascension level with it. But far from reaching the ascension level, he didn't master it at all. However, Tu Xiaodao still wouldn't accept defeat. He didn't believe it was a problem with his talent. Since he couldn't master talent theory, that meant he had to be stronger than those who did. This time, after coming to the Yashin base from overseas and hearing that Ouyang Yudu had mastered talent theory, he had intended to challenge Ouyang Yudu to a fight. But then he saw some recorded footage of Ouyang Yudu's performances on Realm King Planet. After watching it, Tu Xiaodao's expression grew serious. Ouyang Yudu was indeed very strong. In a place like Realm King Planet, facing various base variant creatures and even mutated crystal-based creatures, Ouyang Yudu seemed to handle them with ease. Every battle seemed effortless, with no apparent skills or strength used. His real capabilities were impossible to gauge, as were the full extent of his abilities. Tu Xiaodao felt that, without a clear understanding of the special abilities that came with mastering talent theory, he didn't have complete confidence he could defeat Ouyang Yudu. So when he learned that Lin Shen seemed to have mastered talent theory as well, he went to find Lin Shen, hoping to understand the abilities of talent theory first. The outcome left Tu Xiaodao somewhat glum, but it made him even more eager to find out what talent theory was truly capable of. He started to suspect that Lin Shen's seemingly unscientific ability to jump again might be due to the marvels of talent theory. The more Tu Xiaodao thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't just go back. After pondering for a while, he turned around and headed back towards Lin Shen's home at the Dark Bird base. Why have you come back? Asked Lin Shen, who had just had a round of base mutation fluid and was so full his stomach was bulging. Seeing Tu Xiaodao return, he spoke with a slight headache. Lin Shen, you need me, blurted Tu Xiaodao unexpectedly. What do I need you for? Lin Shen asked, a bit amused and bewildered. Ouyang Yudu will surely come looking for you, and not just Ouyang Yudu. Many talents from great families who have tried and failed to master talent theory might also come looking for you. What do they want with me? They can't cultivate talent theory, and although it's fine that Ouyang Yudu, the prodigy of the heavens, managed to do so, it's unbearable for some people that you, from a minor base, also succeeded. To them, this feels like an insult. They can't tolerate the existence of someone like you, so they will come to find trouble with you. How many times do I have to tell you for you to believe I haven't cultivated talent theory? Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter. What's important is whether they believe it. Do you think they will? Why is it okay for Ouyang Yudu to succeed, but not for me? Because you have no background, because you're just a steel mutator, because you're easy to bully. They can't defeat Ouyang Yudu, nor can they afford to provoke the Ouyang family, but picking on you is no problem. Tu Xiaodao spoke seriously. That's why you need me. With me around, no one can touch a hair on your head. What do you want? I'm telling you, I can't possibly give you back that base mutation fluid, Lin Shen said, watching Tu Xiaodao warily. Don't worry, I don't want anything, just spar with me in normal times, that's all, Tu Xiaodao hastily said. I'm just a steel, how can I spar with you? You're not trying to take this opportunity to kill me, are you? Lin Shen always prioritized safety first, so how could he casually take in such a mysterious person? You've got it wrong. There will absolutely not be such a situation. I just thought that leap you made earlier was really incredible, and I want to learn from it, Tu Xiaodao quickly explained after hearing Lin Shen's concerns. That leap is an innate skill. It can't be learned. You should leave. Lin Shen, unwilling to keep Tu Xiaodao around, rejected him again. Seeing that there's no changing his mind, Tu Xiaodao said through clenched teeth, I'll pay for your time. Please be my sparring partner. How much can you pay? Lin Shen asked, blinking. I didn't bring any money. Can I use this as payment? Tu Xiaodao took something out and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took it and couldn't help but be greatly surprised, exclaiming, Is this a primeval egg? Lin Shen had swallowed a primeval egg before and had a profound memory of it. Although they were all eggs, there were different qualities, but primeval eggs felt somewhat different from ordinary base mutation eggs. It's hard to say exactly what the difference is, but upon seeing it, you could instantly tell which was a primeval egg and which was an ordinary base mutation egg. Just like two oranges of the same variety, one from the original production area and one not, they look almost the same, but upon careful comparison side by side, there would still be some differences. This difference isn't just superficial, there's also an indescribable difference in texture. Of course, the taste is even more different. Looking at the primeval egg in Tu Xiaodao's hand, Lin Shen really wanted it. Nowadays, securing a mutation point is extremely difficult. Even the super bases with ascenders couldn't handle it, let alone Lin Shen in the short term. Wei Wufu had said that people who use primeval eggs for base mutation typically only do it the first time, and subsequent advancements would be with high-quality base mutation eggs, almost without any difference. But for someone like Lin Shen, who has better options, would he settle for second best? Obviously not. If possible, he would surely use primeval eggs. Why exactly do you insist on having me as your sparring partner? Lin Shen scratched his head. He really wanted the item, but he was very reluctant to take on the risk. Chapter 130, Gaming also requires talent. I'll just tell you the truth. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Tu Xiaodao had no other choice but to be honest, hoping sincerity could move Lin Shen. You want to find a way to beat Ouyang Yudu from me? Lin Shen looked at him as if he were looking at an idiot. Lin Shen had already told Tu Xiaodao countless times that he hadn't mastered talent theory. Why wouldn't this idiot believe it? On second thought, if Tu Xiaodao didn't believe it, would anyone else? Unless Bai Shenfei clarified it herself, no one would believe what he said. It was very likely, as Tu Xiaodao had said, that more trouble would follow. You can stay, and I can be your sparring partner, but let me make this clear in advance, Lin Shen said very seriously. I'll say it one more time. I, Lin Shen, have not mastered talent theory. You, Tu Xiaodao, do you still want to use this primeval egg as payment to ask me to be your sparring partner? Yes. Tu Xiaodao was delighted upon hearing this and quickly nodded. If someone comes looking for trouble with me later on, Lin Shen continued, leave it to me. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a hair on your head, not even Ouyang Yudu, Tu Xiaodao immediately guaranteed, thumping his chest. 2 hours of sparring each day. I can take leave if something comes up and make up for it later, for a period of 1 month. Any objections? None. Tu Xiaodao felt it was enough. He was confident in his talent and abilities. Deal. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao's primeval egg and then wrote a contract for him to sign. It stipulated that he hadn't mastered talent theory, could only spare 2 hours a day to be Tu Xiaodao's sparring partner, and that the limit was 1 month. Can we start right now? Tu Xiaodao asked with anticipation, looking at Lin Shen. Sure, just what I need to help digest my food. Lin Shen had just had base mutation fluid, and his belly was round from drinking. It was a good time for some exercise. When they arrived at the training ground, Tu Xiaodao couldn't wait to draw his bizarre sword. You do understand that I'm just a steel level, Lin Shen said, though his finger was already on the trigger of the angel revolver. I understand. I won't use base mutation strength, and I'll keep my power and speed within the steel level range, Tu Xiaodao said excitedly. You attack. I'll defend. That's good, Lin Shen said, taking out the death powder. With a flick of his hand, the death powder stood straight up. He didn't plan to get close to Tu Xiaodao. With the length of the death powder, he intended to keep a certain distance. If Tu Xiaodao dared to close in, he would shoot right away. Although he somewhat believed what Tu Xiaodao had said was true, it was still necessary to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. Seeing Tu Xiaodao ready for battle, Lin Shen simply raised his hand and thrust. Holding the spear at its butt end with one hand, his thrust was unpredictable as a dragon emerging from its den, or a venomous snake strike. It was fast, very fast. Tu Xiaodao's eyes lit up at this thrust. The standard was indeed high, very skillful. He swung his sword to meet it, using the back of his blade to deflect the death powder. Lin Shen quickly pulled and pushed, and the death powder thrust forward again. Good one, Tu Xiaodao shouted, deflecting the thrust once more. At first, Tu Xiaodao thought Lin Shen's thrusting was impressive, but after Lin Shen continued thrusting dozens of times, Tu Xiaodao started to feel strained. Don't just keep thrusting like this, use some other moves, Tu Xiaodao urged. But this is the only move I know, Lin Shen said with an innocent face. Or should I shoot you with my pistol? You only know this one move? Tu Xiaodao simply couldn't believe it. How could someone only know one move? Up to now, in terms of martial arts, I really have trained only this one move. If I lie, may lightning strike me down. Lin Shen swore to the heavens. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen taking the oath, his expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Looking at Lin Shen's expression, it definitely wasn't a lie, but he just couldn't understand how it was possible for someone in the world to only learn a single move. I know what you're thinking. I've also told you many times I really didn't master talent theory. I know you won't believe me anyway, but let's not have me accompany you in practice today either. Other than this stab, I really don't know any other techniques. Swinging wildly or whatever? I guess you don't have the patience to watch, and I don't feel like wasting the effort. Let's just take a break. How about this? I have some no-good little games here. How about I play with you? Lin Shen offered. Fine. Tu Xiaodao thought that it was no good continuing like this, and he might as well see what Lin Shen was up to. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao to his own claw machine store and stopped in front of a machine. Have you played this before? Lin Shen asked Tu Xiaodao. Child's play. Tu Xiaodao looked disdainful. So, that's a no then. Lin Shen gestured to the clerk Zhao Li. Bring me 10 coins. Lin, here you go. Zhao Li quickly came over with a small basket, which held a row of 10 claw egg coins. What do you think it takes to win at this claw machine? Lin Shen took the basket and set it aside, then put 2 coins in it. Obviously, it's about probability. Although I've never played, I also know these machines are set with probabilities. After a certain number of tries, the claw tightens, and only then can it grab the egg inside. Tu Xiaodao spoke. Smart. For ordinary people, that is indeed the case. Whether the claw is loose or tight isn't so important, it's about the probability set by the owner. Here, for example, it's approximately 10 tries for a sure win. If the probability isn't there, no matter how likely it seems, you'll never succeed, Lin Shen explained as he pressed the button. The claw descended, firmly grabbed a base mutation egg, and began to lift it slowly. It seemed like there was a good chance, but as the claw moved toward the hole to drop the prize, the base mutation egg fell down, not reaching the hole. This game isn't very interesting. Let's just go back to training, Tu Xiaodao said. Don't be hasty. Watch me try one more time. Ordinary people have to wait for the probability, but some people don't need to wait for it. Lin Shen, saying this, wiggled the joystick, causing the claw inside to swing. It was still the flick of the claw technique he was good at, and he easily grabbed a base mutation egg out. Tu Xiaodao was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected a game for little kids to have these kinds of tricks and techniques. Here, give it a try. Lin Shen offered his spot. Tu Xiaodao stood in front of the machine, chose which base mutation egg to go for, and then started to wiggle the joystick, imitating Lin Shen. Someone who has never practiced, of course, couldn't possibly get it right on the first try, so Tu Xiaodao came up empty, not even managing to grab the base mutation egg. Games are not for everyone to play either. It also depends on talent. You take your time playing. I've got some things to take care of, and I'll set up a place for you to stay in my yard tonight, Lin Shen said, patting Tu Xiaodao on the shoulder before turning to leave. Games require talent as well? Tu Xiaodao mused, putting more coins in and playing a few more rounds. As he played, he pondered, this game is quite interesting. The store owner set a probability, and under normal circumstances, you must reach a certain number of attempts before you can grab a base mutation egg. But with the technique of flicking the claw, it's possible to break the set probability. However, this requires talent and practice. While thinking, Tu Xiaodao seemed to realize something. His eyes fixed on the base mutation eggs inside the machine, shining with light as he murmured, could it be that Lin Shen doesn't want the trouble of admitting he has mastered talent theory and could only hint at it through this game? He deliberately mentioned the word talent. There's no doubt about it. What exactly is he trying to hint at? What does talent theory have to do with this game? As he thought, Tu Xiaodao reached for more game coins, wanting to continue practicing the flick technique, but his hand grasped at nothing. The 10 coins Lin Shen had brought were all used up. Bring me some coins, Tu Xiaodao called out to Zhao Li behind the counter. How many coins would you like to buy? Zhao Li asked with a smile. Chapter 131. Strength Growth. Lin Shen was wondering whether or not he should go and clarify things with Bai Shenfei to prevent endless trouble. The Lin family was just a small clan like those at Dark Bird Base, not resilient enough to withstand such turmoil, and he couldn't let his actions drag the Lin family into difficulty. He had also heard about Lin Shangdong driving away the Zheng family, which greatly surprised him, as he never expected that his fourth brother had already become an ascender. He was also aware that if it weren't for the splendid downfall orchestrated by Lin Shangdong, Dark Bird Base would have lost its peace a long time ago. The reason for the Lin family's current tranquility was because of the deterrence that single blow provided. But Lin Shen knew Lin Shangdong's personality well. If his brother had the capability, he would not just threaten but eradicate the problem at its root. The fact that Lin Shangdong didn't do so indicated that he didn't have the power to take such action yet, or that for some reason he was not able to do so. According to Wei Wufu, ascenders from Earth were only a small part of the human ascenders. Most human ascenders were constantly in battle on alien worlds, and some had even reached higher levels, establishing their own powers on alien planets. Earth was too impoverished to sustain so many ascenders. Most of them could only hope to find opportunities by leaving for alien worlds. There was no need to worry about beings above ascenders for now, because humans wanting to leave Earth for alien worlds could only do so via teleporters. However, due to the energy limitations of the discovered teleporters, they could at most transmit ascenders. Once humans left and became a higher existence than ascenders on the outside, it would be difficult for the teleporters to bring them back to Earth. If one advanced beyond the level of ascender while on Earth, they would likely be trapped on the planet for life, as there were no current human flight devices capable of sending them to another fertile planet within their lifetime. Thus, the strongest humans on Earth were ascenders, and the same was true for the major families from the superbases. The problem was that the major families had support outside, and if tens of ascenders were to return from alien worlds, no one could withstand that pressure. The Zheng family from Wanderer Base had powers on alien worlds too, and wiping out the Zheng family on Earth wasn't as simple as it sounded. Lin Shen reviewed the situation and realized that there might have been some misunderstandings between him and Bai Shenfei before, possibly arising from the occasion when he rescued Bai Shenfei. Could Bai Shenfei have misunderstood that I did something to her? Lin Shen pondered the possibility, but how to explain such a matter? Lin Shen felt a bit of a headache thinking about it. After giving it some thought, Lin Shen decided to visit Yashan Base first, as Ye Yuzhen's pet was still in the process of hatching there, and he was unsure whether the mutant sea demon god general had hatched yet. Even if he was to go, he would wait until he had converted all the base mutation fluid into base mutation rate. Having a mechanical watch on his person made Lin Shen feel incredibly convenient. Every incremental growth of his base mutation rate was directly visible, unlike in the past when he had to rely on intuition. After digesting all the base mutation fluid in the past few days, Lin Shen successfully reached a base mutation rate of 76, a considerably high number. If he wasn't aiming for perfection, he could now proceed to merge into alloy with almost no risk of failure. Lin Shen did not have a particularly severe perfectionist mindset, as could be seen from the way he practiced evolution skill. He didn't deliberately pursue completeness, practicing what he could and skipping what he couldn't. The only reason I'm so fixated on a 100% base mutation rate is because of the brainwashing from my third and fourth brothers. In the past few days, Lin Shen's strength attribute had increased a bit. Now at 19 points, it looks like there's still room for improvement, so the weight of death powder could probably still be increased. I'd had no choice but to sign the boundless strength contract with death powder. At the time, Lin Shen felt like he was at a disadvantage, but now it seems not bad. The weight of death powder increases, but its regular size doesn't grow, so it just wraps around the body, and wearing a robe over it is like holding it while walking, which is far better than running around with a bull's head every day. It's just uncertain what the growth limit of death powder is, and whether its strength can continue to increase indefinitely. After digesting all the base mutation fluid, Lin Shen felt it was time to visit Yashan Base, so he went to find Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen was actually quite puzzled in his heart. Tu Xiaodao hadn't come to hound him to be a sparring partner in these days, instead spending every day at the claw machine shop trying to catch base mutation eggs, and according to Zhao Li, he had indeed spent a lot of money, earning Lin Shen a tidy sum. Of course, the claw machine that Tu Xiaodao played with was specifically adjusted by Zhao Li. Otherwise, even with the skill to manipulate the claw, it'd still be hard to catch anything. The claws in Lin Shen's shop were loose to prevent those with high skills, which did not have too much effect on regular players, for most people relying on probability. It was about the same as buying base mutation eggs with money, just in a different way that felt more exciting and fulfilling. When Lin Shen arrived at his shop, sure enough, he saw Tu Xiaodao operating the machine to catch eggs. What surprised Lin Shen was that next to Tu Xiaodao, there was a small trolley with more than a dozen base mutation eggs in it. What's going on? Lin Shen asked Zhao Li, who was nearby. He had trained in the claw technique for over half a month before he had fully mastered it. In just a few days, Tu Xiaodao had become so skilled. Lin, your friend is really good. His clawing accuracy is very high, and he's caught quite a few in a row today. Do you want to readjust the tension of that machine? Zhao Li whispered. Forget it. Let's keep that machine as it is. Lin Shen thought about it and decided it didn't really matter. On Realm King Planet now, he sometimes couldn't even be bothered to pick up ordinary steel eggs, so leaving a machine for someone with technique to play with, whoever can grab something deserves it. Tu, you doing quite well, Lin Shen said as he walked over. I should thank you for bringing me to play. Tu Xiaodao gave Lin Shen a meaningful smile. As long as you enjoy playing, but I need to take a trip to Yashin Base. Do you want to stay here and play, or come with me? Lin Shen failed to grasp the real meaning behind Tu Xiaodao's smile. Of course, I'll go with you. There must be trouble waiting for you at Yashin Base, and since I promised to protect you, I naturally mean to keep that promise. Tu Xiaodao put down the control stick, started packing up, and prepared to go with Lin Shen. Your eggs? Lin Shen noticed Tu Xiaodao hadn't taken the base mutation eggs from the trolley and quickly stopped him. I'm giving them to you, Tu Xiaodao said carelessly, as these base mutation eggs were something he really didn't care for, the kind he couldn't even bother to pick up. Exchange them for money for him. Lin Shen knew that for someone like Tu Xiaodao, it was normal not to care about those base mutation eggs, so he didn't say anything further, asking Zhao Li to put them back in the machine before he and Tu Xiaodao headed to Yashin Base together. Chapter 132, The Whip. Throughout the journey, Lin Shen felt somewhat strange inside, as Tu Xiaodao seemed to have become much friendlier, almost like a personal bodyguard, attending to him the whole way. Lin Shen thought to himself, no matter how nice you are to me, it's useless. I truly haven't mastered talent theory. Even if I want to help you, I can't. Upon arriving at Yashin Base, Lin Shen went straight to the Yi family castle. The matter involving Bai Shenfei still needed to be explained to Ye Yuzhen. Trust is one thing, but explanations are necessary. Demanding trust without reason is simply making trouble. Having finally found a suitable partner for marriage and children, Lin Shen didn't want any more mishaps. His priority was to turn the raw rice into cooked rice and marry her so they could start a family. The old butler opened the door for Lin Shen. Smiling, he said, Young Master Lin, the miss is waiting for you in the small martial training hall. Why would she be waiting there for me? Lin Shen wondered, but still followed the old butler to the small martial training hall. When Tu Xiaodao tried to follow, the old butler stopped her and said, The small martial training hall is a private area for the miss and not suitable for entertaining guests. Please, go to the drawing room to rest for a while. There are tea and pastries. Lin Shen signaled Tu Xiaodao to go ahead, then followed the old butler to the small martial training hall. As expected, he saw Ye Yuzhen standing there, dressed in practice clothes, her eyes sharp and focused on him. Go change into your practice clothes, Ye Yuzhen said emotionlessly, pointing at the neatly folded practice clothes on the bench as Lin Shen walked in. Why should I change into practice clothes? I don't want to train right now. Lin Shen felt something was off about Ye Yuzhen. If I tell you to change, you change, Ye Yuzhen said, glaring at him. I came here to explain the situation with Bai Shenfei, Lin Shen quickly added. I don't care about your business with Bai Shenfei. I told you to change, Ye Yuzhen interrupted him. Lin Shen moved his mouth, wanting to say something but then thought better of it. Arguing with a woman in a temper was pointless. He decided to wait until she calmed down. She wants me to change clothes, probably to beat me up and vent her anger. In that case, I'll have to strike first. Lin Shen picked up the practice clothes from the bench and went to the changing room to put them on. These practice clothes fit quite well, Lin Shen said as he approached Ye Yuzhen. Ye Yuzhen didn't engage with his comment, coldly stating, You like to run, don't you? Today, I'm going to make you run your fill. As she spoke, Ye Yuzhen pulled out a gold-threaded python-patterned whip from the rack with a backhanded grip, and with a casual flick in the air, followed by a sharp tug, a loud cracking sound was heard. This sound wasn't the result of the whip hitting Lin Shen's body, but rather the tip of the whip breaking the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom. Whips are often overlooked as weapons, with many subconsciously considering them as mere tools for spurring horses. Yet, a whip can be a very terrifying weapon, sometimes even more lethal than swords, given that it's limited to specific situations and requires high skill, which is why it's easily disregarded. Elderly gentlemen in parks effortlessly create sonic booms with their performance whips. What other weapon can achieve such a feat? Those who wield whips are either novices or ruthless experts. Most people wouldn't choose such a weapon. Clearly, Ye Yuzhen was no novice. Her technique was skilled, clearly the result of rigorous training. Lin Shen was startled by the cracking of the whip, but he now understood why Ye Yuzhen was so angry. It wasn't because of Bai Shenfei, but rather it was because he had run off without saying goodbye last time. Just as Lin Shen was about to explain, Ye Yuzhen didn't give him the chance, lashing out with her whip directly at him. The inanimate object in Ye Yuzhen's hands seemed to transform into a dragon as she relentlessly unleashed it upon Lin Shen. Ch101. Lin Shen saw from the force Ye Yuzhen was using and the direction in which she swung her whip that she didn't really want to hit him. In an instant he became the aggressor, his toes pushing off with strength, and he dashed out like a ghostly apparition. Before the whip could reach him, he had already rushed to Ye Yuzhen's side, crouched down with one arm hugging her waist to borrow her strength for a spin, and soon he was behind her, his other arm also wrapping around her. Ye Yuzhen was slightly startled. Although she hadn't truly intended to whip Lin Shen just to scare him out of irritation, with Ye Yuzhen's speed and technique, it wasn't easy for someone at the steel level to get close to her. Lin Shen's speed was unusually fast, and his movement technique was also quite peculiar. Little did she know, this was the result of Lin Shen's recent practice of stepping on the immortal court. Usually, what should have followed was a back throw from Lin Shen. Of course, Lin Shen was not going to back throw Ye Yuzhen, so instead of throwing her back, he lifted her up. Put me down. Ye Yuzhen's anger subsided quite a bit, and the annoyed expression on her face was mostly feigned. Her body squirmed a few times in Lin Shen's embrace, seemingly without much strength. I ran because I was afraid of dragging the Yi family into trouble, Lin Shen said while holding her. Are you afraid of dragging the Yi family into trouble, or are you afraid that the Yi family will betray you? Ye Yuzhen asked with her lips pursed. Lin Shen coughed. Of course, I was afraid of dragging the Yi family into trouble. Ye Yuzhen didn't linger on that issue. She glanced at him and said, you can leave if you want, but you should at least tell me first. You ran off without saying anything. What does that mean? What do you take me, Ye Yuzhen, for? It was my mistake. I didn't think it through at the time. It won't happen again, Lin Shen said as he saw that Ye Yuzhen's tone had softened, and the moment was ripe to make amends. You still haven't put me down, Ye Yuzhen complained coyly. Only then did Lin Shen put her down, but as soon as Ye Yuzhen was on her feet, she fixed her gaze on him and said, let's just forget about you running off without a word. Now tell me about you and Bai Shenfei. Thought you didn't mind? Lin Shen muttered. I certainly don't mind. I just want to know why Bai Shenfei would give up on Ouyang Yudu and take an interest in you? Ye Yuzhen's voice turned defiant. That's because I'm handsomer, stronger, and more manly than Ouyang Yudu. What woman wouldn't be envious? You'd better watch out lest someone else takes your place, Lin Shen said earnestly. Pa, whoever wants you can have you. I'm not interested at all, Ye Yuzhen said, both annoyed and amused. All right then, I'll go find Bai Shenfei and ask her if she's interested, Lin Shen replied. Go ahead, Ye Yuzhen snapped back. I will then. Lin Shen finished speaking and really turned to leave, without looking back as he exited the small martial training hall. Seeing that Lin Shen actually walked away when he said he would, Ye Yuzhen suddenly panicked. What if I've really upset him? What if he actually does go to Bai Shenfei? Thinking this, Ye Yuzhen hurriedly chased after him, calling out, come back! But there was no response, and Ye Yuzhen grew more anxious. Without even bothering to change her shoes, she rushed out the door. She had only just dashed through the door when a strong arm reached out from the side, encircled her waist, and pulled her over. Ye Yuzhen was taken aback, but upon seeing it was Lin Shen, she relaxed her tense body, which was then pressed by Lin Shen against the wall beside the door. I thought you were going to find Bai Shenfei, Ye Yuzhen said, looking at Lin Shen's face which was very close to hers. There was a mix of secret delight and mild anger in her eyes. This guy was playing her again. But feeling the strong heartbeat and warmth of the body pressing against hers, Ye Yuzhen couldn't bring herself to be angry, and her body went limp. Lin Shen remained silent, his face drawing nearer and nearer, and she felt utterly disarrayed. Chapter 33, A Private Conversation. Cough, cough. A cough interrupted the ambiguous game between the two. When Lin Shen and Ye Yuzhen saw Madame Ye and Ye Tianzhen approaching, Ye Yuzhen quickly pushed Lin Shen away, subconsciously straightening her hair that wasn't even messy. Lin Shen was also somewhat flustered, feeling as though he had been caught in an affair, despite seemingly having done nothing wrong. Tian, take Lin Shen to change his clothes, then come to the living room. Yuzhen, come with me. Madame Ye was notably colder toward Lin Shen this time, and she left with Ye Yuzhen right after she finished speaking. Lin Shen could understand. The rumors about him and Bai Shenfei were rampant, so it would be strange if Madame Ye were pleased. Little brother Lin, what exactly is going on between you and Bai Shenfei? From what I see, you seem like a decent person, not the type to play two sides. There must be some misunderstanding here. Ye Tianzhen seemed to have a good impression of Lin Shen. I really have nothing to do with Bai Shenfei, and I don't know why she would say such things, Lin Shen said helplessly. Ye Tianzhen pondered. Maybe she didn't want to choose Ouyang Yudu so easily, and that's why she dragged you in to be a shield. You go change your clothes first, and then explain things clearly in front of Yi, and that should clear up any misunderstandings. After all, Yi is an elder, and if she says something harsh, you should just take it as a sign of respect for an elder. Don't worry, Tian, I understand, Lin Shen nodded. After such an incident, it was only natural for an elder to say a few words, and anyone would understand that. After changing, Lin Shen followed Ye Tianzhen to the living room, only to see Madame Ye sitting alone on the sofa, without Ye Yuzhen in sight. Tian, go out first. I have some words to speak with Lin Shen alone. Madame Ye stroked the black cat in her arms without looking up as she spoke. Yea, then I will go out first. Ye Tianzhen did not dare to disobey Madame Ye, and quietly made a gesture to Lin Shen before leaving and closing the door behind him. Lin Shen looked at Madame Ye, pondering how to explain himself. Lin Shen, how do you think your talent compares to your second brother's? Before Lin Shen could speak, Madame Ye began, her question catching Lin Shen off guard. Naturally, it's far inferior, Lin Shen answered honestly, acknowledging that his talent was not outstanding among the Lin siblings. Madame Ye nodded slightly. You do have a clear understanding of yourself. Your talent is indeed far inferior to your second brother's. Does Madame Ye know my second brother? Lin Shen asked in surprise, sensing from her tone that she seemed very familiar with his brother. Madame Ye didn't answer him, continuing on her own. Your brother was a prodigy, able to learn any skill at a glance, and even improve upon them, surpassing their original masters with ease. He could also challenge higher-level opponents without difficulty. Even such a genius had his moments of grievance. You are not as quick to learn as your brother, but are far more adept at causing trouble. Madame Ye, I haven't actively caused any trouble, have I? Lin Shen was puzzled, feeling that Madame Ye's relationship with his brother was more than just an acquaintance. Haven't you? Madame Ye coldly remarked. Even though your brother is arrogant, he would not attract the attention of ascenders while at the steel level like you have. Isn't that skill more impressive than his? Lin Shen was left speechless. Although he hadn't intentionally provoked Ch101, it was indeed what had happened. You're lucky to have the Mushroom King help you through a disaster, but that is your fortune. People can't always rely on luck, and Yuzhen can't marry someone who gambles with their life. Madame Ye's tone grew increasingly stern. Lin Shen was startled. Madame Ye actually knew about the incident, which meant someone had been secretly watching their battle with Ch101 in the Blue Tree Sea. He just wasn't sure whether the spy was Madame Ye herself or one of her subordinates. Whether it was the former or the latter, it proved that this Madame Ye was no simple character, definitely not like the Ye family he had imagined. Madame Ye, keeping her eyes fixed on Lin Shen, continued saying, I am somewhat familiar with you, Lin family members. If all you want is to find a woman to marry and have children with, then stop pursuing Yuzhen. I only have this one daughter, and I won't let her marry someone who just wants to use her. Lin Shen remained silent. His initial plan had indeed been such, but after getting to know Ye Yuzhen better over time, he truly developed feelings for her. So you need to think it over, why you want to be with Yuzhen. If you truly want to be with her, as a person, then no one can tear you apart. Otherwise, you should clear things up with Yuzhen sooner rather than later, Madame Ye said slowly, still watching Lin Shen. Madame Ye, you are right. If I were only to consider her a tool, that would indeed be unfair to her. Lin Shen met Madame Ye's gaze and said calmly, but please believe that I do have feelings for Yuzhen, yet there are things beyond my control. If I marry Yuzhen and one day my brothers and sisters are waiting for me to save their lives, requiring me to gamble with my life, what should I do? A gentleman can seek revenge for 10 years without haste. You can endure and wait. Wait until you have the strength to solve your problems without taking risks, then resolve them. If you can't put Yuzhen first, you shouldn't trouble her, said Madame Ye. Lin Shen wanted to argue with Madame Ye, but he knew in his heart she was not wrong. Ye Yuzhen wasn't like the bad girl he had imagined and had even stirred some feelings in Lin Shen, which in turn made him hesitant. Madame Ye, could you give me some time? I need to think things over carefully, Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Time is not given by others, Madame Ye said lightly. Thank you for your protection, madam. I will take my leave now. The fact that Madame Ye knew about his alliance with the black-capped mushroom beast to kill Ch101 meant she probably wanted to protect him from the shadows, at least showing no hostility. Having the ability to remain undetected even by someone like Ch101 meant her power was certainly not less than his. If Madame Ye had wanted to harm him, there had been plenty of opportunities. Go ahead. When you have made up your mind and truly want to be with Yuzhen, no one in the Yi family will stop you. Until then, you should not see Yuzhen again, Madame Yi said calmly. Without saying anything further, Lin Shen turned and left. Once outside the Ye family's gate, Lin Shen let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Trying to take advantage without taking responsibility, I really am a scoundrel. He understood what Madame Ye meant. Her intentions were the same as his brothers and sisters, for him to stay peaceably at home like a wealthy gentleman, not involving himself in external affairs. But the words his fourth brother said in the middle of the night made Lin Shen realize that his brothers must have gotten into serious trouble. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble or how serious it was, he couldn't pretend to be oblivious and go on living comfortably like that. I'm still not strong enough. I need to become stronger quickly, Lin Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 13:4, I'm waiting for you. After leaving the Yi family with Tu Xiaodao, Lin Shen found a place to stay and then sent word to Shu Tiange. Not long after, Shu Tiang came running over, his face all smiles upon seeing Lin Shen. But when he saw Tu Xiaodao sitting next to him, Shu Tiang was slightly taken aback. Tu Xiaodao is now in charge of ensuring my safety. There's no problem with bringing him along to the Realm King planet, is there? Lin Shen asked. Of course there's no problem. With a master like Brother Tu accompanying us, I couldn't be happier. Why would there be an issue? Shu Tiang said with a grin. Shen, just wait 2 more days. The Realm King cultivation device should be about to activate soon. Lin Shen discussed some details with Shu Tiang, and in the end, Shu Tiang invited them to stay at the Shu family's home until they all left for Jinshui Lake together. After some thought, Lin Shen agreed and followed Shu Tiang to the Shu family's home. Seeing Tu Xiaodao constantly by Lin Shen's side like a true bodyguard sparked great curiosity within Shu Tiang. Tu Xiaodao's strength ranks among the top in the mutators, barely inferior to Ouyang Yudu. He even caused trouble for Lin Shen before, yet in just a few days, things have turned out like this. I really can't understand it anymore. At the Shu family's home, Lin Shen adhered to 3 daily routines: running, practicing with a gun, and sleeping. Running was to practice stepping on the immortal court. Practicing with the gun was focused only on thrusting, and sleeping was to practice the greed for life and fear of death elixir. Every day during sleep, Lin Shen tried to hold his breath as long as possible while circulating the immortality scripture, and although he had not succeeded yet, the duration of his breath holding was gradually increasing. From initially only being able to hold his breath for about half an hour, he was now close to an hour, yet it was still a significant gap from the minimum requirement for practicing the immortality scripture. Finally, the day arrived for the Realm King cultivation device to activate again. After several rounds of research, experts had found that mutators who stand closer to each other are more likely to be transported to the same area. Though difficult to arrive at the exact same location, standing together meant that after teleportation, they wouldn't be too far apart from each other. Under Shu Tiangzhe's lead, the group of mutators from the Shu family, along with Lin Shen and Tu Xiaodao, arrived at the area of the Sword Alliance's base next to Jinshui Lake. The Shu family had numerous connections with the Sword Alliance's base, and they were also the first to be informed about the Realm King cultivation device. The Shu family's trip to the Realm King planet also required coordination with the Sword Alliance to ensure higher safety. Upon arriving at the Sword Alliance base, someone recognized Lin Shen. A girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 ran up to Lin Shen, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as she asked, "Are you the playboy Lin Shen?" "I am Lin Shen, but I am not a playboy," Lin Shen said. Realizing her mistake, the girl apologized. "I'm sorry, Lin Shen. My name is Zuo Qingmeng, and I really admire you. Could you give me an autograph?" "An autograph?" Lin Shen was slightly startled. He had not expected anyone to admire him and asked in confusion, "What exactly do you admire about me?" "Of course it's for mastering talent theory. I heard that only those with exceptionally good talent can master talent theory. You must be 1 in a million, a real genius. In nearly 20 years, only Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yu have mastered talent theory, and you're the third," Zuo Qingmeng said earnestly. "You're mistaken. I haven't mastered talent theory," Lin Shen patiently explained. "How is that possible?" Zuo Qingmeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "If you haven't mastered talent theory, how could Bai Shenfei list you as one of her candidates? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Maybe there's another Lin Shen who has mastered talent theory, but I certainly have not." Lin Shen deliberately raised his voice so that the people nearby could hear him, unwilling to take the blame for this. "Is that so?" Zuo Qingmeng looked full of doubt. "Yes, that's exactly it. If you're looking for someone who has mastered talent theory to sign something, I suggest seeking out Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu," Lin Shen said earnestly. "Okay then," Zuo Qingmeng said, looking disappointed. Seeing that the people from the Sword Alliance were showing signs of sudden realization, as if they'd resolved some inner conflict, Lin Shen felt much better. Although their looks were still somewhat uncomfortable, as if saying, "I knew it couldn't be. How could someone from an obscure place, whom nobody has ever heard of, have mastered talent theory? I knew that was the case." But compared with taking the fall, Lin Shen felt those looks were still acceptable. "This is a good start. When I get the chance, I'll stroll around other bases, letting everyone know that the Lin Shen mentioned by Bai Shenfei isn't me. That should solve the problem," Lin Shen thought to himself. However, the best laid plans often go awry, and just as Lin Shen had begun to shift the blame off himself, he saw people from other bases coming to the Sword Alliance and causing quite a commotion. "Ah, the living Ouyang Yudu." Zuo Qingmeng's eyes almost turned into heart shapes. Other members of the Sword Alliance also glanced over, and several of the younger leaders went to greet Ouyang Yudu. "Ouyang Yudu is here? Is he coming for me?" Lin Shen felt depressed. He just wanted to level up by battling monsters, not waste time and energy on these people. Ouyang Yudu merely exchanged a few polite words with the members of the Sword Alliance, then purposefully walked towards Lin Shen. Ouyang Yudu came for Lin Shen. "So, the Lin Shen Bai Shenfei talked about is indeed this Lin Shen. He almost had me fooled just now." Zuo Qingmeng felt hurt. Others also looked on with faces eager for gossip, as if they were just short of grabbing chairs and some sunflower seeds. "Hello, I am Ouyang Yudu." Ouyang Yudu greeted Lin Shen with a friendly outstretched hand. "Lin Shen." Lin Shen also extended his hand and shook hands with Ouyang Yudu. Lin Shen had expected that Ouyang Yudu, like the villains in stories, would squeeze his hand hard to challenge him or teach him a lesson. But Ouyang Yudu just gave a light squeeze and let go, smiling at him while saying, "I've heard you've mastered talent theory too. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to discuss talent theory with you." He continued, handing a small notebook to Lin Shen. "This contains my insights from practicing talent theory, detailed records from steel to crystal base. Take a look. If it's useful, keep it. If not, you can return it to me later." If you need any help with your cultivation in the future, you can also come directly to the God's Love Base camp to find me. I won't shirk if I can help you. I hope you can advance to Crystal Base soon. Lin Shen wanted to say that he didn't need it, he hadn't mastered talent theory at all, but Ouyang Yudu had already turned away and didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak. As he reached the gateway of the Sword Alliance camp, Ouyang Yudu seemed to remember something, turned his head, and called out to Lin Shen from a distance. Lin Shen, I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 13:5 Ice Frost Cave. What does this mean? Zuo Qingmeng's eyes widened with curiosity, her gossiping soul burning wildly. Not just Zuo Qingmeng, but other mutators of the Sword Alliance and those from the Shu family looked at Lin Shen, who was holding his diary and standing there with bizarre expressions. Ouyang Yudu's words, Lin Shen, I'll be waiting for you, really led to wild speculation. Just like 1,000 people have 1,000 different Hamlets, this phrase took on different interpretations when heard by different people. Some believed that Ouyang Yudu meant he was waiting for Lin Shen at the Crystal Base level, hoping for a battle after Lin Shen's promotion to Crystal Base, a challenge from the Purple Forbidden Pinnacle. Others thought that there was an indefinable relationship between Ouyang Yudu and the Playboy. The Playboy's background must be alarming and not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even Ouyang Yudu felt the need to be obsequious. Then there were some people, like Zuo Qingmeng, who had another kind of interpretation, and it was this interpretation that made their looks towards Lin Shen turn strange. No wonder there were all sorts of interpretations. Even Lin Shen himself couldn't figure out what Ouyang Yudu really meant. If Ouyang Yudu had come straight up to slap him, Lin Shen would have found that normal. In fact, he thought it was very like how it's shown in movies, romantic rivals meeting with intense jealousy. A fight was inevitable. Of course, Lin Shen didn't consider himself to be Ouyang Yudu's romantic rival, he just thought that's how Ouyang Yudu saw him. Now, with Ouyang Yudu playing this card, it left Lin Shen utterly confused. What on earth does this Ouyang Yudu mean? Lin Shen was also unclear. He didn't understand the meaning behind his last words. Lin Shen had just started to shed a bit of the blame, but because of Ouyang Yudu, he ended up shouldering it firmly again. Even Shu Tiang came over and whispered to Lin Shen, Shen, does your family have any relatives who have dealings with the Ouyang family? No, Lin Shen said with a mixture of laughter and tears. Ouyang Yudu is even more fearsome than I initially thought, Tu Xiaodao said seriously. What do you mean? Shu Tiang asked curiously. His offer to share cultivation insights and even help Lin Shen with talent theory to his utmost ability is because he possesses a confidence so strong it's terrifying. He believes that even if they practice talent theory the same way, even if Lin Shen had his experience, even if Lin Shen worked hard in every possible way, he wouldn't care and would actually be more pleased. He wants an opponent, someone who could be a worthy adversary. In other words, he doesn't consider anyone a challenge right now. No one in this world qualifies to be his opponent. He feels lonely and is yearning for such an opponent to emerge. The more Tu Xiaodao spoke, the sharper his gaze. He felt overlooked, ignored by someone he considered a rival, which made him uncomfortable. Shu Tiang was astonished. Is that really how it is? Are there people like that in the world? If there are, then that person must be Ouyang Yudu, Tu Xiaodao spoke gravely. Shen, this opponent of yours, is a bit twisted, Shu Tiang remarked. Lin Shen couldn't care less about their opinions. Whether Ouyang Yudu was twisted or not didn't concern him, as he hadn't mastered talent theory anyway. From Ouyang Yudu's reaction, it looked like he wouldn't be causing any trouble for a while, which was good for Lin Shen. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up in the future, no matter how twisted Ouyang Yudu becomes, it wouldn't relate to him. Should Ouyang Yudu insist on entangling with him in a mess, Lin Shen wouldn't mind letting Ouyang Yudu taste the sacrificial halo that he hadn't used for a long time. The activation time for the Realm King cultivation device was approaching. The Sword Alliance members gathered everyone by the lake, all the mutators ready to travel to the Realm King planet, huddled together waiting for the teleportation to commence. At the scheduled time, the Realm King cultivation device indeed activated once more. As the crystal rings turned, they morphed into a portal, sucking in everyone by the lakeside. Lin Shen, already accustomed to the process, landed steadily on the ground. Most of the Shu family members and the people from the Sword Alliance were nearby. Only a small part were separated, but they should not be too far away and still within the surrounding area. Everyone was sizing up their surroundings, but they found themselves at a loss. What is this place? Shu Tianj asked in surprise, looking around to find that they were in a massive frosty cave. The cave was filled with thick ice crystals, emitting a bone-chilling cold. Within the ice crystals there were specks of light. The dark blue glow rendered the crystals even colder and more sinister. Soon, everyone discovered that the strange frosty cave had no exit and was just an elliptical enclosed space. This isn't good. Although the space here is quite large, there is no air circulation. With so many of us here, the oxygen will soon be depleted, Zuo Qinglong, the young leader of the Sword Alliance, said with a grave voice. Lin Shen and the others were also aware of the problem as they looked around, hoping to find some glacier cracks. If there were cracks, air could flow through, and they could survive. Once the 3-day limit was up, they could return. However, everyone was soon disappointed to find that there was not a single crack in the frosty cave. It was covered entirely by thick ice crystals with unknown depth enveloping the cave. It seems there is a fissure here, someone exclaimed excitedly. People hurriedly gathered to see many cracks on one spot of the ice crystals, radiating outwards like the petals of a chrysanthemum. By this time, everyone was feeling stuffy and knew that they were indeed in an enclosed space. If they didn't find a way out or break through soon, they would all suffocate to death here. However, they dared not smash the ice crystals randomly, fearing that they might be under an enormous glacier. If the frosty cave collapsed, they would all be buried alive inside. Let me try, Zhuo Qinglong pondered for a moment, took out a pet launcher, but did not fire it immediately. Instead, he took out a pet capsule and a key, and only then activated it. Lin Shen and the others saw a large metallic earthworm appear in front of Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong explained, "This is the alloy-level alloy burrowing dragon. It specializes in tunneling through mountains and the earth. Because of its unique body structure, it does not easily cause collapses when burrowing into rocks and soil. However, I have never seen it drill through ice, and I don't know if it might trigger a glacial collapse. Should we give it a try? Let's all make a decision together." No one objected because no one had a better idea. Everyone utilized their base mutation powers, protecting their bodies with carapaces to guard against accidents. Then they watched as Zhuo Qinglong controlled the alloy burrowing dragon, drilling towards the area with the cracks, which was the most likely connection to the outside. The tip of the alloy burrowing dragon contracted, forming a cone shape like a drill bit, and then slowly drilled toward the center of the crack. No sooner had the alloy burrowing dragon touched the crack on the ice crystal when everyone suddenly felt a violent tremor under their feet. Not only the ground, but the ice walls around them also began to shake. No, it wasn't shaking. It was squirming. The ice crystals seemed to become soft, contracting and undulating. The cracks suddenly widened, forming a huge opening. In their panic, everyone wanted to rush toward the opening. But the next second, everyone heard a strange screech, and then saw something like a tidal wave pouring in from the opening, knocking everyone over in disarray. Damn it, are we inside the belly of some base variant creature? Lin Shen cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of foreboding. At this moment, the others probably had the same thought as Lin Shen, but no one had the chance to speak. The wave-like liquid kept pouring in, quickly filling up the space. Ah, someone cried out in agony, not because of crashing into the ice walls, but because their protective carapace had disintegrated. The liquid turned out to be highly corrosive. Chapter 36, Dilemma. The people who were screaming were those mutators whose level of base mutation was relatively low, their carapaces unable to completely encase their bodies. The robes on everyone's bodies swiftly decayed into tatters in the liquid due to acid corrosion. At spots where the carapace lacked protection, the liquid corroded their flesh as if it had come into contact with concentrated sulfuric acid. Those with a higher degree of base mutation, fully encapsulated by their carapaces, fared slightly better, but that was only true for those at the crystal base level. For those at the alloy level, their alloy carapaces bubbled up on the surface when immersed in the liquid, showing signs of corrosion. Lin Shen's carapace was only at steel level, which surprisingly held up almost as well as the alloy carapace in the liquid, showing only minor signs of corrosion and wouldn't be breached anytime soon. Fortunately, among the mutators who came this time, only Lin Shen was at the steel level. Zhuo Qinglong and others at the crystal base level lifted those whose carapaces didn't cover their entire bodies so that they could be spared from the liquid a little longer. Tu Xiaodao tried to lift Lin Shen out of the liquid, but Lin Shen shook his head to stop her. Inside his body, the evolution theory had already started working, seeping into his carapace, and was now strengthening and mutating it. Evolution theory is truly a divine art, Lin Shen marveled inwardly. Even if he could cultivate in the gift theory, he would not wish to switch. The liquid did not fill the entire space. It stopped after reaching a little more than half its capacity, and the hole from whence it flowed was sealed off. The people soaked in the liquid felt a mix of emotions. Staying submerged like this for 3 days, most of the people here would end up dead. Even those at the crystal base level would find it hard to maintain their mutator state for 3 consecutive days. Besides, they couldn't possibly endure for 3 days. They would soon suffocate from the lack of oxygen. We're really out of luck, aren't we? We aren't inside the stomach of some giant base variant creature, are we? Shu Tiangshe said dejectedly, sticking his head out of the liquid after the space had stopped shaking. Looking at it now, that possibility seems rather high, Lin Shen pondered aloud. Everyone had their say, but they were out of options at the moment. No one had anticipated being transported to a place like this. If we truly are in the stomach of a colossal creature, then there should be a digestive tract through which we can escape. Let's split up and search, Zhuo Qinglong said, phrasing it rather elegantly, though everyone understood what he meant. Despite finding the idea repulsive, no one had the luxury of choice at the moment. As long as they could live and get out, who cared about the discomfort? Some searched above, while several at the crystal base level dived into the liquid, seeking a potential exit below. After searching for a long while, aside from the entrance where the liquid had poured in, they found no other likely exits. Is this giant creature a pixie that only ingests and never excretes? Shu Tiang made such a remark which only worsened the already dismal mood of everyone else. To my knowledge, a human stomach has 2 openings, but that's not the case for some animals. For example, cattle have 4 stomachs, and some of those stomachs only have 1 opening, someone responded. If we really are inside a colossal creature's stomach, our only option now is to get out through that same opening, another person suggested. Why insist on finding an exit? Just tear open its belly and we're out, Ch Xiaodao stated coolly. With that, an idea dawned on everyone. Indeed, they previously didn't dare to force their way out, thinking they were trapped in a glacial cave, fearing that a collapse would bury them alive. Now that they realize this place is not a glacial cave, but very likely the interior of a giant creature, there's nothing to hesitate about. They just need to break through its belly to escape and, in doing so, they could kill the giant creature. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The tension had been too high just a moment ago, and habitual thinking took over, preventing an immediate reaction. Now, with Ch Xiaodao's reminder, everyone quickly caught on, and someone immediately took a knife and started hacking at the wall that resembled an ice crystal. When they had first arrived, the ice crystal-like wall was tough, but when they cut it now, it was like cutting into rubber. The blade sank in, but couldn't cut through, and then it was bounced back. I'll do it. A crystal base level raised their jade-like mountain axe, concentrating all their strength into the blade and viciously slashing at the ice wall. The power of a crystal base level, combined with a weapon made from crystal-based materials, could pierce through even a thick steel wall with ease. But when the mountain axe hit the ice crystal wall, the entire blade sank in and then sprung back. The rebound was so strong that the crystal base level couldn't hold on to the axe, which flew out of their grasp. Everyone was shocked to see that the spot hit by the axe had not even a scratch on it. This thing's toughness is extraordinary. Brute force won't break it. Try something sharp. Zhuo Qinglong then summoned his alloy burrowing dragon again, hoping to create an opening with its burrowing ability. The burrowing dragon aimed its conical head toward the exceedingly tough ice crystal wall. The next second, Lin Shen saw the burrowing dragon's head spin like an actual drill bit frantically. Quickly, the head of the burrowing dragon sank in, and its body slowly inched forward. Everyone was hopeful, thinking they might have a chance, but then the burrowing dragon's speed slowed down and finally stopped completely. In the next instant, the burrowing dragon's body suddenly began to spin counterclockwise, and as it spun, it was ejected, its body now twisted like a corkscrew. The ice crystal wall once again returned to its original state, without a single mark. Seeing this, a chill went down everyone's spine. Unwilling to sit and wait, everyone showed off their skills. Some brought out especially sharp crystal-based weapons, some summoned powerful crystal-based pets, all trying to break through the crystal wall. Ch Xiaodao even tried with his short knife, but like everyone else, he achieved nothing. No one could leave a mark on the ice crystal wall. Rather, their commotion triggered several more tremors, the liquid inside swirling chaotically, and a few raised mutators fell back in, their screams echoing one after another. Continuing this way is no use. It seems we can only try to leave through that opening, Zhuo Qinglong called out, instructing everyone to stop. Everyone knew that was the only path they could take, but it was extremely dangerous. Not to mention whether they could escape through this small opening, even if they did, it would likely lead them into the giant creature's mouth. Getting bitten a few times, who could withstand that? Moreover, assuming they were lucky enough to rush out from the giant creature's mouth, would the creature let them leave? Crystal-based level forces couldn't harm it in the slightest. How could they possibly be a match for the giant creature? Though they felt uneasy, there seemed to be no other choice aside from taking a risk and attempting it. Chapter 137. A gun pierces the wall. Zhuo Qinglong, this time summoned a crystal-based sword shield warrior pet and arrived at the rift. The rock crystal sword in his hand stabbed fiercely towards the center point. Everyone was ready. As soon as the entrance opened, they would immediately push against the liquid backflow and rush out. The rock crystal sword stabbed hard into the center point of the crack, and unexpectedly, this time the rift did not open and become an entrance. Everyone was taken aback, and Zhuo Qinglong was even more urgently urging the sword shield warrior to keep thrusting his sword, but the outcome was the same. The rift showed no sign of opening. We're finished. At this moment, everyone felt an immense sense of despair in their hearts. If the rift did not open, they were without even a sliver of hope. Unable to break out, everyone would die here. No one spoke, only the sword shield warrior kept stabbing with his sword, and the oppressive atmosphere made it somewhat suffocating. Not just the trapped mutators, but also the people outside watching the footage felt like they forgot to breathe, eyeing the images inside the cave. Ye Yuzhen's face was as white as a sheet, afraid that Lin Shen would die inside. The people at the Sword Alliance base were all solemn-faced, with the ascenders seated in the command positions looking particularly ghastly. Among the group of mutators, apart from Zhuo Qinglong and Zhuo Qingmeng, there were several other young people who were being intensively trained. If all of them died inside, it might not have a significant impact on the Sword Alliance now, but in a few years, when the new generation of young people grew up, it would be very difficult for the Sword Alliance to compete with other powers. The patriarch of the Shu family was even paler, as Shu Tiang was the successor he was grooming. If he died inside, the blow to the Shu family would be too great. Lin Shen, you little bastard. You promised me you wouldn't take risks anymore. Lin Miao pointed at the sky and cursed, one hand on her heart. She felt her heart wrenching painfully, an unbearable agony. Inside the space, Lin Shen frowned as he watched the sword shield warriors' repeated futile thrusts, knowing that if this continued, they were likely all going to die here. Brother Zuo, let the sword shield warrior step back for a bit. I'll give it a try, Lin Shen said, approaching Zuo Qinglong. Zuo Qinglong looked at Lin Shen. Although he didn't know what Lin Shen was planning to do, at this point even the slightest hope was worth a try. Everyone also turned their attention to Lin Shen. Although he was only a steel level, the title of a playboy still had some weight. They all knew that Lin Shen had a very high-level pet launcher, and although they didn't think a pet launcher could do much in this situation, they still hoped he could succeed. Lin Shen did not take out the Angel Revolver, although it was loaded with several mutated crystal-based pets. He knew clearly that even with the Angel Revolver's firing rate, the mutated crystal-based pets inside could not possibly penetrate the strange ice crystal wall. Could I borrow your gun for a moment? Lin Shen moved through the liquid to a crystal-based powerhouse of the Sword Alliance, pointing at the red crystal long spear on his back and asking. Sure. Without hesitation, the crystal-based powerhouse still handed the red crystal long spear over to Lin Shen, although he did not know what Lin Shen wanted to do. The weight of the red crystal long spear was comparable to a trident, and its tip was exceptionally sharp. Everybody watched Lin Shen, curious about what he was going to do. Lin Shen lifted the long spear out of the water, swung it a couple of times, getting a feel for its weight, then took the spear to the front of the rift. Taking a deep breath, he completely submerged himself in the liquid. Since most of the rift was submerged in the liquid, if Lin Shen wanted to hit the center point, he had to thrust the spear while in the liquid. Seeing Lin Shen attempting to operate the spear and stab at the ice crystal wall in the liquid, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. They didn't think Lin Shen was weak. In fact, they considered him very strong, but that strength was attributed to his Angel Revolver, not his inherent power. In terms of inherent strength, every single person here was confident they surpassed Lin Shen. The ice crystal wall, that even a full-force attack from a crystal base level could not breach. What use would he be, a steel level, even if he wielded a spear made of crystal-based material? What's the playboy doing? He can't seriously believe his strength can break through the ice crystal wall, can he? He should try using his pet launcher along with a mutated crystal-based pet. There might be a slim chance then. When one's life is threatened, it's normal to act irrationally. Many felt Lin Shen's action was irrational. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to let other crystal-based powerhouses try. But what they hadn't considered was, if it was doable for a crystal base, Zuo Qinglong and the others wouldn't just stand by watching Lin Shen make a move. Lin Shen's entire body submerged into the liquid, tiny bubbles continuously forming on his carapace. He assumed the stance Wei Wufu had taught him, then with one hand holding the red crystal long spear, he made a couple of gestures towards the cracked ice crystal wall. For fuck's sake, he's still holding the spear one-handed. Even now, can you quit showing off please? Someone muttered upon seeing this scene. Death is but a moment, but being suave is for a lifetime. The playboy truly is a role model for our generation. Elegant, truly too elegant. Regardless of if it works or not, at least he's maxed out on style. Even the mutators being trapped felt Lin Shen was overdoing it. At such a crucial time, he was still striking poses. You know shit, Shen's action must have a profound purpose, Shu Tiang scolded upon hearing his subordinates mutter, jumping in immediately. It wasn't just to defend Lin Shen, mainly it was because if Lin Shen failed, they'd be even more hopeless. Tu Xiaodao watched Lin Shen intently, thinking to himself, is he going to use gift theory now? What ingenious application of gift theory could enable him to break through this ice crystal wall that even crystal-based strength can't open? Lin Shen didn't want to hold the spear single-handedly. The problem was that he had only practiced this one move. Only with this stance could he unleash his strongest power. With both hands on the spear, he wouldn't even know how to exert force. Having assumed the position, Lin Shen gripped the red crystal long spear tightly and suddenly exerted strength, thrusting the spear towards the crack in the ice crystal wall. With this strike, he used up all the accumulated power of the sacrificial halo. With nearly 60 attribute points amassed in the sacrificial halo, plus his own 19 points of strength, this strike's power reached a startling 79. The moment the spear thrust forth, a faint red halo radiated from it, the glow of the sacrificial halo. Boom. The liquid surrounding them was violently displaced by the immense strength of the spear thrust, like an explosion spreading outwards, throwing the entire space into chaos. The liquid churned, and Zuo Qinglong and others were knocked about haphazardly by the surging liquid, crashing into the ice crystal wall. The heavily cracked ice crystal wall was blown apart by Lin Shen's piercing strike, completely shattering. With a thunderous roar, the entire space suddenly plummeted downward. Chapter 13:8, The Giant Tree. The spectators outside were all bulging their eyes. They only saw the liquid explode, and then the ice crystal wall was blasted to pieces. What the hell is this? The playboy blew up the ice crystal wall with a single shot. The playboy is cheating. How much did he pay the GM? This proves again that Realm King Planet doesn't really exist. It's just a virtual game. Did the playboy use his money ability, or what? Isn't anyone going to manage this blatant cheating? Steel level completely outperformed crystal base. Being rich really lets you play like this. Does anyone still think Ouyang Yudu and the Great Red Bull Knight are strong? My playboy is the real pioneer of base mutation. Everyone who saw this scene blew up, and even many ascenders were stunned by the power of this strike. Not to mention steel level, even crystal base level couldn't possibly have such explosive strength. However, they were only eyeballing, unable to judge just how powerful this force really was. That playboy, could he have some secret potion from a major universe clan on him? Many big family members started to doubt Lin Shen's background. The trapped mutators were both shocked and elated, trying to stabilize themselves and rush out through the hole blasted by Lin Shen. But the air currents inside mixed with the liquid, tossing them around so much they couldn't even stand, let alone rush out. At the same time, that sensation of rapidly falling made them even more terrified. Boom, another loud noise. The falling space seemed to have smashed into something, causing the liquid and mutators inside to collide wildly, completely unable to control their bodies. After a while, things finally stabilized, and the people saw light coming through the broken hole and were astonished beyond belief. They didn't care about their injuries, and one by one tried to crawl toward the hole. Tu Xiaodao pulled Lin Shen out as well. After dozens of people crawled out, aside from some who were corroded by the liquid and screamed on the ground, the others were dumbstruck by the scene in front of them. It was different from what they had imagined. They weren't inside the belly of a base variant creature. Instead, they faced a giant white jade tree towering out of sight. The tree trunk resembled white jade and the leaves were like frost. Among the enormous canopy, there grew gigantic ice crystal fruits, each unimaginably huge. The space they had been trapped in was actually inside an ice crystal fruit. The fallen fruit was still next to them. The open end of the fruit was where it connected to a branch. Lin Shen's strike had severed that connection and the gigantic fruit had fallen from above. Faced with such a miraculous tree, they had never seen anything like it. Each one of them was shocked by the scene before them. "I'm sorry, I damaged this gun. I'll compensate you with a new one," Lin Shen said to the crystal base of the Sword Alliance. The force was too strong, and the gun's head shattered on impact while the barrel also developed cracks. Although it hadn't shattered, it couldn't withstand another heavy blow, practically as good as broken. But that crystal base quickly shook his head, took the cracked broken gun, and smilingly said, No need to compensate. This is fine. I will keep this gun as a collection. I could brag about it for a lifetime. Shen, that was explosive. Shu Tianj came over and gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen, his heart filled with surprise and uncertainty. Has talent theory actually become this powerful? I underestimated talent theory before. Even some of the newly ascended ascenders probably can't reach this level of strength, right? It seems I need to work even harder, but how can I to possess such power? It seems impossible for someone at the crystal base level to have such strength. The members of the Sword Alliance also looked at Lin Shen with complex expressions, both amazed and fearful of the power of that spear thrust. Lin, we really owe you one this time. Otherwise, we would have probably met with disaster. All of us owe you our lives. If there's ever anything we can help you with in the future, just say the word, Zuo Qinglong said earnestly as he approached. Right, Brother Lin, if you ever need anything, the Sword Alliance will definitely support you with all our might, Zuo Qingmeng followed, excitedly speaking and looking at Lin Shen with stars in her eyes, thinking to herself, those who have mastered talent theory really are different. Not just Zuo Qingmeng, now many others were also convinced that Lin Shen had mastered talent theory. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed such a terrifying blow? Then I won't be polite. I'll be troubling you all in the future, Lin Shen replied. Having more friends meant more options. He was a pacifist. If it was possible to avoid fighting and killing, it was better not to engage. Moreover, the power of the sacrificial halo had already been used up. Now without this trump card, having the members of the Sword Alliance to watch over him on the road was better than going it alone. Seeing how approachable Lin Shen was, the members of the Sword Alliance felt even closer to him. Does anyone know what kind of tree this is? Lin Shen examined the towering tree, from which liquid was still dripping at the broken section. Such a huge tree, we have never heard of it. The crowd shook their heads, including the experienced Zuo Qinglong, who had never heard of the origins of this giant tree. Fortunately, there were no base variant creatures in the vicinity, and the people from both the Sword Alliance and the Shu family began treating their wounded. 20 or 30 people had suffered corrosion injuries, with a few particularly severe cases showing serious corrosion in multiple areas of their bodies. Ordinary medicines were hardly effective, and the wounds had to be washed repeatedly with medical fluids. Lin Shen surveyed his surroundings. This giant tree emitting a cold aura was actually growing in a colorful desert. The sand of this desert contained brightly colored grains, making it look very beautiful. It seems we've been teleported to an unfamiliar area. I think we should set up camp here first, send someone to scout the surrounding area, and then make further plans. What do you think, Brother Lin? Zuo Qinglong discussed with Lin Shen and others. Sounds good. Lin Shen naturally had no objections. Having come to such an unfamiliar environment, he didn't want to take risks by wandering around recklessly. The area around the tree seemed temporarily safe. After discussing, everyone set up camp near the tree, but most people's backpacks were corroded by the liquid, and they only managed to put together a few tattered tents. Zhuo Qinglong even reserved a tent especially for Lin Shen, and no one else objected. Zhuo Qinglong sent a few people to survey the surroundings, while he and others examined the fruit that had fallen. The material of the fruit itself was very special. Even weapons wielded by those at the crystal base level couldn't leave a scratch. As long as they could take these materials back, even without any other gains, the trip would not be considered a loss. Moreover, there were still many huge fruits on the tree. If they could bring them all down, their value was immeasurable. The main reason Zhuo Qinglong suggested setting up camp here was also because of this consideration. But the fruits were too tough, and it wouldn't be easy to bring them down from the tree. While the fruits were only tough, the trunk of the tree was incredibly hard. The strength of someone at the crystal base level was insufficient to damage it, let alone chop down the mighty tree and take it away. Chapter 139. The Person in the Tree. The Sword Alliance and the Shu family researched for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to remove the parts from the giant tree. Zhuo Qinglong also approached Lin Shen, hoping to borrow Lin Shen's strength to harvest some more fruits. The Sword Alliance could provide crystal-based weapons. Lin Shen was responsible for exerting the effort, and the fruits harvested would nominally belong to Lin Shen, but he would need to sell most of them to the Sword Alliance. Unfortunately, the response from Lin Shen was disappointing for them. He could only unleash that kind of strength once, and his body had also been damaged. Now, not only could he not use it anymore, but he was also very weak. People from the Sword Alliance had some guesses, but hearing Lin Shen confirm it was still somewhat disheartening. Members of the Sword Alliance and those watching from afar felt a sigh of relief when they heard Lin Shen say this. If steel-level Lin Shen could continuously use that kind of strength, many would have been uneasy. Unable to think of a better solution, everyone could only rest on the spot and wait for the scouts' reports. After the scouts returned, the news they brought back was not good. They had scouted dozens of miles nearby and hadn't discovered any traces of base variant creatures. Besides the giant tree, there was not even a single plant in the vicinity. What was even more unsettling was that there was not even a breath of wind in the desert. The whole area was eerily silent. Fortunately, although the desert was extremely hot, the giant tree emitted a chilling cold. As long as one wasn't too close to the giant tree, the temperature was relatively comfortable. Lin Shen, however, deliberately set up his tent close to the giant tree. The cold from the tree could automatically operate his evolution theory, giving his body some resistance to the cold. That works? Then should I get myself a bed of jade or something to sleep on every day? Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. It would be difficult to get materials from the giant tree to make a bed, but he considered having a cold storage room built once he returned, where he could sleep inside. Unfortunately, electricity was still a luxury at this time. Darkbird Base only had a small thermal power station, and there was barely enough electricity for the usual needs, let alone for a cold storage room. The Sword Alliance and the Shu family decided to wait here for 3 days, and Lin Shen didn't want to take any risks either, so he stayed with them. Zhuo Qinglong sent several men to climb the giant tree, hoping to try their luck and maybe harvest a few more fruits. On their home planet, fruits would often fall easily after ripening, and they hoped to witness such good fortune here. Shu Qiang, however, behaved honestly, waiting below with the rest of the Shu family. He always followed Lin Shen, planning to stick close to him. Wherever Lin Shen went, he went, and whatever Lin Shen did, he did. In Shu Tiang's own words, following Shen would mean no loss. The giant tree was too tall, and its trunk was extremely smooth and emitted a chill, making it hard to climb. After several hours, people from the Sword Alliance finally reached the canopy. Everyone thought they would move toward where the fruits were, but after one of them had secured the ropes, he suddenly came down. Brother Long, there's something up there. He slid down the rope, panting heavily. Something? Lin Shen and Shu Tiang, who were not far away, perked up their ears upon hearing the man's words. What's up there? Zhuo Qinglong asked directly, not avoiding Lin Shen and the others. There's someone who looks like a person but also not like a person, the man said with an odd expression. What do you mean, looks like a person but also not like a person? Is it the Ultraburn tribe? Zhuo Qinglong's heart chilled. It's not the Ultraburn tribe, nor is it that angel, how should I put it? It's just a person, but half of his face isn't human, it's metallic. The man tried hard to think of how to describe it, but due to his limited cultural level, he didn't know how to fully explain it. Seems like dead, his body is like it grew into the tree. Lin, Shu, shall we go take a look? Zhuo Qinglong pondered for a moment and then turned to Lin Shen and Shu Tiang. Sure, Lin Shen was also curious. A person growing out of a tree was indeed a strange phenomenon. Under the leadership of Zhuo Qinglong, several people climbed up with the help of ropes, which made the climb much easier. But because it was so high up, it still took them over 40 minutes just to reach the lowest branch, where that man had climbed to and secured the ropes before descending. The group stood on the thick branch, which was as wide as a road, providing them ample space to stand comfortably. It's right there. The man who climbed before pointed up towards the canopy. Following the direction he pointed, Lin Shen and the others saw someone indeed sitting cross-legged near a tree branch above, as if this person had grown out of the tree trunk like a human-shaped relief sculpture. The color of his clothing was no longer distinguishable, covered in white frost, and his hair was also frosted over. His face was still relatively clean, with just a bit of frost on his eyebrows. Lin Shen examined him closely, and indeed, as the man from the Sword Alliance had said, the person's face had flesh on the left half, while the other half was made of steel with a mirror-like effect, looking very strange. It really seems like a person. Why does half his face look like he's wearing a stainless steel mask? Shu Tiang observed while speaking. It's not a mask, at least not an ordinary one. Look at his neck inside the collar, Zhuo Qinglong said. Peering toward the neck area showed by the strange person's collar, Lin Shen could see, even though only a part of the neck was visible, it was also half flesh and half steel. Half human, half mechanical. Could this be some kind of ancient android? Shu Tiang said, blinking. Even if it were an android, it would have to be an alien-made one, Tu Xiaodao added. Let's take a closer look, said Zhuo Qinglong, unable to see clearly from the distance, and he began climbing higher first. The members of the Sword Alliance followed, and Lin Shen and the others also moved towards the figure. Without ropes here, they had to grip the cracks in the tree bark to climb higher. Coldness emanated from the trunk, and it was slippery, making climbing difficult. Fortunately, they were not too far from the person's location, and without taking too much time, they reached the branch where the strange person was and stood close to him. Upon a closer look, they found the person even stranger. His face was half flesh, half metal, but at the point where flesh met metal, the skin seemed to meld into the steel, and the steel into the skin, blurring the line between the two. None of them had ever seen anything like this. They knew of metal implants in human bodies, but they had never seen metal and flesh fused together like this. Even if it was base mutation carapace, it was the mutated substance emerging from inside the body to form an independent carapace, not integrated together like this. Look, there seems to be something on his body, Shu Tiang suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the person. Chapter 140, Spirit Base Pearl Lin Shen and Zhuo Qinglong and the others also noticed the strange object in the eccentric's hands, but they just didn't speak up. The eccentric sat cross-legged, akin to a Taoist meditating, his hands joined in front of his lower abdomen. Between his hands, there was a bead the size of a billiard ball, but no one would mistake it for a base mutation egg. Because the bead was crystal clear, like flawless crystal, with red glows flowing inside, resembling the streaming of red clouds. Most importantly, within the bead, there was an odd spirit pattern, shimmering golden yellow, in the shape of a lobster. The moment Lin Shen saw it, he recognized what it was. The life base of the Ascenders, known as the spirit base to others, and yet to many, it's also referred to as the blade of the heart. The red jade sword, Zheng Yuan's spirit base, is still hidden in the Lin family's possession. This was the second time Lin Shen had seen a spirit base. But unlike Zheng Yuan's red jade sword, this spirit base was not a weapon, but a pearl instead. Shu Tiang, lacking knowledge, did not know that the bead was a spirit base, but Zhuo Qinglong and Tu Xiaodao recognized it at first glance, their eyes lighting up instantly. Although they were still mutators, not yet ascenders, unable to truly activate the spirit base or unleash its true power. But they were only a half step away from ascension, bound to ascend sooner or later, and no one would refuse the good fortune of obtaining a spirit base early. However, there was only one spirit base, and there were 7 or 8 people here, so how to allot it was a difficult matter, hence, several people remained silent. Only Shu Tiang, that blockhead, thought he had sharp eyes and was the first to discover the pearl. After Shu Tiang spoke, seeing that everyone was still silent, with no one answering, he sensed something fishy and quickly shut his mouth, looking towards Lin Shen. This is the spirit base, right? Lin Shen, seeing the situation, knew it would be impossible to greedily keep the spirit base for himself and thus openly spoke up. It should be a spirit base. However, Ascenders can't enter the Realm King planet, so there shouldn't be any Ascenders here, right? If this eccentric is an Ascender, how did he get in? Zhuo Qinglong pondered aloud. Perhaps this isn't his spirit base, and he just brought it to the Realm King planet, another crystal base from the Sword Alliance added. That's possible. However, if he's not an Ascender, carrying a spirit base won't enable its use, so what's the use of bringing it here? Tu Xiaodao evaluated the eccentric before continuing. Moreover, looking at his condition, he should have come to the Realm King planet not recently. So, when did he arrive? Is he human or from an alien species? Looking at him, how could he be human? The previously mentioned crystal base remarked. He's neither human, nor does he seem like he's from an alien species. After all, even though alien species look weird, they are, just like humans, standard carbon-based life forms. They wouldn't be like him, half metal and half flesh and blood. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Everyone felt this person was too peculiar, resembling both humans and base variant creatures, a type of life they had never seen before. Regardless, let's take down the spirit base first. Zhuo Qinglong looked towards Lin Shen and proposed, the item was discovered by us together. How about our 3 families share it equally? However, since the spirit base is indivisible, let's unearth the body to see if there's anything else to be found first, then decide on the division. If there are no other finds, our Sword Alliance is willing to pay an equivalent to trade for your share. What do you think? This suggestion by Zhuo Qinglong was already quite fair. There were 4 members from the Sword Alliance present, 2 from Lin Shen's side, and only Shu Tiang from the Shu family. Being able to divide the findings this way, Zuo Qinglong was already considering the favor since Lin Shen had saved them in the past. Fine, Lin Shen nodded. After all, he presently had no use for it, and it would be good to exchange for something useful to him. Moreover, the eccentric had originally been found by the Sword Alliance. Shu Tiang had even less to disagree with, as he was the youngest and weakest both in terms of strength and influence here. Being able to get a share was already good for him, let alone a whole third. Seeing no objections from anyone, Zuo Qinglong then had someone retrieve the spirit base from the eccentric's hands. A mutator from the Sword Alliance directly used a base mutation carapace to shield himself as he carefully reached for the spirit base pearl next to the strange person. The strange person had no breath of life. Being a dead man, there was naturally no need for caution. The pearl was in the strange person's hands, and after the mutator grasped the sphere, he pulled hard twice but could not remove it. Seeing that the pearl was firmly clamped between the hands of the strange person, the mutator had to grab his hands, intending to pry them apart first. As a result, upon this pull, the skin on the strange person's hands tore with ease, revealing that he was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Because the color closely matched the skin and was covered with white frost, it hadn't been noticed at first. Now that the gloves had been torn, his true palms were immediately revealed. The two hands were joined together, one a normal flesh and blood palm, the other forged from steel. The flesh palm was lower, the steel palm on top, and the spirit-based pearl was stuck in the grip of the steel palm. No wonder it couldn't be pulled out, no matter how much it was tugged. It seems the only way is to chop off his hand, otherwise we won't be able to get the pearl out, said the mutator, looking toward Zuo Qinglong. Zuo Qinglong frowned slightly. He had no wish to damage the corpse, yet on closer examination, the hand of steel seemed cast from a single piece, immovable. The spirit-based pearl was stuck and couldn't be extracted unless the steel fingers could be pried apart. Don't ruin his body, just bend the fingers, Zuo Qinglong suggested after some contemplation. The mutator nodded and reached to bend the strange person's steel thumb upward. With the fingers moved aside, the pearl should be retrievable. After using his strength twice, the Sword Alliance mutator's face changed. He, a crystal base, had used all his strength yet couldn't budge the thumb. With his strength, even a special alloy used in space stations should be bendable, but this finger showed no signs of giving in. Such unyielding metal, exclaimed the people from the Sword Alliance, not alarmed but delighted instead. Metal that even a crystal base couldn't bend was a valuable commodity. If it could be taken back, it would represent a considerable fortune. Having no choice, Zuo Qinglong allowed the mutator to use a weapon. He drew out a dagger that looked like green jade and ferociously chopped at the finger. Clang! After a crisp sound, the mutator's palm trembled with the shock, but the finger remained intact. For a moment everyone exchanged glances. Such hard metal was indeed rare. Yet with the spirit base in sight and unobtainable, everyone felt an unwillingness in their hearts. It seems there is only one method left, the dagger-wielding mutator suggested, looking at Zuo Qinglong. Chop off its fleshly hand, and we can extract the pearl from the other side. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Zuo Qinglong, waiting for his decision. But he noticed that the expressions of Zuo Qinglong and the others seemed a bit off. There was a clear shock in their eyes as they stared transfixed behind him. What's happened? The heart of the mutator skipped a beat. Besides the strange person's corpse, what else could be behind him? Chapter 141, The Freak Extra for Alliance Hierarch Shi Ji. The mutator suddenly turned around, the jade-like dagger in his hand positioned protectively in front of his chest, his gaze warily focused on the position of the strange figure in the tree. The peculiar individual who just moments ago had shown no sign of life and had his eyes closed, had now startlingly opened his eyes. One of his eyes was distinctly black and white, a human eye, while the other was forged of steel, yet it somehow appeared to possess life, looking extremely eerie. The strange figure's gaze was somewhat indifferent as he stared straight at the mutator in front of him, as if he were looking at lifeless dead matter. Lin Shen was backing away, feeling that keeping his distance was the best choice until he could figure out exactly what this fellow was. After all, the others had spirit bases in their hands, and although it seemed improbable for ascenders to exist on Realm King Planet, it was better to be safe than sorry. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Shen, the others were also retreating. Nobody was a fool. The Sword Alliance mutator, who was closest to the strange figure, also tried to back away after realizing what was happening, but he had barely taken one step back. The figure embedded in the tree suddenly stood up. His body was fused with the trunk. As he stood, the white jade-like wood around him cracked and splintered, shards flying in all directions. Amongst the flying wood splinters, the figure took a step and instantly arrived in front of the Sword Alliance mutator. His step didn't seem fast, but it left the Crystal Base level Sword Alliance mutator no time to react, as if he was paralyzed, watching the towering figure approach him wide-eyed. It wasn't that he was truly immobile, rather, the strange figure's speed was so immense that his body couldn't keep up with his brain's reactions, making it seem as if he was frozen in place. The others were like this mutator. Despite the figure's movements appearing slow, their bodies couldn't match the speed, and they watched helplessly as he extended that steel hand and grabbed the mutator's head with fingers like hooks. In the next instant, everyone's pupils contracted as they widened their eyes. The strange figure exerted force with his 5 fingers, directly crushing the mutator's helmet-like carapace and head in one go. Lin Shen inwardly lamented that what was supposed to be dead had come alive again. If he had known it would be like this, he never would have come. The sacrificial halo had only just been used, and although he had accumulated a few points since then, it was far from enough to battle this strange figure. After the strange figure crushed the mutator's head, he stopped. When he ceased moving, Lin Shen and the others seemed to recover their normal speed, simultaneously retreating rapidly to maximize the distance from the strange figure. However, one crystal-based variant was an exception. The mutator who was killed was his blood brother, and now, with bloodshot eyes from rage, he not only didn't retreat but quickly took out a pet capsule and a key, activating 2 crystal-based pets to pounce at the strange figure. Here we go again. Lin Shen felt that immobilizing sensation again the moment he saw the strange figure move. Whenever the figure moved, they felt as if they couldn't move at all, not because they were completely immobilized, but because they were moving too slowly, much like a snail. The figure moved so quickly, but his motions seemed unhurried, and every action was clearly visible. He moved step by step, sidestepping the attacks of the 2 crystalline pets, and as he passed by, he crushed their heads with his hand. Then he arrived in front of the Sword Alliance mutator who had used the pets to attack him and did the same to him, crushing his head. Everything appeared to be executed so methodically and unhurried, as if it were done with little effort. Having done all this, the figure then paused, and only then did the bodies of the mutator and the pets fall down, dropping from the tree branches. Only then did everyone recover from their snail-like speed, retreating in alarm a couple of steps, but they had already reached the trunk of the tree and could retreat no further. They could have leaped to other branches, but no one did so, because the strange creature's speed was not something they could compete with. If it decided to kill them, running would have been futile, or more accurately, they wouldn't have been able to run at all. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold, their eyes filled with terror as they watched the creature. The creature's gaze, however, wasn't on them but lifted towards the giant fruits within the canopy. The next second, they saw the creature leap up, kicking one of the giant fruits with its body mid-flight. The incredibly tough fruit burst open under the creature's kick, spilling out a large amount of liquid and something else. Without pausing, the creature hopped from one fruit to another, each one bursting open whenever it set foot on it. Some fruits were empty inside, some contained that corrosive liquid, and from others, along with the liquid, fell something else. Lin Shen and the others watched as the creature stomped and burst open one fruit after another. It felt like a long while had passed when in reality, only a brief moment went by. After the creature burst the last fruit open, it jumped down from the canopy and landed on the sandy ground below the tree. After a glance at the items scattered on the ground, the creature, without a hint of attachment, turned and walked towards the distant desert. It was only after the creature's figure had vanished that everyone unconsciously began to breathe again, as if their breath had been held the entire time the creature was there. Thump! Lin Shen sat down on the ground with a thud, feeling his clothes soaked through. For an instant just now, Lin Shen thought for sure that he was a goner. It wasn't only Lin Shen, everyone else felt the same, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the creature. Got our lives back, Shu Tiang said as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, evidently relieved. Tu Xiaodao's complexion wasn't great either. In front of the creature, he felt like a snail without a shell, completely devoid of any sense of security. The expressions on Zhuo Qinglong and the others were complicated. They were relieved to have survived but grieved over the death of their companions. That creature must be one of the Ascenders, right? With such an existence on the Realm King planet, it's going to be unsafe in the future, a mutator said with a worried look. Although Lin Shen also found the creature incredibly terrifying, upon reflection, it seemed to target only those who attacked it first. If that creature had truly wanted to kill them, not a single one would have survived here. The group followed the ropes down, only to find the people below surrounding and examining the liquid that had fallen from the tree. Lin Shen walked over with Zhuo Qinglong and the others, only to discover a strange object amidst the fallen corrosive liquid. From above, they had seen that amongst the fruits that had burst open, apart from the corrosive liquid, there were other things inside. However, not every fruit had something inside, only a small proportion did. Although they hadn't seen clearly what was inside there from above, now looking at what had fallen to the ground, their expressions turned odd. The objects that lay on the ground were black iron lumps. The iron lumps were irregular in shape, not resembling base mutation eggs, but why would the giant tree's fruits contain these iron lumps? Could these lumps be the seeds of the giant tree? Chapter 142, Perception. The Sword Alliance and the Shu family's people were observing the iron lump, but with the affair of the mutator, they also didn't dare to casually mess with it, planning to first take the iron lump back to the homeworld for further study. With Ascenders stationed on the homeworld, there was no fear of any more surprises. Lin Shen had no interest in pondering what those iron lumps were. He was continually reminiscing about every move the mutator made. He had been practicing stepping on the immortal court lately, and although there had been progress, he always felt as if something was missing. Seeing the mutator's every action today suddenly made him realize why he always felt like something was missing. Even though the mutator wasn't using the stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen saw something called momentum in him. It had nothing to do with the speed of the movements, but instead it was about that powerful aura. Lin Shen's 73-step stepping on the immortal court was now well practiced, but it lacked that kind of aura. Without that aura, stepping on the immortal court is still stepping on the immortal court, but with that aura, stepping on the immortal court becomes Lin Shen's stepping on the immortal court. Remembering the mutator's momentum, what Lin Shen wondered was how he could imbue stepping on the immortal court with his own style of momentum. The mutator's momentum isn't suitable for stepping on the immortal court, nor is it suitable for me, so what kind of momentum should my stepping on the immortal court have? Lin Shen pondered this question. Momentum, that intangible thing that you can't see or touch, yet can be felt by people. The same dance moves performed by one person might deeply move those who watch, while another, executing the exact same moves, may only impress with their technique and evoke no deeper feeling. If it was just a matter of the moves not being practiced enough, that probably wouldn't be the problem. Some people may sing without the best technique but manage to touch others. Others may sing with full technique but only come across as greasy. The difference, perhaps, is just a matter of personal interpretation. So, what is my interpretation? Lin Shen wondered. Before, Lin Shen thought that the 4 opening lines of stepping on the immortal court were there just to show off the creator's own pompous nature. But now, he thinks that they weren't solely for showing off, but to tell the practitioner what kind of momentum is needed for stepping on the immortal court. Previously, Lin Shen hadn't considered this, and now that he did, he couldn't fully agree with the momentum expressed by those 4 lines. I am but a guest in this world, with no intent to visit the skies, but the heavens cannot wait for me, so I casually step on the immortal court. Taken at face value, it seems to say, if you look down on me, I'll smash your doorstep. What can you do to me then? But Lin Shen felt that whether you look up to me or not is irrelevant. I really don't need to care about your opinion. So, after much thought, practicing stepping on the immortal court in the way those 4 lines suggest would ultimately not align with his nature, and he wouldn't reach the original author's realm. Besides, Lin Shen had already practiced stepping on the immortal court to a point where it was nothing like the original, so following the original intentions would probably be wrong as well. The squabbles of flies and dogs are not what I wish for. Petty benefits are not what I seek. I seek joy in my heart, the thrill of fresh stimulation, to walk a path not taken by others before. In the end, I can only walk my own road. Moved by this realization, Lin Shen felt as if he had come to an understanding. A lone ant makes its noise, but if it's off to the side, it need not be heeded. No one would stoop down to listen to the voice of an ant. If it blocks the way, then it gets trampled underfoot, not even requiring deliberate effort. So insignificant that its existence might not even be noticed at all, the ant beneath one's foot has never been the goal. Lin Shen rose to his feet and took a step. Though this step still contained the technique of stepping on the immortal court, it was not entirely the same. Lin Shen simply let go of the deliberate pursuit of perfect uniformity in those movements, instead moving according to his body's and heart's desires. It looked no different from normal walking, but the strength within his body surged accordingly, indescribably smooth. So this is how it is. Lin Shen rejoiced in his heart. He had always felt somewhat awkward practicing stepping on the immortal court, but today it was exceptionally smooth. Every action he took triggered the flow of strength within his body without needing deliberate guidance. To onlookers, Lin Shen seemed merely to be leisurely walking and loosening up his body, completely concealing the fact that he was practicing the evolution skill. To move as one desires does not mean there is no technique or rules. Rather, Lin Shen had already disassembled those techniques and rules, integrating them into his every movement, no longer adhering to any specific, complete action. Why does Shen seem a bit different today? Shu Tianj observed Lin Shen, who appeared to be taking a stroll. He seemed to sense something but couldn't pinpoint what it was, only that today's Lin Shen seemed somewhat different from before. After walking 2 laps, Lin Shen returned, feeling very satisfied. Before he had been practicing stepping on the immortal court, now he was embodying stepping on the immortal court. Just as he planned to sit down to rest and ponder the principles involved, he suddenly heard someone shout, "That iron lump seems to be moving." Lin Shen turned to look and saw the person in charge of watching the iron lumps, pointing at one and shouting. Shu Tianj reacted quickly as well, immediately summoning the Shu family's people to run away with Lin Shen. The Sword Alliance members, already like startled birds, were directly ordered to retreat by Zuo Qinglong, abandoning even their camp's belongings. The group had not run far when they saw the wobbling iron lump crack open, and a base variant creature rolled out of it. Upon a closer look, it was a warrior, clad in frost armor, radiating cold air from his body. That iron lump was actually a base mutation egg, and that's a base variant creature that just hatched. Everyone recognized what was happening, their hearts filled with ecstasy. Zuo Qinglong immediately commanded, "No one move, we will first tame this base variant creature, then distribute it." The agitated mutators held back their impulses, with Zuo Qinglong assigning a crystal base to try and tame the creature. The frost warrior tried to eat the iron lump, but was blocked by the crystal base. He immediately threw a punch, his fist covered in cold air, looking very eerie. The man didn't dare to block it with his bare hands, instead pulling out a shield made of crystal-based material to block the Frost Warrior's fist. Although the Frost Warrior's punch didn't leave a mark on the shield, a layer of frost formed on it. That base variant creature actually possesses frost power. The onlookers gazed at the Frost Warrior with even more burning interest. Such base variant creatures carrying special attributes are very rare, and even if they only have an ordinary crystal base instead of a mutated one, their value is no less than that of the usual mutations. The man grew more cautious, avoiding direct confrontation with the Frost Warrior, only using the shield to repeatedly block him from reaching the shattered iron lump. Over an hour passed, and the Frost Warrior's stamina seemed still abundant. Zhuo Qinglong let another crystal base replace the man, continuing to spar with the Frost Warrior. Afterward, every half hour they switched out. After several rotations, the Frost Warrior finally ran out of strength. To be able to eat the iron lump, he presented his pet key. Zhuo Qinglong took the pet key, then allowed the Frost Warrior to eat the iron lump. Once he finished, he used the key to turn him into a crystal-like pet capsule. It's a mutated crystal base. Let's name it Frost Warrior, Zhuo Qinglong said joyfully. Chapter 143, Frost Swordsman. Hearing this news, everyone was overjoyed. It was actually a mutated crystal base. With more than 10 iron lumps here? Doesn't that mean there were more than 10 mutated crystal base pets? All eyes turned to the remaining iron lumps, and Lin Shen and Shu Tiang were no exception. Mutated crystal bases, with special attributes to boot, such pets were truly rare and their value incalculable. The next step was to discuss how to allocate these iron lumps. With a total of 14 iron lumps, the Sword Alliance, Shu family, and Lin Shen had to share them. If they were to distribute them equally, the Sword Alliance would indeed be at a disadvantage. They had more people and were stronger. The Shu family's own strength wasn't great, and they had come with the Sword Alliance. If they were to take a third, even if Zhuo Qinglong agreed, other members of the Sword Alliance would object. After discussion between Zhuo Qinglong, Lin Shen, and Shu Tiang, it was ultimately decided the Sword Alliance would take 8, Lin Shen 4, and the Shu family 2. Shu Tiang was very satisfied with this result. He knew well that if it hadn't been for Lin Shen, who had previously knocked down the fruit and saved everyone, allowing him to benefit by association, the Sword Alliance would likely have not given him even 1. Lin Shen, having taken 4, also felt it was acceptable. Based on head count, he wouldn't have gotten as many. He hadn't brought down these items himself, after all. Contentment breeds happiness. You guys pick first. Whatever's left will be for us, Zhuo Qinglong said magnanimously. There's nothing much to choose from anyway. They're all the same, Shu Tiang said, unceremoniously directing his men to carry 2 iron lumps back. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Shen, accompanied by Tu Xiaodao, stepped forward, originally planning to simply take any 4 iron lumps. Little did he know that just as he approached the iron lumps, Feizai jumped out from his backpack, fluttered its wings, and landed on one of the lumps. It pecked a few times but left no mark. Moved by this, Lin Shen took Feizai back and had Tu Xiaodao carry that iron lump, then randomly picked 3 more. After Lin Shen and Shu Tiang made their choices, Zhuo Qinglong allowed his men to carry away the remaining lumps. All parties were waiting for their iron lumps to hatch, with no mood to concern themselves with other matters. Brother 2 for each of you, Lin Shen said to Tu Xiaodao. The Sword Alliance gave us 4 out of consideration for you. I'm only worth 1, and taking just 1 is more than enough, Tu Xiaodao replied. That works, Lin Shen agreed, letting Tu Xiaodao take 1. Over time, occasionally a mutated Frost Warrior would emerge from an iron lump, and each party domesticated theirs in turn. By the time the 3-day countdown ended, most of the Frost Warriors had emerged, with just a few still showing no signs of movement. Of Lin Shen's 3, 2 had come out. Only the one Feizai had landed on was yet to show any movement. Lin Shen had no choice but to teleport back to Jinshui Lake with it and then transport it to the Dark Bird Base. The Frost Knight from Tu Xiaodao's lump had hatched and was encapsulated into a capsule. Sure, Lin Shen nodded, somewhat regretful to lose such a good bodyguard. Meeting you has been my greatest gain this time, and it has made me realize that there are always greater powers out there. My strength is still far from enough. I've been recklessly wandering around for years and have come through unscathed by sheer luck. This time, I will definitely train harder and not venture out until I far surpass others in strength. Tu Xiaodao paused, then continued. If there comes a day when you go overseas, feel free to seek me out at the Immortal Island base. I will certainly treat you well. If you're saying your strength isn't enough, then there can't be many people who dare say they are strong, Lin Shen pondered, unable to understand Tu Xiaodao's mindset. Lin, there's no need to comfort me anymore. I know my strength is limited. After I return, I'll immediately begin isolated cultivation. When I have made some achievements and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the heroes of this world, I'll come to visit you again, said Tu Xiaodao before turning around and leaving. Lin Shen watched him go, pondering to himself, does he have some misunderstanding about the phrase limited strength? After saying goodbye to Shu Tiang, Lin Shen returned to Dark Bird Base alone, with the iron lump in tow. Luckily, he had many pets, and he let the Black Crystal Stoneman carry the iron lump, which spared him the effort. While they were still on their way, cracks began to appear on the iron lump, and Lin Shen hurriedly asked the black crystal stoneman to put it down. Lin Shen watched as the iron lump continued to split open, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart. I wonder if this iron lump is any different from the others. Is Fei Zai simply interested in the iron lump? Or is there something unique about it that caught his attention? Under Lin Shen's expectant gaze, the iron lump finally split completely open to reveal the base variant creature inside. It does seem a bit different. Lin Shen saw that the base variant creature inside was still a frost warrior, but this one held a double-handed greatsword made of ice crystals. This fellow actually has a weapon. Lin Shen had seen many frost warriors, but this was the first time he saw one armed with a weapon. Lin Shen quickly instructed the stone man to block the frost warrior from eating the iron lump fragments. With a greatsword in each hand, the frost warrior directly struck at the black crystal stoneman. The black crystal stoneman met the attack with its thick, pillar-like black crystal arms. With a clang, the greatsword left a deep mark on the arm of the black crystal stoneman. One must know that the hardness of the black crystal stoneman was 40 points. The frost warrior, just born and still in a weak state, was able to leave a deep mark on its arm with one strike. It was utterly terrifying in strength. What was even more terrifying was that frost began to emanate from the sword mark, freezing the base mutation fluid inside the arm, causing that limb of the black crystal stoneman to stiffen. Seeing this, Lin Shen immediately summoned the white jade tiger and 3 mutated black armored centipedes to attack the frost warrior together. This frost warrior was clearly much stronger than the average frost warrior, its greatsword sweeping through defenses with ice forming wherever the blade passed, a truly domineering presence. The cold aura was obviously stronger than that of the average frost warrior, capable of instantly freezing base mutation fluid. The strength and speed of this creature were also top-notch. Lin Shen, realizing he was struggling to contain it, allowed the mutated black armored centipede to bite the frost warrior, hoping to utilize the painful toxin of the centipede to stop the frost warrior's resistance. However, the moment the centipede bit down, its mouth parts were immediately frozen, while the frost warrior that was bitten seemed to have no major issues. Lin Shen understood at a glance that the centipede's toxin hadn't managed to penetrate, as it had been frozen. Fortunately, the frost warrior had just hatched and was still in a weakened state, otherwise Lin Shen wasn't sure if his 5 mutated pets could have restrained it. Of course, this was because Lin Shen wanted to tame it, not kill it. If he had intended to kill the frost warrior, it definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the onslaught of 5 mutated pets. Lin Shen had no choice but to change his strategy, instructing his 5 mutated pets to constantly harass the frost warrior to prevent it from consuming the iron lump fragments. After a strenuous 5 or 6 hours, the frost warrior finally ran out of strength. Desperate for a bite to eat, it surrendered its pet key. Delighted in his heart, Lin Shen allowed it to eat the fragments, and it immediately transformed into a capsule. He then checked its attributes. Frost Swordsman, mutated crystal-based creature evolvable, strength, 41, speed, 41, hardness, 40.4, toughness, 41, innate skills, mutated frost cold aura, mutated sword fighting skill, mutated sword body. Chapter 144, The Hidden Benefits of Primeval Eggs. Although the difference between a frost swordsman and a frost warrior is just one character, this attribute is much stronger than the other 2 frost warriors of Lin Shen. This thing is even fiercer than Big Red Bull's attribute, and it also has 3 full skills, all of which are mutations, Lin Shen thought with joy in his heart. Around the other 2 frost warriors, only the hardness is 41, while the other attributes are much lower. Although they also had 3 skills, each had only 1 mutant skill, and the others were enhancements, which were a lot less than the frost swordsman. Finally, I have a more versatile pet. Lin Shen put away the frost swordsman and continued on his way back to Dark Bird Base. While Lin Shen and his group were at the frost giant tree, other families found quite a few Realm King towers, with people constantly challenging the towers, and some had successfully reached the 9th floor. Every mutator that challenges the Realm King tower will have their name appear on the tower body of all the towers as soon as they pass the 1st floor. The top ranked was Ouyang Yudu, who was also the only one to reach the top floor of the Realm King tower and take away the reward. The rest of the challengers had reached only as high as the 6th floor, which was after Ouyang Yudu reached the 9th floor. They had studied Ouyang Yudu's challenge footage and made preparations. Now many people are studying the Realm King Tower because the reward Ouyang Yudu received turned out to be a top-tier pet launcher with a firing speed of 41 and could be filled with 10 capsules at once. What was even more unexpected was that the reward at the top floor of the Realm King Tower was just a minor reward, and the challenger who ultimately ranked first would receive an even greater reward. But for now, no one knows when the challenges of the Realm King Tower will end. After the encounter with the Frost Giant Tree, Lin Shen didn't dare to teleport randomly to Realm King Planet anymore. After returning to Darkbird Base, he chose to use the mechanical wristwatch to teleport to the grassy slopes of Realm King Planet to hunt poisonous insects. It may be slower, but it's safe. In recent times, humans have encountered fewer members of the Ultra Burn tribe on the Realm King Planet, which made Lin Shen somewhat worried. He knew that 30,000 Ultra-Burn warriors had entered the Realm King planet. The ones humans had killed were probably less than 3,000. The whereabouts of the remaining Ultra-Burn warriors were always a hidden danger. On the grassy slopes of the Realm King planet, Lin Shen could no longer remember how many times he had been there. Every day at home, Lin Shen would sleep and eat during the day, and at night, he would set the time to enter the Realm King planet to look for mutant poisonous insects. When morning came, he would return. By repeatedly sweeping the grassy slopes every day and searching for various steel poisonous insects, he finally raised his base mutation rate to 99%. The last one. Lin Shen caught a mutant iron-winged red silkworm and immediately drank all the base mutation fluid it released. Under the operation of evolution theory, the base mutation rate finally reached 100%. Theoretically, Lin Shen was now certain to successfully ascend to alloy level provided he had an alloy level base mutation egg. Only alloy level would work, neither steel level nor crystal base would do. This process couldn't go wrong, but there was one exception to the type of egg, and that was the primeval eggs. Lin Shen had previously asked Wei Wufu in detail about primeval eggs, which aren't classified as steel level, alloy level, or crystal base. As long as it's base mutation, one can use primeval eggs to ascend. However, aside from the very first use of a primeval egg for base mutation, which allows for an extremely thorough metamorphosis of the body, the effectiveness of using primeval eggs for subsequent advancements to alloy and crystal base levels was not as strong. Upon first using a primeval egg for base mutation, the resulting base mutation carapace was guaranteed to be 100% encompassing without any gaps or deficiencies. Furthermore, the innate skills bestowed by primeval eggs were particularly unique and difficult to find in other base variant creatures. Most importantly, after base mutation with a primeval egg, one's physical condition would be stronger than that of a typical mutator, with some hidden benefits. For example, recovery ability after injury, endurance to temperature, and enhancements to hearing, vision, smell, and physical strength could all potentially be increased to a certain extent. The benefits acquired from using different primeval eggs were not exactly the same. These benefits were limited to the first use of a primeval egg. Ascending from steel to alloy level was merely an internal promotion of base mutation substances, which had a smaller impact on the body compared to the first time. In other words, ascending from steel to alloy level primarily enhanced the strength of the base mutation carapace and provided a new innate skill. There were benefits to using a primeval egg at this time as well, ensuring a 100% chance of acquiring a new innate skill without risk of failure, and this skill was likely to be quite special, depending on one's luck. However, if one could find a mutated alloy-based mutation egg and knew the innate skills possessed by the creature, one could selectively use a specific base mutation egg to acquire the desired innate skill instead of randomizing with primeval eggs, thus avoiding conflicts between innate skills. Wei Wufu once cited an example of a person who, after base mutation using a primeval egg, acquired an innate skill that enhanced sword-type weapons, making it a powerful skill that enabled him to unleash sword aura-like strength with a sword at the steel level. When he ascended to alloy level, he once again took a chance with a primeval egg and ended up with an innate skill that enhanced spear-type weapons. It was clearly impractical for one person to use both a sword and a spear. The skills did not stack, which was essentially a waste. Therefore, most mutators only chose primeval eggs for their first base mutation and later promoted themselves with different base mutation eggs according to their needs. Lin Shen currently held a primeval egg in his hands, and if he used it to ascend to alloy level, he could only gamble on his luck to acquire an innate skill that suited him. The reason Lin Shen considered using a primeval egg was not purely for the chance of gaining an innate skill. Another important reason, as Wei Wufu had told him, was a secret known to very few on their mother planet. This was because only one person on their mother planet had successfully used 4 primeval eggs for ascension, and that person was from the Wei family, so only members of the Wei family knew this secret. All of Wei Wufu's evolutions involved using primeval eggs, and the one he gave to Lin Shen was also meant for his own promotion to crystal-base level. Ascending with 4 primeval eggs allowed for possession of a double life base, and that was the real reason Wei Wufu chose primeval eggs for his evolution. Typical ascenders could seize many spirit bases, but they could only have 1 life base. However, that ascender from the Wei family who ascended with 4 primeval eggs possessed a double life base, a rarity even among the powerful cosmic races. Yet, ascension with 4 primeval eggs was exceedingly difficult, while ordinary primeval eggs were relatively easier to find. The primeval egg needed for ascension was not the same as an ordinary one and was even rarer. With the support of the Wei family, Wei Wufu was destined to ascend with 4 primeval eggs. It was not going to be so easy for Lin Shen to ascend with 4 primeval eggs. Chapter 145, The Murderous Demon King. Although Lin Shen had a primeval egg in his possession, there was one issue that troubled him. The quality of primeval eggs could differ. For instance, the one used by Wei Wufu after base mutation turned into mutant steel, but the one he used turned into super base steel. Lin Shen did not know the quality of the primeval egg he held, and if it was only mutant, whether using it would affect him in any way. Lin Shen had also tried to read the information of the primeval egg with a mechanical wristwatch, but the result was that it could not be scanned, which made him somewhat frustrated. In the end, he decided to wait for Wei Wufu to return before making any plans. Wei Wufu was likely to bring back another primeval egg for him too, and he could compare them then. Wei Wufu has been gone for quite a few days now. Why hasn't he come back? Lin Shen was really not used to being without Wei Wufu by his side these days. When the time came, Lin Shen was transported back to his own bedroom, where he lay down on the bed and slept. Others thought he was lazy, sleeping in all day, but little did they know that every night he fought until dawn on Realm King Planet, very much like the students who slept in class but secretly studied at home. In the square of the Dark Bird base, a tall man, dressed in work pants, a hoodie, and sports shoes, sat on a bench with the hood pulled up, his head slightly lowered so that his face was not visible. He sat quietly, unmoving, just watching people come and go in the square. A young couple with a child about 7 or 8 years old came to the square. The child was quite mischievous, shouting loudly and deliberately running past a girl who was reading, knocking over the milk in her hand. The girl stood up somewhat angrily and said to the child's parents, "Can you please control your child? He's just a child. What are you making a fuss about? It's only a cup of milk. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal?" The child's mother said dismissively, not taking it seriously. The girl wanted to say something, but she was somewhat shy and introverted, not knowing how to argue with the child's mother. The child's mother didn't pay her any further attention, continuing to walk and laugh with her husband in the square. Because of the arrival of this child, the square erupted into chaos. Suddenly, the child noticed the quiet man sitting on the bench and, for some unknown reason, ran over to him, tugged on the man's clothes, then quickly ran away, making faces at the man from a distance. Seeing that the man didn't react and didn't even lift his head, the boy ran back over and kicked at the man's leg with the tip of his foot. His mother and father glanced over and saw that the man had no reaction, so they didn't intervene and turned back, continuing their cheerful conversation. "Ah!" A sharp scream erupted from the girl not far away. Her eyes were wide with horror as she looked toward the direction of the bench. Angered, she occasionally glanced at the boy and saw him kicking the man, laughing while he did so. She wanted to go over and stop him, to argue with the child's parents again. But when the boy kicked at the man again, the man's hand came up, grabbed the boy's head, and smashed it onto the ground. Crack, blood and bone splattered on the ground, and the steel flooring was dented from the impact. The girl screamed in terror, and everyone turned to look in the direction she was staring, their eyes widening in the next second. Finally, the child's mother let out a heart-wrenching scream, rushing at the man like an enraged lioness as alloy carapace appeared on her body. The child's father also rushed forward, cursing, with alloy carapace manifesting on him as well. The two of them, one on each side, howled as they threw punches at the man's head. Boom! Both of alloy-encased fists struck the man's face squarely, one left and one right, smashing harshly onto his cheeks. If it had been an ordinary person, the head might have been blown up instantly. But the man's head didn't budge, still bowed down. The next second, he raised both hands and pressed down on the heads of the man and woman, slamming them directly onto the ground. 2 more spray-like patterns appeared on the ground, intertwining with the earlier ones, indescribably eerie and terrifying, the whole family neatly together. Everyone screamed and fled the square. The girl whose milk had been spilled earlier by the boy went weak at the knees, wanting to run but unable to move, collapsing to the ground instead, the book in her hand also dropping to the floor. The man stood up and began to walk slowly towards the girl. The girl's face was filled with terror, utterly drained of color, shocked beyond knowing what to do, and just sat there blankly. As the man approached, the girl closed her eyes in fear, thinking she would be killed, her heart filled with dread. But after waiting a moment, she didn't feel her head being pressed by that bloodied hand. Shivering all over, she still couldn't help but open her eyes, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene in front of her. The man was holding her dropped book in his hand, offering it back to her, just quietly watching her. The girl finally saw the man's face beneath the hat, half human, half steel, indescribably strange, yet with an unusual charm. The girl instinctively took the book from the man, even reflexively uttering a thank you. The man gave her a slight nod, then turned and walked away. The girl watched the man's retreating figure. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream to her. Lin Shen, who had been busy all night, had just fallen asleep not long ago when Lei called him urgently. "Mr. Lin Shen, it's bad," Lei said frantically, knocking on the outside door. "Lei, what's the urgency this early in the morning?" Lin Shen yawned as he opened the door. "There's a murderous fiend from Dark Bird Base," Lei panted. "A murderous fiend?" Lin Shen was slightly startled. The term was really unfamiliar to him. In such times, was killing someone even a big deal? How could someone earn the title of a murderous fiend? Some freak showed up from nowhere, killed some of the Chi family people in the square, he didn't run, just strolls around our base, and after the Chi family people went after him, many more got killed, utterly powerless against him, scaring the entire Chi family into not daring to send more people. Lei's face turned even more unsightly as he spoke. "That's the Chi family's problem. Why are you panicking?" Lin Shen said while drinking water. "Mr. Lin Shen, I have to panic. That murderous fiend was walking on Darkbird Avenue. He entered your shop, Lei said with a worried expression. Puffed! Lin Shen, who had just taken a sip, sprayed out the water that hadn't yet been swallowed, and his eyes widened as he said, My shop? Which of my shops? Where else? Your primeval egg shop, Lei replied. Lin Shen dropped his water cup and ran outside. There was only Zhao Li in the shop, and her family and the Lin family were longtime neighbors. If Zhao Li were killed in his shop, Lin Shen didn't know how he would face her parents. Even without that connection, Zhao Li had been with him for several years. He couldn't just watch her die. Chapter 146, There's a Pervert in My Shop. Zhao Li opened the store early in the morning. Ever since Lin Shen made a show of his claw machine skills in the store next door, their business had been doing quite well. After Lin Shen gained a reputation as a playboy on Realm King Planet, even more customers came to play in their store. So recently, Zhao Li had been opening the store half an hour early. Some early bird customers were already waiting outside the door. As soon as the door opened, customers walked in, lining up at the counter to buy claw egg coins. While Zhao Li was busy exchanging coins for them, a tall man entered and joined the queue at the back. A few minutes later, a young man came in. The young man glanced at the queue and walked straight to the front, shoving the customers who were originally there aside. Babe, give me $100 worth of coins. The young man leered at Zhao Li's chest as he spoke. Others were here first. You should go line up. Zhao Li frowned slightly. She loathed the local thugs, but naturally she couldn't kick out customers as she opened the store for business. Line up, huh? The young man smirked and turned to the others in the queue with a mocking tone. I'm standing here? Any objections? Seeing no one speak up, the young man turned back to Zhao Li with a smug smile. Babe, you see, they have no objections. He'd hardly finished speaking when he felt something grab his head. He tried to free himself from the grip on his skull, wanting to see who was so bold as to dare touch his head. He hated people touching his head the most. But the strength was too overpowering. He couldn't move his head at all. His gaze fell upon the mirror hanging on the opposite wall, and then he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his next life. He watched as his head was crushed by a large hand, with blood and bones splattering everywhere. The customers screamed and scattered, and inside the counter, Zhao Li's face turned pale as she watched the man in horror. She wanted to run, but to reach the door from the counter, she had to pass by the man, which would be even more dangerous than staying put. At least there was a counter between them now. The man released his grip, letting the body fall to the floor, and placed a stack of money on the counter, uttering 2 words in a deep voice. Exchange coins. Zhao Li was stunned for a few seconds before she came to her senses. She instinctively counted the money first, then handed the man the basket and coins. The man took the basket and sat down in front of a claw machine, starting to insert coins in play. Zhao Li stood there dumbstruck, watching the man insert coin after coin, yet not managing to claw out a base mutation egg. Ali, I've come to rescue you. A plump figure wielding a stool charged in, shouting as he entered, but stopped short upon witnessing the scene. Fatty, don't mess around, Zhao Li quickly called out to Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu watched the figure of the man playing the game warily, hesitatingly moving next to the counter where he asked anxiously, Ali, are you all right? I'm fine. He seems to have just come to play the game, Zhao Li said. That's good. Let's get out of here quickly. He's a serial killer. He's already killed many people on the street. Qi Tianfu lowered his voice so that only the 2 of them could hear. Then, taking Zhao Li by the hand, they cautiously began to leave. The 2 moved very slowly, frightened to disturb the man. What's going on with you 2? Lin Shen walked into the store and saw Qi Tianfu holding Zhao Li's hand and another arm around her shoulder, protecting her as they tiptoed out slowly. Qi Tianfu, seeing Lin Shen, flushed red, instinctively pulling his hand back as if caught in an illicit act. Lin, that man, Zhao Li's gaze shifted to the man at the claw machine. No need to say more. I know everything. You 2, get out first. Lin Shen glanced at the body on the ground, frowned slightly, stopped Zhao Li from continuing, and had them both leave the shop first. Lin, I don't think that guy is all bad. He only started fighting because that person jumped the queue. Zhao Li felt this reason was a bit far-fetched. Cutting in line isn't a capital offense, but for some reason she still thought she should speak up for the man. In Zhao Li's eyes, as soon as Lin Shen arrived, that man was doomed. Got it. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised and gestured for them to go out. Then he approached the man himself. Friend, I can understand your feelings, but murder is always wrong. Lin Shen walked to the man's side, wanting to see who this person really was. This was his place, as well as the Lin family's business. If he couldn't handle it, the Lin family's business might suffer in the future. But as Lin Shen moved to the side and saw his face, the words he was about to say seemed to get stuck, unable to continue. Damn, how could he be here? Lin Shen felt his scalp tingle and all the hair on his body stand on end. With just one glance, Lin Shen recognized that this man was the same one from the frost giant tree. He felt like Mr. Tian was playing a joke on him. He simply couldn't imagine how this man had left Realm King Planet and come here. Now Lin Shen found himself in an awkward position, not knowing whether to stay or go, standing frozen in place for quite a while without stirring. However, the man paid him no mind, continuing to put coins into the machine and try grabbing base mutation eggs. He had put in many coins but failed to grab a single one. He had no skill whatsoever, just a playboy's approach. Unless he played a certain number of times, he would certainly never grab anything. Lin Shen now regretted setting the machine's odds so low, thinking, what if he doesn't get any base mutation eggs after a while and decides to slaughter my place? There was only him and the man in the shop now. If the man really wanted to slaughter, he'd be the first to go. Lin Shen's mind raced as he considered how to deal with the situation at hand. Impossible. There wasn't a chance of that. He'd seen the other man's strength, which was currently beyond his reach. If the man wanted to kill him, even if he had the angel revolver in his hand, a finger on the trigger, he wouldn't have the chance to shoot. Besides, even if he did fire, it would be useless. This was a man who could easily crush Crystal Base with his bare hands. Lin Shen had no intention of making a move, and he somewhat felt that to fight would certainly lead to death, while doing nothing might just spare him. At the frost giant tree, Lin Shen had felt that this man wasn't the kind to kill indiscriminately, and with what Zhao Li had just said, Lin Shen believed his initial judgment of the man was correct. Thinking this, Lin Shen began to slowly retreat, wanting to leave the shop directly. The shop can be sacrificed, and he's welcome to take whatever he wants from inside, it doesn't matter. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the man kept on playing the arcade game and didn't pay any attention to him. Lin Shen was almost at the shop's door when he suddenly heard the man say, "Where are you going?" Going to get someone to clean this up, Lin Shen had no choice but to stop, pointing at the body on the floor. "I'm out of coins, get me some more." The man got up, walked to the counter, put down a stack of bills, and looked at Lin Shen. Without a choice, Lin Shen went behind the counter, counted the money out of habit, then took out the claw egg coins. The man took the coins, turned around, and went back to the claw machine, resuming his coin-dropping game. He really is a man of principle. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could now be sure that the man wasn't a random killer. Coming out from behind the counter, Lin Shen thought to leave again. Even though the man appeared to be principled, who knew if he was some erratic psychopath? Lin Shen didn't dare gamble his life on the man's character. "Stop right there." Just as his fingers touched the glass door handle and he hadn't yet pushed the door open, the man spoke up again, stopping him. Chapter 147, Deadly. Is there anything else? Lin Shen had to stop and looked at the man as he asked. The man was still operating the joystick and didn't turn around as he spoke calmly. "We've met before on Realm King Planet." Met before. The other party had already recognized him, and Lin Shen couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. He was now very suspicious whether the man's visit to his shop was a coincidence or intentional. If it was a coincidence, the man was someone who grew up hiding in trees and had just arrived at the human mother planet. From where did he get the information that this was his shop? If it wasn't a coincidence, then it was just too coincidental. The mother planet was so vast, so why did he specifically come to Darkbird Base and, more specifically, to his shop? "This is your shop?" the man asked again. "Yes." At this point, Lin Shen could only admit it. "I spent 500 before, and now I've spent another 500. Can I catch the base mutation egg inside?" The man continued to ask without turning back. "Yes." Lin Shen answered confidently. Because the base mutation egg inside was the best in the shop, this machine had the lowest probability of success in the entire shop. About 1 in every 20 attempts would be successful. Each game required 2 coins, each coin costing 10 yuan, which meant that approximately 400 yuan should be enough to catch a base mutation egg. Of course, there was only a probability, but if your claw angle was too bad and you didn't grab the base mutation egg inside, then no matter how tight the claw was, it still wouldn't be possible to catch it. In this respect, Lin Shen wasn't worried. With the strange man's abilities, his judgment couldn't be that poor. He could always grab the base mutation egg, but it was due to the claw being too loose that he couldn't catch it. Once a certain number of attempts were made, the claw would naturally become very tight. If it grabbed the egg, it would definitely be able to catch it. The strange man had bought 1,000 yuan's worth of coins in 2 goes. With good luck, he could catch 3 base mutation eggs, and with bad luck, he should still be able to catch 2. Lin Shen was confident in that. "Then, let's wait and see," the strange man said while he continued to try to catch the base mutation egg. "Your Excellency means to say that if you can't catch the toy, you're going to take my life, is that right?" Lin Shen speculated. The strange man gave no answer, just kept playing on his own. About the strange man, Lin Shen had already made some guesses in his heart. He wasn't a mindless killer, but his murder threshold was very low, lower than what a normal person might comprehend. "It seems that Your Excellency is a person of principles, so let's talk about fairness," Lin Shen said thoughtfully. "If you can't catch the base mutation egg and want to kill me, although I don't agree that I deserve to die, that's your standard, and according to your standard, I do. But if by your standard I shouldn't die, yet you have to pay nothing, isn't that a bit unfair?" Zhao Li and Qi Tianfu were hiding outside the door of the shop, eavesdropping on the noises inside. When Lin Shen said that the strange man would kill him if he didn't catch the toy, Qi Tianfu curled his lips and said, "That guy set the claws in the shop so loose, now he's reaping what he sowed, huh? If he can't catch it, won't he be a dead man for sure?" Shut your crow's mouth, it can definitely be caught. It's bound to hit once in about 20 tries. Zhao Li glared at him and said, about 1 in 20 times for catching it, that's just talking about the looseness of the claw to catch the base mutation egg. But what if the strange man goes off on that one try? Qi Tianfu said. Outside, many people were watching from afar. There were people from the Qi family and the Wang family. With such a big commotion at Dark Bird Base, Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer had come too, but they didn't dare approach the wealth-flaunting Claw Crane shop. Is that murderous devil here specifically for your Qi family, or is he aiming for the Lin family? Wang Tianer asked thoughtfully. It should be aimed at the Lin family. Our Qi family is just suffering undeserved calamity. Qi Shuheng repeated his investigative findings. After hearing this, Wang Tianer smiled wryly. To kill so many people over the discourtesy of a child, that person's killing intent is indeed heavy. That's the way of the world these days, Qi Shuheng said with depression. If they had investigated thoroughly earlier, those alloy members of the Qi family wouldn't have had to die. Knowing how ferocious the strange man was, the Qi family wouldn't have sent people to trouble him again. With such heavy killing intent, this time Lin Shen is probably in big trouble, Wang Tianer sighed. Although Lin Shen's death would be a good thing for the Wang family, being so utterly overpowered made Wang Tianer feel a tinge of melancholy for the inevitable fate of the rabbit when the fox dies. Today someone was capable of crushing Lin Shen of the Lin family. There was no guarantee that one day it wouldn't be Wang Tianer's turn. No one can assure that they won't offend someone in their lifetime. Even if he did not offend anyone, with so many people in the Wang family, if one offended a formidable character, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the Wang family. At the entrance of the Claw Crane shop, Uncle Lei and several key members of the Lin family had arrived with the mutator. In Dark Bird Base, if the Lin family were to be bullied like this, they couldn't allow it. Unfortunately, of these people, not even a single crystal base could be found. They were all alloy level, and having so many people didn't really help much. Return to your positions and don't leave your posts without permission, Lin Shen ordered as he saw them try to rush in, standing inside the door. He knew that if these people came in, they would just be courting death, it would be pointless, and throw away their lives for free. Didn't you hear what I said? Am I, Lin Shen of the Lin family, not taken seriously anymore? Seeing that those people wouldn't leave, Lin Shen's face turned stern as he spoke. Mr. Lin Shen, it's not that we don't listen to you, but with the head of the family not here, we can't let you be wronged and certainly can't let someone endanger your life, Uncle Lei said. No one is endangering my life. I will solve my own problems. Uncle Lei, am I still a part of the Lin family? Do my words still carry weight? Lin Shen said with a cold face. Uncle Lei bit his lip and turned to the 4 key members. You guys take the people back first. Is that proper? If something happens to Mr. Lin Shen when the head of the family isn't here, one of the key members hesitated. Listen to me. Mr. Lin Shen has his own judgment, Uncle Lei said. The 4 key members thought about it and agreed. Considering Lin Shen's performance on Realm King Planet, if even he couldn't handle the situation, their involvement would be useless. The 4 key members exchanged looks and each led their mutators away. However, Uncle Lei did not leave. He continued to stand outside, watching the situation inside, without saying anything further. Seeing that Uncle Lei hadn't left, Lin Shen knew it was useless to send him away and said nothing more. You do make some sense. The strange man stopped and turned around, looking at Lin Shen for the first time. If I don't catch it and I take your life, what do you want if I do catch it? My life? Chapter 148, Return My Things. I'm not particularly interested in your life. As long as you catch it, just don't randomly kill people anymore. Lin Shen thought for a moment before speaking. If the monster agreed, at least it wouldn't be able to go on a killing spree within Darkbird Base. Lin Shen was also trying to protect the Lin family. Otherwise, even if Lin Shen won and the monster didn't kill him this time, having such a homicidal maniac in Darkbird Base, who knows what might happen. You should just take my life instead. Who knew the monster would say coldly before turning around and continuing to grab for eggs? Lin Shen didn't know whether the monster was telling the truth or not. Who knew if it would really keep its promise after losing? If he actually tried to kill the monster, and the monster didn't keep its promise and fought back, wouldn't Lin Shen be at a great loss? Watching the monster failing to grab an egg time after time, Lin Shen was slightly shocked. Before Lin Shen arrived, the monster had already changed 500 coins for the game. Theoretically, it should have caught one by now, but it didn't. Lin Shen exchanged another 500 coins for the monster, who tried more than a dozen times. Including the previous attempts, it should have caught one by now, but still, it hadn't managed to. Zhao Li didn't adjust the probability again, did she? Lin Shen looked toward Zhao Li, who was sneaking peeks outside the door. Having been with Lin Shen for several years, Zhao Li understood his glance and shook her head vigorously from outside. If it hasn't been adjusted, then there shouldn't be a problem, or perhaps the claw was tight enough last time and the monster, being new to the game, failed to seize the opportunity. Lin Shen thought to himself. Watching the coins in the monster's basket gradually decrease, Lin Shen couldn't help but become nervous. Could it be a problem with the machine? Why hasn't it caught anything yet? As there were only a few coins left in the basket, Lin Shen couldn't help but secretly gather his strength, preparing to immediately use stepping on the celestial court in case he really lost. Although stepping on the celestial court was not as fast as the monster's movements, it was still his last lifeline. Now Lin Shen doubted whether the monster had tampered with the machine, otherwise why wouldn't it catch anything? Just as Lin Shen was pondering, he suddenly heard joyful music coming from the claw machine, and the colored bulbs on the machine started flashing. Caught one! Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief. At least he got past this hurdle. He wondered if the monster would still give him trouble. After catching it, the monster didn't go to retrieve the base mutation egg that had fallen down. There were still a few coins left in the basket, and it didn't continue to play, but stood up instead. Watching the monster walking towards him step by step, Lin Shen frowned to himself. Could it be that it's so angered that it wants to start a fight? Here's my life. Kill me, the monster said coldly, standing in front of Lin Shen. Is it that casual? Lin Shen looked at the motionless monster in front of him, his expression very strange. Forget it, you can go. Lin Shen didn't want to take the risk. You don't want my life? The monster asked, not moving, still looking at Lin Shen. I never said I wanted your life, Lin Shen replied with a frown. The monster looked at Lin Shen without speaking, just slowly reached out his hand. Lin Shen immediately used stepping on the celestial court, instantly retreating and shattering the glass, and without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away at full speed. The monster paused for a moment, watching Lin Shen take off like a runaway horse down the long street, with the corner of his mouth on one side slightly turned up, revealing a strange smile. As the monster stepped out at a leisurely pace, everything around seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone watched wide-eyed as the monster walked out of the shop, heading in the direction Lin Shen had disappeared, and no one could move an inch. Lin Shen moved faster and faster, the power within him like a raging torrent, propelling his body to accelerate more and more. His flesh and blood were almost crushed to a bursting point, but the steel carapace automatically protected his body as he charged out of the dark bird base like the wind. His speed continued to climb, breaking the sound barrier and forming a conical shockwave around him, with its explosive sound breaking through the limits over and over again. The steel carapace itself was struggling to withstand the impact, glowing red and gold as if a meteor entering the atmosphere and burning up on entry. Running and running, Lin Shen gradually came to a stop, and the armor that had glowed red on his body returned to the color of steel. Why have you stopped running? The monster's voice rang out from behind Lin Shen. Can't escape, just wanted to find a different place to talk. Lin Shen turned to face the monster, knowing that if the monster really wanted to catch him, he wouldn't even be able to get out of the store. Talk about what? The monster asked with interest, looking at Lin Shen. Why do you have to kill me? Lin Shen pondered and asked. Did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Half of the monster's face was smiling, while the other half with the steel appearance remained motionless, creating an eerie sight. If you're not killing me, why reach out? Lin Shen faltered for a moment. I want my thing back, said the monster. Your thing? What thing? Lin Shen was a bit perplexed, not recalling when he had taken something of the monster's. At the frost giant tree, he hadn't taken anything. Could it be those frost warriors? Lin Shen thought for a moment. It seemed that was the only possibility. The teleporter on your wrist is mine, the monster stated as he looked at Lin Shen. This is yours? Lin Shen was startled. His fingers had been pressing on the switch of the mechanical wristwatch all along. His escape was not truly an attempt to get away, but rather to change locations and activate the teleporter, going straight to Realm King Planet, where, surely, even if the monster was fast, it couldn't follow him to the Realm King Planet. If the monster had caught up to him from the start, he would have teleported already, not caring if he was seen, as preserving his life was his top priority. Unexpectedly, the monster had just been following him without intent to get closer, which was why Lin Shen had continued to run until he was outside of the base. The monster nodded, yet his gaze never left Lin Shen. This was Lin Shen's last resort to save his life, and if he gave it to the monster, and if the monster wanted to kill him, he would lose all means to defend himself. If he didn't hand it over, and even if he teleported to Realm King Planet, knowing the capability of the wristwatch, the monster would surely wait for him to return, and he would still struggle to escape his fate. Biting his lip, Lin Shen pressed the switch on the wristwatch decisively. He didn't waste words on the monster because he knew that perhaps just one wrong word from him and the monster would strike to take his life. He didn't want to give the wristwatch to the monster. Doing so would mean handing his life over to it. Even with slim chances of survival, he was ready to gamble. If he was to die, it would be by his own hand. Is following the rules so difficult? The monster, looking at Lin Shen pressing the switch without trying to stop him, showed a look of disappointment, murmuring to himself, I thought you were an interesting fellow, but it turns out you're just another boring person. You could have been free if you just let it go. Why choose death? The moment Lin Shen pressed the switch, the monster's metallic finger twitched, and mysteriously, the dial on the wristwatch jumped. Chapter 49, Entry to the Immortality Scripture. Lin Shen's surroundings morphed, and the moment he felt solid ground under his feet, he immediately sensed something was awry. He had clearly chosen a grassy slope, but there was no grassy slope in sight, only a barren surface, the ground like dust and sand, with ring-shaped volcanoes in the distance, unconnected to each other, dotting the empty land. Even more troubling was that the gravity was different from that of Realm King Planet. The gravity of Realm King Planet was much stronger than his home planet, but here the gravity was even weaker, giving him the sensation of being tied to a massive helium balloon, barely exerting any effort to float up. What was more terrifying was that Lin Shen found it impossible to breathe. The air he inhaled scorched his respiratory tract like sulfuric acid, and he felt a strong sensation of suffocation. This isn't Realm King Planet. There's no oxygen in the air of this planet. Lin Shen immediately held his breath. He looked down at his watch, which displayed a countdown of 30 days. Lin Shen felt like crying but had no tears. He had extended the time, hoping to use these 30 days to boost his strength and level as much as possible on Realm King Planet, so that when he teleported back, he might be capable of surviving against those monsters. He had no idea that the teleporter could send him to planets other than Realm King. He was certain that the teleportation error was caused by the monster tampering with it. He just didn't know how it had been done. The reason he didn't see any glaciers was most likely because this planet had no water. Without oxygen, without water, with extremely low temperatures, and without food, not to mention the threats that Lin Shen was unaware of, surviving 30 days in such a place felt like he had entered a hellishly difficult level of a game. He opened his backpack and noticed that Fei Zai was still sleeping, the environment seemingly having no effect on it. It seems I'm the only one who's hurt. Lin Shen sighed, pulled out his pet launcher, and set his pets to guard the vicinity while he sat down to cultivate the greed for life and fear of death elixir. He could only hope that evolution theory might enable him to survive in this environment. If he couldn't get past the first challenge, then forget about 30 days. In just 1 or 2 hours, he would be meeting his ancestors. There was no cover nearby, apart from those volcano-like ring mountains, with everything else flat and open, nowhere to hide. As time ticked away, Lin Shen felt increasingly uncomfortable inside, an experience of suffocation that no one wished to endure. Lin Shen had always been hesitant to hold his breath because it was too dangerous, and that sensation was something a normal human would find hard to bear. There are many ways humans can commit suicide. Some choose jumping from buildings, others hanging or drinking poison, but no one can suffocate themselves to death. Without external interference, no one can suffocate themselves, and so evolution theory could never be triggered. Of course, it's also possible that it just can't be triggered at all. By the time one is about to suffocate, they're already dead, so what use would evolution theory be? Now, Lin Shen could only hope that evolution theory would work. Otherwise, he had only death to face. More than an hour had passed, and Lin Shen felt an extreme lack of oxygen, yet the sensation of suffocation had lessened, his body felt limp, and a warmth began in his cerebral cortex, bringing him a slight feeling of comfort. But this wasn't an effect of evolution theory. It was a false signal produced by the brain after reaching a certain level of oxygen deprivation. At this stage, it would soon enter a fatal phase. Indeed, it didn't take long before Lin Shen's body began to convulse, and he could no longer maintain his breath-holding. No matter what was outside, he naturally began to breathe. He didn't know what kind of gas was entering his body through his respiratory tract, but Lin Shen felt as though his entire airway was being seared with a hot iron, as if it were being torn apart. Lin Shen curled up in agony, quickly struggling and convulsing desperately, his hands trying to grasp his own throat. The pain was indescribable, and even the most horrific adjectives fell short of conveying the agony he was experiencing at the moment. If there really were a hell on earth, Lin Shen felt he was now in its deepest level. Evolution theory remained motionless, and Lin Shen even felt a suicidal urge, as he could hardly bear it any longer. Fortunately, he endured, grabbing his own arms, scratching deep marks into his steel carapace. Just when Lin Shen almost believed he was going to die, evolution theory finally started to operate. The next second, a terrible pain swept through his entire body. Every organ, every inch of skin, every cell seemed to be under torture. In extreme pain, Lin Shen finally lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Lin Shen woke up, he found that his steel carapace had automatically retracted back into his body. That kind of pain, as if plummeting into purgatory, had also disappeared. He was still breathing, but he no longer felt any pain, only a peculiar smell in the air, a bit like the scent after setting off a large amount of fireworks. I survived. Lin Shen took a deep breath and was immediately choked up by the intense smell, tears streaming down his face. As soon as the tears came out, they instantly turned to ice crystals, hanging like diamonds at the corners of Lin Shen's eyes. What planet is this, after all? Lin Shen stood up, underwent base mutation again, protected his body with the carapace, and felt much better breathing through the carapace filter. It was mainly to maintain the moisture in his body. Otherwise, in such a place, excessive loss of body water would still be lethal. Lin Shen tried to hold his breath again, and to his surprise, the greed for life and fear of death elixir automatically started to operate. During the time he was unconscious, he had unconsciously mastered the immortality scripture. Looking at the time on his watch, he realized that he had been unconscious for more than 40 hours. No wonder he had mastered the immortality scripture. It seems this is a planet devoid of life. This time, Lin Shen took a careful look at this planet and saw indeed no signs of life anywhere. At a glance, it felt similar to the moon, with many ring-shaped craters on the surface. However, it was clear that this was not the moon. From here, one could neither see Earth nor the familiar sun. Instead, one could see a pale blue sun somewhat similar to that of the Realm King planet, although the blue sun here was a bit smaller than the one on the Realm King planet. Lin Shen could feel that this planet had an atmosphere, only the composition of the atmosphere was different from that of Earth. Lin Shen moved his body, and with a light jump, he leaped nearly 10 meters high without much effort, estimating that an ordinary human could easily jump 4 or 5 meters high here. Originally, Lin Shen planned to use these 30 days to level up, but there were no base variant creatures here, so there was nothing for him to level up with. Lin Shen thought for a moment, then looked towards the nearest ring mountain, hoping to discover something. If he could not find water or food, he would have to rely on drinking his pet's base mutation fluid to survive. Chapter 150, Accidental Discovery. Oh my god, what did I just see? After Lin Shen climbed Ring Mountain, he looked inside. The sight made his eyes widen in astonishment. Within the confines of Ring Mountain, Lin Shen saw boiling magma, but the magma here was not red or golden, but a kind of blue magma emitting an intense blue light resembling an energy pool of sorts. And in that blue magma bathed a creature resembling a majestic dragon. Indeed, it was bathing, its body covered in green crystal carapace, frolicking freely in the blue magma. Its broad dragon wings were almost transparent, looking incredibly beautiful. What took Lin Shen's breath away even more was that, as the green crystal dragon played, a huge dragon ball floated beside it, with a dragon-shaped light rotating inside it. There are creatures on this planet, and ascended creatures at that. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. If there were creatures, he would have a source of food, but he was not capable of killing such a powerful ascendant being. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen carefully retreated, tiptoeing back down the mountain the same way he came up, afraid that the green crystal dragon might hear him. Only after getting a good 10 miles away from Ring Mountain did Lin Shen dare to breathe. He had been holding his breath the entire way. Could it be that the insides of the other Ring Mountains each harbor ascended creatures? Lin Shen decided to check them out. There might be something to gain. He picked another ring mountain and walked towards it. He didn't dare to ride his big red bull, afraid that it would make too much noise if it ran and alarm the creatures inside the mountain. Arriving at another ring mountain, Lin Shen climbed up stealthily, taking a lot of time to reach the top. He peeked inside surreptitiously. It turned out to be another pool of blue magma, but this time there were no ascended creatures to be seen. Lin Shen swept his gaze over the area, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw holes of various sizes on the side of the mountain not far from the blue magma. The holes were not deep. He could see their ends from a distance. It would be more accurate to call them deeper pits on the mountainside rather than holes. In several of these pits, Lin Shen saw eggs with blue spirit patterns on them. Are those ascension eggs? This was the first time Lin Shen had seen ascended creature eggs in person, and the spirit patterns on them indicated that they would be ascendant level upon birth. If he could get his hands on these ascension eggs, their value would be immeasurable. The trouble was that even just hatched ascended creatures were not something he could contend with, and it was nearly impossible to tame them. Therefore, the greatest value of these ascension eggs to Lin Shen was actually in their egg fluid. The effects of the egg fluid could be equated with the base mutation fluid, or even be considered somewhat better. The problem was that Lin Shen didn't know to what extent these ascension eggs had developed. If he were to take one out and open it only to find a fully developed ascended creature about to hatch inside, he would be in big trouble. So, no matter how excited Lin Shen was in his heart, he didn't rush to go down and steal those ascension eggs. Having seen only the ascension eggs without any sign of the creatures that laid them, Lin Shen didn't dare make any rash moves. As Lin Shen wondered why he hadn't seen their parents, he suddenly saw green magma surge, and one green crystal jade head after another popped out from within. Shortly after, creatures looking like velociraptors, with 6 legs and a pair of claws, and a single horn on their heads, as if made of blue jade, emerged from the magma. They soared into the air and each landed within different caves. Seeing this spectacle, Lin Shen shrank his neck and buried his head even lower. Below were all ascended creatures, numbering over 100. If he were discovered, he would probably have no place to be buried. While the ascended creatures below were still calling and flapping about, Lin Shen quietly retreated from the ring mountain. Are there no base variant creatures here? Lin Shen didn't give up and continued towards other ring mountains. He needed to find some base variant creatures first to ensure a steady food supply for the time being, before setting his sights on other targets. On the vast lands, a ring mountain rose every few dozen miles. On such a large planet, ring mountains were everywhere one looked. It was hard to imagine just how many ring mountains there were. If each contained ascended creatures, it would be a terrifyingly unimaginable number. If these ascended creatures were on the mother planet, humans would probably have long since had no room to survive. Lin Shen visited several more ring mountains, where he found ascended creatures. Some ring mountains contained groups of them, while others had just a few or even 1 or 2. No matter the number, there were ascended creatures inside, but not a single base variant creature. What astonished Lin Shen was that with so many ascended creatures here, not one flew out of the Ring Mountains. Something felt off. Even if those ascended creatures preferred the high-temperature environment inside the Ring Mountains over the cold outside, there must be some that would occasionally fly out for a look, even if by accident. They were ascended creatures, after all, capable of flight. It made no sense for them to always nest inside the Ring Mountains. No, none at all. In all the time Lin Shen had been on this planet, he had not seen a single creature outside the Ring Mountains. Lin Shen felt certain there must be some reason why those ascended creatures were unwilling or unable to leave the Ring Mountains. Contemplating this issue in his mind, Lin Shen arrived in front of another Ring Mountain. This Ring Mountain was smaller than the others he had visited, its height not even half that of the taller ones, and its diameter much less. Lin Shen quickly climbed to the peak and stealthily glanced down. This time, he was met with a surprise. The bottom of this Ring Mountain didn't have the green magma. This was the first time Lin Shen had seen a dry Ring Mountain. Without the green magma, he could see the bottom covered in crystal formations that resembled asphalt. Judging by the dust on top, it had been a long time since any creature had been here. To Lin Shen's delight, there was an extraordinarily large egg below. Because the egg was covered in thick dust, Lin Shen couldn't tell if it was a base mutation egg or an ascension egg. It was more likely an ascension egg, considering he had been here so long without seeing a base variant creature. After carefully examining the interior of the Ring Mountain and finding no caves or similar places, and seeing just that one dusty egg below, Lin Shen let down his guard and summoned his mutated black-armored centipede to scout ahead. After the mutated black-armored centipede made a round below and confirmed there was no danger, Lin Shen carefully made his way down inside the Ring Mountain and approached the egg. Chapter 51, Siege Everywhere, was covered with thick dust, peculiar in nature on this planet. Instead of the usual grains, it came in flakes, akin to snowflakes or the ashes of burned paper. The dust felt slightly dense, giving the sensation of walking on a somewhat firm sponge when trod upon, perhaps also due to the planet's weak gravity. From above, the egg didn't seem large, but upon getting closer, Lin Shen realized it was much bigger than he had imagined. It was nearly 1 meter in diameter, and he estimated its height to be over 2 meters. It was mired in dust, concealing its original color and texture, so Lin Shen took out a towel and wiped off the dust. Underneath the dust lay a blue steel-colored shell, the hue reminiscent of expertly forged blue steel. A watery glaze covered the outside, conveying an illusion of being semi-transparent. Once Lin Shen had dusted it off, the egg's true colors were completely exposed before him. "There are no spirit patterns," Lin Shen exclaimed in elation. The absence of spirit patterns indicated the egg likely wasn't ascension level but seemed more like a base variant creature of steel level. Without the high temperatures of the green lava in Ring Mountain, the base mutation egg probably couldn't hatch. Maybe the inside is still in a liquid state, Lin Shen thought as he pulled out the death powder. Transforming it into a spear, he thrust directly at the base mutation egg. After all this effort, he had grown somewhat hungry, so he thought getting something to eat wouldn't be so bad. Even if it had hatched and wasn't an ascended creature, Lin Shen wasn't afraid. Ding. Is it that hard? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Although it was a casual stab, with his current strength coupled with the sharpness of the death powder, an alloy egg should have been pierced straight through. This made Lin Shen realize that this was not a steel egg. It just appeared to be one. It was probably a crystal mutation egg. Lin Shen gripped the death powder and stabbed again, this time invoking the super base armor, piercing spike and super base instantaneous speed. With the aid of these two skills, even a crystal-based material should yield a hole. Ding! Another crisp sound rang out, and to Lin Shen's astonishment, this blow left no mark on the eggshell either. This is quite strange. With the skills of the death powder, even a mutated crystal-based egg should have some trace left on it, yet there's nothing. Could it be an ascension egg? Worried he might have made a mistake, Lin Shen closely inspected the giant egg once more. No matter how he looked, there wasn't the slightest hint of spirit patterns on the egg. Indeed, it likely wasn't an ascension egg. It's too strange. If it's not an ascension egg, why is it so hard? Lin Shen pondered and then summoned the Frost Swordsman. Of all his pets, the Frost Swordsman's destructive power was the strongest now. The Frost Swordsman appeared before the giant egg, gripping his greatsword with both hands and delivering a direct slash at the egg. The greatsword crashed down upon the giant egg with violent force, and with a clang, again no scratch appeared on the surface. This truly surprised Lin Shen. Even with a force of 41 and armed with a sharp weapon, the Frost Swordsman failed to leave a mark. Just how hard was the shell of this giant egg? Lin Shen did not command the Frost Swordsman to cease. He continued landing continuous strikes. Despite blow after blow landing on the shell, not a single mark could be made. Lin Shen had no choice but to order the Frost Swordsman to stop, taking a closer look at the gigantic egg once more. Could this really not be an ascension egg? Lin Shen was filled with doubt, but no matter how he looked at it, there were no spirit patterns, and without spirit patterns, it couldn't possibly be an ascension egg. That was certain. All I wanted was something to eat. Why is it so difficult? Lin Shen felt somewhat depressed. Even the Frost Swordsman couldn't leave a mark on it. It seemed the egg was unbreakable. Just as Lin Shen was wallowing in his dejection, he suddenly heard a crack, and to his surprise, a fissure appeared on the surface of the eggshell. The crack ran from top to bottom, encircling it completely. Before Lin Shen could react, the eggshell split open into two halves. Lin Shen quickly leaped back, his gaze fixed on the hatching creature inside the broken halves. As the shell fell away, Lin Shen saw a strange creature standing upright inside. A humanoid creature. Lin Shen took one glance and started to run even faster. The creature was like a human clad in heavy armor, its carapace mainly bronze-like, with edges that glowed like green crystal. Lin Shen had never seen a base variant creature like this before. Steel was steel, crystal base was crystal base, but this creature seemed to possess the properties of both steel and crystal base. Since Ring Mountain wasn't very high and the gravity was extremely weak, it took only a few leaps for Lin Shen to reach the summit. Glancing back, he saw the base variant creature's eyes under its faceplate emitting a green glow, staring coldly at him. A jolt of fear struck Lin Shen's heart. Originally, he had thought that the creature's first act after birth would be to eat the eggshell. But there it stood, not sparing the shell a glance, its attention fixed solely on him. No way. While Lin Shen was praying, the creature suddenly bent its legs and with a powerful stomp leaped into the air. Its leap propelled the body like a cannonball towards Lin Shen on the mountaintop. Oh, come on, won't you eat something instead of coming after me? Lin Shen leaped down from the summit. At the same time, he drew his pet launcher and ejected Big Red Bull. By the time he landed, he was perfectly astride Big Red Bull's back, immediately urging the steed to race away at full speed. The base variant creature, having landed atop the summit, glanced at the fleeing Big Red Bull and leaped down from the mountain, chasing at an even faster pace. To Lin Shen's dismay, Big Red Bull wasn't faster, and the gap between them narrowed more and more. Lin Shen felt trapped. He couldn't escape, nor could he win in a fight. He was in quite a predicament. If the creature's carapace was already so hard, its strength must be even greater. How was he supposed to fight it? Lin Shen looked back and noticed a weak spot on the creature. However, the spot was located between its chest and abdomen. With the speed difference, aiming for it head-on was going to be difficult. Seeing that escape was futile, Lin Shen stopped running. Clenching his teeth, he pulled out his dual guns and kept firing continuously, releasing pets one after another onto the ground surrounding the creature. Even if I can't kill you, trapping you should work. I just need one shot at your weak spot, Lin Shen thought grimly. In a moment, Lin Shen had launched all his crystal base and mutated crystal base pets, surrounding the creature with more than 20 pets. Chapter 152, got a hold of it over. 20 crystal-based creatures rushed at the entity from all directions. Lin Shen didn't hope to harm it. As long as he could trap it, that would suffice. The mutant Big Red Bull took the lead and charged over. The White Jade Tiger and Black Crystal Stoneman pounced from left and right, and 3 mutant black-armored centipedes fell from the sky, aiming straight for its eyes and neck. The other crystal-based creatures also swarmed in. Even if they couldn't kill it, they were determined to pin it down. Perhaps it had just been born and had never witnessed such a scene. Surrounded by so many pets, it immediately unleashed its strongest force. Streams of radiant crystal light patterns began to shine on its body. The crystalline lines that were originally only at the edges of the armor quickly extended across its entire carapace. In an instant, the armor was covered with mysterious light patterns. The attacks of the multitude of pets fell on its body, completely ineffective. Instead, it kicked the Big Red Bull on its head, sending it plowing backwards for hundreds of meters like a plow. The White Jade Tiger and Black Crystal Stoneman, one in each hand, were thrown hundreds of meters away by it, smashing into the ground and creating huge pits. The 3 mutant black-armored centipedes clung to its head, biting and clawing, but couldn't harm it at all. They were grabbed by its hands, which had retracted and were violently slammed into the ground. Youth, truly too youthful. Even if it didn't use those strange light patterns, Lin Shen's pets couldn't harm it. Now that it was using the power of the light patterns, it was clearly consuming a great deal of its own energy. Without hesitation, Lin Shen ordered all his crystal-based creatures to throw themselves at it, willing to pay the price of their lives to drain it. The armored war godlike creature blasted the head of a crystal-based creature with a punch, and then kicked another crystal-based creature in the chest, leaving a big hole. Lin Shen continued to deploy more pets, firing all his alloy pets he carried, keeping only Xiaoye, Xiaona, Death Powder, and the Frost Swordsman. The base variant creature was not at all conservative. When the alloy pets pounced, it still struck with full force. Watching one alloy pet after another get blasted apart, Lin Shen wasn't shocked but actually pleased. He quietly let his mutant and crystal-based creatures slack off, letting the alloy pets go first to face death. After all, it had just been born, and although powerful, its intelligence hadn't fully developed, judgment was lacking, and stamina was also a concern. Other base variant creatures just born would consume their eggshells to replenish energy. It didn't eat its eggshell and rushed out to chase Lin Shen, and now the drawbacks were becoming apparent. As each alloy pet fell, the light patterns on its body began to slowly dim. As he watched his pets getting killed off in fewer numbers, and when the alloy pets were near extermination, the light patterns on the base variant creature became unstable, and one could visibly see its strength and speed declining. Of course, no matter how much it declined, even without the light patterns, there was still no problem for it to kill Lin Shen's pets, which still couldn't harm it. It had been using the light patterns all along, which was an overkill, entirely unnecessary and wasteful. Finally, the light patterns on the base variant creature completely disappeared, and in Lin Shen's hands were 2 launchers, reloaded with pet capsules, which he fired crazily at it once again. However, the capsules now loaded were only partially alloy, most were made of steel. Watching the rapidly approaching pets, the base variant creature punched out one after another, directly exploding the pets that were shot at it. Looking at his excitement, he kicked away several crystal-based pets charging towards him as if it was nothing. But even a skilled fighter cannot fight off multiple attackers, and eventually he was grabbed from behind by the Black Crystal Stoneman. Normally, even if he was grappled, a crystal-based level wouldn't have much of an issue with him. Lin Shen fired rapidly. Even while held by the Black Crystal Stoneman, the base variant creature was still incredibly fierce, bursting one pet capsule after another that flew towards him. When the White Jade Tiger and Big Red Bull charged at him, the constrained base variant creature leaped into the air, taking the Black Crystal Stoneman who was clinging to his back with him, avoiding their attack mid-jump. The remaining 2 black armored centipedes that had not yet been killed flapped their wings and launched an airborne attack on him. After all, the base variant creature was not an ascender. Unable to change direction in the air, he caught a black armored centipede with each hand. As for the steel pets which Lin Shen was shooting at him head-on, the base variant creature no longer had the time to care about them. The alloy pets that collided with his body ended up twisted into a heap, some even shattered into pieces instantly. Just when the base variant creature was feeling proud of itself, it suddenly saw Lin Shen's face appear before its eyes. The unprepared base variant creature was harshly struck by Lin Shen at a vital point, his body immediately stiffening, and even his hands that were trying to crush the black armored centipedes stopped. Seeing the base variant creature stiff as a board, Lin Shen felt a surge of joy within him. Acupoint sealing truly is a divine technique. Even such a powerful base variant creature has been paralyzed by me. The base variant creature fell to the ground, trembling non-stop, as if it might break free from the acupoint sealing at any moment. As the base variant creature's body began to move again, Lin Shen struck fiercely once more, causing the creature's body to stiffen up again. "This guy is really too strong," Lin Shen said, standing in front of him and intermittently applying more pressure at critical points to keep the base variant creature from escaping. "This can't go on forever. I need to figure out a way to kill him or tame him," Lin Shen murmured to himself, frustrated. Neither able to kill him, nor knowing how to tame him. Lin Shen had heard others mention how Ouyang Yudu tamed wild crystal-based creatures, saying that he stayed on top of a crystal-based creature, no matter how much it thrashed, until it was completely exhausted, at which point it eventually accepted him as its master. Lin Shen felt that it couldn't be that simple. If taming just required riding them, then for ascenders looking to tame base variant creatures, it would be far too easy. Yet, as of now, aside from Ouyang Yudu, no one else seems to have tamed a wild base variant creature. Therefore, Lin Shen thought that the key to Ouyang Yudu's success in taming the creature must be related to the time they both fell into the lake. Unfortunately, no one saw what Ouyang Yudu did during that time, and Lin Shen couldn't learn it even if he wanted to. He took a quick inventory. The variant pets that remained were the Big Red Bull, Stoneman, White Jade Tiger, and the 2 black armored centipedes, all of which were injured to varying degrees. The Frost Swordsman and Death Powder had not been damaged because they had not been ordered to join the fray from the beginning. Only 3 crystal-based pets and 2 alloy pets remained, nearly resulting in total annihilation. After such a high cost to just immobilize him, Lin Shen refused to retreat without accomplishing his goal. "How can I tame him?" pondered Lin Shen as he sent the slightly less injured Black Crystal Stoneman and the mutated Big Red Bull to Ring Mountain to bring back the eggshell of the base variant creature. Chapter 53, The Name of the Pet. It wasn't long before the Black Crystal Stoneman and Big Red Bull dragged back the 2 halves of the eggshell. The base variant creature looked at the eggshell in front of him, and there seemed to be a slight change in its expression. However, its gaze did not soften, rather it became even fiercer. The creature struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the acupoint sealing control. As soon as it was able to move slightly, Lin Shen immediately applied another finger technique. "Offer up your key, and they will be yours," Lin Shen said to it, pointing at the eggshells. The base variant creature glared viciously at Lin Shen, either not understanding what he said or showing utter disdain for his words. "Won't listen, huh? Then let's just keep this up and see how long you can hold out," Lin Shen said fiercely. He didn't really have a better option, as the creature's physique was just too strong, and he had nothing on hand that could kill it. Even if he could kill it, Lin Shen wasn't really willing to do so. Killing it would only yield some materials, but if he could turn it into his own pet, that would be far more useful. With its bodily strength and destructive capability, in a fully activated light pattern state, it could even pose a threat to Ascension-level beings. Lin Shen didn't expect it to be able to kill Ascension-level beings, he just needed it to break the shell of an Ascension egg. There were so many Ascended creatures and Ascension eggs on this planet, and Lin Shen planned to steal some to eat. But ascension eggs were too hard, and he had nothing that could crack them open. If he could subjugate this creature, the problem would be solved. Without a better plan for the moment, Lin Shen summoned Xiaoye and Xiaona. Though they were also made of flesh and blood, like Fei Zai Fatty, they could adapt to the environment of this planet. Go collect the base mutation fluid. Lin Shen commanded them to gather the base mutation fluid from the dead pets. It wasn't that Lin Shen was emotionless, but given the circumstances, if he couldn't find other food, he would have to rely on the base mutation fluid to survive. Xiaoye and Xiaona took the water bags from Lin Shen's hands and went to collect the base mutation fluid from the dead pets, a task only they were suited for. The other pets were too clumsy, they could fight but were incapable of such delicate work. While Xiaoye and Xiaona collected the base mutation fluid, Lin Shen was at a standoff with the base variant creature. After a while, light patterns suddenly lit up on the body of the base variant creature. Lin Shen's expression changed slightly and he hurriedly moved to seal its acupoints. But this time, with the defense of the light patterns, the force from his fingertips couldn't penetrate at all. The creature's struggles did not cease, and its range of motion gradually increased. Not good. Lin Shen quickly withdrew his pets and moved swiftly away. Just as Lin Shen thought he was going to take a heavy loss, he suddenly saw that Xiaona had not obeyed his order to revert to capsule form, but instead moved towards the base variant creature, which was becoming more covered in light patterns and nearly able to move again. What's going on? She's a steel level. She doesn't want to mess with that base variant creature, does she? Just as Lin Shen was puzzled about Xiaona's intentions, he saw her place a porcelain gourd on top of the base variant creature's head. This wasn't what Lin Shen expected. He had thought Xiaona would hug the gourd and shout at the base variant creature, "If I call you, would you dare to answer?" With the gourd placed atop the creature's head, which had been able to make slight movements, suddenly it stopped moving altogether, though its body shook even more violently. The porcelain gourd on the head of the base variant creature seemed to have infinite weight, pressing down so hard that it could hardly move, and it had to use all its strength to fight against it. Its light patterns became brighter, yet its body was pressed lower and lower. Xiaona is that fierce? Lin Shen watched, dumbfounded. Xiaona held that porcelain gourd every day, which didn't seem heavy at all, but surprisingly, it turned out to be incredibly powerful. Even with the strength of the base variant creature, it was so overpowered that its body sank lower and lower, unable to break free from the suppression of the porcelain gourd despite its efforts. Lin Shen speculated in his mind that this was probably one of Xiaona's skills, rather than the porcelain gourd actually being that heavy. Still, a skill at the steel level capable of suppressing such a base variant creature was shocking enough. This made Lin Shen even more suspicious of their relationship with the ancient realm king. The base variant creature trembled all over, half of its body sinking into the ground, yet it still couldn't escape the suppression. Seeing its trembling body, if this continued, it was likely that its armor would be crushed. Suddenly, the base variant creature let out a loud cry and then spat out a small key from its forehead. Lin Shen was overjoyed, caught the key, and then inserted it into his keyhole. Lin Shen probed the key, but the base variant creature still did not move, and it did not transform into a base mutation egg. Xiaona reached over, took away the porcelain gourd, and only then did the body of the base variant creature suddenly change, soon turning into a small pet capsule. You've obtained a super base pet, Dragon Hunter Jiwiz. The watch vibrated with a notification, displaying a message. What does Jiwiz mean? Is that its name? Pets actually have names? Lin Shen was somewhat shocked. A pet having a name was something he had never seen before. Lin Shen quickly looked at the detailed information for Dragon Hunter Jiwiz, as a base variant creature with a name intrigued him greatly. Dragon Hunter Jiwiz, Super Base Crystal Base Creature Evolvable, Strength 41, Speed 41, Hardness 41, Toughness 41, Base Mutation Rate 100%, Innate Skills, Super Base Dragon Patterns, Super Base Dragon Soul, Super Base Dragon Slayer, Super Base Heart of the Brave. Dragon Hunter Jiwiz, the legendary warrior who hunts evil dragons, the strongest of dragon hunters. Super Base Dragon Patterns. Every time Jiwiz slays an evil dragon, its dragon soul is etched onto his body. When dragon patterns are activated, the blessing of the dragon soul can be obtained. Super Base Dragon Soul, the physique gained through bathing in dragon blood, possessing an almost immortal body. Super Base Dragon Slayer has power that represses dragon-type creatures. Super Base Heart of the Brave. In the state of Heart of the Brave, all attributes and skills receive a certain enhancement. Lin Shen had never seen such detailed information on a pet before. Although the attributes of Dragon Hunter Jiwiz were not much different from those of the Frost Swordsman, the combat capability was vastly different. Jiwiz possessed 4 skills, and all 4 could be called abnormal. From his combat power, it was evident that with so many skill enhancements, his combat power was no less than that of an average Ascension. This is just too strong. With Jiwiz, couldn't I stealthily steal those Ascension eggs? He has dragon-killing talent, which means damage is increased against dragon-type creatures. He should be able to break those Ascension eggs. Lin Shen felt that his future was bright. The gloom from losing so many pets before was completely healed in an instant. Chapter 54, The Mysterious Porcelain summoned the Dragon Hunter Jiwiz, ordering it to eat its own eggshell first. Lin Shen's gaze then fell on Xiaoye and Xiaona, constantly sizing them up. He had originally thought their innate skills were just somewhat mysterious, but now it seemed it was not so simple as mere mystery. To be able to suppress the dragon hunter Jiwis at steel level was indeed too formidable. At the same steel level, Lin Shen, with so many fireseed skills, still couldn't suppress Jiwis, yet Xiaona managed to do so with just a porcelain. Lin Shen felt this was not merely due to the power of the skills. His attention was drawn to the porcelain gourd in Xiaona's hands, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had a hypothesis in his heart. If the treasure box was truly the ancient realm king's treasure box, then was there a possibility that the porcelain held by Xiao Ye and Xiaona was what the ancient realm king truly regarded as the most precious? Otherwise, it was really hard to explain why an object in the hands of a mere steel-level creature could be so formidable. I wonder if I can use the porcelain in their hands. Lin Shen looked greedily at the porcelain they held. Seemingly having sensed something, Xiao Ye and Xiaona instinctively clutched their porcelain tightly. Lin Shen quickly hid the greed in his eyes, speaking righteously. Xiao Wei, Xiaona, let me take a look at your porcelain. Immediately, they hugged the porcelain in their hands and turned around as if guarding against a thief, clearly showing no intention of handing it over to him. What do you mean by this? You are both mine. Why guard against me? Lin Shen muttered in his heart. On second thought, they couldn't escape anyway. There would be plenty of time and opportunities in the future. By getting on good terms with them gradually, he was bound to have a chance to get the porcelain. Beautiful pet girls with such a treasure, it's just perfect. If they were human, I would want to marry them and take them home as my wives. Lin Shen also realized that if someone familiar with the porcelain in Xiao Ye and Xiaona's hands were to see them, he might indeed be in big trouble. I should be more cautious in the future, Lin Shen warned himself internally. Jiwis had devoured all its eggshells and seemed to have recovered quite well, its strength fully restored. Why chase after me and become my pet instead of eating good stuff? Lin Shen looked at Jiwis triumphantly, checking its information again, and it was still so impressive. You've killed so many of my pets, now it's time for you to repay your debts. Lin Shen packed up his things and headed towards another ring mountain with Jiwis. The black-armored centipedes lost one, and the remaining two were also heavily injured, barely having any fighting strength left. The big red bull and the stone men had quite a few injuries too, but no fatal wounds. Feeding them some base mutation fluid, they should be able to recover after some time. Oddly enough, the white jade tiger had the lightest injuries. Lin Shen had originally wanted to ride it for the journey, but it was too bumpy when it ran, which was quite uncomfortable, so he had to choose to walk by himself and, incidentally, to practice stepping on the immortal court. It was indeed miraculous. Lin Shen was cultivating 3 different evolution skills at the same time, yet they seemed to not interfere with each other at all, with no conflicts. He couldn't know whose tolerance was stronger that had caused this result. He could practice stepping on the immortal court while walking, the greed for life, and fear of death elixir while sleeping. Only in extreme environments would evolution theory automatically operate. The 3 evolution skills were simply a perfect combination. Climbing atop a huge ring mountain, Lin Shen discovered that there were nests everywhere on the mountain walls inside the ring mountain, and ascended creatures resembling pterosaurs were constantly shuttling between the nests and the green magma, the number fearing to be in the thousands. Lin Shen caught sight of a distinctive blue pterosaur at a glance. Its size was significantly larger than that of a normal green crystal pterosaur, and whereas the typical pterosaurs were green, this one was blue, a clear indicator of mutant quality. What made Lin Shen even more envious was that within the nest of the blue pterosaur, there was also a blue-shelled ascension egg, obviously a mutant egg. What a pity. There are simply too many pterosaurs here. There's no chance to steal the mutant egg. Lin Shen watched for quite a while, but eventually decided to give up. He wouldn't risk his life for such a venture. After visiting several more ring mountains without finding a good opportunity or any that were free of lava, he moved on. Climbing up another ring mountain, Lin Shen took a look inside, and his heart filled with joy. On a platform on the inner wall of the ring mountain, there was a stone nest with 3 green crystal eggs, the size of human heads, with light patterns resembling those of a triceratops on their shells. After scrutinizing the interior of the ring mountain, he saw no other creatures. Lin Shen took another thorough look and still didn't find any other creatures, so without further hesitation, he sent the white jade tiger down. The white jade tiger landed on the platform, looked around, and upon finding no danger, grabbed an ascension egg and leapt back up. The freak would never dream that his attempt to kill me actually turned into a huge advantage for me. Lin Shen held the ascension egg, feeling almost euphoric. This was an ascension pet, which would surely fetch a high price if sold. After several trips, white jade tiger managed to bring all 3 ascension eggs out. Lin Shen didn't dare to linger, taking the ascension eggs and running, quickly distancing himself from that ring mountain. Finding a deeper pit, Lin Shen sat down inside it and arranged the 3 ascension eggs before him. These ascension eggs shouldn't hatch in a short time, should they? Lin Shen considered what to do with the 3 eggs. For maximum profit, it would be best to bring all 3 ascension eggs back, as they would undoubtedly sell for a good price. Unfortunately, he was only at steel level, and even if he could tame ascension pets, they would turn into a capsule state and wouldn't activate without reaching ascension level. As he mulled this over, suddenly he heard an angry roar from afar. Lin Shen stood up and peered out of the pit, only to see a huge green crystal triceratops charging from the direction of the previous ring mountain, probably the owner of the 3 ascension eggs. The sight gave Lin Shen quite a start, but upon closer inspection he found something unexpected. The green crystal triceratops that had emerged from the ring mountains seemed to be covered in a layer of frost which was continuously consolidating. The speed of the green crystal triceratops wasn't as fast as Lin Shen had imagined. It seemed much slower than the one he had seen with Zhang Guiyuan earlier. Could it be that the reason why the ascended creatures don't leave the ring mountains is that the environment outside does them harm? Lin Shen felt a mix of shock and joy. Watching the green crystal triceratops charge towards him, he immediately opened fire and released Jiwis. Once Jiwis landed on the ground, it glanced at the green crystal triceratops barreling towards it, and its light patterns immediately lit up. With a bellow, the green crystal triceratops spat out a green crystal trident, hurling it through the air towards Jiwis. Chapter 55, Dragon Hunter Lin Shen watched Jiwis nervously, uncertain whether his abilities could contend with ascended creatures, or how strong the Dragon Slayer's suppression of dragon-type creatures really was. After all, it was a base variant taking on an ascension, a truly great leap in levels of challenge. The green crystal trident darted through the air toward him, with the dragon patterns on Jiwis's body glowing ever brighter. It wasn't until the trident was almost upon him that Jiwis suddenly dodged to the side while simultaneously grabbing the shaft of the green crystal trident. With a quick upward flick, the green crystal trident carried Jiwis skyward, weaving through the air in an attempt to shake him off. Unfortunately for the trident, Jiwis held onto the shaft tightly, refusing to be flung away no matter how fiercely it tried to shake him. A visible layer of frost formed on the green crystal trident, proving that the environment of this planet impacted even the life bases. The green crystal triceratops let out a roar as the trident abruptly changed direction, flying towards the green crystal triceratops itself. The 3 horns of the green crystal triceratops pointed straight at Jiwis, who was still clinging to the trident. If he didn't let go, he would crash straight into the horns and be pierced through instantly. Just as the trident reached the triceratops, Jiwis didn't release his grip. As it seemed he was about to strike the creature, he arched his back suddenly and swung with his arms, propelling himself over the trident's shaft and landing heavily on top of it. The original trajectory of the trident should have carried it over the head of the green crystal triceratops, but Jiwis's sudden leap caused the trident's path to veer sharply downward. Because of the incredible speed and proximity, the green crystal triceratops wasn't able to react in time, and the trident pierced through its own head. Just like that, an ascended creature is killed. How cool is that? Dragon Hunter Jiwis really has something special. Lin Shen watched with great surprise. However, he was also aware that while Jiwis was indeed strong, his clean and neat kill of the green crystal triceratops wasn't solely because of his strength. The planet's environment exerted a strong negative influence on its native creatures. The green crystal triceratops had not performed to its full ability, hence it was easily slain by Jiwis. Just by judging the speed of the green crystal triceratops, one could deduce that its speed was probably just over 50. Lin Shen could see it clearly, unlike when facing Zhang Guiyuan, where his eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of his life base. What exactly is going on with this planet? Why do creatures born here not adapt to their own environment, only able to survive within Ring Mountain? Lin Shen was full of doubts. Killed an Ascension-level Supersource Triceratops, discovered a first-turn Spirit-based Supersource Trident. The watch also displayed a prompt. Indeed, it's just a first-turn Spirit base. Lin Shen had already learned some things about Ascension levels from Tian Xin. Life bases condensed upon first reaching Ascension level are at first turn, and they can grow by devouring other creatures' life bases. The maximum growth value is 100 points. Upon reaching 100 points, one can attempt to ascend to the next level. However, one might also choose not to ascend, opting for a life-based rebirth instead, resetting the growth value to 0, but this time with an upper limit of 110 points. Once the growth value reaches the maximum again, another rebirth is an option, raising the growth value's upper limit to 120 points. The more times one undergoes rebirth, the higher the upper limit and the more powerful the life base. Nevertheless, with each rebirth, the difficulty of increasing the growth value also rises. At first turn, devouring any spirit base could increase the growth value by several points, but after a few turns, using a first turn spirit base would hardly increase the growth value anymore. It's said the highest is 10th turn, and if a 10th turn life base maxes out its growth value, its power can be double that of a first turn life base. Lin Shen ran over and used a water bag to collect the Ascension liquid from the Supersource Triceratops. Lin Shen didn't know if he could use Ascension liquid himself, so he collected it first to ask Wei Wufu later. Having a few more spirit bases would be good too. After tidying up, Lin Shen took Jiwis to other Ring Mountains to seek opportunities. Knowing now that the creatures here were restricted outside Ring Mountain gave Lin Shen peace of mind. As long as he stayed away from Ring Mountain, he should not be in too much danger. While Lin Shen was looking for opportunities, something big happened on Realm King Planet. A team of over 100 base variants while hunting base variant creatures on Realm King Planet encountered a large-scale ultra-burning core. Thousands of Ultraburn warriors surrounded the mutator team. Not a single one of more than 100 mutators escaped. All were killed. Such incidents had occurred several times in a short period. The major families had temporarily stopped their plans to enter Realm King Planet, as the safety of their own mutators could not be guaranteed. Unwilling to give up the resources on Realm King Planet, the major families were actively seeking solutions, with several families joining forces to form an elite team to attempt to wipe out the Ultra Burning Core. After several attempts, humans and the Ultra Burning Core had their share of victories and defeats, with unsatisfactory results. The Ouyang family from God's Love Base made contact with the major families, preparing for a large-scale joint operation. Without completely resolving the issue of the Ultra Burning Core, the resources obtained couldn't compensate for the losses. Lin Shen was naturally unaware of these events as he continued searching for opportunities to hunt various supersource dragons on that planet. In nearly a month's time, Lin Shen, along with the dragon hunters, had only killed 3 ascended creatures, all first-turn supersource triceratops. The main reason was that Lin Shen dared not touch those seemingly advanced ascended creatures, and he didn't dare provoke the communal ascended creatures. He could only go after some solitary low-level ascended creatures, which slowed down the hunting speed significantly. Only the supersource triceratops were more solitary and of a lower level, so they were the ones targeted. As the countdown neared its end, Lin Shen packed up his belongings, waiting to return to his home planet. I hope that strange person isn't lying in wait for me, Lin Shen prayed silently. Lin Shen had also considered that the strange person probably thought he was dead, so the chances of them waiting for him were not high. However, just in case, Lin Shen still made thorough preparations. The moment the countdown ended, the scenery before Lin Shen changed, and he was back in a familiar place. Hiding behind the carcass of a supersource triceratops, Lin Shen immediately summoned his dragon hunter, Jiwi's. His dual guns fired in rapid succession, and one pet after another swiftly appeared around him. Fortunately, there was no sign of the strange person, and Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He's really gone, Lin Shen observed the sky. The sun hadn't set yet, so he planned to sneak back to the base quietly at night. First, he buried the bodies of the 3 ascended creatures, and after a difficult wait for the sun to set, Lin Shen quietly made his way back to Darkbird Base and went to find Uncle Lei at the shop. Mr. Lin Shen, it's so good to see you safe, Lei said, almost bursting into tears when he saw Lin Shen. These days, the people of the Lin family were nearly going mad with worry. If anything had happened to Lin Shen, Lei didn't know how he would explain it to Lin Miao. Uncle Lei, is that strange person still at our Darkbird base? Lin Shen asked. No, after you left, the strange person departed as well and has not been seen since, Lei replied. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shen said, let's keep the news of my return quiet for now. Also, there's something else. I've hidden some things outside the base, and you'll have to help me bring them back. Where are they? I'll take people there right now, Lei said. Find a few trustworthy people, get some large vehicles and tarpaulins. We can't let outsiders see them. Let's go together, Lin Shen instructed. Okay, Lei agreed, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't ask further. When Lei saw the carcasses of the supersource triceratopses, he was instantly wide-eyed and asked incredulously, Lin, did you hunt these ascended creatures? Chapter 15:6, Promotion to Alloy. After transporting the corpse of the supersource triceratops to the warehouse, Lin Shen and Lei discussed how to deal with the bodies and then went back to his residence alone. Upon arriving home, he found Wei Wufu right in his own yard, which greatly pleased Lin Shen as he had many questions he wanted to ask Wei Wufu. The freak? Wei Wufu, seeing Lin Shen, asked directly. Lin Shen recounted the events to Wei Wufu and also took the opportunity to ask some questions. Wei Wufu pondered for a long time before he gave his judgment. As to the origins of the freak, Wei Wufu also had no clue. He had never heard of such a person, nor did he know whether the freak was human or an alien creature. Unable to clarify the freak's origins, but when it came to some questions about the ascended creatures, Wei Wufu was very clear. To Lin Shen's disappointment, Wei Wufu said that under normal circumstances, mutators could not use ascension liquid because the energy contained within was too terrifying. Even the body of a crystal-based creature couldn't withstand the energy released by the ascension liquid instantaneously, and it would cause damage to the body. The only piece of good news was that Wei Wufu had brought back a primeval egg for Lin Shen. Wei, can you discern which one of these 2 primeval eggs is of better quality? Lin Shen took out the primeval egg given to him by 2 Xiaodao for Wei Wufu to see. Don't know, Wei Wufu said, shaking his head directly. Seeing Lin Shen's disappointment, Wei Wufu pointed to the primeval egg he had brought and said, Primeval egg, rare, try it. You say this primeval egg is rare? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. If Wei Wufu said it was rare, then it must be special. After asking in detail for quite a while, Lin Shen finally understood why Wei Wufu said this primeval egg was rare. Half a month prior, a base mutation zone beneath Tiancheng, which was originally inconspicuous, erupted with a beast tide, and there were even many ascended creatures among them. After the Wei family repelled the beast tide, they plunged directly into the base mutation zone, found that mutation point, and brought back this primeval egg. They had thought it was an ascension primeval egg, the kind that could allow mutators to ascend. However, after testing, they found that it was still an ordinary primeval egg, not the kind that could enable mutators to ascend. This was very strange because organisms infected by ordinary primeval eggs usually have great difficulty reaching ascension level. A base mutation zone infected by this primeval egg could give rise to so many ascended creatures. It should be an ascension primeval egg, but it wasn't. Wait, what exactly is going on at Tiancheng? Hasn't the base mutation zone been cleared out after more than 200 years? Lin Shen asked with confusion. To hold it, very difficult, Wei Wufu stated. Lin Shen was shocked and quickly inquired in detail. Only then did he learn the severity of Tiancheng's circumstances. More than 200 years ago, transport pods carrying primeval eggs scattered across the world, forming many base mutation zones. At Tiancheng, it wasn't just a few transport pods that fell, but a damaged transport ship that crashed directly down, smashing into the depths near Tiancheng. By sheer coincidence, where the transport ship fell was originally a bottomless pit, and the transport ship crashed deep into the earth, exploding in an underground space tens of thousands of meters below. No one knew how many primeval eggs scattered throughout the subterranean space, and for more than 200 years, the Wei family had to repel hundreds of beast tides emerging from the cave each year. The Wei family had also charged into the underground space multiple times, intending to completely eradicate the primeval eggs therein. Regrettably, as the Wei family members grew up, so did the base variant creatures in the underground space. Although they had already cleared out hundreds of base mutation zones, the number of base variant creatures seemed to only increase without decrease, leaving them clueless about the amount of primeval eggs still present within. It could be said that if not for the Wei family, all of the base variant creatures would have surged out of the underground space, likely dooming the vast majority of human bases. Because of this, the Wei family paid a heavy price, with their original lineage of over 1,000 members now reduced to merely 13. To defend the underground space, members of the Wei family hardly ever left Tiancheng. Those among the Wei family who were beyond the ascension level had also sacrificed their chance to venture into the universe, staying in Tiancheng to suppress the underground space, never having set foot outside of Tiancheng for their entire lives, all to suppress the terrifying entities that had emerged in the underground space. The Wei family of Tiancheng was hailed as humanity's last line of defense, the strongest of spines, earned through over 200 years of blood and tears, as well as the ultimate sacrifice of life itself. 1,000 people for one city, 100 years for one defense, these 8 words were a legend forged with blood and bone. Apart from the Wei family members, there were others in Tiancheng, some of whom voluntarily aided the Wei family in guarding the underground space, while others were mutators sent by major families to support the Wei family. Of course, their support was not solely for the Wei family. What they really coveted were the base mutation resources of the underground space. After learning the details, Lin Shen understood why someone like Wei Wufu could exist, and perhaps only the Wei family could have nurtured a person like him. Our duty is undeniable. When Lin Shen first heard Wei Wufu utter these words, he had thought Wei Wufu was being overly obstinate. Now that he thought about it, without the Wei family's obstinacy, humanity would not be in the position it is today. Old Wei, do you have enough primeval eggs for your own ascension? Lin Shen asked with a sigh. Wei Wufu did not speak, but instead used his base mutation power, and a purple crystal carapace enveloped his entire body. Ascended to crystal base, Lin Shen felt immensely pleased in his heart. Putting away the primeval eggs that Old Wei had given him, Lin Shen returned to his own room, planning to use the primeval eggs for ascension into alloy that very day. Having arranged everything, Lin Shen took out the primeval egg Wei Wufu had given him and swallowed it directly. The moment the primeval egg slid into his stomach, a chill spread in Lin Shen's belly, rapidly filling his entire body and making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Unlike the first time, no cocoon formed, as the base mutation carapace automatically surfaced, covering Lin Shen's entire body. However, the base mutation carapace was not solid this time, but moved like a thick liquid. Evolution theory automatically began to operate, deepening the chill to the bone marrow. Gradually, the cold sensation vanished, his body growing hotter and hotter along with the carapace, which felt like molten iron adhering to Lin Shen's body, twisting, moving, and morphing. In a trance, Lin Shen seemed to see a figure of light overlapping with his own body. The liquid moved along the contours of the figure, slowly solidifying into the same shape as the light. Chapter 57, Super Base Pattern. The steel-level carapace really is just like an insect's shell, unadorned and shapeless, merely fitting over the body as a layer of protection. After ascending to alloy, the carapace transformed by the base mutation material clearly resembles armor more, with various edges and lines. This is related to the cultivated evolution skill, as some skills can cause massive transformations to the alloy carapace, while others result in only minor changes. When different people cultivate the same evolution skill, their alloy carapaces tend to have similar designs. Though they will not be identical, they are usually quite alike. Thus, identifying the evolution skill based on the design of the carapace is one method, and common base change skills are relatively easy to recognize. The 5 fundamental evolution skills are even easier to recognize due to the large number of practitioners. Cultivating the original evolution theory leads to greater changes in the base mutation carapace, turning it into something very similar to armor compared to other evolution skills. But that's not the main characteristic of evolution theory, because the variability of changes in the base mutation carapace corresponding to evolution theory is so vast, the styles vary greatly, making it difficult to distinguish based on shape alone. The reason evolution theory is relatively easy to distinguish is due to the glyph patterns on the carapace. Evolution theory is one of the few evolution skills that result in special glyph patterns on the carapace after cultivation, and these glyphs are actually a type of pictographic script. Therefore, if one observes pictographic glyph patterns on the base mutation carapace, no matter which symbol or where it is located on the armor, there's a high probability that evolution theory is being cultivated. The change in Lin Shen's base mutation carapace compared to when he was at the steel level is massively different. The original mirror effect is still there, but the color and texture have changed somewhat from the color of steel to a tungsten steel like black. It now looks like a black mirror effect, and it seems much harder in texture than before. The design, too, is quite special. While most people's carapaces lean towards ancient armor as they transform, Lin Shen's base mutation carapace leans towards a more modern aesthetic. The lines are fluid without lack of beauty, and the distinct edges don't feel abrupt, creating a sense of technology. The shadow-like patterns don't just maintain the overall aesthetic of the carapace, but they also add a touch of solidity to the originally pure black mirror effect. Lin Shen only glanced at the reflection in the mirror and thought the base mutation carapace was incredibly cool, but that wasn't his primary concern. As for the aesthetics, Lin Shen didn't really care. What mattered most to him were the innate skills. He used primeval eggs, so the probability of not receiving an innate skill after ascending to alloy was nearly zero. However, using primeval eggs also has a clear drawback. You can't be sure what kind of innate skill the egg will grant, much like a random draw. Lin Shen feared he might end up with an innate skill he couldn't use, which would be quite frustrating. User, super base alloy creatures evolvable, strength 31, speed 21, hardness 21, toughness 21, base change rate 1%. Life theory vitality ceiling 300, base change talent, super base change, super base change, super base change, super base pattern. Super base pattern. Each mysterious hieroglyph represents a part of the world and can draw upon the world's force from any corner of the globe to enhance oneself. Lin Shen directly checked his information with his watch, knowing only that super base pattern was a skill that could draw external strength to bolster oneself, but the effectiveness was unknown until tested. Regardless of the outcome, at least several of Lin Shen's concerns had not materialized. Although the quality of the second primeval egg was unknown, he still underwent super base evolution, and the skills did not conflict. Instead, they seemed rather compatible. The enhancement he gained from the Boundless Strength contract was still present and had not been overwritten by the power gained from his promotion. Before his promotion, Death Powder had already provided him with 10 points of strength. With these 10 points, he had already achieved a strength of 31 at alloy level, stronger than some of the weaker crystal-based creatures. Death Powder was still growing, suggesting it would continue to provide him with strength points. Lin Shen immediately used the super base pattern to test just how much benefit this skill could provide him. Upon activating the super base pattern, the hieroglyphs that had been hidden like shadows beneath the mirror's surface simultaneously blossomed with white luminescence. Black carapace with white patterns, as if countless points of luminescence were converging from all directions toward the glowing white glyphs. Lin Shen suddenly felt a surge of strength within his body, a torrent of growing power, as if it was embracing all streams and rivers. Lin Shen was both startled and delighted, as this skill was akin to constantly drinking replenishing potions or base mutation fluid. With this skill, he could nearly use the power of base mutation endlessly. But that wasn't the most important part. Even without this skill, thanks to the evolution theory, he could remain in a base mutation state for a long time. This was not an issue. The problem was that with the ability of the super base pattern to draw external energy, the duration of his super base change could be extended. As long as the absorption rate could keep up with the consumption, theoretically, he could maintain super base change indefinitely without worrying about excessive depletion. Lin Shen immediately began his experiments to see if the power drawn by super base pattern could keep up with the consumption of super base change. After various experiments, Lin Shen identified an issue. The effect of the super base pattern was region-dependent. The more stable the area, without much wind, rain, thunder, landslides, tsunamis, or extreme temperature changes, the slower the energy absorption of the super base pattern. In stormy weather or places of extreme cold or heat, the super base pattern drew energy more rapidly. That is to say, the harsher the environment, the faster the super base pattern could draw energy. Under normal conditions, the energy drawn by super base pattern could only extend the duration of super base change, but was not enough to maintain it indefinitely. The harsher the environment, the longer Lin Shen could maintain super base change. In theory, as long as the environment was bad enough, Lin Shen could continuously use super base change. Even in ordinary environments, with the enhancement of superbase pattern, using superbase change for half an hour was no problem. Moreover, after using superbase change, the body's overly depleted state recovered faster than before, without the prolonged weakness. Using superbase pattern alone provided Lin Shen with a massive boost to both stamina and endurance, with a primary focus on durability. With energy accumulated to a certain degree, it could also have a certain impact on the surrounding area. Superbase pattern could be considered an all-around buff. The only frustrating part was that this enhancement was only effective while superbase pattern was active, acting as a temporary buff. Chapter 15:8, Wei Wufu's Need, How Is It? Wei Wufu, who rarely took the initiative to show concern for Lin Shen, looked at him and asked proactively upon meeting him the next day. The effect is very good and there are no conflicts with the skill. Lin Shen had directly used the base mutation carapace, then activated the superbase pattern. Not bad, Wei Wufu replied with a slight nod after hearing Lin Shen's explanation. Just not bad? Lin Shen felt slightly frustrated. It was very hard to gain a sense of achievement from Wei Wufu. Strong, alloy, too weak, Wei Wufu added. Wei, you're being a bit too heartless with your words. Weren't you all about alloys before? You've only ascended to crystal base a few days ago, and now you're already dismissing alloys as weak? Lin Shen nearly choked on Wei Wufu's words. Ignoring him, Wei Wufu pointed to the sky outside and said, There we go. What's the rush for us to go to Realm King Planet? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. Wei Wufu patiently explained to Lin Shen, who then understood why Wei Wufu wanted to go to Realm King Planet. Originally, Lin Shen had thought Wei Wufu was interested in the Realm King Tower, especially since in Tiancheng they were in great need of items like the pet accelerator launcher. The Wei family couldn't leave Tiancheng, so unlike other families, they couldn't establish their own forces on alien worlds and had a hard time acquiring alien technology. Most of their goods were obtained by trading base mutation resources with other families. Those families always charged a high price, so the Wei family was very much in need of these items. At that time, Lin Shen felt that those families truly deserved to die. Did they not understand that if the Wei family fell, no one would be able to defend the underground spaces and the whole world would perish? However, a comment from Wei Wufu made Lin Shen fall silent. Essentially, if the homeworld ended, they would still have their alien world families, and the impact wouldn't be significant for them. Later, Lin Shen realized that he was right. For those who had already established family forces on alien worlds, the homeworld was nothing more than a resource-poor planet with many restrictions, like a piece of tasteless chicken rib, regrettable to discard but of no flavor worth savoring. For them, the mother planet now served merely as a training camp for newcomers, a place to train their youth. Indeed, young people born within the families that had power on alien worlds hardly ever returned to the homeworld. Wei Wufu's intention to visit Realm King Planet wasn't purely for the pet launcher from the Realm King Tower. He mainly wanted to acquire a large number of Ultraburn helmets and Ultraburn battlesuits. Wei Wufu didn't want these items for himself, but for those who voluntarily went to Tiancheng to stay and help the Wei family defend the city. The helmets and battle clothes Wei Wufu had brought back before had been very effective, and he planned to bring back as many as possible again. The Ultraburn warriors on Realm King Planet have already started banding together, deploying in groups of thousands at minimum each time. I suspect that this is just them dividing their forces to strike. In reality, they've probably already gathered together numbering over 20,000, with more than 2,000 at Crystal Base. If you and I encounter such a corps, we'd probably have a hard time getting out unscathed. Lin Shen recounted the situation he had learned since his return. Wei Wufu clearly knew more than him and spoke 3 words, Jinshui Lake. That's the only option left. Lin Shen nodded, thought for a moment, then added, I have an Ascension-level corpse and a first-turn spirit base here. Could you use them on your side? No need. Wei Wufu clearly lacked interest in these materials. What Chen Cheng needed were more technological products. If you don't want them, can you help me sell these items in Tiancheng under the Wei family's name and exchange them for something I can use, like primeval eggs that can induce ascension? Lin Shen was now thinking about how to get a primeval egg that would allow him to ascend. It had to be a primeval egg for the ascension to work. Otherwise, he would waste all his previous efforts and miss out on the double life base. However, even in Tiancheng, such primeval eggs are a rare find and even rarer outside. All the primeval eggs in the world combined are still far less than a fraction of those in Tiancheng. It's just that no one can record the exact number of primeval eggs there. To obtain an ascension primeval egg, one must find a way in Tiancheng. Tian, it's not dark yet, Wei Wufu said indifferently. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shen said, I can go with you, but I can't reveal my identity. That strange man thinks I'm already dead. If he learns that I'm still alive, he might come to trouble me again. Right now, I'm no match for him, but after my ascension, I won't be afraid if he comes looking for trouble. Not yet. Disguise? Wei Wufu didn't know how Lin Shen planned to disguise himself, since no matter how one disguises oneself, there would inevitably be some trace left behind during a fight. No need for a disguise, Lin Shen immediately used his base mutation carapace. I'll just go like this, no one will recognize me. Time. Wei Wufu wanted to say that if the time was too long, Lin Shen might not be able to maintain his base mutation state. For me, it's not long. Lin Shen's response left Wei Wufu momentarily stunned. There was a 3-day time limit to reach Realm King Planet, which meant Lin Shen had to maintain his base mutation state for 3 days. Wei Wufu knew he couldn't maintain his base mutation state that long continuously. A recovery period would definitely be needed in between. Lin Shen said he had no problem, and Wei Wufu believed him. This endurance surprised even Wei Wufu a little. Lin Shen went to pack his things, putting his own items into his backpack first. Of course, he couldn't use Tian Shin's Paradise backpack anymore and switched to an Ultra Burn Tribe backpack instead. The Angel revolver was placed in the backpack as well, just in case it was needed later, using another one that belonged to a Vice Corps commander. It was only slightly slower, not a major impact. Big Red Bull could be used, but not the Frost Swordsman or Death Powder. Most of his other pets couldn't be used either. In fact, Lin Shen hadn't planned on using these pets because he had the Dragon Hunter G-Weiss, which was the main force for his journey this time. Although most of the base variant creatures on Realm King Planet are not dragon-type creatures, even if the dragon-killing talent is not effective, with G-Weiss's other talents, it is almost invincible among base variant creatures. After packing, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu headed to Jinshui Lake together. Upon arriving at Jinshui Lake, the two found that something was amiss. Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to the Seacorn base camp to join the base mutators from there. Once at the Seacorn base camp, they discovered that only a few people were left behind to watch the camp, with most absent. Upon inquiry, Wei Wufu found out that representatives from various bases were holding a meeting to discuss a joint operation. The two hurried to the meeting, a turn of events that was advantageous to them. Traveling with a large group into the fray meant they wouldn't have to worry about being besieged by the Ultra Burning Corps. When they reached the meeting place, thanks to Wei Wufu's connection to the Wei family, they easily entered the venue. Then they discovered that inside the meeting room, a heated argument was in full swing. Chapter 59, Isn't it worth going all out for my sake? All the major bases were red-faced and arguing over who should be the overall commander of this joint operation. There were dozens of bases and nearly 100 families involved in this operation, with just the families from the superbase numbering more than a dozen. Adding some smaller families and lone wolves, the number of mutators participating in this operation was nearly 10,000. Such a large number of people definitely needed unified command, but who would be the commander? The small families and lone wolves didn't mind. They were happy to follow the main force, but the people from the big families thought differently and were vying for the position of overall commander. Lin Shen saw many familiar faces. Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, Mo Shangqi, Zuo Qinglong, Zuo Qingmeng, and others were all there. Shu Tiang was also present, but considering the strength of his family, let alone taking a place on the main stage, even a spot in the lower stands was at the very back. The sharp-eyed Shu Tiang spotted Wei Wufu and hurried over. "Brother Wei, when did you get back?" As he spoke, Shu Tiang looked over Lin Shen beside Wei Wufu, but failed to recognize him. The carapace he wore now made him look too different from before, making it hard to identify him as the same person. "Just now, what's the situation?" Wei Wufu asked. "It's those people from the big families who all want to be the overall commander of the operation. Right now, the three most popular candidates are Zuo Qinglong from the Sword Alliance, Bai Shenfei from Seacorn Base, and Huang Xiaohu from Armed Base." Shu Tiang whispered the situation to them briefly. "Why isn't Ouyang Yudu among them?" Lin Shen found it strange that with Ouyang Yudu's strength and fame, he wasn't mentioned. Lin Shen deliberately used a voice-changing technique when he spoke, similar to how he had impersonated his fourth brother, which prevented Shu Tiang from recognizing his voice. "God's Love Base is supporting Seacorn Base. They are in cahoots. Their candidate is Bai Shenfei," Shu Tiang explained. "The three most popular candidates all have several large families backing them, which is why they are the front-runners. What's your name, friend?" After finishing his explanation, Shu Tiang sized up Lin Shen and asked, "Just call me Tian, and this is my brother," Lin Shen replied, pointing at Wei Wufu. Lin Shen still held respect for Tiancheng, as impersonating someone from Tiancheng didn't seem shameful. "I'm Shu Tiang, from the Shu family of Yashan Base, also Brother Wei's brother. So now we're all family," Shu Tiang said with a smile upon learning that Lin Shen was from Wei family of Tiancheng. The three of them stood at the back and listened for a while. Each family had its own opinions, and no one was willing to concede to another. "This is like a bunch of loose sand," Lin Shen said with a helpless shake of his head. At this rate, even if a commander was forcefully chosen, it would be hard to command unity after reaching the Realm King planet. Infighting is what humans are best at. This is just a small scene," Shu Tiang laughed. After half a day of meetings, they still failed to elect a commander. They prepared to vote the next day, and whoever got the most votes would become the commander. When the meeting dispersed, Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to meet Sun Zhen, the person in charge from Seacorn Base, since he had the agenda. "Brother Wei, come back to camp with me. The day after tomorrow is when the Realm King cultivation device will be activated, and by then you can enter with Goddess Consort and the others." Sun Zhen welcomed Wei Wufu very warmly. The Wei family was well known for their fighting prowess and was popular wherever they went. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen had intended to do just that, so naturally they didn't refuse. Why didn't Lin Shen come? Bai Shenfei, who was following beside Sun Jian, looked at Wei Wufu and then at Lin Shen next to him, frowning as she asked. He's occupied, Wei Wufu replied. Bai Shenfei didn't ask any further, but Mo Shengqi was very curious and looked Lin Shen over, saying, "Does the Wei family of Tiancheng also cultivate evolution theory?" "Naturally they do," Lin Shen responded casually. The reason Mo Shengqi asked this was because everyone from the great families knew that the Wei family members all practiced the Phoenix Purple Qijue. The Phoenix Purple Qiju originated from the powerful cosmic Phoenix clan and is one of the 9 great secrets of the clan not passed on to outsiders. The first generation of the Wei family who walked the earth obtained it by chance during their adventures in the universe. Since then, the Wei family members have all practiced the Phoenix Purple Qiju. Each generation of the Wei family only has one person who walks the earth, and this generation's Earthwalker was Wei Wufu. The affairs of Tiancheng with the outside world all depended on the Earthwalker until Wei Wufu reached the peak of ascension level. Then he needed to return to Tiancheng to advance to the next level, after which he could only stay in Tiancheng to guard the underground space, and another Earthwalker would be chosen. The fact that Wei Wufu was chosen as the Earthwalker showed that the Wei family really had no one else. Otherwise, Wei Wufu, who was not good at interacting with people, would not have been a suitable candidate for the Earthwalker. If there had been any other viable person, it's likely they wouldn't have chosen Wei Wufu. "My surname isn't Wei, just call me Tian," Lin Shen felt compelled to explain. He was impersonating a person from Tiancheng, not from the Wei family, as those who knew Tiancheng were aware that the Wei family had only a few members and couldn't suddenly have a new, fully grown person. "I see," Mo Shengqi thought Lin Shen was one of those who voluntarily went to Tiancheng to help the Wei family guard the underground space, so it was normal for Lin Shen to practice any base mutation skill. After saying goodbye to Shu Tiang, the two of them followed the people from Seacorn Base to their camp. After dinner, Lin Shen strolled alone by the lake. In reality, he was practicing stepping on the immortal court, but to others, it looked like he was just wandering. As he walked for a while, he suddenly saw Bai Shenfei approaching from this side. Lin Shen, seeing Bai Shenfei dressed in a mosaic, felt very annoyed, thinking that the fire seed was probably out of his reach now. Why not try again? When they faced each other by the lake, Bai Shenfei suddenly stared at Lin Shen and said, "Miss Bai, what are you talking about?" Lin Shen was slightly startled, aware that Bai Shenfei suspected his identity, but still played dumb. "Your disguise may fool others, but not me," Bai Shenfei said coldly. "Why not give talent theory another try? By choosing evolution theory, you are limiting your future to a visible end, with no other possibilities." Bai Shenfei had gone so far that Lin Shen couldn't pretend anymore and could only sigh. "Some things can't be forced. My talent has determined that I can't cultivate talent theory. What use is there in persisting? As long as you work hard, there still could be a possibility." Talent theory looks at talent, but it also requires strong will and determination. Perhaps if you can't start cultivating it, it's just that your will and determination are not firm enough, Bai Shenfei continued. "It's just one evolution skill, and I don't think it's necessary to work so hard for it." Lin Shen frowned slightly, not knowing why Bai Shenfei was so fixated on him practicing talent theory. "Is it not worth working hard for me?" Bai Shenfei suddenly said that, leaving Lin Shen stunned for a moment. Chapter 60, Yi Jingren. Lin Shen was stunned. In his eyes, Bai Shenfei's words were nothing short of a blatant confession. No wonder Bai Shenfei has always insisted that I cultivate gift theory. Knowing full well that I haven't mastered gift theory, she still told others that I am her candidate. The case is finally cracked. She's been secretly in love with me all along. No wonder, oh, my irresistible charm. Girl, I'm sorry I let you down and failed to appreciate your affection. You should have told me sooner. Had I known this, I would have tried much harder. Lin Shen couldn't help feeling a bit smug inside. What Lin Shen didn't know was that Bai Shenfei said those words because she thought he had slept with her. Of course, Lin Shen had indeed slept with her, but not in the way she had imagined. "I really want to try harder, but I just can't do it." It's not something that hard work alone can achieve. Lin Shen felt he couldn't hurt a woman who harbored a secret crush on him, so he took all the responsibility upon himself. After hearing this, Bai Shenfei fell silent for a while. She knew that gift theory wasn't something that could be mastered simply by working hard. There was only so much possibility. But now she was conflicted. She had never thought about what kind of person she wanted to marry. Before she mistakenly thought something had happened with Lin Shen, her only goal was to find someone who could master gift theory. It was a choice made by heaven, and she didn't need to think about it. Who she was with wasn't important. What mattered was breaking through with gift theory. However, after that incident, Bai Shenfei's mentality underwent a subtle change. Now, even Bai Shenfei herself didn't know what her feelings towards Lin Shen really were. Mostly, they should be anger and hatred, even to the point where she had thought of ending Lin Shen's life with her own hands, but they weren't entirely made up of anger and hatred. At least she hesitated. Otherwise, she would have acted against Lin Shen right then. Before that, she didn't dislike Lin Shen. Over time, Bai Shenfei had thought that if Lin Shen managed to cultivate gift theory, she could console herself that everything that had happened was arranged by heaven. But now Lin Shen had clearly chosen to cultivate evolution theory, which left her deeply disappointed and without any excuse to console herself. If you can't do it, why did you treat me that way? Bai Shenfei glared coldly at Lin Shen, feeling increasingly angry the more she thought about it. This made Lin Shen start to react. He had previously suspected that Bai Shenfei might have misunderstood that he had done something, but he later thought it highly unlikely. Now, hearing Bai Shenfei say this, he realized she indeed might have misunderstood. Bai Shenfei, it's not what you think. Nothing happened that day. I was just tired and fell asleep next to you. Lin Shen tried to express himself as tactfully as possible. He couldn't just say, I didn't sleep with you, you're thinking too much. After listening to Lin Shen, Bai Shenfei was firstly taken aback, then felt as if a huge stone had lifted from her heart, a sense of relief washing over her. You're not lying to me? Bai Shenfei still couldn't fully believe it and sought confirmation again. Big sister, I really didn't touch you. I can swear to the heavens, other than getting you out of the underground space, I didn't even lay a finger on you while sleeping. Really, you have to believe me, I have absolutely no interest in you. Lin Shen was in a hurry to clear up the misunderstanding and, in his rush, said more than he intended. Bai Shenfei, who initially felt much better after hearing what Lin Shen had said, suddenly felt uncomfortable again upon hearing the rest. Who are you calling big sister? What do you mean you have absolutely no interest in me? Bai Shenfei felt very displeased and her look towards Lin Shen cooled once more. Although Bai Shenfei had never focused on matters of men and women from a young age, she was nonetheless human, not a machine. To say she didn't have even a bit of feminine sentiment was impossible. Now, being told to her face like this, Bai Shenfei felt uncomfortable. That's good. I don't wish to have any relationship with you either. Bai Shenfei said and turned to leave, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Please keep my identity a secret for the time being. As for the matter concerning Dark Bird, I will keep it secret for you as well, Lin Shen hurriedly added from behind. Bai Shenfei did not answer. She did not even turn her head and quickly walked away. Women are truly strange creatures. When there was a misunderstanding, they spoke to me just fine. But now that we've cleared it up, why do they get moody? I should have known better than to explain. Lin Shen muttered to himself, unable to fathom what Bai Shenfei was thinking. After Bai Shenfei returned to her own tent, she felt much more at ease. For a while now, this issue had weighed heavily on her mind, leading her to consider many things. She couldn't bring herself to kill Lin Shen, but she also couldn't forgive him. There was always a knot in her heart. Today, she finally let go of that knot, and her heart felt much lighter. But thinking about what Lin Shen had said, Bai Shenfei felt an itch in the back of her teeth. You think practicing any evolution skill is the same? Well, I'm going to show you just how different talent theory is from evolution theory, Bai Shenfei plotted in her heart, thinking of ways to give Lin Shen a harsh setback. The next day, during the voting meeting, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu did not attend. For them, it didn't matter who became the commander and they didn't have the right to vote anyway. Only the dozen or so large families that originally held seats around Jinshui Lake had voting rights, not everyone involved in the operation. It was only when Shunzhen and the others returned that Lin Shen found out that the voting had not resolved the issue. There were 17 votes in total, with Bai Shenfei getting 6 votes, Huang Xiaohu also receiving 6 votes, and Zhuo Qinglong bringing in 5 votes. They were planning to vote again between Bai Shenfei and Huang Xiaohu, but unexpectedly, at the last minute, an additional vote appeared for Zhuo Qinglong, bringing all 3 candidates to 6 votes each, complicating matters. An extra vote appeared out of nowhere? How can there be an extra vote? Lin Shen was quite surprised, never having heard of a situation where an extra vote could suddenly appear during voting. This vote belongs to Yashin Base. After all, they are the hosts, and they originally had the right to 1 vote, Mo Shenqi explained. Lin Shen found this even more peculiar. Yashin Base was just a minor base that depended on the major families. If these big families had regarded them as the hosts, they should have set aside an area around Jinshui Lake for Yashin Base from the beginning. In reality, they didn't allocate any space for Yashin Base. The Shu family and the Lu family, wanting to enter Rome King Planet, still had to go through the territories of those major families. Yashin Base did not have a vote before, so how did it suddenly gain one today? Seemingly understanding the confusion of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, Mo Shenqi remarked, previously, Yashin Base didn't have a vote because they didn't carry enough weight. Yesterday, Yashin Base's standing improved. As the hosts, they got 1 vote, and no one can object to that. Who is their representative? Lin Shen couldn't imagine how Yashin Base suddenly became significant enough. Yi Jingren's daughter, Mo Shenqi said. Yi Jingren's daughter? Lin Shen was astounded upon hearing this, as the name Yi Jingren was indeed astonishing. Chapter 61, The Giant Golden Crab. People on the mother planet who haven't heard the name Yi Jingren should be few and far between. Yi Jingren is not affiliated with any superbase, nor does he belong to a family clan, yet no clan dares to underestimate him as an individual. 40 years ago, a tide of sea beasts ascended onto the East Sea's shores in uncountable numbers, with many bases from overseas and the continent joining forces to suppress the beast tide. Even so, they struggled to withstand the onslaught of the sea beasts. Some of the coastal and offshore bases quickly fell in a short time. Not only were there a multitude of beasts, but the number of ascended creatures among them was also staggering, simply unstoppable. The major family clans began to seek help from their extraterrestrial forces. Otherwise, even if they managed to hold back the beast tide, it was feared that the majority of humans would die in the onslaught. Before the extraterrestrial ascenders arrived, a lone ascender from the mother planet made his way to the seaside. One man, armed with a whip, hung countless ascended creatures in the tide-like beast wave, scattering the souls of numerous base variant creatures, and single-handedly turned the entire situation around. This man was Yi Jingren, earning the nickname Heaven-Shocking Whip. Although that nickname was somewhat rude and hence not often used later, most people preferred his real name. Although Yi Jingren didn't have much influence and his whereabouts were unpredictable, the mere mention of those three characters garnered respect from everyone under heaven. How could Yi Jingren's daughter represent Yashin Base? Isn't Yashin Base owned by the Shu family and the Lu family? Wait, is Yi Jingren's surname Yi? Lin Shen suddenly asked what seemed like a rather foolish question. Of course Yi Jingren's surname is Yi. Mo Shengqi looked at Lin Shen, thinking him a bit of an idiot. Lin Shen's mind was clearly not the problem. He was well aware that Yi Jingren's surname was Yi. Inside Yashin Base, he also knew of someone else with the surname Yi Madame Yi. No way. Madame Yi is Yi Jingren's daughter. Lin Shen was shocked in his heart. Lin Shen's expression became increasingly peculiar, knowing now that Madame Ye was Yi Jingren's daughter and that Ye Yu Jingren's granddaughter. He wondered why he had bothered to flee when Jingu Yuan came to trouble him in the past. Even if Jingu Yuan had courage strapped to every inch of his body, he wouldn't dare to act brashly in front of Yi Jingren's daughter. This is utterly ridiculous. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt he was out of his mind back then. Why flee at all? He should have asked Ye Yuzhen who her grandfather was and clung tightly to those coattails on the spot. But at the time, Lin Shen had no knowledge of this, so he couldn't be blamed. And the outcome? Wei Wufu asked. The result was that all three candidates had 6 votes each. There was no clear winner. In the end, it was decided to split into 3 groups and enter the Realm King planet, with Goddess Consort, Zuo Qinglong, and Huang Xiaohu each leading a team, Mo Shengqi answered. The situation doesn't look too bad. Lin Shen only wanted to follow the main force. It didn't matter to him who was in command. The next morning, the family supporting the Goddess Consort came to set up camp at Seacorn Base, with a good number of their mutators. Mostly they were alloy mutators, but crystal-based variants were not in short supply either. Lin Shen took a quick glance. Leading the crystal-based variants was Ouyang Yudu with about 300 people, while there were over 1,000 alloy mutators. If the other 2 teams have roughly the same numbers, then for this expedition, humans will have around 1,000 crystal-based individuals and 3,000 to 4,000 alloy mutators. The number of troops was almost enough to go toe-to-toe with the main force of the Ultra Burning Corps, but now divided into 3 groups. Any single unit would likely find it difficult to hold its ground against the main force of their opponent. Although Lin Shen knew that more casualties would be beneficial for him, he did not wish for too many human mutators to die. Bai Shenfei stood on the platform delivering a speech before departure, with leaders from major families such as Ouyang Yudu standing behind her, creating an image akin to stars surrounding the moon. Lin Shen heard many people around him marveling at both Bai Shenfei's beauty and Ouyang Yudu's attractiveness, and he became quite curious. Just how beautiful was Bai Shenfei? After the speech had ended, Bai Shenfei divided the many mutators into 10 squads, appointing leaders for each one. The squad leaders were mostly from big families like that of Ouyang Yudu, and most of their team members were mutators from their own families. Bai Shenfei also led a team herself, which was mostly comprised of mutators from Seacorn Base, yet she included Lin Shen and Wei Wufu in it. Once the teams were organized, the time for the Realm King cultivation device to activate again was rapidly approaching. Bai Shenfei led everyone to the lakeside, standing as close as possible to facilitate quick regrouping of the teams after entering. Lin Shen was curious about where they would be teleported to this time. With his current ability to survive, it seemed there would be no difficulty in staying alive, no matter the location. When the Realm King cultivation device activated again, everyone unavoidably felt a surge of nervousness. Lin Shen once again felt that sucking sensation, the world spinning around him in an extremely uncomfortable manner. This device's teleportation experience was far less pleasant than his watch. When Lin Shen landed on the ground, he recognized the familiar scenery before him. The ocean and beach were just as he remembered. It's the same place as when I first arrived, Lin Shen said, turning his head to see the nearby reef area. Wei Wufu was not far from him, and the beach was scattered with mutators, all having been teleported fairly close to each other. Bai Shenfei had already begun to command the assembly, and nearby mutators had started to gather, amassing over 200 people within moments. Ouyang Yudu, Mo Shengqi, and others who had been standing close by during teleportation had also quickly made their way over with their teams as they weren't far apart. However, there were already sounds of battle in some areas of the beach. Bai Shenfei hurriedly led people over, and from a distance, they saw a group of 7 or 8 mutators fighting against a giant golden crab. That crab-like base variant creature was as big as a bus, glistening gold all over with one giant pincer and one slightly smaller, appearing extremely dominating. Yet it was merely an alloy creature, and the mutators fighting it were also alloy mutators. The giant golden crab was fierce and unyielding, forcing the several alloy mutators to scatter and escape, even though they were attacking as a group. Without a doubt, the giant golden crab must be a mutated alloy creature. Tian, it's up to you. After arriving at the site and seeing that the few mutators were not in life-threatening danger, Bai Shenfei suddenly turned to Lin Shen and said, Chapter 1622, Stepping on the Golden Crab. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Shen, as Goddess Consort Bai had now specifically called for him to fight. To them, this seemed like Goddess Consort Bai wanted to see just how capable someone from Tiancheng really was. Nobody suspected that there was any connection between Tian and Lin Shen, because it was clear to everyone that Tian was practicing evolution theory, whereas they believed Lin Shen was practicing talent theory. Naturally, no one thought to link the two together. When Lin Shen heard Goddess Consort Bai calling him into battle, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Although he and Wei Wufu had joined this operation, and nominally they were under the command of Goddess Consort Bai, he had not expected her to select him as the first to fight. There were plenty of crystal-based individuals here, any one of whom could have dealt with the mutated alloy crab, yet Goddess Consort Bai insisted on having him, an alloy, take action. Clearly, this was not a reasonable arrangement. Generally, humans of the alloy level were at a disadvantage against mutated alloy creatures. Hadn't they seen those 7 or 8 alloy-level individuals with so many pets still unable to contend with the alloy crab? In truth, Lin Shen didn't want to make a move for 2 reasons. First, there was no need, and second, even if he killed the mutated alloy crab, the spoils of war would have to be distributed by the team. Killing the mutated alloy crab might result in a larger share, but exclusive possession was impossible. However, since Goddess Consort Bai, the commander, had spoken, it wouldn't be right for him to damage her dignity. As Lin Shen walked towards the mutated alloy crab, he thought to himself, now that I've taken on the identity of someone from Tiancheng, I can't let down Tiancheng's name, otherwise I would be doing a disservice to Wei. With that thought, Lin Shen decided to quickly and cleanly dispatch the mutated alloy crab. To him, an alloy mutated creature was nothing much. The only problem was that Lin Shen's combat skills were really not that great. He only knew one stabbing move, and he didn't carry weapons like spears. Death powder was inconvenient to use, so with what skill could he kill the mutated alloy crab? If the fight looked too ugly, even if he killed the mutated alloy crab, people would think that someone from Tiancheng was just so-so. Lin Shen knew Wei Wufu wouldn't care about these matters, but he couldn't act that way. Lin Shen now truly understood what it meant to regret not learning enough when it was necessary. Having not followed Wei Wufu to properly learn skills before, he now didn't even know how to put on a formidable front or show off. I'm not skilled in fancy techniques, so I should keep it simple and avoid hassle, thought Lin Shen. After consideration, he decided to use stepping on the immortal court. Apart from his stabbing move, stepping on the immortal court was the only other usable skill he had. He practiced stepping on the immortal court far more frequently than his stabbing move, since it could be exercised even while walking normally. Once he had made up his mind, Lin Shen no longer hesitated, and he was almost within the mutated alloy crab's combat range. Lin Shen timed his move perfectly. His pace suddenly quickened with just one step, and within a few strides his speed had increased to an extremely fast level. Then he leaped up, passing beside the swinging pincers of the mutated alloy crab, and landed a heavy stomp between the eyes of the mutated alloy crab, where a prominent weak spot was located. To ensure he didn't embarrass Tiancheng, Lin Shen made thorough preparations. Lin Shen had reserved some maneuvers for any contingency, not expecting to easily get past the mutated alloy crab's pincers, rendering the maneuvers unnecessary. When Lin Shen's foot landed between the eyes of the mutated alloy crab, even he was startled by his own action. His stomp crushed the hard golden carapace of the giant crab, piercing it as one leg sunk directly in. Lin Shen had not expected this. He thought his stomp would at most daze the golden crab, not puncture through it. Fortunately, his reactions were quick enough. His other foot planted on the shell, he pushed off powerfully, yanking his trapped leg out and launched himself towards the ground. Everything happened too swiftly. To others, it looked as if Lin Shen had approached the giant golden crab, leapt up, smashed its carapace, and then landed effortlessly. Behind Lin Shen, the massive body of the golden crab crashed to the ground, convulsed a couple of times, and then went still. Tiancheng, truly worthy of its reputation. A little-known alloy mutator from Tiancheng can crush a mutated alloy creature with a casual stomp. Their ability is truly unlike ordinary people. Many harbored such thoughts. They just felt that Lin Shen was formidable, but didn't find anything unreasonable because he was from Tiancheng, where some irregularities were normal. But to Bai Shenfei, this was very abnormal. She knew that Lin Shen wasn't from Tiancheng. He was cultivating the common evolution theory, and without using weapons or pets, how could he crush the carapace of the golden crab with one stomp? Lin Shen was at the alloy level. His attributes could not be much stronger than the golden crab's, and might even be inferior since the crab was a mutated being with innately strong attributes, particularly the toughness of its carapace, which was obviously top-notch. Lin Shen crushing its hardest carapace with pure strength defied explanation. It was rare to see such dominance among peers. Could it be his innate skill? Bai Shenfei hadn't seen Lin Shen use an innate skill, but apart from this, she couldn't imagine how he achieved it. What she didn't know was that Lin Shen's strength attribute far surpassed that of his peers. He didn't need to use an innate skill to dominate them. This stomp bolstered Lin Shen's confidence in his own strength and the effectiveness of stepping on the immortal court, especially the latter, more useful than he had thought. What lacked was only combat experience. When Lin Shen returned, the nearby mutators complimented him warmly, and Lin Shen responded just as amiably. Bai Shenfei said nothing, and Ouyang Yudu merely smiled at him without a word. Confidence. When he returned to Wei Wufu's side, Wei Wufu spoke just 2 words. Lin Shen nodded. He knew Wei Wufu was commenting on his lack of confidence. But since it was his first time using it against an enemy and he was unaware of its depth, how could he be so confident? Regardless, Lin Shen's stomp managed to preserve Tianqing's prestige and didn't embarrass Wei Wufu. Little did he know that Wei Wufu was deep in thought. After observing Lin Shen using stepping on the immortal court, he felt Lin Shen's movement technique had great potential, which had to be stimulated through real combat. Wei Wufu had already begun planning how to awaken Lin Shen's potential upon their return. Chapter 63, the Ultra Burning Core attacks Bai Shenfei's team was quite fortunate. Despite being teleported to the more dangerous coastal area, they didn't lose too many people. Only 2 unlucky alloy mutators fell into the sea, and before they could climb onto the beach they were dragged into the depths of the ocean by some unknown creatures. The other mutators who encountered base variant creatures near the beach didn't lose their lives, as the nearby crystal base powerhouses arrived in time to support them. After spending more than 2 hours, everyone had assembled, and under Bai Shenfei's command, they headed towards the valley pass that led to the plains. Their purpose was not to hunt base variant creatures, but to clear out the Ultra Burning Core. The plains region was where the Ultra Burning Core often wandered, and there they should be able to find traces of the Ultra Burning Core. Bai Shenfei dispatched mutators with flying pets to scout ahead for traces of the Ultra Burning Core. The azure-eyed divine eagle, although only an alloy-level pet, could see a mouse over a dozen miles away from 1,000 meters in the air, making it particularly suitable for reconnaissance. There were dozens of such azure-eyed divine eagle pets in the team, which showed how well prepared they were for this operation. Aside from the scouts, there were medical personnel and supply teams. It all actually looked quite professional. On their way to the plains, they did kill some base variant creatures, but they didn't see a single member of the Ultra Burning Core. Throughout the journey, Lin Shen never got the chance to strike again, and Bai Shenfei didn't force him into action when encountering crystal-based creatures. Once they reached the plains, they encountered herds of steel creatures, which were not their targets. Unless encountering a mutation, no one was willing to waste energy killing them unless these steel creatures came charging at them seeking their own demise. After more than 10 hours had passed, they still hadn't found any trace of the Ultra Burning Core, not even a single Ultra Burn warrior. They didn't know if the other 2 teams had found traces of the Ultra Burning Core, but the spectators outside could see clearly. They hadn't found any traces either. This was obviously not normal. Realm King Planet was large, but the regions where the 3 teams were teleported to were areas where the Ultra Burning Core had frequently appeared before. Now, not a single Ultra Burn warrior could be seen, and this was indeed strange. Something is not right with the Ultra Burning Core, Shunjian said from inside the Seacorn base camp, paying close attention to the situation on Realm King Planet with several other ascenders from different families. Ouyang Juemiao looked rather somber. There are 2 possibilities now. One is that the Ultra Burning Core has encountered some trouble. The other is that they have already assembled. Even if they encountered some trouble, it's impossible that so many Ultra Burning Core would have problems at the same time. The second possibility is more likely, Shunjian said. Based on our calculations, the total number of the Ultra Burning Core could be between 20 to 25,000. If they have assembled, none of our teams have the capacity to face them alone. If the 3 teams could unite, we might stand a chance in battle. Ouyang Juemiao spoke with a heavy tone. Everyone knew that it was too late to discuss this now. All they could do was hope that Bai Shenfei and her team would detect the abnormality soon enough to respond correctly. The safest method would be to immediately find an area to hide, to avoid being discovered by the Ultra Burning Core, or to quickly make contact with the other 2 teams and merge forces. They had a god's eye view and knew where the 3 teams were located. The distance wasn't close, but it wasn't too far either. Running at full speed for about 10 hours should enable them to meet up. However, the 3 teams on Realm King Planet had no idea where the other teams were, making a meetup almost an impossible task. So, Junzhen and Ouyang could only hope that Bai Shenfei and her team would notice the anomalies and take the team into hiding. As if hearing their prayers, Bai Shenfei did not disappoint, and indeed detected the anomaly. Bai Shenfei gathered all the team leaders and said with a heavy expression, "So far, we have been in the plains for over 17 hours, and we have not discovered any trace of the Ultra Burning Core, which is somewhat abnormal." Mo Shenqi added, "It is indeed abnormal." This is an area where the ultra-burning core often roams, and not finding even the slightest hint for such a long time is unusual unless the ultra-burning core has already withdrawn from this area. Otherwise, there must be a problem. With Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei in our ranks, it's normal for those guys to flee at the sight of us, another team leader said with a laugh. In the latest rankings of the Realm King Tower, a total of 3 people reached the 9th floor of the tower and claimed its rewards. Among them were Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei, with the other being Ogude, who must be from the Ultra Burn tribe. During previous skirmishes, both Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei had individually managed to annihilate an Ultra Burn squad without sustaining any injuries. Their confidence in them was not entirely without reason. However, Bai Shenfei didn't see it that way and calmly stated, of all the known regions on the Realm King planet, the coastal areas are the richest in mutant resources. The Ultra Burn tribe has no reason to abandon that area for farther regions. Moreover, with the sea on one side of the plains and mountains on the other two, and a desert beyond, none of these are suitable for large-scale legion warfare. Furthermore, given their expertise in cavalry combat, it is even less likely for them to give up this place, unless they've found a target that requires full force deployment, Ouyang Yudu interjected indifferently. But that possibility is extremely low. They should still be on these plains. Perhaps they've discovered the other two teams and are all rallying to support the battles there, a team leader pondered aloud. That's possible, but it's unlikely. Mo Shenqi also felt that the ultra-burning core should still be on the plains. Seeing everyone looking at her, Bai Shenfei said, "Let's go to Skystar Slope and temporarily station ourselves there." Those who had been paying close attention to Bai Shenfei, such as Zunjian and Ouyang Zhuomiao, nodded repeatedly upon hearing her decision and also breathed a sigh of relief. Skystar Slope is located at the mountain pass connected to the plains, and it has a strategically important terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. A large-scale assault would be hard to launch there, and Bai Shenfei's team was more than capable of defending it. Even if the entire ultra-burning core launched an attack, it would not be difficult for them to hold their position until the countdown ended, thanks to the geographical advantage of Skystar Slope. Although some in the team felt Bai Shenfei was being overly cautious, since even Ouyang Yudu had accepted her command, they had no more to say. The whole team quickened their pace, marching towards the direction of Skystar Slope. Almost as soon as they had entered Skystar Slope, they saw a huge swath of dark clouds appearing on the distant grasslands. Of course, those were not real clouds, but swarms of Ultraburn cavalry. Thousands of Ultraburn warriors, riding great black bulls, wielding Ultraburn battle axes and roaring fiercely, formed a massive, oppressive wave that seemed to have no end. The Ultraburning Corps are actually coming. Everyone was covered in a cold sweat with shock. If Bai Shenfei hadn't made such a decisive move, they would now be surrounded by so many Ultraburn warriors on the plains, and they would likely have been slaughtered in no time. Now, with a natural stronghold to defend, unless the Minotaurs of the Ultraburning Corps could fly, the steep and narrow slope would not allow a large number of cavalry to charge up at once. Given its width, only 7 or 8 riders could pass side by side at most, offering much more maneuverability for their defense. While the sight of the massive ultra-burning core made others feel weak in the knees, Wei Wufu's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for the Corps' arrival for far too long. The Wei family knew no fear, and in Tiancheng, a beast tide came every 2 to 3 days, a spectacle far grander than this. Chapter 164, Skystar Slope. Humans call this area Skystar Slope because it is covered with steel plants resembling the shape of skystar grass. However, such plants usually grow on the sides of cliffs. The terrain of the Skystar Slope is very peculiar, with bottomless, fog-shrouded canyons on both sides. Only a slope about 10 meters wide extends to the other side of the canyon at an angle of 30 or 40 degrees, undeniably making the climb from below much harder than from above. On the other side of the Skystar Slope lies a horseshoe-shaped mountain with steep terrain and vertical cliffs as if cleaved with a knife. In such a dead-end location, if war truly broke out, those trapped on top without food or drink would face only death. But Bai Shenfei and her team didn't need to hold out for too long. They just had to endure for the remaining 2 days, after which they could safely teleport back. Therefore, for them, this place was an excellent natural defense. After everyone rushed up to Skystar Slope, Bai Shenfei immediately directed each squad to prepare for rotation in combat. As long as they held this slope, they could rest easy. The first wave of the assault was bound to be the fiercest. Bai Shenfei originally intended to have her own squad defend the first round, but Ouyang Yudu volunteered to lead his squad in holding Skystar Slope. Bai Shenfei accepted Ouyang Yudu's request. He took his team to the best combat position, and under his command, every mutator summoned a variety of pets, sealing off the approach to Skystar Slope. Bai Shenfei had not assigned them to a combat group, and although Lin Shen thought Wei Wufu would be quite angry, to his surprise, Wei Wu simply set up the tents in silence, showing no sign of discontent. Wei, she didn't let you join the battle. Are you really not angry? Lin Shen nudged Wei Wufu with his elbow and quietly said, War is not a one-person's task, said Wei Wufu calmly, continuing his work without pause. Lin Shen did not work with the same focus as Wei Wufu, his eyes frequently glancing in the direction of Skystar Slope. He only saw that Ouyang Yudu's squad's pets were divided into groups, also ready to take turns defending. The slope at Skystar Slope was only so wide. However many pets there were, they couldn't be spread out any further. What surprised Lin Shen was that Ouyang Yudu was still standing in front of the pets, alone facing the Ultraburn warriors charging up on big black bulls below. This Ouyang Yudu really loves to show off, Lin Shen said with a smile. Charging into battle, momentum, suppression, Wei Wufu added. Lin Shen of course knew that Ouyang Yudu was aiming to give the Ultra-Burning Corps a severe blow, directly suppressing their momentum so that the subsequent defense would be much easier. But the Ultra-Burning Corps' first charge would definitely not consist of ordinary Ultra-Burn warriors. Such an action was fraught with grave danger. Lin Shen would not have taken that risk himself. Indeed, Lin Shen saw among the Ultra-Burn warriors charging below, the two leading ones wore red battle clothes and rode big red bulls. It was unclear whether they were deputy corps leaders or if a corps leader had led the charge himself, although the likelihood of the former seemed higher. Charging up Skystar Slope, their speed was visibly slower compared to on flat terrain. Although Ouyang Yudu had archers capable of long-range attack, he did not give the order to shoot arrows. Instead, he just watched the Ultra-Burn warriors rush toward him. Leading the charge, the two red-clothed Ultra-Burn warriors exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously pulled out their pet launchers. They furiously opened fire on Ouyang Yudu, their pets leaping forward with speed far exceeding their charge. In an instant, more than a dozen crystal-based pets charged at Ouyang Yudu and his group, with a faint smile appearing at the corner of Ouyang Yudu's mouth. The next second, everyone saw Ouyang Yudu spring into action, transitioning from absolute stillness to extreme motion in an instant, leaving a trail of after-images. For a moment, Ouyang Yudu seemed to multiply into several people, meeting the onrush of the crystal-based pets head-on. Lin Shen had to admit that Ouyang Yudu was indeed formidable. With more than a dozen crystal-based pets pouncing on him, he met their advance without even using his base mutation carapace. Before seeing Ouyang Yudu make his move, Lin Shen had always thought that the technique of using an opponent's strength against them was merely a stroke of genius in combat and not a mainstay skill. Because the process of using an opponent's force against them was too complex, it was not possible to respond continuously and efficiently to high-speed attacks, making it practically useless. But Ouyang Yudu shattered that notion for Lin Shen. Ouyang moved like a willow in the wind, his hands coiling and pulling. In the blink of an eye, he deflected each of the crystal-based pets, sending them tumbling into the deep abyss on both sides. Wow, this guy really has something. Lin Shen couldn't help but exclaim. He had seen clearly that Ouyang Yudu's skill was indeed ingenious, his speed was astoundingly fast, and his mind equally sharp. He had seized the moment right after the dozen or so crystal-based pets had been launched by the pet launcher, while the force propelling them was still in effect and they were helplessly charging forward. Ouyang simply deflected them down, giving them no chance to react. This was a feat that could be achieved only with exceptionally strong comprehensive abilities, not just by being strong in one aspect. Seeing Ouyang Yudu effortlessly toss more than a dozen crystal-based pets into the deep abyss, the spirits of the mutators soared. Two red-clad Ultra-Burn warriors below, upon witnessing this, leapt from Big Red Bull's back. Wielding red crystal battle axes with unparalleled ferocity, they struck from mid-air at Ouyang Yudu, intending to capture the king first in the face of the enemy. Lin Shen watched Ouyang Yudu with great interest, halting his own actions. He wanted to see how Ouyang would handle such a situation. Standing at a vantage point and orchestrating the situation, Bai Xinfei thought to herself as she noticed Lin Shen's attention on Ouyang Yudu. Just watch closely and see what the difference is between talent theory and evolution theory. Will you regret your original choice? Will you regret not having persisted a little longer? As the two red-clad Ultra-Burn warriors, wielding their huge axes, came slashing through the air, the crystal-based carapace appeared on Ouyang Yudu's body. The crystal-clear armor, resembling white jade, enveloped his entire body. The mysterious patterns on the armor, like clouds and fog, made him look like a celestial general clad in jade armor and helmet. Ouyang Yudu stood at the front of his formation, motionless, while the two red crystal battle axes sliced through the air, one to his left and one to his right, as if they intended to slash his body in a crisscross pattern. Just as the axes were about to hit Ouyang Yudu, the raging battle axes suddenly came to a halt. Ouyang Yudu had grabbed each axe by the blade, stopping their chopping momentum dead in its tracks. Crack. The battle axes, made of crystal-based material, were crushed to bits by the grip of Ouyang Yudu's fingers. Goodbye, said Ouyang Yudu with a gentle farewell as he swiftly passed between the two red-clad Ultra-Burn warriors. Blood spurted, as both red-clad Ultra-Burn warriors had their armor and hearts pierced simultaneously, but an ordinary person couldn't even see how Ouyang Yudu had made his move. Chapter 65, Request to go to battle, Lin Shen. Have you seen it clearly? Gift theory is fundamentally different from evolution theory. Gift theory can transcend level restrictions, easily annihilate those of the same level, and even challenge those beyond one's own level. These are things that evolution theory simply cannot achieve. A mediocre evolution skill is, after all, only capable of mediocre deeds. For some reason, Bai Shenfei really wanted to see a look of regret on Lin Shen's face. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's face was covered by a visor, so it was impossible to see any expression at all. Old Wei, I used to think that a young, wealthy, handsome, and successful man like myself was a rare treasure among humans, an unparalleled existence. But who would have thought that there were men like Ouyang Yudu in the world, with a charm that can match up to 90% of mine? Lin Shen and Wei Wufu bantered and bragged as they set up tents, an activity that Lin Shen found utterly boring. No, Ouyang, weak you, strong, Wei Wufu seriously stated. Old Wei, you really have an eye for talent. Lin Shen was somewhat moved in his heart. Wei Wufu's claim that he was stronger than Ouyang was comforting to hear, even if it was just flattery. Thick-skinned, Wei Wufu gasped for air, adding the two words that immediately shattered the small surge of emotion Lin Shen had just felt. One should never tear down their own side. Is that a rule you don't understand? Lin Shen grumbled. Struck head-on by Ouyang Yudu, the morale of the ultra-burning corps indeed plummeted to an extreme. But the next second, as the charge horn sounded, the ultra-burn warriors still charged forward with abandon, fiercely fighting with their pets against the mutators' pets. In an instant, Skystar Slope became a conveyor belt to a meat grinder. Wave after wave of ultra-burn warriors and their pets surged forward, their roars and screams interweaving to form what could only be described as an abattoir's exclusive background music, a concerto presided over by the Grim Reaper himself. Bones snapped, blades sang a long dirge, and blood gushed out in a melody that seemed like the devil's sotto voce chant. It was Lin Shen's first time witnessing such a brutal battle. It wasn't just Lin Shen mutators with experience in combat on alien worlds also felt their scalps tingle at this sight. Pets were sent forward in wave after wave, dying in droves, and soon there was no more Skystar grass on Skystar Slope. Instead, there was blood and base mutation fluid spurting everywhere, coloring the entire slope with a riot of hues. Ouyang Yudu had already backed off, the base mutation carapace receding from his body. He stood behind, commanding the mutators in his team to summon their pets to fight. Putting everything else aside, his stamina certainly isn't a match for me, Lin Shen commented with a smile. He is already very strong, Wei Wufu remarked. The horror of the first wave of attack. Ouyang Yudu's team managed to hold on for the first hour, sacrificing many pets but with almost no casualties among the personnel. As soon as the time was up, a second team charged to take over from Ouyang Yudu's team, continuing to withstand the relentless assault of the ultra-burning corps. The offensive of the ultra-burning corps didn't stop for a moment. They were also racing against the clock, attempting to slaughter every last one before the humans' 3-day countdown expired. Every so often, the information sacrificial offering +1 would pop into Lin Shen's mind. For every ultra-burn warrior that died, his sacrificial halo would grow by +1, accumulating more power. The ultra-burn warriors, as if oblivious to the concept of death, charged up Skystar Slope again and again only to be repelled each time. After more than a dozen hours of support, and with many pets wounded or killed, some gaps could only be filled by mutators. At this point, casualties began to occur on their side as well. The ferocity of the battle made all the spectators' hearts pound with trepidation. Some had already started to worry whether Bai Shenfei and the others could last until the end of the countdown under such suicidal charges. Something's off. I've encountered ultra-burn warriors before, and the so-called ultra-burning corps were just cannon fodder. It's impossible for each one of them to be this fearless in the face of death. What is driving them to execute such suicidal charges again and again? Lin Shen wondered. The drumbeats, Wei Wufu, hearing Lin Shen's muttered words, pinpointed the key. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the drumming he heard from below, which he had assumed to be the common war drums used to boost morale and intimidate the enemy, were indeed what they were. The HD, upon hearing Wei Wufu's words, Lin Shen realized there might be more to the drum sounds than met the ear. Is there a way to take out the drummer among the ultra-burn warriors? Lin Shen thought out loud. If one can fly, perhaps, Wei Wufu replied. Since Lin Shen couldn't fly, he had no choice but to remain silent. Let's go, we're going up. Wei Wufu rose and headed in the direction of Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen had no choice but to follow. He too knew that their situation wasn't looking good. Nearly 20 hours had passed, countless ultra-burn warriors had fallen, yet the ultra-burning corps showed no signs of stopping their charge. They were determined to annihilate them. The situation for the mutators wasn't as relaxed anymore, with too many pets killed and an increasing number of the mutators getting injured. Even top-tier mutators like Ouyang Yudu, Mo Shenqi, and Bai Shenfei had entered the fray multiple times, supported many aggressive charges, and fought hard to keep their ground from being lost. However, in the midst of high-intensity combat, their strength was depleting too quickly. Initially, their base mutation carapaces could last 2 or 3 hours, but now they needed to retreat for rest and replenishment of potions and base mutation fluid after about an hour. However, potions and base mutation fluid couldn't fully restore them, and when they used their base mutation powers in combat next time, their duration would be even shorter. We would like to request to join the battle, Wei Wufu said to Bai Shenfei. Join the team and fight. Bai Shenfei initially didn't want Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to fight, but considering the grim situation, 2 more people in rotation would mean the other mutators could rest a bit longer, increasing their chances of surviving until the countdown ended. Lin Shen took a deep breath and joined Bai Shenfei's team. They would be the next one to rotate in defense. Lin Shen reached for a battle axe lying on the ground. Such weaponry was piled everywhere and served little purpose at that point. The one Lin Shen picked was a red crystal battle axe, a high-grade commodity used by the deputy corps leader, which Lin Shen had also acquired previously and given to Wei Wufu to take to Tiancheng. No one would use an unfamiliar weapon in such a life-or-death situation. One had to fight with the weapon they knew best, so nobody bothered to pick up the discarded axes, leaving them piled to the side. Lin Shen's only move was a thrust, but in this type of battle, a single thrust wasn't very effective. It would require a group of the long spear team thrusting together to have a significant impact, and a single person's effect was limited. So for Lin Shen, it didn't matter what weapon he used. It was all about brute force directly applied. The battle axe was also a good choice, at least it was a crystal-based weapon. Wei, teach me a couple of practical axe techniques, Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu standing next to him. Chop? That's it, Wei Wufu said indifferently. In the midst of talking, it was time for the rotation. The team above withdrew, and it was Lin Shen's team's turn to stand in their place. Wei Wufu, with the golden crystal trident slung on his back, didn't take it down. Like Lin Shen, he grabbed a red crystal battle axe and strode towards the battlefield, his entire body enveloped in armor as purple as crystal. His robust stature was comparable to that of an ultraburn warrior, and with a massive red crystal battle axe in hand, for a moment it was hard to distinguish whether he was a human mutator or an ultraburn warrior. Lin Shen followed close behind. Although his stature wasn't as imposing as Wei Wufu's, he was still quite dashing. However, the double-bladed battle axe in his hand was too large, making it look somewhat disproportionate in his grasp. Just as Wei Wufu entered the battlefield, he brought his axe down, cleaving an ultraburn warrior riding a giant black bull in two, along with the bull itself. The terrifying force momentarily stalled the offensive of the ultra-burning corps. Chapter 66, strongly going into battle war, God Wei has been promoted to crystal base level. War God Wei is always so invincible, no matter the time. Although Ouyang Yudu is strong, my idol is still War God Wei. His aura is not something a pretty boy can compare with. It's just so satisfying to watch. With Wei Wufu in hand, the world is mine. Watching Wei Wufu swing his huge axe, slaughtering the approaching ultra-burning corps into disarray, many spectators in different locations expressed the same admiration. Of course, there were also some discordant voices mixed in. It's a pity the playboy didn't come, otherwise this scene might have scared him pissless. My playboy never fights battles he's not sure of. How could he let himself fall into such danger? The playboy is really strong. After all, he pierced the giant fruit with a single spear thrust, which is not something an ordinary person could do. That's just the power of one spear thrust. War relies on endurance. Once the thrust goes soft, what use is it? The playboy knew there would be situations like this, which is why he didn't come at all. As long as he doesn't show up, no one can defeat him. Luckily, Lin Shen couldn't hear their discussions outside. Otherwise, even if it didn't infuriate him enough to vomit blood, it would still depress him for quite a while, considering how hard he was working. Lin Shen wasn't idling either. He held the red crystal battle axe in both hands, chopping at the pets and ultraburn warriors charging at him not far from Wei Wufu. Although not much technique was involved, his strength was sufficiently powerful. The average alloy level could not withstand a single chop, making any tricks on the battlefield utterly worthless and flashy for no good reason. Just like Wei Wufu said, chop away, strength is the absolute rule. Lin Shen mainly dealt with alloy-level enemies. The crystal-base-level foes were taken care of by Wei Wufu at his side. With the addition of these two, the team felt much less pressure while defending, not needing the support of Goddess Consort Bai and Ouyang Yudu and others. People from the Wei family of Tiancheng are indeed quite interesting, Ouyang Yudu said, watching the battlefield beside Goddess Consort Bai. Wei Wufu is indeed strong, and Phoenix Purple Qiju is sufficiently domineering, another team's captain, Li Tiangong, added. Wei Wufu is indeed strong, but I'm interested in another one. His name is Tian, right? Said Ouyang Yudu, causing the other captains to pause. All of them were top-tier crystal base, paying much attention to Wei Wufu and not really looking at the alloy level much. With Ouyang Yudu mentioning it, they turned to look at Lin Shen. After observing him for a while, their expressions turned puzzled. From their perspective, there seemed to be nothing about Lin Shen's performance that warranted Ouyang Yudu's interest. His axing method was too crude. If it wasn't for Wei Wufu protecting him, he would have already made a blunder and been overrun by the ultraburn warriors. Goddess Consort Bai also looked towards Ouyang Yudu, seemingly waiting for his explanation, wanting to know why he was interested in Lin Shen. Goddess Consort Bai could tell that Lin Shen probably couldn't use an axe well. Apart from his strength being stronger than the average alloy creatures, she couldn't figure out what else about Lin Shen could attract Ouyang Yudu's attention. Ouyang Yudu said with a smile, "Haven't you noticed? He's very different from the average alloy level." "Different in what way?" "Really, I haven't noticed," Li Tiangong said after looking for a while longer, still unable to discern any difference. "Do you know how much the red crystal battle axe weighs?" Ouyang Yudu asked in response. No one knew the answer, and Ouyang Yudu continued, "How heavy the red crystal battle axe is specifically, I don't know, but its weight is definitely not light. Even for ultra-burn warriors of the alloy level, only the edges of their axes are inlaid with some red crystal material, instead of using the red crystal battle axe outright. This shows that the red crystal battle axe is not a weapon that alloy level fighters can handle easily, at least not for extended periods. Maybe it's simply because the red crystal material is too precious, and there's no way to equip every common ultra-burn warrior with one, right?" Li Tiangong said. "That's possible, but I saw a deputy legion commander get slain before, and when the red crystal battle axe fell on Skystar Slope, the ultra-burn warriors who rushed up afterwards didn't pick up and swing the red crystal battle axe lying on the ground," Ouyang Yudu said. Li Tiangong was slightly taken aback. That means this Tian is really something. A mere alloy-based mutator, swinging the red crystal battle axe so vigorously over and over for so long, he really must have some strength. Ouyang Yudu smiled and took over the conversation. "The key is, he doesn't even know how to use an axe properly. His way of exerting force is not quite right, nor is he good at using clever strength, which means his consumption is even greater. In my opinion, his strength and stamina far exceed that of a normal alloy level, and even a mutated alloy creature wouldn't have such strength and stamina." "So, you're saying he has some kind of innate skill that enhances both strength and stamina?" Li Tiangong pondered. "The interesting part is here, if he had used an innate skill, there would inevitably be some peculiar changes to his body, but so far I haven't seen any abnormal changes on him," Ouyang Yudu said, his gaze never leaving Lin Shen. "That's impossible. Without using an innate skill, an alloy level couldn't possibly have that kind of strength," Li Tiangong said very firmly. "Impossible?" Ouyang Yudu was non-committal. After the discussion among a few people, the audience watching the fight also began to notice Lin Shen. Indeed, as Ouyang Yudu said, not a single ultra-burn warrior at the alloy level could withstand a chop from Lin Shen without either retreating or attempting to counterattack and force Lin Shen to stay his hand. An occasional alloy who didn't know any better would clash axes with Lin Shen, only to be continuously driven back, crashing into other ultra-burn warriors behind him. Some unfortunate ones were directly cleaved down into the abyss. Lin Shen might not have been as conspicuous as Wei Wufu, but his strength was indeed domineering. "Ouyang Yudu has a sharp eye. Only now do I realize how strong this Tian is, practically one-shotting those of the same level. After all, he is from Tiancheng. What's there to be surprised about? If he's not good with the battle axe, why did he choose it? Why can't he use a weapon he's proficient with? He practices evolution theory, right? Is evolution theory that powerful? This brother Tian, who practices evolution theory, is too strong. I'm considering switching to evolution theory again. I can say for sure that evolution theory is definitely not that fierce because my entire family practices it. Reaching the alloy level through evolution theory, one's strength couldn't possibly be that immense. He must have chosen a powerful base mutation egg and gained some base change talent that enhances strength. It's such a dilemma. Who should I choose as a husband? Ouyang Yudu or War God Wei? This Tian seems pretty good too, a potential dark horse." A young girl on a certain attic mused dreamily. "Although looks are justice, this time Ouyang Yudu must have made a mistake. Without using an innate skill, alloy-level strength can't be that strong." The crowd was abuzz with discussions, and it was now time for the guard rotation. As the next team charged forth, Lin Shen intended to retreat and rest, but Wei Wufu stood at the front with no intention of withdrawing. "Request to fight." Wei Wufu's voice was steadfast as iron. If it had been at the beginning, Wei Wufu's request to fight would make people think he was just trying to show off. But now that everyone had begun to tire, the wounded were increasing, and the pets were nearly all dead, who wouldn't want to rest a bit longer. Wei Wufu's request to continue fighting at this time, with the incoming team's support, would only make them grateful. Chapter 67. The Only Wufu. In the world, Wei Wufu stood at the very front for one round after another. His red crystal double-edged battle axe was so heavily used it had chipped, and the handle broke. He snatched a battle axe from the hands of an ultra-burn warrior who rushed at him and continued to hack wildly with the backhand, dominating, unparalleled in dominance. Just by standing at the front of the formation, Wei Wufu exuded an aura of a man who could hold his ground against 10,000. Simply because of Wei Wufu's presence, the offensive from the other side seemed much less sharp. Really, I'm crying to death. The people from the Wei family are really too easy to cry for. There are countless heroes under heaven, but there is only one like Wufu. Is this how the Wei family has defended for over 200 years? Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, Mo Shenqi, they are all very strong, but I've decided, my idol is only War God Wei. What a pity for the Wei family, such a man, if he could travel across the stars and the seas, how could the other races not know the strength of our human men, sighed Sun Jian. Ouyang Zhuomiao also nodded in agreement. Yudu and goddess consort are certainly strong, but their strength hasn't been through the 100 refinements, not bathed in blood and fire. If it were a match on the arena, Wei Wufu might not be their match, but if it were a fight to the death, the ones likely to die would probably be Yudu and goddess consort. This man has simply turned himself into a machine. There's not a single unnecessary movement in his whole body. He has squeezed every bit of his potential to the limit, using every ounce of strength where it is most needed. He has been fighting intensely for nearly 5 hours, yet he can still fight so fiercely. If it were Yudu and goddess consort under this intensity, they probably wouldn't last 2 hours, Shunjun also exclaimed with admiration. On the battlefield, Mo Shengqi and the others looked at Wei Wufu, who seemed like a war god had descended, with complex expressions. It was hard to believe that there could be such a fierce person in the world. 5 hours of continual powerful chops. Even if he were a machine, his motor should be overheating by now. It should need to rest and cool down, right? Ouyang Yudu's gaze also occasionally shifted to war god Wei. The usually gentle eyes that seemed indifferent to everything now bore a few more degrees of respect. Having seen Wei Wufu's battle, only then do I know what real combat is. Having seen his skill, only then do I know what real skill is. The flashy moves I practiced before are actually quite laughable, praised Ouyang Yudu. Even Ouyang Yudu has such high esteem for Wei Wufu, needless to say about the others. But Ouyang Yudu's attention was not only focused on Wei Wufu alone, he frequently looked towards Lin Shen. Even though Lin Shen was not as dazzling as Wei Wufu, many overlooked a fact. Lin Shen had also been fighting alongside Wei Wufu for almost 5 hours. Of course, Lin Shen was fighting under the protection of Wei Wufu, facing alloy-level pets and ultra-burn warriors, and he often slacked off to rest, unlike Wei Wufu who had always stood at the forefront. Even so, being able to fight continuously for 5 hours in such an intense battle was astonishing. Some mutators would find it hard to maintain base mutation for 5 hours while standing still, let alone fight in such a manner. Ouyang Yudu noticed not just this, but also that within these 5 hours Lin Shen only used the red crystal battle axe. That was a weapon meant for those at crystal base level and was a bit too heavy for someone at alloy level, which would have increased Lin Shen's exhaustion. Yet until now, Ouyang Yudu had still not seen Lin Shen show any signs of fatigue. However, after Wei Wufu's battle axe broke, Lin Shen had given his own red crystal battle axe to Wei Wufu and casually picked up an alloy-embellished crystal battle axe to use. That Tian, quite interesting, it's just his combat talent is slightly lacking. After fighting so long, his axemanship is still not quite up to par, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile as he stood up and walked towards the battlefield. Brother Wei, you've had your fun, right? My hands are itching terribly. Let me have some fun too, said Ouyang Yudu as he approached from behind Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu retreated without a word. Though he still had the strength to continue fighting, his energy was indeed nearly depleted, and Ouyang Yudu arrived just in time. Brother Wei, may I borrow your battle axe? After Ouyang Yudu stepped forward, he punched a crystal base level ultra burn warrior back and called out to Wei Wufu, take it. Wei Wufu tossed the red crystal battle axe to Ouyang Yudu without hesitation. Thank you. Ouyang Yudu caught the red crystal battle axe and also took the spot where Wei Wufu had just been standing. People were surprised to find that Ouyang Yudu's fighting style had changed, completely different from his previous methods. That looks like War God Wei's axe technique. It didn't take long for everyone to notice that the axe technique Ouyang Yudu was using was exactly the same as Wei Wufu's. Even the aura and fighting skills were identical. Merely from watching Wei Wufu fight for so long, Ouyang Yudu had managed to learn Wei Wufu's axe technique. Who says Mr. Tian is fair? I've been watching for half the day and still haven't understood it, yet Ouyang Yudu can already use it. And you talk to me about equality at birth? Someone muttered with a bitter smile. Li Tiangang exclaimed in admiration. Ouyang Yudu's talent is truly extraordinary. In the following time, it seemed to turn into Ouyang Yudu's performance time, doing with Wei Wufu's fighting techniques what Wei Wufu had done. Others require blood and tears for growth, but Ouyang Yudu's growth seemed to only need a single glance. Bai Shenfei watched Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu fighting side by side, her feelings somewhat complicated. It was obvious to anyone that Ouyang Yudu's talent far surpassed Lin Shen's. Lin Shen had fought alongside Wei Wufu for so long, although he could now smoothly wield the battle axe, it was still far inferior compared to Wei Wufu. Ouyang Yudu had merely watched Wei Wufu fight, and yet had already learned the essence of Wei Wufu's battle skill, a heaven and earth difference in talent. But for some reason, Bai Shenfei deep down did not wish to see Lin Shen like this. Perhaps even she herself hadn't realized that she preferred Lin Shen to be the stronger one. Tian, how about we make a deal? During the fight, Ouyang Yudu spoke to Lin Shen. The battlefield was too noisy, but his voice reached Lin Shen's ears. However, those a bit farther away couldn't hear it, and the spectators could not make out the words clearly since the battlefield was indeed too loud. What deal? Lin Shen asked casually, feeling frustrated at the moment. Just before, he had wanted to fall back with Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu stopped him, saying he needed to continue fighting to find out his limits, which would be beneficial for his growth in the future. I'll teach you a technique, guarantee you'll learn it, in exchange you tell me why you can last so long. Ouyang Yudu continued after cleaving down an ultra-burn warrior with a few swings of his axe. That's a man's talent you wouldn't understand. Lin Shen kept fighting as he spoke, not interested in learning any technique from Ouyang Yudu. If he wanted to learn battle skills, he would go to Wei Wufu. As for Ouyang Yudu, just an imitator, Lin Shen really didn't hold him in high regard. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to learn. When it came to weapons like the battle axe, Lin Shen wasn't really interested. He had only mimicked a few of Wei Wufu's moves to cope with the battle, aiming not to master it, but just to be sufficiently proficient. Chapter 168, The Shackles of Talent. I'll exchange my mutated crystal base pet for your secret. You just have to tell me how it's done, that's all. No need to give anything. Ouyang Yudu was still persistent as he continued. No deal, Lin Shen, too lazy to waste any more words on Ouyang Yudu, directly refused. Right now, Lin Shen was feeling his own changes. Where did he have the leisure to chat with him? Unexpectedly, intense battle had also triggered the operation of evolution theory, which was somewhat beyond Lin Shen's expectations. Originally, when his physical strength was too depleted, Lin Shen had thought about retreating or using the superbase pattern, but to his surprise, evolution theory started up, continuously strengthening and mutating his body during the battle, making his body more suited for prolonged combat. Mainly, it was the enhancement of endurance. When he started swinging the battle axe continuously at first, his muscles would easily ache, but after evolution theory took effect, his muscles didn't tire as quickly. Moreover, as long as Lin Shen relaxed, the fatigue in his muscles would dissipate very quickly, recovering faster and faster. The reason why Lin Shen seemed to lazily retreat a bit every so often was to recover his bodily functions. Being able to fight continuously for such a long time, evolution theory's role was indispensable. In addition, Lin Shen discovered something even more interesting. In battle, even when evolution theory was activated, stepping on the immortal court could still be used, and the two didn't conflict. Or rather, evolution theory accommodated stepping on the immortal court. A part of it was transforming to strengthen Lin Shen's body, and another part converted into the power of stepping on the immortal court, circulating continuously with Lin Shen's movements. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to Wufu's battle axe techniques because he was always studying the practical application of stepping on the immortal court. Outsiders only saw that his axe skills weren't that great, but they didn't realize that Lin Shen's overall movements were actually continuously changing. Lin Shen was adjusting those 73 movements to better fit himself, and he eliminated some impractical movements, leaving only the most pure and direct ones. Some movements could also be used, but the strength flowed slightly less smoothly, or perhaps a bit slower, and were also discarded by Lin Shen. If it can be simplified, why make it so complicated? Lin Shen wanted the simplest and the most practical kind, not those flashy things. Of course, all these required repeated experimentation, and then ensuring that after those movements were removed, the other movements could still link up coherently. All sorts of disassembling, then recombining, these all needed a lot of time and trials. Real combat was indeed different from personal practice, and Wufu was not wrong. Only in real combat could one truly see what they were capable of. It was also the only standard to test oneself. Ouyang Yudu said something else, but Lin Shen wasn't interested in listening at all, mainly because he couldn't explain why he could last so long. Ouyang Yudu's temperament, however, was really quite good. Lin Shen ignored him, and he wasn't annoyed at all, taking the opportunity to speak a few words to Lin Shen, hoping he could move him. Lin Shen, genuinely a bit overwhelmed by his words, simply said, "This is a secret not to be passed on, just stop asking. I don't need to know what the secret itself is like, I just want to know its name. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I can exchange it for that." Ouyang Yudu was very persistent, not giving up because of this. What use is knowing the name to you? Lin Shen couldn't understand Ouyang Yudu's way of thinking. Of course it's useful. At least I know it's not an innate talent that can be forged later on. Even if I can't use your method, I can still look for others. What I want is a possibility, not the secret itself, Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. For someone with extraordinary talent like you, do you really care about these things? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Ouyang Yudu to say something like that. When it comes to talent, there's probably no one stronger than Ouyang Yudu on our mother planet, but from the sound of it, he himself seemed to have quite an aversion to the concept of talent. Talent determines the upper limit, you've heard that saying, haven't you? Ouyang Yudu asked. I have, Lin Shen admitted, and he quite agreed with it. Anyone can work hard, but not everyone has talent. With the same amount of effort, those with talent naturally go higher and farther. What I want isn't the upper limit, but to break through it. That's why to me, talent is like a shackle. I don't want to be bound by it, Ouyang Yudu said sincerely. Listening to him, Lin Shen really wanted to douse him with a bucket of ice water to cool him down and then think about how to speak like a normal person. It's like someone who's a decathlete, good-looking, charming, capable, intelligent, emotionally intelligent, and also incredibly lucky. In short, good at everything. And then, when someone praises him by saying how good he is, he responds deeply with, "No, I'm not good enough. I can't bear children in my stomach." All Lin Shen wanted to say was, "Isn't it normal for a man not to have that function? You're already good at everything. Do you also have to take over women's roles? Don't you have any shame?" As for Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen was truly speechless. If he had the same talent as Ouyang Yudu, he would never waste his time on such matters, nor would he bother learning talent theory. He would just choose an easy, high-level evolution skill and advance effortlessly, becoming an ancient ancestor revered by all, living comfortably with everything provided for him. Why go through all the trouble of learning talent theory? Talent theory might be unbeatable at the same level, but if you're at a higher level, you can still easily deal with them, can't you? As Lin Shen thought more about it, he realized he actually hadn't trained in talent theory, and his situation wasn't easy either. Evolution theory wasn't easy to practice for that matter. Thinking this way, he felt that he and Ouyang Yudu were indeed brothers in adversity, except Ouyang Yudu was a masochist by choice, and he was an accidental victim of circumstances. Both had their own difficulties. That's all I needed to hear. "Tell me what you want, as long as I have it," Ouyang Yudu responded cheerfully. Seeing his boundless generosity, as if his father were the cosmic emperor and the whole universe belonged to his family, Lin Shen replied irritably, "Would you give me Bai Shenfei as well?" Ouyang Yudu laughed. "If you want Bai Shenfei, then go and fight for her yourself. She isn't mine to give. Aren't you two a match made in heaven? You don't care about that?" Lin Shen was taken aback. "She and I just need each other's talent theory, and it may not even be necessary. I myself might be able to break through talent theory, and she's not irreplaceable," Ouyang Yudu explained. "You're thinking of castrating yourself?" Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ouyang Yudu. Chapter 69, Crooked Ways. Lin Shen had heard Bai Shenfei say that recent research by the Bai family showed that even without dual cultivation, men could still master talent theory, but it required self-castration. When Ouyang Yudu said that, Lin Shen was shocked, thinking to himself, Ouyang Yudu, such a fine young man, couldn't possibly be considering self-castration to cultivate his skills, could he? In his astonishment, Lin Shen's form became disordered, and he nearly let an ultra-burn warrior seize the opportunity to wound him. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough, and he stabilized the situation, pushing the ultra-burn warrior back. Ouyang Yudu too trembled at Lin Shen's mention of self-castration. Although his psychological quality was better than Lin Shen's, he was still somewhat rattled for a moment. It was only because his strength was strong enough that he forcefully suppressed the disruption and didn't show any flaws. Ordinary people couldn't detect any problems, but Sun Jian and Ouyang Zhumiao were somewhat amazed, not expecting that Ouyang Yudu could also make a mistake, which was quite rare. Who the hell is thinking about self-castrating? What I mean is, if others can't break through, I can. Just because others can't, it doesn't mean I can't, Ouyang Yudu said, his tone still somewhat angry, and even the gentle him burst out with a swear word. "I see, then you just keep at it," Lin Shen said aloud, but inside he thought Tu Xiaodao thought the same, but in the end, he still didn't master talent theory either. Lin Shen himself never thought about going against the heavens and changing his fate. He preferred to go with the flow, as going against the current was too exhausting. Getting his answer from Lin Shen, Ouyang Yudu didn't say anything more and concentrated on battling, repelling the ultra-burning core's charges again and again. Ouyang Yudu truly was a genius. He had learned not only Wei Wuhu's battle axe skills, but also his precise control techniques for strength. Ouyang Yudu had already rotated a few times before. Last time, he had only lasted a bit over an hour before his crystal-based carapace could no longer be maintained. This time, however, he endured for a full 2 hours and still seemed to have plenty of energy left. "There's a problem with your axe technique. Let me teach you the correct way to use an axe," Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. "Not interested," Lin Shen said, his mind not in the mood to ponder axe skills. The survival abilities of stepping on the immortal court were much stronger than an axe. "Well, you must want something, right? I can't just take your answer for nothing," Ouyang Yudu thought for a moment and then said, "How about this? I'll teach you a skill I created myself." "All right, go ahead." Lin Shen wanted to stop the back and forth, so if Ouyang Yudu wanted to teach, let him. Once he finished teaching, he would shut up and stop talking incessantly. "The skill I created is called Crooked Path Heresy. First, memorize the mental mantra, and then I'll demonstrate the technique." Ouyang Yudu's voice, like a fine thread, entered Lin Shen's ears. Even amidst such chaos, the voice was startlingly clear to Lin Shen, yet other bystanders seemed not to hear anything at all, and the spectators didn't catch any sound either. The orthodox and the mainstream all follow the great path like music, high mountains and flowing rivers, sun setting and moon descending. Everything in the world has its rhythm. Between each breath, there's a change in the world's melody. Those who observe the changes of heaven and earth, comprehend their rhythms, merge with their own body. Every gesture and action conforms secretly with the rationale of nature. Ouyang Yudu continued as he fought. "I'm not highly educated. Can you put it more simply and understandably?" Lin Shen sighed. Ouyang Yudu's chanting-like language made his head spin. "To put it simply, fighting has a rhythm, and most people fight to that rhythm. The Crooked Path Heresy skill I created is specifically designed to disrupt one's rhythm, making the opponent extremely uncomfortable. It's like singing. When others sing on the beat, you can sing completely off the beat, messing up the other person's rhythm and leading them astray. Ouyang Yudu explained in simple and easy-to-understand terms. You can play like that? I like this, Lin Shen said, genuinely interested after hearing what Ouyang Yudu had to say. Then listen up and memorize the entire mantra, after which I'll teach you how to disrupt timing. Ouyang Yudu began to teach Lin Shen the mantra over and over. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't possess an extraordinary memory or the ability to multitask. He had to ask Ouyang Yudu to repeat the mantra several times while fighting before he finally managed to memorize it. Ouyang Yudu showed no signs of impatience, repeating it over and over until Lin Shen had completely memorized it. Even while multitasking, he remained ferociously unstoppable, forcing the Ultra Burn warrior to continually retreat. Now that you've memorized the mantra, I'll demonstrate how to disrupt timing. This is the foundation of Crooked Path Heresy, and if you can't learn to disrupt timing, you won't be able to proceed with the rest, Ouyang Yudu said as he demonstrated. His presence changed, and his axe technique no longer resembled Wei Wufu's broad and expansive style. Every swing was timed and angled in a bizarre manner. Not just the Ultra Burn warrior he was fighting, but even those watching the battle felt incredibly awkward. How to put it? It was like watching a film where the audio track and visuals are out of sync, just slightly off, which can make the viewer feel very uncomfortable. If the viewers felt uncomfortable, the opponents felt even worse. With just a few casual swings of his axe, Ouyang Yudu brought down a crystal base Ultra Burn warrior. Interesting, I really like this thing. As Lin Shen watched, he found the Crooked Path Heresy skill increasingly intriguing. He truly couldn't summon any interest in the normal, dry stuff, but with something as intriguing as this skill, Lin Shen was exceptionally focused. Ouyang Yudu explained as he demonstrated, telling Lin Shen how to disrupt timing effectively and sharing some of his own insights and experiences. After listening for a while, Lin Shen felt more and more excited until he couldn't resist trying it out for himself. The Ultra Burn warrior who was clashing battle axes with Lin Shen suddenly found that, just as he had retracted his axe and hadn't yet gathered the power to strike again, Lin Shen's axe chopped down. Caught off guard, he became flustered and Lin Shen swiftly beheaded him with a few bewildering swings. Ouyang Yudu watched in mild surprise. Having seen that Lin Shen was a slow learner when it came to axe skills, and that his memory wasn't very good, Ouyang Yudu thought it would take Lin Shen quite some time to learn the Crooked Path Heresy. To his amazement, it hadn't taken Lin Shen very long to actually use the techniques of Crooked Path Heresy. Although it was only the most basic entry-level technique and used rather roughly, it was indeed correct, and the effect was quite significant. Fascinating, you are really a fascinating person. Ouyang Yudu couldn't help but smile. To create such a skill, you too are an extremely interesting person, Lin Shen also laughed. Hey, are those two chatting? Finally, someone noticed that Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu seemed to be talking while fighting, though it was unclear what they were saying. Chapter 170, Perpetual Motion. Tian Ouyang Yudu used the Crooked Path Heresy skill for a while, but then stopped and reverted to using the skills of Wei Wufu. Because his physical strength was about to become a problem, using the Crooked Path Heresy would only speed up his exhaustion rate and shorten his combat time. Under the current circumstances, there was no need for him to be too strong, but the ability to last longer was essential. Lin Shen, however, didn't have to worry so much. His physical strength was still abundant, and his base mutation strength was equally sufficient, even without activating the super base pattern. After all, the hieroglyphics etched onto the carapace still had some effect, even if they weren't fully activated. Lin Shen was somewhat addicted to practicing the Crooked Path Heresy, constantly figuring out how to exploit the timing of his moves. Every little new insight excited him greatly. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Yudu had already withstood 3 rounds and fought in the arena for 3 hours. In theory, given Ouyang Yudu's current condition, the fact he could last another 3 hours was already astonishing. But when he saw the still lively Lin Shen, his expression became somewhat strange. Lin Shen had come up to fight alongside Wei Wufu, and while Wei Wufu had gone down to rest for 3 hours, Lin Shen seemed to have no problem at all. Even he found the durability of Lin Shen's physical and base mutation strength somewhat terrifying. You go down, I go up, Wei Wufu came over again and took Ouyang Yudu's place. As Ouyang Yudu left the arena, most people started to notice something unusual. That Tian, he seems to have come up with Wei Wufu the first time, right? Wei Wufu went down to rest in between, but he didn't go down, did he? He seems to have really good stamina, doesn't he? This is what you call ultra-long standby. Wei Wufu goes up, Ouyang Yudu goes up next, then Ouyang Yudu is replaced by Wei Wufu again, but he's been there all along. How enduring is that? Even excellent employees aren't as resilient as him. He should be practicing evolution theory, right? Is evolution theory this enduring? Bai Shenfei and others also noticed Lin Shen. Mo Shenqi voiced his surprise. Tian's endurance is so strong. How many hours has it been? Except for occasionally stepping back to rest briefly and drink something, he hasn't really rested, has he? More than 8 hours, almost 9 hours now, Li Tiangong joined in. I think there must be something wrong with the potion he's drinking. I've heard that there's a potion in Tiancheng that can restore a large amount of base mutation energy in a short time. Wei Wufu is of the genuine Wei family bloodline. Have you seen him rapidly recover after drinking something? Mo Shangqi did not agree with Li Tiangong's point of view. Then it must be an innate skill, Li Tiangong suggested again. Bai Shenfei was looking at Lin Shen with a complicated gaze. She too was puzzled by Lin Shen's strength and endurance, which were indeed out of the ordinary. But she hadn't heard that practicing evolution theory would have such effects, and she wondered how Lin Shen had achieved this. Could evolution theory also make him flower? This thought flashed through Bai Shenfei's mind but was quickly dismissed by her. It must be an innate skill. It seems the base mutation egg he used for his base mutation is quite good, granting him a commendable base change talent. Others thought that Lin Shen's base mutation talent was strong, which wasn't wrong, but the problem was that he hadn't even used his base mutation talent yet. Lin Shen was utterly in love with the crooked path heresy created by Ouyang Yudu. The more he used it, the more proficient he became. Each swing of the battle axe was extremely uncomfortable for his opponents, making them feel both awkward and distressed. What brings others discomfort is Lin Shen's greatest comfort. His axe swung relentlessly. The number of alloy pets and ultra-burn warriors he'd chopped down was beyond counting. The original color of the rocks on Skystar Slope was no longer visible. Fortunately, the abyss on either side was unfathomably deep, allowing many corpses to fall into its depths. Otherwise, the piled bodies would have formed small hills by now. Many had begun to take an interest in Tian, wondering just how much longer he could hold on. After Lin Shen persevered for 10 hours, an outside moniker had already emerged for him, Perpetual Motion Tian. Of course, there were those who joked, calling him the most enduring man in the world. While the matter of Perpetual Motion Tian amused many, the current situation was anything but optimistic, with more pets dying and more people getting injured. Even those who were unscathed were now exhausted, their strength and base mutation energy almost completely depleted. Even with potions and base mutation fluid for replenishment, full recovery was impossible. Not just ordinary mutators, but powerhouses like Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu were also extremely exhausted from continuous support in combat, with no way to fully restore their spent strength and base mutation power. Already, more than a dozen of our own had died, and the death toll was still rising. We'd almost been overrun by the ultra-burning core several times. If not for the timely support of powerhouses like Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu, perhaps we would have already been overrun by the ultra-burning core. Time ticked away, each moment in agony. Just another 14 hours to hold out no matter what. Mo Shengqi, supporting a breached section once more, faced a crystal base level ultra burn warrior. His swordplay was unpredictable, but due to his immense exhaustion, his movements had slowed significantly. After a grueling exchange of scores of blows, he finally slew the ultra burn warrior. Everyone was tired, and as the number of wounded increased and those killed grew, fewer were available to rotate into battle. Some lightly wounded mutators, after receiving treatment, had no choice but to take their turns fighting once more. After another grueling 5 hours, an unusual disturbance came from below Skystar Slope. Bai Shenfei and the others quickly grabbed binoculars to see, and at the sight, their faces turned pale. Below Skystar Slope, 16 great Red Bull Knights appeared, each in red battle helmets and armors, wielding red crystal battle axes as crystal base warriors. Behind them, a numerous array of crystal base level ultra burn warriors followed. Though they might not match the abilities of the 16 great Red Bull Knights, the sheer number was enough to drive one to despair. Look at the very back. Ouyang Yudu didn't use binoculars, instead squinting and observing before speaking. Bai Shenfei, Mo Shengqi, and the others quickly used their telescopes to examine the rear of the ultra-burning core, spotting a phalanx of ultra-burn cavalry that was quite peculiar. Their big black bull mounts were different from the ordinary ones. These bulls had huge dragon wings. This array also numbered over 100, and judging by their equipment, each was likely at the crystal base level. Furthermore, with the capability of flight provided by their mounts, they posed a massive threat to the human mutators already overextended with fatigue. Even more terrifying, leading the flying cavalry formation was a red-clothed war general on a black crystal giant dragon, wielding an exceedingly long red crystal long spear, issuing orders and directing his forces towards Skystar Slope. They're preparing for a final fierce onslaught. Mo Shengqi swallowed hard, his expression stiffening. Having fought until now, with thousands of crystal-based troops still facing us, even a flying unit yet unutilized, who wouldn't be alarmed? Chapter 171. The Dragon Hunter strikes out the mutators defending the formation had not noticed this development. Upon seeing the ultra-burn warriors, who had charged without fear of death for so long, suddenly retreat like the tide, and hearing the war drums below stop, they could not help but cheer, believing that the ultra-burning core that had been unassailable for so long had finally given up. Just as they were cheering for their imminent victory, they saw another group of ultra-burn warriors step onto Skystar Slope. Unlike before, this time the first 2 rows of ultra-burn warriors were dressed in red with red helmets, and the big red bulls they rode were particularly striking. 1, 2, 8, 16. My god, there are 16 Deputy Legion Commander level Ultraburn warriors. Everyone was taken aback. But seeing the 16 Deputy Legion Commanders was not as simple as being taken aback. Behind them, the upcoming Ultraburn warriors were adorned in crystal base armor, and there were many of them, at least 1,000 strong. My god, after fighting for so long, the Ultraburning Corps still has so many at the crystal base level. The Ultraburning Corps is gearing up for their final fierce assault. We must hold on. All crystal base level charges, one after another without a break. Who can withstand this? On Skystar Slope, all the cheers of the mutators got stuck in their throats. Especially since many of their pets had perished, they had to form a wall with their own bodies to stop one charge after another, leading to enormous exhaustion. All alloy level retreat to the top of the mountain. Crystal base level who are still able to fight, regroup. Bai Shenfei continually issued orders. If most mutators still had the confidence to hold on until the countdown ended, the moment the flight squadron appeared in the sky, all mutators looked ashen. Although the flight squadron was not large, with just over 100 riders, the mutators were confident in holding out because they had Skystar Slope as a natural barrier. As long as they blocked this one path, no matter how many the Ultraburning Corps had, they could not break through. But now, with over 100 crystal base Ultraburn warriors being airdropped to disrupt their formation from within, it would be even harder to hold the line. If the Ultraburning Corps' massive army charged up, no one would survive. All alloy mutators scatter and try to stay isolated. Ouyang Yudu, you lead a crystal base squad responsible for blocking the charge below. No matter what, they can't be allowed to break through. Leave the rest to me, Bai Shenfei said, drawing her longsword and tossing aside its scabbard, leading another team to defend the rear. After hearing the orders, the alloy mutators scattered in all directions towards the top of the mountain. As long as they were scattered enough, the flight squadron would not have the energy to chase down each one of them. The main task of the flight squadron was to help the troops below charge up and create a breakthrough. That was their goal. Boom, 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 boom. The war drum sound that had just stopped for a moment started up again. Thundering battle cries and the thunder-like sound of hooves rose simultaneously. The Ultraburning Corps launched their fiercest charge yet. The entire charging team, composed of crystal base, surged up Skystar Slope like a mighty serpent. One after another, sky-flying giant bulls took flight, and under the command of the Ultraburn warriors they swooped towards Horseshoe Mountain like a group of evil dragons. However, these were just flying bulls, not real evil dragons, except for the Red Lance Knight at the forefront, whose mount, the Black Crystal Evil Dragon, was a genuine dragon-type creature. Brothers, if you want to survive, then we must fight for our lives. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu stood side by side at the front of the formation, each holding a red crystal battle axe in hand. Facing the raging charge of the Ultraburning Corps, their eyes showed no trace of fear. Then, let's do the motherfucker. A group of crystal-based variants also had their inner ferocity and bloodlust ignited by war, ready to fight to the death. Bai Shenfei saw that Lin Shen was still here and said to him, "Go, find a place with fewer people, and you might still survive." Lin Shen thought for a moment, said something to Wei, and then left the area, running towards the open space at the mountain summit. The charge below had already begun. The first wave of 8 Ultraburn warriors in red hadn't even reached the position when they pulled out their pet launchers and launched wave after wave of pets up the mountain, with crystal-based pets landing on the mountain one after another. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu didn't have time to care about those crystal-based pets. Their battle axes in hand, they faced the furious charge of the 8 red-clad Ultraburn warriors. 2 against 8, the pair held the pass. In the sky, a formation of sky-flying giant bulls soared across, the pet launchers in their hands continuously firing into the crowd of mutators, with pet after pet charging into the throng. Kill. Bai Shenfei commanded and, like an arrow shooting to the sky, leapt up tens of feet and with a single sword stroke, sent the head of a low-flying bull knight soaring off. The other crystal-based variants also charged towards the pets descending from the sky, with the sounds of killing and explosions shaking the heavens and the earth. Lin Shen had already reached the empty summit and watched as other alloy-level mutators scattered in all directions, hoping to find a slim chance of survival in this brutal war. But the mountain was surrounded by walls as if cut by a knife, and only the summit's platform could support people. Indeed, the summit's platform was not small, big enough to fit several soccer fields. Yet no matter how large, there was only so much space, with no place to hide, leaving everyone exposed to the flying squads. If these alloy-level mutators survived, it would depend not on how hard they ran, but whether the flying squads chose to hunt them down. When a few flying bull knights flew in from the sky, not charging at the crystal-based forces at the pass, but instead towards the scattered alloy mutators, those being pursued felt a wave of despair. Damn it, I'm going all out. I don't believe it. With so many of us, we can't even kill one crystal-based. Taking one down with us would be something. Someone, enraged, stopped running and drew his sword, ready to fight to the death. Actually, they couldn't outrun them. The flying bulls were much faster. In the moment that the flying bull knight skimmed at low altitude, suddenly a figure leaped up. The base variants, prepared to fight to the death, saw a uniquely shaped humanoid base variant creature charging at the Flying Bull Knights. This humanoid base variant creature wore green steel armor with light patterns, looking like a holy warrior, a guardian deity. As he propelled himself into the air, the light patterns on his body became increasingly intense, like dragon patterns winding around him. An ultra-burn warrior who had already reached the humanoid base variant creature brandished a red crystal long spear in his hand, stabbing towards the dragon hunter Jiwis. Jiwis actually caught the incoming spear with his hand and decisively flipped the ultra-burn warrior off, tossing him out beyond the mountain walls. Stepping on the back of the riderless sky-flying giant bull, Jiwis leaped again into the air. With the confiscated red crystal long spear in hand, he hurled it back and instantly skewered another ultra-burn warrior mounted on a flying bull. He himself lunged towards another flying bull knight. Nearby crown bull knights dove towards him, their long spears targeting Jiwis. Jiwis, unable to change direction mid-air, swung his hands, adorned with electrifying dragon-shaped light patterns, at the red crystal long spears, shattering each of them with his bare hands. By the time he landed on the back of a flying bull, he grasped the short blade that the ultra-burn warrior stabbed with one hand and twisted his neck with the other. The riderless flying bull plunged towards the summit. Jiwis, standing on its back, grabbed the bull's horn and forcibly redirected the flying bull upward. "Whoa, whose pet is that? Strong, really strong." Seeing Jiwis' powerful assault, someone exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 172, Picking Up Bargains T. The flying bull knights who pounced on the alloy-level mutator were slaughtered by Jiwis in but a moment, leaving only one fleeing towards the high heavens. Jiwis grasped a long spear and hurled it into the sky, piercing through the fleeing flying bull knight and his steed alike, sending them plummeting down from the skies. After killing the flying bull knights, Jiwis, holding onto a bull's horn with one hand and standing on the slain beast, descended to the ground and returned to Lin Shen's side, handing over the captured pet launcher to him. Lin Shen took the two pet launchers Jiwis handed over, fiddled with them, and immediately two flying bulls flew over, landing in front of him and Jiwis. Ah, are those Tien's pets? Can pets even be this handsome? Handsome and strong, humanoid too, never seen a pet like this. As people were discussing Jiwis, Lin Shen and Jiwis had each mounted a flying bull. Lin Shen, holding the pet launcher, said, "Later, let's grab more of these gadgets." Finished speaking, Lin Shen picked up a red crystal long spear and spurred his mount into the sky. Jiwis followed closely behind, soaring into the sky and charging towards the most intense part of the battle. Bai Shenfei and the others were barely sustaining the attack from the flying bull knights. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the flying bull knights. After Bai Shenfei had leaped up and slain one of the knights, the remaining ones no longer made diving attacks, instead taking out their bows and arrows and showering Bai Shenfei and her fellow mutators with volleys of arrow rain from above. The red crystal arrows posed a significant problem for Bai Shenfei and her companions, who unfortunately couldn't reach the flying bull knights in the sky. Bai Shenfei felt some regret. She shouldn't have killed so fiercely at the start, making the flying bull knights wary. But it was too late for regrets now. As she pondered how to deal with the flying bull knights above, she suddenly saw the knights who had earlier rushed towards the summit now flying back. This raised a bad feeling among Bai Shenfei and the others, thinking maybe the alloy-level mutator had nearly been massacred, prompting the return of the flying bull knights. But upon closer inspection, she noticed that although many had gone, only two knights had returned. Tien? On recognizing the riders atop the two returning bulls, they were both shocked and overjoyed. No one had imagined that Tien, who was only at alloy level, could actually take out those crystal base level flying bull knights and even capture two flying bulls. Looking at the other person riding a flying bull, with light patterns flashing splendidly, they recognized it was a base mutation pet, and they suddenly realized Tien had hidden a powerful crystal base pet, which explained how he could counterattack and slay the crystal base level flying bull knights. "Jiwis, take him out," Lin Shen commanded, pointing at the red-clothed dragon knight flying at the highest point. Jiwis, flying by his side, heard Lin Shen's command and immediately signaled his mount to accelerate, charging towards the location of the red-clothed dragon knight. Lin Shen too pulled on his flying bull, following close behind Jiwis. "Wait, take me with you," Bai Shenfei shouted from below. Even if Lin Shen's pet was supposed to be strong, facing so many flying bull knights and that red-clothed dragon knight, it would be difficult for them to gain an advantage. "Tien, let's go together," Mo Shengqi also called out from below. Lin Shen didn't care about them, and even if he heard their chatter, he pretended he hadn't. Flying pets were quite rare, especially the kind that could be ridden. Although pets like the azure-eyed divine eagle were considered flying pets, they weren't suitable for riding. It wasn't that the azure-eyed divine eagle wasn't strong enough to carry a person into the sky, but rather that its body simply wasn't suitable to be ridden. Sitting on the eagle's body would interfere with its wings. If the wings couldn't move freely, how was it supposed to fly? Standing on an eagle's back? Or sitting on it? Aren't you afraid of being thrown off and killed if it makes a sudden turn during flight? So, there were flying pets, but not many that could be ridden. Lin Shen was very interested in these flying bulls, and snatching away the pet launcher meant all those flying bulls were now his. At a time like this, the spoils of war he had seized, who would have the audacity to come and demand a share from him? The red-clothed Dragon Knight and the flying bull knights had naturally noticed them. The red-clothed Dragon Knight let out a roar, and the flying bull knights immediately drew their bows and shot arrows toward Jiwi's and Lin Shen. Seeing the rain of red crystal arrows flying their way, Lin Shen quickly had his flying bull hide behind Jiwi's, while tossing the red crystal long spear he had picked up to Jiwi's. It was his first time riding a flying pet, and the fact he hadn't fallen off was already an accomplishment. How could he maneuver the flying bull to dodge an arrow storm? Jiwi's caught the red crystal long spear and leaped into the air, advancing toward the shower of red crystal arrows. The spear in his hand turned into a whirling fan of 5 speeds. All the incoming red crystal arrows were deflected by him, creating a shower of sparks, with the ringing sound of metal clashing ever present in their ears. Lin Shen quickly ordered the flying bull Jiwi's was riding to charge toward his landing spot and managed to catch him before he fell. Since they were already close, the flying bull knight regiment only managed to get off one volley before Jiwi's charged into their midst, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning, where arrows broke and men perished as spears were knocked from their hands. The power augmented by the dragon patterns on his body was simply too strong. His blade clashed with those of the same rank and remained invincible. Following behind, Lin Shen took advantage of the chaos, seizing several red crystal long spears that Jiwi's had knocked away. He slung them on his back and held onto one, stabbing a flying bull knight who had lost his spear in the chest. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the sky, Jiwi's charging wildly in front, unstoppable, making the flying bull knights fall haphazardly. Behind him, Lin Shen followed, crazily delivering finishing strikes targeting vital spots. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would strike down a flying bull knight with a spear and then casually take their pet launcher. In no time, hundreds of flying bull knights couldn't handle this one man and his pet. That's too explosive, that pet is too invincible, looks even fiercer than Ouyang Yudu. Seeing Jiwi's explosive performance, the hairs on many people's necks stood up. In the sky, the red-clothed Dragon Knight let out a roar. The flying bull knights who had been desperately blocking Jiwi's suddenly opened a path, allowing Jiwi's to rush past easily and charge straight toward the red-clothed Dragon Knight. But Lin Shen, who was following behind, was stopped and found himself surrounded by hundreds of flying bull knights. Without Jiwi's charging ahead, Lin Shen's situation suddenly became very grim. Chapter 73, Aerial Battle SEDN. Tian is trapped. Those watching the battle felt things were looking grim. Bai Shenfei also noticed that Lin Shen's situation was dire and wanted to provide support, but regretfully she couldn't fly either. Mo Shangqi and the other mutators were anxious, wanting to help but unable to take to the skies. They could only vent their anger on the pets that were swarming them. The gravity on the Realm King planet was too strong, making it extremely difficult to project anything upwards, even with Bai Shenfei's strength. Effecting a battle at that altitude was hard to achieve, let alone for an ordinary crystal base. Looking over at Jiwi's side, the red-clothed evil Dragon Knight had already personally gone to meet the enemy, making it impossible for him to come back and rescue Lin Shen. Being surrounded by hundreds of flying bull knights in the sky, it looked impossible to escape. All eyes were on Lin Shen, and those outside watching the battle also felt sorry for him. Perpetual Motion Tian was perceived by them as just a more durable alloy mutator. Surviving an onslaught from hundreds of crystal-based level enemies would require a miracle. With the situation as it was, no one could rescue him, and even his pet was entangled by the red-clothed evil Dragon Knight, leaving absolutely no one to save him. No one believed that Jiwi's could quickly dispatch the red-clothed evil Dragon Knight and then rush back to save Lin Shen, because by now everyone could see that the red-clothed Ultra-Burn warrior riding the evil dragon was most likely the legitimate commander of the Ultra-Burning Corps. With the strength to lead 30,000 Ultra-Burn warriors, his power was imaginable, and atop that, he had a pet evil dragon that was as black as crystal. Just by looking, one could tell that the evil dragon pet was high-grade stuff, surely a mutated crystal base, and whether in size, speed, or killing power, it was no match for a flying bull. Jiwi's, fighting the commander who rode the evil dragon in the air, would do well just to not get killed, let alone swiftly take down the commander and come to Tian's aid, which was nearly an impossible task. Your companion is in danger. Leave this place to me. Go and support him, Ouyang Yudu said, glancing at Lin Shen in the sky. No need, Wei Wufu simply replied, continuing to fight the red-clothed Ultra-Burn warriors who were charging relentlessly. If it wasn't for the two of them teaming up to face the red-clothed Ultra-Burn warriors' successive charges head-on, the others would have probably broken through already. Now with Wei Wufu left, with only Ouyang Yudu remaining, his energy expenditure would surely increase, shortening the time he could hold out, likely not until the countdown ended. However, Wei Wufu's decision not to leave wasn't for this reason. It was because he understood Lin Shen and knew that if Lin Shen chose to act in that way, he must have had his reasons. Moreover, he also knew that Lin Shen hadn't really played his trump card yet. Lin Shen hadn't even used his innate skill. Wei Wufu was somewhat aware of Jiwise's abilities. If the commander wasn't riding an evil dragon pet, there might still be a chance. But since he was riding a dragon-type pet, it was destined to be swiftly eliminated by Jiwise. Therefore, Wei Wufu was not at all flustered, continuing to withstand the red-clothed Ultraburn warrior's continuous charges. Ouyang Yudu was somewhat puzzled. Seeing Wei Wufu's demeanor, he seemed to have a great deal of confidence in Tian. Could it be that Tian has yet to reveal his true strength? If that's the case, this is going to be very interesting. Ouyang Yudu's clear eyes sparkled with excitement, occasionally glancing at Lin Shen, who was besieged in the sky. You all really think I'm an easy target? Lin Shen's mouth twitched slightly, holding a certain contempt for that commander in his heart. His vision was really poor, even though he was the main character. The commander had chosen to deal with Jiwise personally and left him to these small fries. It's time to show these foolish minotaurs who the real protagonist is, Lin Shen declared as he watched the flying bull knights charging at him with their long spears, the pictographic characters on his body suddenly glowing brightly. The next second, Lin Shen, his body glowing with characters, leaped from the back of the flying bull, dodging the spear of the oncoming flying bull knight. He flipped over the knight's head while simultaneously slapping his palm towards the back of the knight's head. The flying bull knight drew a short blade with his other hand, slashing towards Lin Shen above him. He had thought that his blade would surely strike Lin Shen's descending hand, but to his surprise, Lin Shen's strike was half a beat slower than he had anticipated. His short blade slashed through the air but missed Lin Shen's hand, sending a chill through his heart. Bang! The flying bull knight felt as if a heavy hammer had struck the back of his head, his brain thundering, the dizziness unbearable. Lin Shen had already flipped behind him, effortlessly taking his pet launcher and stowing it in his backpack. Then he quickly snatched both the red crystal long spear and the red crystal short blade, not forgetting to take the red crystal bow and arrows from his back as well. Lin Shen had already been coveting these items. As a child, he often played archery games at the market. He knew how to use a bow and arrows, and his aim was quite good. However, after playing for a while, he lost interest and hadn't touched them for many years, unsure if his accuracy still held up. After taking the items, he threw the dazed Ultraburn warrior straight off the back of the flying bull. Lin Shen, with a bow slung over his shoulder and several long spears, a short blade tucked at his waist, and hands wielding a red crystal long spear, had white characters emitting a fluorescent glow on his body, creating an eerie yet indescribable sense of harmony. As the other flying bull knights closed in from all directions, Lin Shen did not continue riding on the bull's back, but instead leaped into the air again. Although he seemingly jumped forward, he actually tossed the spear in his hand backward. Under the force of the impact, the long spear pierced through his chest. In midair, Lin Shen drew another long spear and aimed it at an oncoming flying bull knight. The flying bull knight thought the opportunity had come and didn't fear a mere alloy mutator, lifting his long spear and charging at Lin Shen. Before the two could clash, Lin Shen swiftly slapped the back of his spear, sending it flying out of his hands. The flying bull knight, startled by Lin Shen's tactic, broke into a cold sweat and hastily dodged the thrust. But Lin Shen had already reached above his head, stepping on his helmet, using it as leverage for another leap. The flying bull knight he stepped on let out a muffled sound as his Ultraburn helmet was dented, and he fell headlong from the back of the flying bull. Lin Shen gracefully leapt through the air, and somehow, the 100-odd flying bull knights could not touch him. Instead, he sent them tumbling, dispatching several knights in a short period. This turn of events left the onlookers dumbfounded. The mutators below were both shocked and delighted. No one had expected an alloy mutator to kill several crystal-based Ultraburn warriors in mid-air, despite being heavily surrounded. Chapter 74, The Phantom in the Sky. Why doesn't my evolution theory glyph come with light effects, even though it's the same evolution theory? Can someone who practices evolution theory really be that badass? Are those hieroglyphs on the mutator's carapace the ones from Tien, illuminated by a master? The masses have led me astray. If I had known that one of the 5 main base mutations, evolution theory, was this amazing, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths seeking other base mutations. I've spent money, lost face, only to practice something that isn't anywhere close to evolution theory. Grandpa, when will my evolution theory glow? People all over the world were dumbstruck. Whether they had practiced evolution theory or not, everyone was confused at that moment. Those who had practiced evolution theory doubted whether this was truly evolution theory. Those who hadn't practiced it wondered why such a strong base mutation was among the 5 main foundational base mutations instead of being a secret base mutation. Countless mutators who had cultivated evolution theory were in a frenzy, asking around how to make the hieroglyphs on their carapaces glow. No one knew that the hieroglyphs derived from evolution theory could glow, and although they didn't know what effect it might have, it looked impressive. Even if it had no practical use, looking cool was enough. Even the big shots from major families couldn't help but take out their casually shelved copies of evolution theory for another look, wondering if they had missed something before, and if evolution theory had this effect. Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen with a mix of astonishment and confusion in her eyes. However, she didn't have time to ponder, as she was still fighting desperately. As Lin Shen showed off his moves in the air, G-Wise and the red-clothed evil dragon knight confronted each other, with the knight charging directly at him on the back of an evil dragon, wielding a 6 to 7 meter long red crystal long spear, piercing toward G-Wise with a sonic boom. The evil dragon beneath him bared its diamond-hard fangs as if intending to swallow G-Wise whole. G-Wise, riding on a flying bull, didn't hesitate and met the charge head-on, and moreover, it was a frontal collision. Everyone knew that a flying bull couldn't possibly outcharge an evil dragon. Head-on like this, it was like a small car colliding with a heavy-duty truck. It would be pulverized. Just as they were about to collide, the dragon patterns on G-Wise's body flashed violently, and a hard-to-describe aura surged from him. The next second, everyone witnessed an unbelievable scene. The evil dragon, which had been charging menacingly at G-Wise, suddenly looked like a mouse encountering a cat, its face filled with terror. It desperately flapped its wings in reverse, trying to stop its forward charge, its body trembling uncontrollably. This unexpected maneuver caused great trouble for the red-clothed regiment commander, who was initially charging forward but was thrown off rhythm completely when the evil dragon attempted to retreat. By then, the flying bull had already reached the front of the evil dragon, flapping its wings to fly over the evil dragon's head. G-Wise, meanwhile, leapt onto the evil dragon's back, confronting the red-clothed regiment commander face-to-face on the beast's back. "Are you really a base variant creature?" The red-clothed regiment commander looked at G-Wise with a peculiar gaze. He'd never seen a base variant creature like this before. But G-Wise remained silent, steadily walking toward the red-clothed regiment commander. The red-clothed regiment commander seemed to realize that it made no sense to talk to a base variant pet, but G-Wise didn't seem like a base variant creature at all. He looked more like a humanoid life form, which prompted the commander to speak subconsciously. "For a pet to die at the hands of Ogude, you should feel honored," the red-clothed regiment commander declared as he hung his spear on the evil dragon and even removed his helmet, revealing the head of a minotaur. This regiment commander was even taller and more muscular than the average ultra-burn warrior, standing close to 3 meters, with thick, large horns and a tuft of red hair atop his head. Almost simultaneously, G-Wise and Ogude swung their fists at each other. Punches rending the air pressure collided amidst mist-shaped vapor and sonic booms, creating a terrifying burst of shockwaves. Man and beast fought atop the evil dragon, throwing frenzied punches. The sounds of explosive airbursts opened continuously in the sky like thunderclaps. The trembling evil dragon circled in the sky, the battle still raging with madness. Such a fight left onlookers dumbfounded, holding their breaths, eyes glued to the action, afraid to miss any detail. Unfortunately, the average mutator could only see so much. They couldn't discern the strikes of G-Wise and Ogude, seeing only the rings of mist bursting one after another. Above and below, the two fearsome beings fought so fiercely that it was hard to tell the victor from the vanquished. Both relying on brute strength, both fearless in the face of death, both unchallenged in their aggressive onslaught. The two relentless fighters darkened the skies and earth, only burdening the evil dragon below, who dared not defy Ogude's commands but was also terrified of G-Wise, veering left and right, never stable. Long unable to overcome the other, Ogude let out another roar. His carapace, already akin to heavy armor, swelled and grew layer upon layer of armor-like shells, making him look like a heavily armored humanoid mech. Sharp horns even appeared on his fists. Boom! A punch flew out, with increased speed and strength, the horned fist piercing through G-Wise's shoulder. Yet G-Wise seemed utterly indifferent to the pain, his hand bladed like a knife with a dragon-patterned shadow slicing off a corner of Ogude's armor. Man and beast refused to back down, standing face to face as if fixed to the back of the evil dragon, fists flying in rapid exchange. Fragments of carapace and blood splattered, the fight between the two suddenly turning exceptionally gruesome. Not good, Tien is in danger. Those who were still focused on Lin Shen shouted in alarm. High in the sky, Lin Shen found himself without any flying bull knights nearby. As if by agreement, they all kept their distance from where he was. They also intercepted the two flying bulls that Lin Shen had controlled, leaving him nowhere to leverage himself. From his current height, even a whole steel column wouldn't withstand the fall, let alone Lin Shen, with his flesh and blood body inside the carapace. But with nowhere to leverage himself, Lin Shen seemed doomed unless he was an ascender with the power of flight. Biting her lip, Bai Shenfei blasted away the crystal-based pet in front of her and leaped toward where Lin Shen was expected to fall, hoping she could catch him and dissipate the force on his body. However, even Bai Shenfei didn't have full confidence at this moment, as her strength had been severely depleted, likely less than half of her peak condition. Bai Shenfei had only rushed forward a few steps when her pace slowed down, and she eventually stopped altogether, witnessing an astonishing scene. Lin Shen, plummeting through the air, suddenly pointed the tip of his left foot against the back of his right and, defying the laws of physics, shot upward again, charging toward the flying bull knight regiment. In the sky, Lin Shen flickered like a ghost, his red crystal long spear lancing out from unthinkable angles. In moments, several flying bull knights screamed as they were speared and toppled from the air. Combining the techniques of stepping on the immortal court with Stairway to Heaven, plus the stabbing methods taught by Wei Wufu and the crooked path heresy skill learned from Ouyang Yudu, and using the endless energy provided by the super base pattern's absorption of the world's force, Lin Shen transformed into a specter in the sky, moving continuously among the flying bull knights, lunging again and again. In an instant, he wreaked havoc in the ranks, causing over 100 knights to fall into disarray. Chapter 175, Strange Person. This scene left everyone in awe, as no one had seen such a battle in the sky even after ascension. Lin Shen now resembled a flying demon, throwing the flying bull knight regiment into chaos. Although the death toll wasn't high, the deterrent power was overwhelming. Crystal Base Ultra Burn warriors had to ride flying bulls to battle in the sky. But Lin Shen darted about, his movement techniques as elusive as a ghost, and his lance thrusts as unpredictable as a devil's machinations. Lin Shen wasn't afraid of being seen using Stairway to Heaven. His only concern was the half-human, half-iron monster, and the only ones who had seen him use it were Shu Tiang and Tu Xiaodao. Shu Tiang wouldn't speak of it, and Tu Xiaodao, being overseas, was even less likely to pass the information to the monster. That's why Lin Shen could act so recklessly. As for stepping on the immortal court, that wasn't a worry either. Lin Shen had altered it beyond recognition, such that even its creator would struggle to identify it. Goddess Consort Bai, staring blankly at Lin Shen in the sky, who seemed like a god descending from heaven, muttered in disbelief, "Can practicing evolution theory make one so strong?" Interesting. This is truly too interesting. Ouyang Yudu, upon witnessing the scene, had eyes that were originally clear now filled with a fervent glow. Ouyang Yudu, whose strength had already been severely depleted, somehow erupted with a terrifying force and dashed down Skystar Slope. Like a monster, he teleported in front of a red-robed ultra-burn warrior, plunged his hands into the warrior's chest, and tore the man's body, along with his battle clothes and armor, in two, letting the blood drench him. This is fantastic, truly fantastic. Bathed in blood, Ouyang Yudu's body shook, and a smile he couldn't suppress grew on his face, his mutterings growing louder until they turned into unchecked, wild laughter. This is truly fantastic. Ouyang Yudu, frenzied like a monster, charged into the ultra-burning core. No longer using any weapons nor showing any technique, he charged like a wild beast, his hands tearing apart one ultra-burn warrior after another, including several in red robes. Not good, Yudu is having an episode again. Ouyang Zhuomiao's face filled with worry. Inside God's Love Base, many of the Ouyang family watched the footage of Ouyang Yudu with faces thick with concern. Some even had fear and disgust in their eyes. But aside from the Ouyang family, few were paying attention to Ouyang Yudu now. Because in the sky, a massive explosion sounded, nearly deafening everyone, and the shockwaves spread like rings on water. Boom! The mighty figure crashed hard onto the peak of Horseshoe Mountain. The already battered armor suffered severe deformation from the fall, and the bloody body within spewed out blood. It's the Ultra Burning Core's commander. He's dead. For a moment, the whole world seemed to pause as the Ultra Burning Core, in the midst of their frenzied charge, stopped their attack, disbelief in their eyes. The next second, both the Ultra Burn warriors on Skystar Slope and the flying bull knights in the sky retreated like the tide. The evil dragon fell from the sky and landed heavily on the mountaintop, stirring up a cloud of dust. Atop the dragon's head stood the dazzling figure of the dragon hunter, Jiwis. We won. The Ultra Burning Core has been repelled. The mutators on the battlefield seemed unable to believe it at first. Once they came to their senses, they let out heart-wrenching cries, the shouts of the living who had climbed back from hell. Wei Wufu did not join in the cheers. His gaze sharp as lightning, he focused on Ouyang Yudu on Skystar Slope, who was laughing wildly like a fierce evil ghost. As Ouyang Yudu frantically chased the retreating Ultra Burn warriors, Wei Wufu suddenly charged at him, wrapping one arm around Ouyang Yudu's neck from behind and grabbing his waist with the other arm while his legs entwined Ouyang Yudu's feet. Both men fell together, with Wei Wufu firmly locking him in place. Crack. Ouyang Yudu, nearly driven to madness, struggled in vain, then opened his mouth to reveal his ghastly white teeth and bit down on Wei Wufu's arm. His teeth actually shattered some of the carapace on Wei Wufu's arm, piercing into flesh and skin, and blood immediately flowed down from the corners of Ouyang Yudu's mouth. Wei Wufu had no intention of letting go of Ouyang Yudu and held onto him tightly. Gradually, the madness in Ouyang Yudu's eyes faded considerably, and the teeth clamped on Wei Wufu's arm slowly loosened. I'm all right now, hearing Ouyang Yudu's voice. Wei Wufu finally released his arm and slowly sat up. Ouyang Yudu flipped over to lie on the ground without any intention of getting up, with Wei Wufu's blood still on the corner of his mouth, his face no longer mad but instead wearing an almost blissfully satisfied smile. Lying on the blood-streaked Skystar Slope looking up at the sky, his beautiful eyes reflecting the blue sky and the sun, Ouyang Yudu seemed to be enjoying the lovely scene, taking his time before he slowly closed his eyes. It turns out I'm not the only strange person in this world, Ouyang Yudu murmured with his eyes closed. The mutators engulfed in revelry didn't pay much attention to this situation. Their focus was primarily on Lin Shen and Jiwis. Without a doubt, despite the presence of nearly invincible geniuses like Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei today, the main characters were Jiweiss and Lin Shen. At least for today, they had captured the attention of most people and had successfully shocked the entire homeworld. This Tian is pretty good, truly worthy of someone from Tiansheng. A mutator using a camera to shoot footage of the sky couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What Tian, with his performance, calling him Brother Tian, wouldn't be too much, right? A friend beside him said. No, people from Tiancheng aren't that superficial. I still think Tian sounds good, but the nickname Perpetual Motion doesn't seem fitting, the camera-wielding mutator pondered, then said. How about Son of the Skies, the friend suggested after some thought. Too commonplace, the mutator straightaway rejected it. What's wrong with it? I think it's very apt. Look, he comes from Tiancheng, is called Tian, and possesses such powerful aerial combat abilities. Isn't Son of the Skies quite fitting? The friend argued with a pout. Appropriate doesn't mean it's good. I think he deserves a better nickname. The mutator, touching the somewhat thinning hair on his head, thought for a long while. Then his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I've got it, Flash Spirit. How about Flash Spirit Tien? I think even Perpetual Motion is better than that. The friend glanced at him with disdain. Adding this Tien, how many options do we have now? Wan Nianbei, Zeman Swordsman, Ouyang Yudu, Wei Wufu plus Tian, that makes 5. The mutator took out a little notebook, flipped through it and said, Only 5? The friend seemed somewhat speechless. The larger environment of the homeworld is too poor. Finding even these 5 was difficult, the mutator sighed. What about Bai Shenfei? The friend pondered then asked. Still falls a bit short, only a maybe. If we really can't find anyone else, she could make up the numbers, the mutator considered then said. Even with your accomplishments, that's not enough, and both Wei Wufu and Tian are from Tiancheng. Will the Wei family agree to let you take them? I doubt it. You better keep looking, I'm heading back, the friend said, raising his left hand, twisting the dial on his wrist, and disappeared with a warping of his figure. Chapter 17:6, Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon. As soon as the 3-day deadline was up, everyone teleported back to Jinshui Lake right away. Since there was an agreement beforehand, Wei Wufu took away a large batch of battle helmets, battle clothes, and pet launchers. The share allocated to Lin Shen mostly went to Wei Wufu as well, except for one mutant pet, the Legion Commander's Evil Dragon, Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon, mutated crystal-based creature. Evolution capable, strength 41, speed 41, hardness 41, toughness 40.9, base mutation talent, mutant evil dragon body, mutant rock transformation, Hell's undying demon curse. The attributes and talents of the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon are enough to rival those of the Frost Swordsman, but the two are incomparable. The Frost Swordsman is an attack-focused pet, while the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon is a mount with high defense and health, also serving as a meat shield type pet, fulfilling a different purpose. The mutant evil dragon body gives it a stronger physique, enhancing its attributes all around. Mutant rock transformation increases its defense. Hell's undying demon curse is actually a type of regeneration ability, allowing the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon to rapidly regenerate its body after sustaining injuries. As a mount and meat shield, the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon is almost perfect at the level of base mutation, and its attack power is not weak either. If not for the dragon-killing talent of Jiwi's casting a deterrence on it, it would indeed be troublesome. What surprised Lin Shen was that the Ouyang family also donated a share to Tiancheng, which was not just the portion Ouyang Yudu had received, but also included some contributions from the Ouyang family's own pocket, with a value not less than the gains of Wei Wufu. I'll come to Tiancheng to find you. Ouyang Yudu left these words before leaving. Why is he going to Tiancheng to find you? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu curiously in a low voice. Don't know, Wei Wufu replied with just 3 words. Wei Wufu directly escorted the goods back to Tiancheng. Lin Shen parted ways with him midway, and when he was preparing to sneak back to Darkbird Base, he realized someone was following him. Could it be that the freak has found me? Lin Shen felt someone was trailing him, but when he looked back, he saw nothing. But even if the freak came looking for trouble, Lin Shen was not afraid anymore. In the battle at Skystar Slope, Lin Shen's sacrificial halo had accumulated a terrifying amount of sacrifices, able to provide Lin Shen with an attribute boost that exceeded 100. What does an attribute value exceeding 100 signify? It is said that the attributes of normal ascenders range from 41 to 80, which means that, in terms of attributes alone, Lin Shen with the boost from the sacrificial halo is stronger than the average ascender, by a lot. If the freak dares to come looking for trouble again, Lin Shen wouldn't mind letting him test just how hard his punch is. Lin Shen didn't spot anyone and turned around to continue on his way, but was startled. In front of him stood a person who hadn't been there before, but it wasn't a freak. It was just a bald middle-aged man wearing work pants and a vest, with an ancient SLR camera hanging around his neck and an even older video camera on his shoulder. Who are you? Lin Shen stared blankly at the bald man in front of him. Though he seemed quite ordinary, even a bit overweight, Lin Shen didn't think he was truly ordinary. At least, an average middle-aged overweight bald man definitely couldn't appear silently within 2 to 3 meters in front of him. Hello Tian, my name is Zhujian Chang and this is my business card. The man took out a business card and handed it to Lin Shen in a friendly manner. People still have business cards these days? Lin Shen took the business card with suspicion and glanced at it, only to see Nightmare Group's Mother Planet Branch Star Scout Zhu Jiancheng written on it. Star Scout? I'm not interested in being a star, Lin Shen said, getting ready to leave. No, you've got it wrong. This Star Scout is not that kind of Star Scout. What we do is search various planets for promising young people and then invite them to join our Nightmare Group. I think highly of you, so I want to invite you to join, Zhu Jiancheng said with an emphasis and an expression that suggested it was an immensely proud affair to become a member of the group. Nightmare Group? What Nightmare Group? Lin Shen had figured it out by now. This man must be a member of some alien family coming to the mother planet to scout for promising young warriors. However, he hadn't heard of any Nightmare Group, nor had Tianxin mentioned such a group. In fact, Tianxin hadn't mentioned much about humans in the universe. For a race that didn't rank highly like the humans, it was good enough that Tianxin knew they existed at all, let alone expecting him to know what forces they have. You haven't heard of the Nightmare Group? That's not important. You just need to know that the Nightmare Group is the most powerful human force on alien worlds at present, full of countless strong beings inside the group, not just humans. There are also many strong individuals from alien species under its flag. Zhu Jiancheng spoke as if the Nightmare Group was a super-large interstellar conglomerate. Thank you for your appreciation, but I have no plans to leave the mother planet. Lin Shen felt this guy wasn't very reliable and wanted to leave quickly. Tian, do you know what it means to join the Nightmare Group? As long as you can pass the test, you won't need to worry about the various resources you need for your cultivation. Someone will bring the best resources, evolution skills, battle techniques, pets, and women to your doorstep. Food, clothing, and housing will all be top-notch, something you definitely can't enjoy on the mother planet. Cute girls from the celestial race, charming older sisters from the witch clan, holy female cultivators from the Starshine clan. They'll all accompany you to soak in hot springs, serve you wine. As long as your talent is good enough and your strength strong enough, you can take as you wish and have anything you desire. Zhu Jiancheng's description was flashy and over the top. The more Lin Shen listened, the less reliable it sounded, and he couldn't help feeling that this spiel was eerily familiar. Upon closer thought, weren't these the same grandiose promises his elder sister often used when making pie-in-the-skies offers to her staff? Of course, his sister could indeed deliver what she promised, but it came with a condition: you had to create more value for her. Otherwise, you shouldn't think of taking anything from her. How about this? If you have something important, go find Wei Wufu in Tiancheng. Whether or not I can join the Nightmare Group is not up to me to decide. Wei Wufu has to agree. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't chat with you any longer. Goodbye. Lin Shen summoned the Hellrock Crystal Evil Dragon, mounted it, and flew off into the sky. Don't go, let's talk some more, Zhu Jiancheng called out, but unable to keep Tian from leaving, he could only watch dejectedly. Lin Shen rode the Hellrock Crystal Evil Dragon into a mountain range, found a secluded spot to land, stowed away his pet, and crawled into a cave. In the cave, Lin Shen activated the teleport function of his watch and arrived in the grassy slope area. Seeing no one around, he finally reverted to his true appearance, changed his clothes and guise, wandered around the slope for a day, killed some mutant poisonous insects, and then returned to the cave. After making certain once again that no one was nearby, Lin Shen confidently took a detour back to Darkbird Base. Chapter 17-7, The Bizarre Forest. Lin Shen had been in a foul mood lately. Previously, he would hunt venomous bugs in the grassy slopes at night and then occasionally go out during the day to relax. He could dine wherever he wished and play wherever he wanted. But now, fearing that the strange figure would find out that he was still alive, he had to stay cooped up at home day and night, going nowhere except for hunting poisonous bugs on the grassy slopes. However, consuming the base mutation fluid from those poisonous bugs was no longer improving his mutation rate, and that was the most irritating thing for him. After all, he was already at the alloy level, and the effects of the mutant steel venomous bugs were minimal. He must find a new place to hunt higher-grade mutant creatures. Where to go? Lin Shen fiddled with his wristwatch, sinking into deep thought. There were 2 coordinates stored in the watch, one for the grassy slopes and the other for that Ring Mountain planet. When he returned from the Ring Mountain planet, the watch hadn't prompted him to record the coordinates, so he knew that the other coordinate stored was indeed that planet's. The strange figure had tampered with something to transport him to that particular coordinate. It wasn't a random displacement to that planet. The problem now was that the planet seemed to be populated by ascended creatures, and Lin Shen found little benefit in killing them at the moment. Difficult to kill, and he couldn't even use the ascension liquid he obtained from them. Wei Wufu said the energy contained in the ascension liquid was too intense, and using it at the base mutation level could cause harm to the body, so it was unusable. Lin Shen had also considered that with his own evolution theory he might be able to digest the ascension liquid, but he didn't dare take the risk of trying it. If the energy explosion that Wei Wufu mentioned was literal, and the ascension liquid detonated inside his body, who could withstand that? Lin Shen felt it was best to be cautious, yet after dealing with the strange figure's trouble, he still wanted to visit that planet. The strength provided by the sacrificial halo should be enough for him to kill a high-level ascended creature. He was looking for an opportunity to see if he could find a mutated ascension creature to kill. Of course, it would be best if it were one with a mutated ascension egg. But before resolving the trouble with the strange figure, Lin Shen couldn't carelessly use the power of the sacrificial halo. After much consideration, he decided it was better to find a place to hunt mutant creatures on Realm King Planet first. Entering the grassy slopes once more, Lin Shen, clad in the red ultraburn battlesuit and helmet, rode atop the big red bull, no longer bothering with the venomous bugs, and continued moving forward in one direction. He had explored this direction before while searching for venomous bugs, coming to the end of the grassy slopes where a large river flowed. Beyond the river was the endless steel forest. The river was wide, and Lin Shen, unable to swim, had not dared to cross it. Now, with his stairway to heaven and stepping on the immortal court skills polished, a mere river was no obstacle, especially since he had the Hellrock Crystal Evil Dragon with him, so he planned to cross the river to check out the forest on the other side. When Lin Shen arrived near the river, he initially intended to cross directly, but after surveying the area, he noticed a human figure not too far upstream. Why would there be someone here? Lin Shen looked carefully, and indeed, it was a person. The person was sitting on an outcropping rock on the riverbank, dressed in something like a coat, holding a fishing rod, with a small table beside them, on which there was a thermos, clearly fishing. They had no horns on their head, obviously not from the Ultraburn tribe, nor wings or the like. They seemed to be human. Why would there be a human fishing in a place like this? Puzzled, Lin Shen pondered before deciding to go over and see who exactly it was. As he got closer, he noticed that the man fishing didn't seem old, around 30 years old, maybe even younger. Because of his square face and beard, he might have looked older than he was. "Friend, can you catch fish here?" Lin Shen asked curiously. "Yeah." The man turned his head to look at Lin Shen and smiled kindly. "How's the catch?" Lin Shen moved next to him, glanced at his fish basket beside him. Something was moving inside, but since the basket was mostly underwater, he couldn't see what kind of fish were inside. "Not bad," the man said as he reached for the teapot and a new cup next to him, poured Lin Shen a cup of tea, and offered it, saying, "What's your name, friend? Are you here to fish as well? I don't fish. I want to go look in the forest across the way." Lin Shen took the tea and took a small sip, but didn't give his name. He wasn't afraid that the man had poisoned the tea, as during this time he didn't know how much poison or base mutation fluid he had consumed. Now his body was practically impervious to poison. It was the least of his fears. Hearing Lin Shen say this, the man looked at him with a hint of surprise. "You want to go into the forest across the way? Is there a problem with the forest on the other side?" Lin Shen keenly sensed that there was more to the man's words. "There are ghosts in that forest," the man said seriously. "Ghosts?" Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the man to come out with such a statement. What era were they living in? Who still believed in ghosts and gods? Even if there was an anomaly, it should be due to base variant creatures. Yes, ghosts. If you go into those woods, you'll encounter many weird things, and it's like hitting a ghost wall. No matter what, you can't find your way out, the man said, as if he were talking about something serious. However, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel like he was listening to a tall tale. It was just a forest. If he couldn't walk out, couldn't he just fly out? As for hitting a ghost wall, he didn't believe it anyway. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to inquire about this man's background, but seeing his superstitious demeanor, he dismissed the thought. After finishing his tea and putting down the cup, he thanked the man and decided to leave for the forest. The man seemed to want to say something more, but just then his fishing rod suddenly moved. He quickly gripped the fishing rod and stood up. The taut rod bent into an arc, and the fishing line was pulled deep into the river, as if something was swimming beneath. Lin Shen was also curious about what kind of fish could be caught on Realm King Planet, so he stopped and began to watch by the side. The fish below seemed large, and the man couldn't pull it up directly. A struggle ensued with releasing and retrieving the line. As he watched, Lin Shen realized something was off. The splashing on the water's surface grew larger, and within moments, the water within 100 meters was churning. Damn, how big can this fish be? Lin Shen's curiosity grew, wondering what kind of fish the man had hooked. The man's expression grew more tense as well, locked in a battle of wits and strength with the big fish below. He assumed various stances for better leverage, and at times nearly got pulled into the river. Seeing this, Lin Shen quickly walked over to help the man with the rod. "Don't touch it, you don't know how to fish, don't mess around," the man stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to stand still and watch the man busy at work. After a while, the man suddenly began to reel in the fishing rod while quickly stepping backwards, continually taking in line as he went. Lin Shen knew the fish must be close to surfacing, and he watched the river attentively. Suddenly, a black shape broke the surface of the water. When Lin Shen got a clear look at it, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 17:8, The Old Fisherman Ate. Holy crap, you call that thing a fish? Lin Shen was secretly astonished. Only part of the creature's body had emerged from the water, but it looked nothing like a fish. Its body, covered with black scales, was like dark jade, with the part that was exposed being over 2 meters long. It even had wavy fish fins, and Lin Shen even spotted what looked like an eagle's claw. The water below grew even more turbulent, revealing more of the creature. The more Lin Shen looked, the more he felt it shouldn't be called a fish. It seemed more appropriate to call it a dragon. A dark jade dragon over 10 meters long, lacking only the dragon horns, was otherwise very similar to a dragon in appearance. Undoubtedly, this was a crystal-based creature. Lin Shen had thought the man would at best catch a steel creature, but he never expected him to hook a crystal-based creature that resembled a dragon. Who is this guy? Can he really do that? Lin Shen watched the man in shock. His fishing rod didn't look impressive, but it held its own against the crystal-based creature for so long without breaking, which was no ordinary feat. While Lin Shen was still in shock, the man had completely gained the upper hand, forcefully pulling half of the dark jade dragon's body out of the water. The dark jade dragon struggled desperately in the air, its tail slapping the water's surface and causing waves a yard high. But no matter how much it thrashed, it couldn't escape the hook. The man quickly retreated, pulling half of the dark jade dragon's body onto the shore. Then he picked up a net next to him and struck the dark jade dragon's head with force. The dark jade dragon's eyes rolled back instantly, its body went limp, and it no longer reacted even as the man pulled it onto the shore. Impressive, Lin Shen sincerely admired, as it was his first time seeing someone fish for such a creature. Not bad, although a bit small, the man said nonchalantly, yet anyone with a discerning eye could see his lips were curled up more than if he were holding an AK. After completely pulling the dark jade dragon onto the shore, Lin Shen thought the man would start harvesting base mutation fluid from the creature. However, the man unexpectedly produced a very retro-styled camera and handed it to Lin Shen, saying, "Take a photo for me." Fortunately, Lin Shen knew how to use a camera. His third brother had some antique cameras at home and had taught Lin Shen how to take photographs, although Lin Shen was never really interested in learning. At first, Lin Shen followed his third brother with great interest to take photos, but after one attempt to capture a sunrise, they ended up squatting in the chilling wind on a mountain for half the night, which was terribly boring. The few times Lin Shen had left Darkbird Base had mostly been to go photographing with his third brother, and the experiences were far from pleasant, leading to a lack of interest in going again. However, there was one time when Lin Shen was waiting in his third brother's room and, out of boredom, casually flipped through some of his photo albums. He was utterly astonished by what he found. The landscapes and plants they had gone to photograph were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were many pictures of scantily clad, beautiful women. At the time, Lin Shen wondered if his third brother had intentionally brought him along to photograph those landscapes just to dissuade him. If he had known he could take photos of such things, Lin Shen would never have given up. After taking a few photos of the man with the dark jade dragon, Lin Shen returned the camera to him. The man checked the pictures and seemed quite satisfied. After putting the camera away, he also removed the fishhook from the dark jade dragon's mouth. The man's next action left Lin Shen dumbfounded. He actually pushed the dark jade dragon back into the river. Once it felt the water, the dark jade dragon seemed to come to its senses a bit. It swam around near the bank, unsteadily at first, and then with a flick of its tail, it plunged into the deep water and disappeared without a trace. Why did you let it go? Lin Shen felt it was such a pity, as the creature could very well be a mutant. No use keeping it, the man said as he settled back onto the rock, rebaited his hook, and resumed fishing. Are you just messing around? Why catch it if you don't want it? Lin Shen looked at the man with a complex expression. He hadn't taken the man's words seriously at first, but seeing him actually fish up a crystal-based creature, that seemed off. He said there were ghosts in the forest across the river. Maybe there really was something wrong. It might not be real ghosts, but just his unusual way of putting it. Big brother, you mentioned before that there are ghosts in the forest across the river. Could you possibly elaborate? Lin Shen asked after some thought. I've never been to the other side myself, but I've seen some people go over and then never come back. The only one who did come back was insane, as if possessed. The man paused before adding, if you want to go over, you'll need to figure out how to get across this river first. Do the base variant creatures in this river attack people crossing it? Lin Shen asked. That's rare, but the gravity above the river is much stronger than in other places. Wood can't float on it, and even balloons will sink, so it's not easy to get across, the man explained. Lin Shen was taken aback and quickly took a metal lunchbox from his backpack and tossed it toward the river. A metal lunchbox should float just like a boat upon touching the water's surface, but it didn't even reach the water. In midair, it was as if a huge force yanked it, deforming instantly and plunging into the water, vanishing without a trace. Lin Shen was startled. Such strong gravity. It's a good thing I didn't try to jump across just now. With such strong gravity, I might have been pulled down while still in the air. With that thought, Lin Shen regarded the man with even more awe. This river was so mysterious with extraordinary gravity, yet he could reel in a crystal-based creature that was more than 10 meters long. Just the strength required was frightening. Friend, may I ask your name? Lin Shen asked casually. The man merely smiled without responding. Lin Shen quickly realized that when the man had asked his name earlier, he hadn't answered, and now it was his turn not to receive a response. That was a quick payback. Lin Shen didn't mind, as he was the one who had chosen not to reveal his identity first, but inwardly he gave the man a nickname, the Fisher. Friend, I'll be taking my leave now. May we meet again if we're fated? Lin Shen was ready to leave. He wasn't a good swimmer and didn't wish to force his way across the river, especially since the forest on the other side might harbor oddities. Better not to go. May we meet again if we're fated, the fisher responded amicably. Lin Shen had only taken a few steps when he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance in the sky heading this way. Why is Tian Shen over here too? It should be quite far from the hillside to the seaside, right? Seeing Tian Shen, Lin Shen was no longer in a hurry to leave. Since Tian Shen had come here, it must mean that the seaside wasn't far away. If he could find out which way to go, heading to the seaside wouldn't be bad. There were many mutant creatures there, and with Lin Shen's current strength, he wasn't afraid of encountering mutated crystal-based creatures. It was an excellent opportunity for swiftly reaping mutations. Chapter 179, Double. The happiness Tian Shen had long since spotted Lin Shen and the fisherman, but with Lin Shen's current ultra-burn tribe attire and mount, he hadn't recognized him at all. Recently, Tian Shen had been doing very well, robbing numerous humans entering the Realm King planet and killing some ultra-burn warriors, amassing a considerable fortune. Perhaps because things had been going so smoothly for him lately, he had forgotten the lesson of being robbed by Lin Shen. Seeing two humans by the river, he brazenly flew over to them. Even though Lin Shen was dressed in the battle clothes and helmet of a legion commander and riding a big red bull, Tian Shen didn't care and even mistook Lin Shen for an easy target. This guy is showing off again. Looks like he's been having a good time recently. Watching Tian Shen descend from the sky, white robe and charming smile, like an angel descending from heaven to save the world, Lin Shen muttered to himself. Tian Shen landed in front of Lin Shen, flashing a smile he believed could charm all beings. Human, would you like to make friends with me? Willing. Lin Shen nodded agreeably. As friends, we ought to share the good things, don't we? Take out everything you've got on you, Tian Shen said, still smiling. You're absolutely right. Friends should share. What good things do you have in your bag? Take them out and let's see, Lin Shen replied with a smile. Tian Shen, hearing Lin Shen's response, suddenly looked cold and pulled out a pet launcher, aiming it at Lin Shen. Friend, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. Lin Shen recognized the pet launcher in his hand as an item of the Ultra Burn tribe, likely stolen. What situation? Lin Shen asked knowingly. Sharing means you give me your stuff, and as a good friend, I'll spare your life, Tian Shen said with a cold face. And here I thought sharing between friends was mutual, Lin Shen sighed. Mutual sharing isn't as enjoyable as keeping it all to oneself. I like my happiness doubled, Tian Shen said with great delight. Now, start sharing your stuff and let's see what good things you've got on you. Makes sense, Lin Shen nodded, pulling out a pet launcher of his own, pointing it at Tian Shen. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to like the idea of doubled happiness. Share your stuff with me. Haha, there really are greenhorns around? Haven't you heard of my reputation? Know about the robbing angel? If not, ask your fellow countrymen, Tian Shen said with overflowing confidence, pointing at the still fishing fisherman. Friend, have you heard of the robbing angel? Lin Shen turned and asked the fisherman. Never heard of it, the fisherman replied briskly. This caused Tian Shen's face to instantly fall, and he said with a cold face, there really are idiots who haven't even heard of my name. You're really asking for death. Well, don't blame me then. With that, the very unhappy Tian Shen immediately pulled the trigger. Although his pet launcher didn't have the firing speed of the Angel revolver, it was still a good item with a firing speed of 40. The moment his finger moved, Lin Shen, standing not far in front of him, immediately accelerated past 40 and dashed right up to Tian Shen. A mere human dares to lay hands on me. To Tian Shen, such speed was not particularly impressive. He directly drew a red crystal short blade from behind and, with faster speed, slashed toward Lin Shen's neck. Lin Shen's steps shifted, evading with motions akin to a leisurely stroll in the celestial court, and he maneuvered to Tian Shen's left side. Tian Shen was slightly startled by the peculiar movement technique. He immediately flapped his wings and rose into the sky. The celestial race excelled in aerial combat, and ground combat was not their strength. Naturally, they couldn't afford to be at a disadvantage. Lin Shen immediately leaped into the air following suit, but of course he could not match Tian Shen's speed. As Tian Shen saw Lin Shen's strength depleting and beginning to fall, he arrogantly shouted, "Idiot, fighting the celestial race in the air, is your head filled with water?" During the taunt, Tian Shen executed a winged flip in midair, positioning himself behind Lin Shen, and his blade aimed for the back of Lin Shen's neck. All of this was within Lin Shen's calculations. He was just about to use the stairway to heaven to give Tian Shen a big surprise when he suddenly noticed an almost invisible flash of crystal light streak across the sky. The next second, Tian Shen, oblivious to what had happened, felt as if someone was forcefully pulling at the collar of his garment. The pull was surprisingly strong, hurling Tian Shen sideways through the air. Lin Shen landed on the ground and saw the fisherman had hooked Tian Shen's collar with his fishing hook, pulling him over. Tian Shen was startled and, without seeing what it was, slashed his blade behind him. His short blade struck the fishing line, as thin as a hair, and astonishingly failed to sever it. The fishing line was tough enough, but Tian Shen's collar was not. It tore open a gap, freeing Tian Shen from the hook. Tian Shen flapped his wings and flew back into the air, looking in the fisherman's direction. With a fishing rod in hand, the fisherman tugging on the line said, "Sorry about that, I accidentally hooked you while casting my line." Accidentally? The corner of Tian Shen's eye twitched. He didn't believe a word of the fisherman's nonsense and glared at him with fury as his crystal-based carapace slowly revealed itself, encasing his body and wings. "Stupid fisherman, if I don't turn you into fish food today, I'll take your surname," Tian Shen said, transforming into a streak of light and shadows, diving towards the fisherman from the air. "Don't get worked up, it's dangerous over here, you're better off not coming closer," the fisherman kindly warned. Tian Shen paid him no heed, intending to fly past the fisherman while trying to slash his throat with his short blade. Tian Shen zoomed past the fisherman, ready to turn back and fight, only to suddenly feel a terrifying force from below, dragging his body down hard. Frantically beating his wings, Tian Shen found that the pulling force was too strong, preventing him from soaring into the sky, his feet already touching the water's surface, wings flapping wildly, yet unable to fly high for the moment. Lin Shen watched Tian Shen struggling on the water's surface, inwardly glad he hadn't attempted to jump directly over the river. Even with Tian Shen's crystal base, he could barely resist the river's odd gravity. With his strength, had he jumped over, he likely would have been dragged into the river. Not being a swimmer, falling into the river would most likely mean sinking breathlessly to the bottom, where an attack by a base variant creature in such gravity would leave his chances of coping highly dubious. This also gave Lin Shen a new appreciation for the fisherman's strength, which was stronger than he had imagined. As Tian Shen desperately beat his wings, his body slowly rose. However, the river's surface suddenly exploded as a dark jade dragon burst from the water, its jaws opening to bite Tian Shen. Tian Shen's face paled. All his strength was focused on beating his wings to ascend, leaving him no energy to deal with the dark jade dragon. Chapter 18. The angel seemed to have become ruthless, an eerie halo rising from her body and condensing into a halo above her head. The halo above Tian Shen's head, it looks so much like the angel halo, making her seem even more like an angel, Lin Shen remarked, somewhat surprised. As the halo appeared, the angel's strength increased greatly. She flapped her wings hard and managed to fly upwards, resisting gravity. The dark jade dragon snapped at thin air and fell back into the river, causing heavy waves. "Fisher, you dare to trick me." "You are dead," Tian Shen, furious, attacked the fisher again, moving much faster than before. "Tian Shen's strength is stronger than I thought." Lin Shen had not yet seen Tian Shen fight with all her might. When he first encountered Tian Shen, she was in the sea fighting with that mutated creature and was already half crippled when she emerged. Afterwards, when Tian Shen met him, she did not take action. Even when she was robbing others herself, she had never used the angel halo. Watching Tian Shen pounce like a phantom, the fisher was not the least bit flustered, calmly swinging the fishing rod in his hand. With the flick of the rod, the fishing line traced a strange arc in the air, wrapping towards Tian Shen. Tian Shen, aware of the incredible toughness of the fishing line, did not dare to get caught and swiftly dodged the line by flapping her wings. Lin Shen watched the battle between Tian Shen and the fisher, and the more he watched, the stranger he found the fisher's rod skills. The combination of a hook, line, and rod, a weapon that is both flexible and rigid, unexpectedly versatile in use, completely different from conventional weapons. In the rapid swinging of the rod, the line seemed to become thousands of silk strands, entangling from unexpected angles. The tough yet elastic rod could both whip and stab. The hook was as strange as hooks flying all around, unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Tian Shen's aerial combat abilities were indeed strong. She moved agilely in the sky, barely dodging the weird attacks of the fishing rod, but it was clear she was at a disadvantage. She struggled to ascend to higher altitudes, and a single mistake could leave her entangled in the fishing lines. Such strange moves, such interesting skills. Lin Shen watched with great interest, intrigued by the fishing rod techniques. As a child, he too had gone fishing, just once, taken by his third brother. After sitting for half a day without catching a single fish, Lin Shen, lacking patience, never went again. Now, Lin Shen still had little interest in fishing, but he found the fisher's rod skills very intriguing. Death powder can be hard or soft. It might be worth considering this fishing rod skill, Lin Shen thought to himself, carefully observing. Many things seem difficult when you're not interested in them, but when you truly focus on something, you quickly realize that everything follows a pattern. If you proceed methodically, it might not be as difficult as you imagined. The key is to be diligent. Without focus, everything is hard. With concentration, things may become easier. Of course, it's only a possibility. Some tasks are indeed difficult, not achievable just by diligence alone. After watching carefully for a while, Lin Shen found some clues. Although the rod technique was peculiar, it wasn't without trace, just obscure and rarely used by most people. Tian Shen kept dodging, but her range of movement became increasingly limited. If this continued, she would eventually get caught. I refuse to believe that I can't break this damn line. Tian Shen hardened his heart, intending to overpower the situation with brute force. He gripped the knife with both hands, the halo above his head blazing with light, and he chopped fiercely at the fishing line, trying to cut it and break free from the current predicament. The incredibly sharp red crystal short blade, moving with terrifying speed, struck the fishing line, only to send it swinging to one side, completely undamaged. The fisherman pulled and reeled, the line wrapping around Tianxin's body, circling him many times in an instant, the fishhook embedding itself into Tianxin's carapace. With a fierce yank of the rod, Tianxin's body was instantly bound into a long strip, dangling back and forth in the air. Tianxin now deeply regretted his actions, his guts turning green with it. If he had known this man was so formidable, he would never have come. Damn it, just a human, how could such a monster appear? Tianxin thought bitterly, wanting to vomit blood. The fisherman turned to face the river, and Tianxin was suddenly suspended above the water's surface. The pull of the fishing line and the terrifying gravity from beneath the river stretched the line taut, and Tianxin, bound tight, struggled even to squirm. "Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Let's talk this out nicely," Tianxin said, forcing a smile. "Who did you just say you were going to turn into fish bait?" the fisherman asked with a smile as he looked at Tianxin. "Cough cough, you heard wrong, I was saying. Your fish bait isn't enough, I could help you make more," Tianxin hastily replied. "Is that right?" the fisherman smiled. "Definitely," Tianxin quickly said. The fisherman looked at Tianxin as if contemplating something. Suddenly, the river's surface exploded, and a huge shadow leapt from the depths, engulfing Tianxin and the line in a single gulp. The fisherman hadn't expected this turn of events. A base variant creature larger than a blue whale emerged, his expression changing slightly before he smiled with satisfaction. "It's finally come out." It had a forward curving horn on its head, from which hung a lantern-like white crystal, over a meter tall, something twinkling inside it, reminiscent of an anglerfish's lure, only considerably larger. Just like that, Tianxin is done for. Lin Shen felt some pity in his heart. He still hadn't retrieved his belongings from Tianxin before he was swallowed by that monstrous fish. The fisherman's legs braced, sinking into the rock as he held the rod with one hand and rapidly paid out the line with the other, a blue, crystal-based carapace materializing over his body. With a splash, the monstrous fish caused an enormous wave and dove back into the river. The fisherman continued releasing the line quickly, but the speed at which he did so was clearly slower than the monster fish's swimming pace. Soon the fishing line was pulled taut, and the reel started spinning on its own, as fast as a drill bit. The fisherman gripped the rod tightly, leaning forward as the line reached its end, nearly being pulled into the river, yet he still clung to the rod. Lin Shen swiftly executed a base mutation and rushed behind the fisherman, grabbing his body and pulling back with all his might, but still he could not stop the pull. Lin Shen exerted his full strength, one hand pulling the fisherman, the other producing a pet launcher, which he used to deploy a pet capsule. The Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon, the largest and heaviest, appeared behind them. It twisted its body, wrapped its tail around Lin Shen, and with all four limbs digging in, it pulled back forcefully. Chapter 18:1 Soul Collector Teen. The combined strength of the two men and the pet finally stabilized the situation. The fisherman gripped the fishing rod as if he were playing tug-of-war with the monster fish in the river. It could no longer be considered fishing by now. It was a contest of who had greater strength, and whoever ran out of energy first would lose. The stalemate continued, but the monster fish was too strong and restless, constantly swimming back and forth in the river, tugging on the fishing line. From time to time, it would leap out of the water, stirring up huge waves. Water splashed over Lin Shen and his companions, and Lin Shen dared not move an inch, only able to desperately hold on. The slightest relaxation could result in being pulled over. Fortunately, endurance was Lin Shen's forte. With the empowerment of the superbase pattern, Lin Shen's strength was unceasing. The fisherman was fixated on the monster fish and did not pay much attention to Lin Shen behind him. He didn't know how much time had passed when he felt extremely exhausted and noticed that the force pulling him from behind had not weakened at all. With slight surprise in his heart, he turned and glanced at Lin Shen. Seeing the carapace on Lin Shen's body, he was even more astonished. "Are you practicing evolution theory?" the fisherman turned to ask while continuing to struggle against the monster fish. "Yes, evolution theory," Lin Shen replied. "To have reached this level with evolution theory, you're the first I've seen," the fisherman said with a smile. "Young brother, what do they call you?" "All right, Tien, I owe you one today. If you ever need anything, just come find me," the fisherman said. "And how should I address you, brother?" Lin Shen knew this man must be extraordinary. "Just call me the fisherman." The fisherman's words left Lin Shen slightly startled. For an unknown length of time, the two men and the pet grappled with the monster fish until its strength finally began to wane, giving both men a sigh of relief. The fisherman did not let his guard down and still gripped the fishing rod tightly. After a while, seeing that the monster fish's strength was growing weaker, he began to reel in the line. Just after a short length of line had been wound up, the monster fish suddenly burst forth with fierce strength, nearly ripping the fishing rod from the man's hands. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately gripped the fishing rod with both hands again, preventing the rod from flying away. "Cunning thing," the fisherman cursed under his breath, not daring to let up any further. After another long struggle, the monster fish truly had little energy left, and the fisherman began reeling in the line again. Being able to reel in meant they could start playing the fish, and the pressure on the two men and the pet was significantly lessened. It was hard to know how long it took, but finally, the monster fish was pulled to the riverbank. "Tien, pull hard," the fisherman called out while backing away. Lin Shen coordinated with the fishermen to pull with all their might, almost to the point of exhaustion, and they finally dragged the enormous creature onto the bank. Not daring to unhook it there, the fishermen continued to pull the monster fish up the grassy slope and didn't let up until they were well up the slope, inside the grass. Only then did he breathe a long sigh of relief. The monster fish flopped and jumped on the grass, but without legs and away from water, its abilities were greatly reduced. Furthermore, it had no energy left and could no longer stir up any waves. The fisherman set down the fishing rod and took out a camera, tossing it to Lin Shen. "Tien, take a picture for me." Lin Shen had anticipated this and took the camera without a word, snapping several photos of the fisherman and the monster fish together. "Brother, you're not going to let it go, are you?" Lin Shen felt it a pity to release the monster fish they had struggled so hard to catch. If the fisherman didn't want it, he could take it. The monster fish was undoubtedly a mutated crystal base. Drinking its base mutation fluid could be a boost to his mutation rates. "I only want one thing. The rest is yours to take," the fisherman said as he pulled out a strange-looking dagger from his waist. The dagger was crystal blue with strange light patterns flowing inside, giving the appearance of being forged from ascension materials. The fisherman walked over to the monster fish, which was already out of strength, and with one stroke severed the lantern-like crystal on its head. The monster fish immediately thrashed violently, sending grass and dirt flying everywhere, but that was all it could manage. "The rest is all yours," the fisherman said casually, not particularly interested in the mutated crystal base. Lin Shen quickly directed the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon to charge down from the sky, slamming into the monster fish with great force and creating a large crater in the grassy slope. After several consecutive heavy blows, the monster fish, drained of strength, quickly lay motionless. Following another high-altitude dive and impact, the monster fish suddenly opened its mouth wide, and something flew out from within. Lin Shen took a closer look and realized that it was Tian Xin, still bound by the fishing line. Tian Xin was covered in a fishy, transparent slime, but, surprisingly, was still alive and had not perished. His carapace was mostly intact, with only a line of holes in some places, as if pierced by a spiked rake. The halo above his head was still there, but its brightness had significantly dimmed. "Tian Xin sure is tough to not die even in such a state," Lin Shen marveled to himself. "Guys, stop messing with me. This could really kill someone." Tian Xin groaned while lying on the ground like a dead fish. Lin Shen had no time to attend to him and first collected the base mutation fluid from the body of the monster fish. Soon his watch vibrated with a new message appearing on its screen. "Killed a mutated crystal-based creature known as Soul Collector." Lin Shen was momentarily surprised. This guy's name isn't Fish? What's the meaning behind Soul Collector? But after briefly pondering, Lin Shen paid it no more mind. It was just a name. What it was called didn't matter. Once he finished collecting the base mutation fluid, Lin Shen turned to Tian Xin, stripping him of everything he had. Tian Xin had recently gathered quite the collection of valuables. There were 2 pet launchers on him, each capable of holding 10 pet capsules, and they were all filled. His backpack contained a few more pet launchers and some base mutation eggs, among which there were several mutated crystal base eggs. This guy really is a walking treasure trove. Lin Shen searched Tian Xin's possessions while inwardly exclaiming. Tian Xin had no strength left to resist and could only groan pitifully on the ground, filled with regret. "Bro, how about we split these things 50-50, Lin Shen said as he laid the items in front of the fisherman. "You keep them," the fisherman responded without glancing at the items, evidently uninterested. "Then I won't be polite." Lin Shen, seeing the fisherman was solely focused on the lantern-like crystal and showed no interest in the items, unapologetically took them for himself. He planned to consume the mutated crystal base eggs on the spot to increase his base mutation rate. Having too many mutated pets wasn't useful. He couldn't command that many pets on his own. "Tien, I'm leaving. If you need any help in the future, you can come find me at the Yashin base," the fisherman said. "Actually, there is something I'd like to ask for your guidance on," Lin Shen quickly said. "What is it?" the fisherman asked, slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Shen to be so forthright. "I'm wondering if your rod skill can be taught to outsiders. If it's convenient, could you teach it to me? If not, that's okay." Lin Shen expressed his keen interest in the fisherman's uncanny rod skill. The fisherman was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "You want to learn that, eh? No problem. It's just a fishing technique, not something all that remarkable. I'll teach you, but whether you can learn it or not will depend on your efforts." While the fisherman said this, he thought gleefully to himself, "You want to learn my earth-shattering strike, kid? Then let's see if you've got the talent. If you can master even 1/10 or 1/20th of it, consider it your good fortune." Chapter 82, Yi Jingren. "I'm in a good mood today. Let him escape." The fisherman flicked his fishing rod, hurling the bound Tian Xin outwards. Tian Xin hastily got up and limped away, eager to leave that wretched place, not wanting to stay a second longer. He had managed, through a mix of stealing and killing, to accumulate many possessions, but in one night he was back to square one. Lin Shen wanted to stop Tian Xin and ask him how to get to the seaside from the grassy slope, but after calling out once, Tian Xin ran even faster, ignoring his injuries and forcibly taking flight to flee. Come, don't waste time. Let me start teaching you the rod skill, the fisherman called to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to give up on the idea of chasing after Tian Xin, especially since the fisherman had said he would release him. It would be rude to insult the fisherman's dignity. After all, it was the fisherman who had captured him. This rod skill of mine was created out of boredom while fishing. There are 37 moves in total. I'll first teach you the practicing methods for these 37 moves. The first move is called Taigong fishing. The second is Misty Waves Fishing Adept. The third, Pointing Sky Shooting Fish. The fourth, Fisher Gains Profit. The fifth, Seeking Fish Through Wood. The fisherman taught Lin Shen each of the 37 moves and their corresponding practicing methods one by one. The moves and methods could be seen as a whole. The moves detail how to perform the actions, while the practicing methods focus on the core skill exercise for that move. For instance, if you want to dunk, the dunking motion is the move, and the core skill would be the need for high jumping ability or sufficient core strength in your waist and abdomen. The practicing method teaches you how to jump higher and how to train your core strength. Once these are up to standard, you can perform those cool-looking skills. But if you're able to perform those movements directly, it means you've already mastered the core skills, and naturally, you wouldn't need the practicing methods. The more Lin Shen heard, the more he found the rod skill fascinating. Each move was unexpected, vastly different from the usual sword and blade techniques. Most of the skills were novel and unheard of, truly intriguing. Lin Shen earnestly memorized the teachings of the fisherman, planning to find time to practice diligently. He felt that many of the rod skill techniques could be applied to death powder. After teaching, the fisherman lent his fishing rod to Lin Shen to practice a few times to get the feel, while he observed from the side. This youngster has some talent. Though he doesn't catch on immediately, his learning is very solid. After watching for a while, the fisherman felt that Lin Shen's practice was not bad. The stranger the skill, the higher the requirement for fundamental training. The fisherman saw Lin Shen striving to lay a solid foundation, which showed that he understood what was essential in this rod skill, pleasing the fisherman. Being able to learn instantly is naturally the best, but such geniuses are rare. Someone with a big picture perspective, who knows what the focus of what they're learning is and how to learn it, is also an excellent choice. If he can persist, although he may find it difficult to achieve the accomplishments of Yi Jingren, he should still learn about 70 to 80% of it. It would be enough for him to benefit from it for a lifetime, the fisherman nodded to himself. The fisherman was none other than Yi Jingren, Madame Ye's father, something Lin Shen could never have imagined. Decades ago, Yi Jingren was already an ascender, causing many to speculate that he might have advanced to even higher ranks in the universe. Lin Shen could never have guessed that the mutator in front of him was actually Yi Jingren. Yi Jingren hadn't ascended to a higher rank, but had opted to start over, simply because he was not satisfied with the path he had taken before and decided to start anew. Of course, his restart differed from the way ordinary people would discard their cultivation and begin again. Seeing that Lin Shen was training quite well, Yi Jingren, who had originally planned to leave after teaching, couldn't help but offer a few more tips. Who would have thought that his guidance would make Lin Shen train worse? This left Yi Jingren feeling rather gloomy inside, thinking, "You were doing fine without my help, but you get worse as soon as I give you advice. Are you trying to make me look bad?" Yi Jingren felt that he couldn't just let it be, so he gave even more effort in instructing Lin Shen, even personally correcting Lin Shen's posture. However, the more he instructed and corrected, the more off-track Lin Shen's practice became, worse than before. Damn it, are you born a donkey? Moving forward only to go backwards when pushed? Yi Jingren felt his blood pressure surge, almost giving him a heart attack. Don't get angry, others may rage, but I won't. Who benefits if I rage to death? Yi Jingren silently recited his mantra until finally he exhaled deeply, dispelling the anger in his heart. Not every fisherman has a great temper, and Yi Jingren first took up fishing because his temper was bad. As time went by, his temper gradually improved a lot, especially in recent years, where rarely anyone could make him lose his cool. But today, Lin Shen really managed to irritate him. If Lin Shen had been incompetent from the start, Yi Jingren wouldn't have cared. But it was clear that Lin Shen had potential at first, but after his instructions, Lin Shen's performance deteriorated, leaving Yi Jingren wondering where to put his face. "Tian, don't rush. Follow my movements and try again. You need to control your strength. Don't let it go." Yi Jingren spoke softly, appearing even more gentle and patient than before. But for some reason, Lin Shen felt there was a strange undertone in Yi Jingren's gentle voice. "No, that's not right. Try again. Still not right. Try again. Don't get angry. Let the others get angry. I won't. Getting sick from anger doesn't benefit anyone." Yi Jingren silently recited his mantra countless times, and his pace was getting faster and faster. Getting angry over small things, thinking back, what's the point, what's the point, what's the damn point, what the hell are you practicing, how can you be this stupid, I've taught you so many times, even a dog should have learned by now, you get worse the more you practice, are you an octopus, retreating instead of advancing? After a while, Yi Jinggren completely exploded, pointing at Lin Shen's nose and cursing, then grabbing his fishing rod and a crystal, slung it over his shoulder, and walked away. Yi Jinggren felt that he never wanted to see him again in his life. He had never encountered someone so foolish before, rueful about his earlier impression that Lin Shen was practicing well. He thought he must have been blind at the beginning, or perhaps he had forgotten to wear his glasses then. Training was going just fine. How come everything turned sour so quickly? Lin Shen watched blankly as Yi Jinggren disappeared into the distance. He felt that he was actually doing well, and under Yi Jinggren's guidance, he had many insights which could be described as an outpouring of ideas. He really didn't understand why Yi Jinggren got angry. Luckily, he had learned the rod skill well, and he could continue to practice on his own in the future. Once alone, Lin Shen released the death powder, allowing it to devour the body of the soul collector. Chapter 18.3 Blood Jade Mountain God. Using its mouthparts, it ground down the soul collector's corpse little by little, ingesting it, a process that was exceedingly slow. Lin Shen stood by, drinking the mutated base mutation fluid he had just obtained, as his watch continually displayed the message, ingesting base mutation fluid, base mutation rate +0. It wasn't until the effects of evolution theory kicked in that he finally started to see the message, base mutation rate +1. As Lin Shen drank the base mutation fluid, he pondered the rod skill he had learned from the angler. With Yi Jinggren's guidance, Lin Shen had gained a deeper understanding. The rod skill was a blend of firmness and flexibility, but the focus was not on the firmness or the flexibility, but rather on one word, burst. Yes, the most crucial point of the mystifying skill was the word burst, which referred to explosive strength. The most important aspect of the rod skill, the casting technique, ultimately aimed to concentrate the strongest force into one point and unleash the most powerful burst of strength. No matter how many setups there were beforehand, they were all to add momentum, constantly stacking up to prepare for the final burst. The setup was for the burst, and the burst was the inevitable result of layers upon layers of buildup. As long as one learned how to properly set up and burst, they could cast out a strength that surpassed their own limits. Of course, there were also individual techniques like casting, wrapping, suspending, and releasing, which were more complex and could only be practiced slowly over time. The setup and burst were the core, the other techniques were secondary. Once the core was mastered, the rest could be gradually integrated. The reason Yi Jinggren felt that Lin Shen was getting worse with more practice was because Lin Shen realized this principle, setting aside the secondary techniques to focus on the core. Since he had not yet mastered the core but had abandoned the secondary techniques, naturally, it appeared he was getting worse with practice. After an indeterminate amount of time, death powder finally managed to consume the entirety of the soul collector's corpse. The next second, Lin Shen saw countless red filaments burrow out from within death powder's body, enveloping its massive form. The red filaments interwove and continuously constricted, making its body smaller and smaller until it eventually transformed into a tiny, dark red pet capsule. This time, it should be turning into a crystal base, Lin Shen thought joyfully, picking up the pet capsule that death powder had become. Although death powder's abilities could rival those of a crystal-based creature, the distinct disadvantage of its alloy attribute was evident. In the face of many powerful crystal-based creatures, the alloy-level death powder's effectiveness was not particularly pronounced due to its lower attribute. This evolution into a crystal base should solve that problem for death powder. Picking up death powder, Lin Shen then took stock of the items he had scavenged from Tian Xin. 7 mutated crystal mutation eggs, 5 pet launchers with firing speeds between 38 and 40, likely the same kind used by sub-legion commanders. 3 mutated crystal-based pets and 17 crystal-based pets, along with dozens of various other creatures, and even some base mutation fluid, which turned out to be mutated base mutation fluid. Among the 3 mutated crystal-based pets, one was a red crystal god bull, with attributes and skills almost identical to Lin Shen's. The other 2 mutants were the Blood Jade Mountain God and Azure Moonblade Hand. Blood Jade Mountain God, mutated crystal-based creature. Evolvable, strength 40.2, speed 41, hardness 40.6, 6, toughness 32, base mutation talent, mutated blood sacrifice, mutated blessing. The Blood Jade Mountain God caught Lin Shen's attention. Although this mutated pet only had 2 innate skills, they were nevertheless quite strange. Mutated blood sacrifice absorbs blood offerings to enhance the blessing capabilities of the Blood Jade Mountain God. Mutated blessing blesses a target with a mountain god aura, whose strength is determined by the potency of the blood sacrifice. The attributes of the Blood Jade Mountain God were not particularly strong among mutated crystal bases, but these 2 skills were very interesting. Lin Shen roughly tested it and found that it was not only human blood that could activate mutated blood sacrifice. Base mutation fluid from base variant creatures could also do the trick. The Blood Jade Mountain God was only palm-sized, resembling a mountain god sculpted from blood jade, looking quite bizarre and even somewhat frightening. As long as base mutation fluid or blood was poured over it, it would absorb it into its body. The higher the level and quality of the base mutation fluid it absorbed, the stronger the blessing of the mountain god aura would be. To say it's mountain god aura is actually to apply a layer of blood-colored film to the base variant carapace, enhancing its ability to withstand hits. This film does not directly raise hardness and toughness. It's akin to applying a protective film on glass, preventing the glass underneath from shattering as easily. The strength of this protective film is determined by the level and quantity of the base mutation fluid used for the blood sacrifice. If that's the case, then if I use Ascension liquid for the blood sacrifice, could I obtain an Ascension-level membrane? Lin Shen wondered, taking out the Ascension liquid he carried and dripping some onto the blood jade mountain god. The moment the Ascension liquid touched the blood jade mountain god, Lin Shen immediately saw its eyes bulge, the bloodline on its forehead split open, and its body trembled violently. Lin Shen had assumed it was just a bloodline, only now realizing it was actually a blood-colored eye without a pupil. As the Ascension liquid merged, a bloody light gradually shone from the vertical eye on the blood jade mountain god's forehead, the light growing brighter and brighter. Once the blood jade mountain god stopped trembling, Lin Shen had it activate the mutated blessing skill. A red light shot out from the vertical eye of the blood jade mountain god, falling on Lin Shen and immediately coating his carapace with a layer of blood-colored film. This film turned Lin Shen's carapace blood red, which looked quite chilling, as if dyed with fresh blood. Summoning a mutated black-armored centipede, he had it bite his arm's carapace. With a crack, only some marks appeared on the alloy-level carapace. It had not been penetrated. Lin Shen was overjoyed. Since the mutated black-armored centipede could bite into it, it meant the blood sacrifice didn't have enough Ascension liquid. With a sufficient amount of Ascension liquid for the blood sacrifice, the mountain god aura would only be stronger. Lin Shen immediately took out more Ascension liquid and dripped it onto the blood jade mountain god, trying to let it absorb as much as possible. However, after only a few drops, a cracking sound was heard, and cracks appeared around the vertical eye of the blood jade mountain god, which startled Lin Shen into stopping immediately. It turned out the blood jade mountain god had a limit to the energy it could absorb. It couldn't handle too much of something high-grade like Ascension liquid. Fortunately, Lin Shen had dripped it slowly, otherwise he might have caused the blood jade mountain god to burst. 5 drops of Ascension liquid is the limit for the blood jade mountain god. Lin Shen could only collect the blood jade mountain god and let it slowly recover from its injuries. After further study, he found that mountain god aura also had a duration, but this was not fixed. The mountain god aura created from a blood sacrifice with Ascension liquid lasted exceptionally long and, as long as it wasn't shattered, could easily maintain for over 10 hours. Base mutation fluid from steel creatures could only sustain the mountain god aura for a few minutes. Regardless of how much was fed, it would at most last for 20 minutes and the defensive abilities were also much weaker. T-Dai, Chapter 18-4, Qingjia. T-Dai S and D-Time 4 Qingjia, T-Dai SR. Can the blood jade mountain god withstand 5 drops of Ascension liquid? Then can I withstand 1 drop? Lin Shen wondered if his body could withstand drinking the Ascension liquid directly. Considering even a body with a mutated crystal base can hardly withstand it, and he's only alloy, if something were to go wrong, wouldn't it mean certain death? Not to mention that even if it doesn't kill, damaging the kidneys is also bad. Eventually, Lin Shen gave up on the idea of trying. After all, there were enough base mutation fluid from Tianxin and the mutant eggs, combined with the Soul Collector's base mutation fluid for Lin Shen to digest for quite a few days. He shouldn't need to worry about base mutation fluid for at least the next half a month, but he couldn't just sit and consume resources without replenishing them, so Lin Shen decided to continue searching for mutated creatures. Considering how eerie this river was, and the fisherman saying the forest across was even more peculiar, he dared not venture there again. Choosing a different direction, Lin Shen planned to explore other areas. Inferno Star. A massive planet covered in metallic mechanical structures looked from afar to be a space base disguised as a sphere. 3 orbiting rings revolved around the planet's exterior, and various vehicles, similar to cars, shuttled through the air. Inside a luxurious meeting hall, seated in the main chair was a Minotaur dressed in golden high-tech battle armor. He and the Minotaurs, clad in purple battle armor on both sides, watched the holographic projection in front of them. The projection showed Ultraburn warriors battling humans in different locations, with the primary footage being the battle at Skystar Slope, all captured by Ultraburn warriors themselves. Once the footage of Skystar Slope concluded, a Minotaur in purple battle armor on the left of the gold-armored Minotaur started to speak. General Bale, the human combat strength on Realm King Planet has exceeded our expectations. We should send more warriors to eradicate all humans on Realm King Planet and claim all of its resources. Before General Bale could respond, the Minotaur seated on his right countered, "The teleporter we discovered can only teleport base variant creatures to Realm King Planet. The 107 Pioneer Corps has suffered heavy losses, and the elite warrior Ogud has fallen in battle. Not to mention that all other Pioneer Corps are currently deployed to other planets, and we are temporarily unable to recruit new Pioneer warriors. Even if we could dispatch a corps there, they likely won't match the human mutators. Unless we send elite warriors, may I ask who among you is willing to let their subordinate elite warriors pioneer Realm King Planet? Upon hearing this, the previously impassioned Minotaur generals fell silent. They were all aware of the situation on Realm King Planet. Although the humans were relatively weaker and most human mutators were on the lower end of power, some humans had already reached the elite standard of the Ultra Burn tribe at their level. If they did not send elite warriors to Realm King Planet, more cannon fodder would ultimately struggle to truly take the initiative. Besides, cannon fodder isn't conjured out of thin air. There aren't enough reinforcements to keep sending to Realm King Planet, and the Ultra Burn tribe needs to claim resources on more than just one planet. It was not possible to redirect the Pioneer Corps engaged on other planets just for the sake of Realm King Planet. But if they were to send elite warriors with a base mutation rank to Realm King Planet, they feared that their elites might encounter unexpected incidents. After all, those elite warriors were future senior officers of the Ultra Burn tribe, and many were noble descendants with prestigious bloodlines, destined to become pillars of society. Their lives shouldn't be risked carelessly. How can such an abundant source of base mutation resources on Realm King Planet be conceded to humans? The Minotaur on the left of the general frowned. If that's the case, then please, General Austin, send your subordinates elite warriors to Realm King Planet to clear out those oblivious humans, sneered the Ultra Burn tribe General Jerry on the right. Austin also sneered. If all the resources of Realm King Planet will be mine after we conquer it, then I have no objections. Austin, you're being too selfish. With so many base mutation resources on Realm King Planet, we could train numerous base mutation elite warriors. Those resources should be used for the benefit of our empire, not become privately owned, Jerry said, his tone neither harsh nor soft. Listen to Jerry. Does that even make sense? Our people shed blood and risked their lives to climb up, and then we should just share the benefits with everyone? Is that fair? General Austin said angrily, slapping the table. Enough. Stop arguing, General Bale said calmly, silencing everyone. Seeing that everyone was quiet, General Bale's gaze swept the room before settling on a dozing purple-armored minotaur at the very end. Caro, what do you think? General Bale asked, looking at him. The drowsy minotaur seemed startled awake, stood up in confusion, then quickly put on a smile and said, General Bale is right. This caused an uproar of laughter among the many minotaurs, but General Bale stared coldly at Caro and said, Since you think I'm right, then go prepare. When the teleporter activates next time, send Qingjia to Realm King Planet. But General Bale, Qingjia, Caro immediately became anxious with no more confusion. Caro, you said yourself that the general is right. Are you trying to back out now? Know that there is no jest in the military, Jerry immediately interrupted. General Bale is wise. Qingjia is a once-in-a-century talent of our Ultra Burn tribe, an unrivaled existence at the base mutation level. Even compared with the young talents of the great families, he is in no way inferior. Those mere human mutators can be killed with ease. He will surely be able to annihilate the human base mutators easily and seize control of Realm King Planet, Austin added in agreement. General, Caro tried to say something more, but General Bale interrupted him with a wave of his hand. If Qingjia goes to Realm King Planet and succeeds, he will enter the bloodline sequence and be awarded a third-class noble bloodline badge, General Bale said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Caro's eyes suddenly lit up. General, Jerry, Austin, and the others became anxious and started to rise to object. If you have objections, send your own elite warriors instead. The reward will be the same, General Bale said, glancing at them. Jerry and Austin, who hadn't fully stood up, quickly sat down again. Obviously, they wouldn't let their own elite warriors go to such a dangerous place. Being from noble families already in the bloodline sequence, such a reward meant nothing to their youths. With no one opposing, Caro hesitated for a long time but eventually had to accept the order. When Caro returned to his barracks, he went to the training field and saw a tall minotaur with blue horns training within a gravity machine. Ordinary minotaurs would find it challenging to move in a gravity machine, yet this minotaur moved with ease and was even doing weighted training. The massive barbell seemed like an inflatable toy in his hands as he swung it around effortlessly. Caro sighed inwardly. If it weren't for his poor background, Qingjia should have been the most worthy of cultivation in our Ultra Burn tribe. What a pity. When Qingjia finished his training and came out, Caro called him over. Qingjia, General Bale has personally assigned you a mission to pioneer a planet. If you can complete the task, you will be admitted to the bloodline sequence and given a third-class noble bloodline badge, he said. Qingjia's eyes sparkled slightly. Don't worry, General. I will definitely complete the mission. Look at this first, Caro said as he took Qingjia into his office and played several clips of combat footage featuring Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, Wei Wufu, Jiwis, Tian, and Mo Shengqi, among others. Your main task is to take out these humans. I'm not worried about your strength. One-on-one, there should be no match for you, but humans are quite cunning. If they gang up on you, you may choose to strategically retreat. Karo's last words caused Qingjie to hesitate slightly. Qingjie saluted Karo solemnly. General, I was nothing more than steel level at birth, and I owe my progress to my family's unwavering support and your cultivation under great pressure. This time, no matter what, I will complete the mission and enter the bloodline sequence. I will lift my family's descendants from the fate of cannon fodder and prove you haven't misjudged me. Chapter 18:5 Metal Warriors. Lin Shen gazed at the colorful desert in front of him, his emotions incredibly complex. It had taken him 7 or 8 days to finally reach this area on the other side of the grassy slope, only to discover that it was a desert. Looking at the sporadic, colorful grains of sand amidst the white desert, Lin Shen immediately realized that this must be the desert where the frost giant tree was discovered. He couldn't see the frost giant tree from this side and had no idea how far away it might be. Did I just waste these past few days for nothing? Lin Shen's mood soured, recalling that he had not found any base variant creatures near the frost giant tree before. This suggested that the desert was rather scarce in base variant creature resources, whatever the reason. Either way, it was not the place Lin Shen needed. As Lin Shen pondered which direction to take next, he suddenly spotted some figures appearing in the desert. He looked carefully and was immediately a mix of surprise and delight. In the desert, there was a group of green metal giants, each over 3 meters tall with bodies constructed of green metal, clearly alloy creatures, numbering well over a dozen. Overjoyed and seeing that no one was around, Lin Shen promptly shot off several crystal mutation pets at the green metal giants. The crystal mutation pets fought against the green metal giants. The difference in levels allowed them to quickly defeat the green giants. Riding the big red bull, Lin Shen approached the corpses of the green metal giants, trying to dissect their metallic bodies to see if they harbored any base mutation eggs. Unfortunately, he discovered nothing but collected some base mutation fluid. It seems there are living creatures in the desert. They're just not found near the frost giant tree. Lin Shen decided to venture deeper into the desert to see if there were sufficient base variant creatures around, which would make it a good place after all. Beyond their previous transport into the fruit of the frost giant tree, he had not yet seen anyone transported to the desert region. This meant that no one would compete with Lin Shen for the base mutation resources here. Lin Shen put away the big red bull and summoned the Hell Rock Crystal Evil Dragon, riding it through the sky over the desert, searching for nearby base variant creatures. High above, Lin Shen quickly spotted another group of metal giants, mostly green giants, but there was also a blue metal giant among them. There's a mutation. Lin Shen exclaimed excitedly, immediately directing the evil dragon towards them, unleashing the Frost Swordsman from mid-air. The Frost Swordsman, with its high level and powerful skills, struck down the blue metal giant in a single blow, killed the mutated alloy creature, the blue metal warrior. Information immediately appeared on his wristwatch. Under Lin Shen's command, the evil dragon snatched up the corpse of the blue metal giant, grabbing the Frost Swordsman, and promptly flew away. Ordinary alloy was useless to Lin Shen. He was unwilling to waste time killing them. It would be wasteful, and it would be better to leave them for someone in need. This unclaimed virgin desert land had given Lin Shen quite a few surprises. There were numerous metal warriors, and mutations were common. Almost every few miles there was a group of metal warriors, and in every slightly larger group there would be a blue metal warrior. After consuming the base mutation fluid from 2 blue metal warriors, however, their base mutation fluid no longer increased his base mutation rate. Afterward, having spotted quite a few blue metal warriors, Lin Shen no longer pursued the hunt. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Shen spotted a rather large group of metal warriors, among which there was a purple metal warrior. The purple metal warrior was also a mutated alloy creature, which surprised Lin Shen a bit. It was very rare for a base variant creature tribe to have 2 different kinds of mutations. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that after some time he discovered a red metal warrior, also a mutated alloy creature. How can one tribe have so many different mutations? Lin Shen grew increasingly astonished. As he continued hunting, he also kept searching, wanting to see how many variants there were among these metal warriors. After searching for a long time, he found that the blue mutations were the most common, the purple mutations were less common, and the red mutations were the rarest. So far, he had only encountered that one. A blue metal warrior's base mutation fluid could only provide Lin Shen with a little base mutation rate, and only the fluid from the first 2 blue metal warriors was effective. The fluid from later blue metal warriors had no effect on Lin Shen. The base mutation fluid from a purple metal warrior actually provided Lin Shen with 2 base mutation points, and after using the fluid from 4 purple metal warriors, the effect began to diminish. The 5th purple metal warrior's base mutation fluid only provided Lin Shen with 1 base mutation point, and the 6th provided no more. Even so, the effect was a lot better than that of the base mutation fluid from those mutant poisonous insects. The base mutation fluid from the same variant of mutant poisonous insect had no effect when used a second time. This made Lin Shen more eagerly search for red metal warriors, because the base mutation fluid from one of them provided him with 3 base mutation points. Basing it on his previous experience, if he could find a few more red metal warriors, he could at least increase his base mutation rate by about 20 points. For several days in a row, Lin Shen had been searching for mutated metal warriors in the desert. By now, Lin Shen had delved deep into the desert. Fortunately, his watch was highly functional, allowing him to enter the Realm King planet only at night, while spending the days in his home at Dark Bird Base. Thus, he did not have to worry about food and drink. Now, Lin Shen's base mutation rate had reached 47, most of which was thanks to Tian Xin. Those several mutated crystal base eggs and several bags of base mutation fluid provided Lin Shen with a lot of base mutation points. The promotion to crystal base is imminent. Lin Shen returned to his home at Dark Bird Base once more, drank some water, and was just about to go to sleep when Lei came looking for him. "Mr. Lin Shen, I have some news about the strange man," Lei said excitedly. "That guy went to Wanderer Base, where he's said to have killed many people, causing a big commotion. The Zheng family dispatched an ascender to kill him, but that ascender was counter-killed by the strange man. Such a thing happened? Tell me more." Lin Shen was very concerned about the matter of the strange person. "I don't know the specifics, I've only heard this bit of news," Lei replied helplessly. The ability of Dark Bird Base to gather information was rather limited, so it was already quite a feat to have found out this much. Lin Shen felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but Lei continued. "The main house has also sent back news. She will be staying at Seacorn Base for a while and probably won't be able to return anytime soon." "Did my sister run into trouble?" Lin Shen furrowed his brows slightly. No, the main house just wanted to prevent you from worrying, which is why she sent someone back with a message," Lei quickly explained. "She knows that things at home have been settled, and there just happen to be some matters there, so she won't be able to return until later." "What matters?" Lin Shen felt that things were not so simple. "I'm not very clear on that, the letter didn't say," Lei responded. Lin Shen looked at Lei without speaking. Lei couldn't hold on and sighed. "I asked Zhao Zhe who came back with the message, and he said something. The main house at Seacorn Base has encountered him." "Him?" Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized whom Lei meant, Wan Nianbei. Lei nodded slightly. "Mr. Lin Shen, you also know of the situation between the main house and him. The main house is facing a tough time." Chapter 18:6, Seacorn Base. Lin Shen, of course, knew that his eldest sister had it tough and was aware of her affair with Wan Nianbei. The story itself was quite melodramatic. Wan Nianbei didn't go by that name when he was young. He was then known as Wan Yihao. During her prime, my eldest sister met the dashing and elegant Wan Yihao. The two of them were madly in love, and according to my fourth brother, at that time both of them were so young and reckless, they did not care about anything, and their love was so intense it could shock the heavens and move spirits. However, the Wan family did not approve of Wan Yihao being with my eldest sister. Lin Shen didn't know the specific reasons, but the Wan family's stance was firm. They would rather lock up Wan Yihao than allow him to be with my eldest sister. At that time, my eldest sister, fearless and defiant, went to the Wan family alone, hoping to sway them and let her be with Wan Yihao. In the end, for unknown reasons, after visiting the Wan family, she gave up. This was incomprehensible to Lin Shen. Knowing his sister's temperament, she wouldn't easily abandon a goal, not even if faced with the threat of swords and axes. But that time, she gave up. Even though Wan Yihao was willing to sever ties with his family and elope with my eldest sister, she still came back. The Lin brothers all thought that maybe the Wan family had threatened my eldest sister, which could be why she had no choice but to give up. They all felt deeply indebted to her. However, she said that the Wan family hadn't threatened her at all, and it was her own choice not to be with Wan Yihao anymore. Latterly, there were occasional updates about Wan Yihao. He changed his name to Wan Nianbei and seemed to have remained unmarried. Even in his 40s, he lived a solitary life. My eldest sister, too, never found anyone else. She's still single, dedicating her life to managing the Lin family's business affairs. Lin Shen naturally didn't have a good impression of the Wan family, but he had no particular dislike for Wan Nianbei as a person. This time, my eldest sister's trip to Seacorn Base coincidentally led her to meet Wan Nianbei. One could say it was fate. If Wan Nianbei really hasn't moved on from my eldest sister after all these years, Lin Shen personally felt she should give it another try, give him a chance, and herself one as well. They're both in their 40s now. What could they possibly not be able to let go of or come to terms with? Now that all the brothers have grown up, if the Wan family were to press down on them, it would be time for them to support my eldest sister together. What does Wan Nianbei mean? Lin Shen pondered and asked. Zhao Zhe doesn't know either. He only knows that my eldest sister met Wan Nianbei at Seacorn Base. Wan Nianbei wanted to have a serious talk with her, but she was unwilling to see him, Lei said after thinking it over. Mr. Lin Shen, when it comes to matters of the heart, it's better not to interfere unless you're the person involved. Otherwise, things might backfire. Lin Shen certainly understood this principle, but he was genuinely curious as to why his eldest sister had given up in the first place. It didn't fit her character at all. Lei, get ready. We're going to take a trip to Seacorn Base, Lin Shen decided, feeling that a visit there would be worthwhile. After all, since he couldn't show himself at home, he might as well go to Seacorn Base and see for himself what the situation was like between his eldest sister and Wan Nianbei. He had to let his eldest sister know that if it were because of concern for them that she dared not be with Wan Nianbei, there was no need for her to compromise anymore. Lin Shen also wanted to go to Seacorn Base to take a look. In Darkbird base and Yashin base, he was no longer able to find any base mutation eggs with Fireseed. Seacorn base was a super base, and the number of base mutation eggs there far exceeded the combined total of Darkbird base and Yashin base. Perhaps he might even find more Fireseed. Mr. Lin Shen, this isn't right. Lei hesitated indecisively. I'll make the decision on this matter. Once we arrive, I'll explain it to my elder sister myself, Lin Shen instructed Lei to prepare, mainly because he had never been out before and needed Lei to guide him, otherwise he would have gone by himself. Seeing that Lin Shen was resolute in his decision, Lei said nothing more and went out to prepare. Following the principle that business must go on, Lei prepared a batch of goods, intending to sell them at Seacorn base for a profit. Lei truly is my sister's right-hand man. Lin Shen could only sigh at his sister's large influence on those around her. Lin Shen made some disguises and set off with the caravan. Although traveling with the caravan was slower, he was not in a hurry. Lei also prepared some local specialties for Lin Shen, telling him to visit Instructor Mew when he arrived at Seacorn base. The caravan set out along the trade route. Though it was a trade route, many paths were overgrown with vegetation due to sparse use, requiring manual labor to clear the way. Moreover, base variant creatures often appeared. Fortunately, the levels of these creatures on the home planet were not high, and Lin Shen could easily resolve the issue with a few pets. If they had taken a straight line, it would have taken only about 7 or 8 days to reach Seacorn base, but due to detours around some base mutation zones, it took more than 10 days to arrive. Seacorn base was established next to the sea, resembling a colossal beast pressing down by the seaside. It was said that during the great sea creature tide of years past, Seacorn base was the main battleground. Many of the elders at Seacorn base were mutators who had survived that particular war. Subsequent smaller-scale sea creature tides were mostly fended off by Seacorn base. Lin Shen, what brings you here? Lin Miao was both surprised and delighted to see him. I felt suffocated at home, and since you wouldn't let me go on an adventure, I had to come out and take a walk, Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Miao rolled her eyes at him. You can't fool me with that excuse. My relationship with Wan Nianbei is over. It has no strings attached, so stop worrying unnecessarily. That's your business. I couldn't care less. I just want to check out the markets at Seacorn base, get some interesting base mutation eggs to hatch and play with, Lin Shen replied. It would be for the best if that's really what you're thinking. Take this money. Buy whatever you want, you can spend it however you like, but don't get ripped off, it wouldn't look good for your sister. Also, you have to visit Instructor Mew. We of the Lin family must show proper manners, Lin Miao said, handing Lin Shen a stack of money. Don't worry, sis, I've always been thrifty, and you know that. Lin Shen took the money directly and stuffed it into his pocket. Sis, I'll go look around now. Not so fast. It's perfect timing that you came. Xiaobai just got back as well. You should go see her. Lin Miao held on to Lin Shen, saying, she's quite nice, you have to seize the opportunity. Sis, haven't I told you before? She's only considering the likes of Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen protested with a grimace. Times have changed. I've heard that Xiaobai has a good impression of you. She hasn't agreed to marry into the Ouyang family because of you, so your chance is considerable. I'm rooting for you, so give it your all, Lin Miao encouraged him, handing him another stack of money. If you can really win Xiaobai over, everyone will know my brother-in-law chose you over Ouyang Yudu. What a reputation that would be. Be sure to buy some thoughtful gifts, and remember, opportunities are meant to be seized. I'll try my best, Lin Shen replied helplessly. Though he was determined to take the money, whether he would buy gifts for Bai Shenfei remained to be seen. Leaving the hostel where Lin Miao was staying, with Lei's guidance, Lin Shen promptly arrived at the Sandfield, one of the 3 major free trade markets in Seacorn base. Chapter 18:7, The Value of the Pet Launcher. The marketplace was located near the seaside, and at first it was just a small fair where mutators who hunted base variant creatures at sea would trade supplies and catches on a temporary basis. During that tremendous oceanic beast tide, this place served as a logistics hub between the front lines and the rear, playing a significant role. Many wounded were treated and rested here, and numerous mutators exchanged goods that they could use. After the beast tide, the marketplace was preserved and became an important fairground. Back then, the marketplace was only open on weekends, but later, as Seacorn base expanded, the marketplace was incorporated into the base. It remained in use as a fairground, opening daily with a scale much larger than before. In the past, setting up a stall in the marketplace meant simply spreading a piece of cloth on the sand, but now, the ground was covered with alloy plates. Many large warehouses had been constructed for stall setups, along with a vast area of shops, far bigger than the market at Yashin base. Entering through the east gate, directly ahead was the weapon zone, where all kinds of iron weapons, alloy weapons, and crystal-based weapons were displayed on stalls. Crystal-based weapons, rarely seen in Darkbird base, were commonplace here. Lei said that most of the weapons here were man-made, with only a few being natural base mutation weapons. Naturally occurring base mutation weapons were generally more expensive, and some people passed off crafted weapons as base mutation weapons. However, weapons crafted by some masters could be more valuable than the natural base mutation weapons. It wasn't always the case that natural base mutation weapons were better. Lin Shen had little interest in weapons. After a cursory look, and with death powder on hand, he didn't need any other weapons. Moreover, he had an Ascension-level spirit-based weapon buried at home. Once he had enough strength, he could use it directly as his weapon. They even sell pet launchers in this shop, Lin Shen said, surprised as he passed by a shop. Pet launchers are rare but too expensive. Most mutators can't afford them. Only in a superbase like Seacorn Base would such shops exist. As far as I know, there's only this one shop in Seacorn Base, Lei explained. Let's go inside and take a look, said Lin Shen. He wasn't really interested in buying a pet launcher. He just wanted to see how much they could fetch. He had several pet launchers he had snatched from Tianxin. Apart from keeping the best attribute pet launcher for his sister, he would keep one and alternate with the Angel revolver. If the price was right, he could trade the others for something he needed, like variant-based mutation fluid. After entering the shop, Lin Shen saw a few pet launchers displayed behind the counter. They looked somewhat old-fashioned and not very advanced, probably not even as good as those used by the lieutenant commander of the Ultraburn tribe. Yet, the price tags were alarming. None was less than 6 figures. The cheapest was over 400,000. Lin Shen looked carefully at the information on a nearby sign. The firing rate was only 23, capable of loading 6 pet capsules. The higher the price tag, the happier Lin Shen became. If a launcher with a rate of 23 could sell for over 400,000, then those he had in hand, with speeds around 40, would fetch an even higher price. There were 6 pet launchers on display in the cabinet, with the best one having a capacity for 10 shots and a firing rate of 37. This attribute was almost the same as the worst one Lin Shen had, and its price had already reached 5 million. By Lin Shen's calculations, the pet launchers he held were worth tens of millions. I need to sell these pet launchers soon. As the war between humans and the Ultraburn tribe escalates, more pet launchers will be captured. They're only going to get cheaper. It's better to sell them now for a good price, Lin Shen thought to himself. Does the guest have any launchers in mind? You can take one out to try. There's a firing range at the back, the shop assistant offered politely. Do you have any launchers with a higher firing rate? Lin Shen asked casually. We do, but those are much more expensive, costing over 10 million. It's not worth it. Actually, the difference in firing rate is only a few points, which is generally imperceptible in average use, the shop assistant explained patiently. Price is not a problem. The key is a fast firing rate. Do you have any around 50? Lin Shen posed as a wealthy young master, though he only had the 200,000 his sister had just given him in his pocket. The guest must be joking. The highest firing rate for a base mutation level pet launcher is 41, and that's already a rare gem that's hard to come by. For most mutators, 40 is already top tier. If the rate was higher, that would have to be an Ascension level pet launcher, which our shop doesn't stock and mutators can't use, the shop assistant explained, without a hint of impatience. It seems my 44-speed Angel revolver is already a gem among gems. No idea where Tianxin got it from, or maybe the celestial race's level of technology is high enough to produce even better pet launchers. As Lin Shen was thinking, he heard the shop assistant continue. We do have a 41-speed pet launcher in the shop, considered our treasure. It's still unpriced because our boss cherishes it dearly. If the guest is interested, maybe you can have a talk with our boss. If the price is right, he might be willing to part with it. Only 41 speed? Forget it. Lin Shen found an excuse to take Lei and leave. He'd learned enough about the pricing. If he wanted to trade his own launchers for something, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Disregarding a 41-speed launcher, you must have even better items in hand, right? Before Lin Shen could leave, a voice came from the entrance. Lin Shen turned to see a young man in his 20s, as thin as a stick, entering the shop. Boss, the shop assistant's address confirmed for Lin Shen and Lei that this man was indeed the owner of the shop. Not at all. I was just speaking off the cuff, no offense intended. It was a poor choice of words. Don't take it to heart, boss. Lin Shen had simply been looking for a way out and wasn't interested in saying much to a shop owner. He politely excused himself and prepared to leave. Please wait, sir. If you're not satisfied with 41 speed, I actually do have a launcher that nearly reaches 50. Although it's not quite 50, at 43 it's an extremely rare find. Even in the universe, it's hard to find a base mutation level launcher of such speed, the lean owner said, making Lin Shen slightly embarrassed. Even if he had the money, Lin Shen couldn't afford it. Yet, reputation mattered in life, and although he couldn't afford it, Lin Shen still pretended not to care and said, Your shop actually has such an extraordinary item? Chapter 88, Wan Nianbei, I presume the customer also knows his goods. The item is available. It's just a matter of how much you're willing to spend, the skinny shopkeeper said with a smile. You are the seller, so naturally, the price is for you to set, Lin Shen responded. An item like this is a rarefied treasure, hard to find a second in this world. It could be considered priceless. If I really had to put a price on it, I think it's worth at least this much, the skinny shopkeeper said as he extended one finger. Lin Shen thought the price seemed not too high. The skinny shopkeeper shook his head with a smile. 1 billion. Lin Shen had seen his share of money, but such a quote from the skinny shopkeeper still took him by surprise. A 43 speed can sell for $1 billion, then how much can I sell my 44 speed for? Lin Shen felt an urge to sell his Angel revolver. With $1 billion, he could buy quite a few mutated crystal-based pets. Lin Shen, with that much money, could buy base mutation fluid and nearly max out the base mutation rate. That's too expensive, Lin Shen said, shaking his head. Expensive, yes, but you get what you pay for. Ouyang Yudu reached the 9th level of the Realm King Tower and the pet launcher he got was only 41 speed, which is already exceedingly rare. Mine is 43 speed, just 2 points faster, but those 2 points make it unparalleled in this world. A one-of-a-kind supreme item, doesn't it deserve $1 billion? The skinny shopkeeper said, somewhat proudly. That does seem reasonable, but unfortunately I don't have that kind of money. I can only take a look, Lin Shen said as he prepared to take his leave. He wasn't seriously planning to buy anything and really didn't want to prolong the conversation with the skinny shopkeeper. No money is no problem, I can give it to you. The words of the skinny shopkeeper stunned Lin Shen. Who would believe that such a great deal existed in the world, a top-tier item worth $1 billion given for free? Even if he was the skinny shopkeeper's father, he might not offer it, let alone to a passing stranger. Lin Shen couldn't help but look closely at the skinny shopkeeper. Though slim and somewhat dark, the man appeared energetic, with a pair of bright, alert eyes that truly gleamed. What are you trying to say? Lin Shen felt that there was more to this situation, suspecting that the shopkeeper might have recognized him. But even if he had recognized him as the playboy Lin Shen, there was no reason to offer such a huge favor. Lin Shen did not believe his reputation and looks were worth $1 billion. Your name alone, Master Lin, is worth $1 billion, the skinny shopkeeper said with a smile. So you did recognize me. Lin Shen was on guard. Despite his disguise and the hat he wore, he had still been recognized. This made it clear that the skinny shopkeeper was someone calculating, and Lin Shen wondered what he was up to. Noticing Lin Shen's wariness, the skinny shopkeeper said with a laugh, Master Lin, there's no need to worry. I mean no harm. The pet launcher is here, and I can give it to you right now. With those words, the skinny shopkeeper gestured for someone to fetch the pet launcher. You might as well speak plainly. I won't accept a gift without knowing the reason. I won't take it until things are clear, Lin Shen said, frowning. Please be at ease, Master Lin. The gift is not from me, but from an old acquaintance of yours who is currently waiting for you in the garden out back. He hopes you might meet him if it's convenient, the skinny shopkeeper said, delivering a box to Lin Shen. Inside was a beautifully crafted pet launcher that seemed even more advanced than the one used by the ultra-burning Ultra-Core commander. Which old acquaintance? Lin Shen did not take it. Gifts were not to be accepted carelessly. You'll know when you see him. This is a gift for the meeting, the skinny shopkeeper insisted, pushing the box into Lin Shen's hands. If you don't tell me, I'm leaving right now, Lin Shen said, stepping back to avoid it and turning to leave. True to Lin Miao's brother, Lin Shen, let's talk. A voice emanated from the back of the store as a man stepped out in tandem with the voice. Lin Shen saw the man who came out was in his 30s. He was not remarkably handsome and had a beard, yet he possessed a mature charm. The sorrowful look in his eyes was more than most young girls could resist. Wan Nianbei? Although Lin Shen had never met Wan Nianbei, for some reason, upon laying eyes on him, he was certain it was Wan Nianbei. This isn't a place for a conversation, let's talk in the back, Wan Nianbei said. That's fine, Lin Shen nodded slightly. This pet launcher, the skinny shopkeeper said as he held the box with some indecision. Put it away. Lin Miao's brother won't accept it. Forget a mere 43-speed pet launcher, even better items he wouldn't take, Wan Nianbei said, clearly holding Lin Shen in high regard. Lin Shen himself felt some regret. Had he known it was a gift from Wan Nianbei, maybe he would have accepted it. Following Wan Nianbei to the garden out back, Wan Nianbei, dressed casually, sat down on a chair by the corridor with ease, tossing a can of beer to Lin Shen and opened one for himself, taking a few sips. I held you when you were little, but you were too young then, probably don't remember, Wan Nianbei said, putting down his beer and looking at Lin Shen. Did you call me here just to say that? Lin Shen asked with a frown. You've got a temper just like your sister, always so impatient, Wan Nianbei pondered for a moment, then said, I want to see your sister alone. I need to clear up some things with her. Can you help me? No, Lin Shen refused bluntly. If you want to see her, go find her yourself. Coming to me is pointless. I've looked for her many times, and she won't give me a chance. I don't even get the opportunity to speak, Wan Nianbei sighed. Then it must be your fault, Lin Shen said. Yes, it's my fault. I didn't handle things well, Wan Nianbei said with a bitter smile. Lin Shen, even if I've committed a grave sin, don't I deserve a chance to plead my case? All I ask for is a chance to talk to her. I don't want anything else. Tell me what you want to tell my sister, then I'll see. Lin Shen's curiosity was piqued about the true story between his sister and Wan Nianbei. Wan Nianbei was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Shen would make such a suggestion, and after much hesitation he said as if making a great decision. Well then, you're Lin Miao's brother. There's no point in hiding anything from you. I'll tell you, and if I can meet Lin Miao that would be best. If not, then you can relay my words to her. It depends on what you have to say. Lin Shen made no promises. Lin Shen, have you ever heard of a term called breeding bore? Wan Nianbei's peculiar question left Lin Shen puzzled about what he really meant. Topter 18-9, seeing the fire seed again. The term breeding pig was something Lin Shen was quite familiar with, as many people at Dark Bird Base used to curse him with it behind his back. What exactly do you mean? Lin Shen asked with a frown. To put it crudely, I am just the Wan family's breeding pig, responsible for passing on the family lineage, said Wan Nianbei. Lin Shen had already guessed something when he first heard the term breeding pig, so he didn't feel surprised. If the Wan family wants you to continue the lineage, then they should have you marry and have children as soon as possible. Why would they oppose your relationship with my elder sister? Don't tell me there is something wrong with my sister. Lin Shen's face chilled. No, Xiaowu, you are misunderstanding. How could there be such a thing? Wan Nianbei shook his head repeatedly. The descendants that the Wan family need are different from what you are thinking. Put it this way, many races in the universe have children who are born at steel level, or even alloy and crystal base levels. The Wan family needs children like that. To have such children, one must have parents who are special. Do you understand what I'm saying? Wan Nianbei explained slowly. So, you are saying they want you to marry another special woman, so the children you have together could potentially be at the steel level, or maybe even alloy level, or crystal base level. Lin Shen was genuinely surprised this time. He had heard from Tianxin that people from the celestial race are born at the crystal base level, which was normal. But for humans to be born as base variant creatures was unheard of. Right, I know it's hard to believe, but it's not as difficult as you might imagine. Many great clans in the universe might have started out just like us humans, as very simple carbon-based life forms, and it's only after billions of years of evolution that their descendants gradually develop traits of base variant creatures, Wan Nianbei explained. But that's the accumulation of billions of years. Humans have such a short history and have only been in contact with base variant creatures for a short time. Don't tell me that you have now evolved to the point where you can have such children. Lin Shen was somewhat skeptical. My evolution skill is a bit special, but it would still be difficult to have such descendants with an ordinary human woman. However, if the woman was not an ordinary human, it would be much more likely, Wan Nianbei said in a euphemistic manner, but Lin Shen still understood. The Wan family wants you to marry a woman from another race? Lin Shen asked, staring at him blankly. A member of the royal family of the Demon tribe, Wan Nianbei said softly. Lin Shen's eyes widened as he looked at Wan Nianbei, finally understanding why the Wan family was vehemently opposed to his relationship with his elder sister. Lin Shen had heard of the Demon tribe, which was ranked similarly to the celestial race among the well-known clans in the universe. If someone from the royal family of Demon was to marry into the Wan family, it would certainly be an upward move for the Wan family. Lin Shen even doubted how the royal family of Demon could lower themselves to Wan Nianbei's level. In the eyes of the universe, the human race was insignificant. How could the royal family of Demon ever be willing to intermarry with humans? It sounded incredibly implausible. If I do not marry the princess of the Demon tribe, my relatives on the alien world may face the danger of extinction. I don't want to hurt Lin Miao, but I can't watch so many of my clan perish because of me. Wan Nianbei spoke calmly when he said this. Then why did you even come to see my sister? You shouldn't have appeared again, Lin Shen said, somewhat exasperated. I know. Your sister once had someone tell me that she already had someone in her heart, and I wasn't planning to see her again. But only recently did I learn that she has been alone all this time. Wan Nianbei looked at Lin Shen. I want you to tell her my current situation, to let her stop waiting for me. We are not destined to be together in this lifetime. She should find someone to accompany her. You think too highly of yourself. Whether my sister finds someone else is her own business. It had nothing to do with you before, and it will have nothing to do with you in the future, Lin Shen said, turning to leave. There was nothing wrong with Wan Nianbei, but there wasn't much left to say between him and the Lin family. I know I was wrong, so before I go to the Demon tribe, I want to meet Lin Miao to settle our past issues and hope that we can both start over, Wan Nianbei said to Lin Shen's retreating figure. My older sister does not want to see you, which means she no longer wishes to be associated with you. Let's leave the past behind. There's no point in discussing it further, Lin Shen said before leaving the garden. After Lin Shen left, the skinny shop owner came over, patted Wan Nianbei on the shoulder and said, Old Wan, if it really comes to it, I'll tie Lin Miao up and bring her here. You should see each other at least once before you leave. No need. Little Five is right. If she doesn't want to see me, it probably means she has let go. Let go is good. That's for the best. Wan Nianbei seemed genuinely relieved. Good my ass. If she has let go, then why are you torturing yourself? Have you really thought it through, to enter reincarnation with the body of a six-paths phoenix? Do you really know what you're doing? Do you realize what that means? Wan Nianbei, you must be crazy. For a woman, is it worth it? The skinny shop owner couldn't help but curse. It's worth it, Wan Nianbei answered with a single word. Hey, if I fail, please take care of the Lin family for me later. She has it so tough. To hell with that, I am not your servant, He snapped angrily. Having left the shop, Lin Shen continued to wander around the sandfield, pondering whether or not to tell his older sister about Wan Nianbei's situation. Wan Nianbei was powerless to fight against destiny, and it seemed anything else said was already superfluous. After some thought, Lin Shen eventually decided to tell his older sister and let her make her own decision. After passing through the weapons section, he entered the area selling base mutation eggs. This area's variety of base mutation eggs was even more diverse, many of which came from marine base variant creatures. However, mutations were rare and nearly impossible to find. Mutant creatures on the mother planet were still too scarce, nowhere near comparable to those on Realm King planet. While walking, Lin Shen suddenly saw a stall where among a pile of base mutation eggs, one was covered with a thick mosaic. Finally, Lin Shen was elated and hurriedly approached the stall. The stall was piled with many base mutation eggs. After asking casually, the stall owner said these eggs were hunted from the sea, all produced by marine base variant creatures. Lin Shen picked up the one with the fire seed and asked the owner, who said it was produced by a jellyfish-like base variant creature from the sea at the steel level for 500. Lin Shen, not in the mood to bargain, paid the money directly, bought the base mutation egg, and tucked it into his backpack before continuing to browse. After a while, he found another base mutation egg covered with a mosaic. This time, however, someone was already negotiating the price with the owner, and Lin Shen quickly made his way over. Having finally found another, he was willing to pay a high price if necessary to secure it. Chapter 190, Double Happiness Comes Knocking. Fortunately, the base mutation egg in the person's hand had not yet been sold, because they had not agreed on the price. The buyer of the base mutation egg was a young woman who apparently did not have enough money, so she was bargaining with the merchant. Merchant brother, I'm a student at the trainee camp. In the future, when classmates want to purchase base mutation eggs, I'll refer them all to your place. Can you give me a bit of a discount? The young girl was youthful and beautiful, dressed in the trainee camp's uniform, a white shirt, tie, plaid miniskirt, and sneakers, paired with a pair of gray stockings. Coquettishly pleading, the merchant was instantly befuddled. Watching from the side, Lin Shen thought to himself, well, damn, dressed like that, is this really a proper training camp? Alright then, since you're a student, others buy at a loss of 200,000, but I'll give it to you for 190, no, 188,000. The merchant was lost in the continuous calls of brother and suddenly offered a discount of more than 10,000. You hold on, don't you sell it. Lin Shen inwardly despised the merchant, looking at a man who was surely in his 30s yet couldn't withstand the slightest bit of pressure, as if he had never seen a woman before, like a young man without any experience. Merchant brother, I really don't have that much money. Can't you make it a little cheaper? The girl obviously was still not satisfied with the price, which made Lin Shen breathe a sigh of relief. Sister, I really can't make it any cheaper. At 188,000, I'm already not making any money, the merchant said, still fairly principled this time. Seeing his chance, Lin Shen was about to say that he was willing to pay the price and buy it, but before he could speak, he saw two girls in the same uniform squeeze over. Yi, what are you buying? A girl in white stockings asked the previous girl in gray stockings. I want to buy this crystal base level ice Keelan egg, and merchant brother is selling it for 188,000, but I don't have that much money, Yi said with a troubled expression. Merchant brother looking at you, young and promising, to run such a big business at such a young age, and you're handsome and wealthy as well, such an aura, such looks, you must come from a major family, right? The girl in white stockings came up with a flurry of compliments. The merchant's smile was almost reaching his ears, but obviously wanting to make money to support his family, he still stuck to his bottom line and reluctantly said, I really can't make it any less. This ice chillin egg was obtained after braving life-threatening dangers, spending months at sea, and finally hunting it from Icefire Island. Wow, merchant brother, you actually went to Icefire Island? I thought you got your stock from somebody else. Icefire Island is such a dangerous place, and you, merchant brother, actually went there alone to hunt base variant creatures, and even found an ice Keelan egg. That's amazing. The other girl in black stockings clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at the merchant with admiration. Under the continuous calls of brother from the three girls, the merchant indeed looked like he was about to give in, his mouth hanging open, scratching the back of his head and grinning. Well, it wasn't that amazing. It's nothing big for me. What kind of person is this? Have you no principles at all? Don't you have parents and children to support? How come a few calls of brother have you so easily persuaded? Lin Shen inwardly panicked as the merchant was nearly swayed and he couldn't let them continue. Merchant, 188,000. I'll take this base mutation egg. Lin Shen spoke up directly. All three girls looked at Lin Shen immediately, and the merchant also turned to look at him with a very troubled expression on his face. Customer, this base mutation egg was seen first by this young lady. I have other ice Keelan eggs here with better color and quality. How about you take a look at these? I can offer you a special discount. Lin Shen thought, what good are those eggs to me with no fire seed? No matter how good they are, they're just crystal base. And crystal mutation eggs at this price point are definitely not great. They can only be used as cannon fodder. Lin Shen was right. Although they were called ice Chillin eggs, they weren't really Chillin species. They were just a base variant creature resembling Chillins found on Icefire Island, practically a kind of lion whose body is like jade, a crystal-based creature. Its real name was Qingyu Lion, and Ice Chillin was just a local name. Among the crystal-based level, they were quite poor. It was difficult for their attributes to break 30, usually hovering in the 20s. Moreover, they had few skills, mostly single skills, which is why their price was so low. However, Ch101 looked good, really somewhat resembling an ice chillin, so many young female mutators and young men would purchase them. I like the look of this one, I just want to buy this one. Lin Shen could only grit his teeth and say, "Little brother, you are so handsome, it's been so long since I've seen such a good-looking little brother." "Little brother, can I have your contact information?" Lin Shen had braced himself to be scolded, but the three young girls didn't hurl insults at him. Instead, they called him little brother, one after another. Watching the three vivacious and attractive girls who were each beautiful in their own unique way, Lin Shen felt a bit bewildered. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's no use calling me anything, I want that egg." "Little brother, if you really like this base mutation egg, I'll let you have it. How can I not when you're so handsome?" "Little brother, a man as stylish and charming as you must have some unspeakable addiction. That's why you must need this ice-killing egg, right? I'm in love. Little brother is so domineering, I really like it." In the midst of the girls' encirclement, Lin Shen couldn't help but smile, and he thought to himself, "Goodness, who could withstand this? I really misunderstood the boss earlier." "Ahem, little sister, how much are you planning to pay for this ice-killing egg?" Lin Shen couldn't keep up his cool facade and had to ask. "Little brother, I only have 160,000, and I can't afford it anyway, so don't worry about me." "You go ahead and buy it," Yi said in a pitiful tone. "Boss, didn't you say earlier that you had a better ice-killing egg? How much for two?" Lin Shen asked the boss again. "Big boss," the three young ladies turned to look at the owner with a gaze that no man could resist, from a child of 8 to a man of 80. "Ahem, if you all want two together, I'll give you a discount. One for 180,000, so for two, let's say 360,000 total. That's the group purchase price, and I really can't go any lower," the boss said. "Big boss, you are such a kind person. As expected of a big boss, too charming. Let's do a group buy. You girls chip in 160,000, I'll put in 200,000. I'll take this egg, and you can pick another good one." Lin Shen took the ice-chillin' egg from the girl's hands, then took out 200,000 and placed it on the stall. "Little brother, you're too gentle. Little brother, even the way you pay is so cool." The three young girls surrounded Lin Shen, tugging at his clothes and arms, their voices soft and sweet, leaving Lin Shen feeling a bit dazed. Chapter 191, Instructor Mew. After spending 200,000, Lin Shen finally secured the mosaic Ch101 base mutation egg and was very satisfied. Without those three girls, he probably wouldn't have bargained and would have ended up paying about the same price. Now, he didn't feel like he was at a loss. Yi took out 160,000 and bought another Ch101 base mutation egg that seemed to have even better quality, and she was just as happy. Another girl named Shan even bought a few bottles of drinks and gave Lin Shen one as a thank you. When they were about to leave, the three girls wanted to add Lin Shen's contact information, but unfortunately he didn't have a communicator, so he had to feign profundity and declined their request. The three girls told Lin Shen that they were students from the Marine training camp, and if he had the chance, he could visit the camp to hang out and they would treat him to a meal. Lin Shen also learned their names were Shu Yi, Bai Shan, and Yu Shishi. They were locals from Seacorn Base who grew up together as close friends. However, Lin Shen didn't leave his name behind, only saying, "If fate allows, we shall meet again," and quickly left the place. No wonder they say a hero can't withstand the entanglement of beautiful women. Who could bear this? "The big bases are better. Darkbird Base doesn't have so many cute and soft young girls," Lin Shen muttered to himself. "Mr. Lin Shen, this way of shopping isn't going to work. You're taking a big loss," Lei said from the side. "I was never cut out for business anyway. Spending money is fine," Lin Shen said with a light cough. The two continued to stroll through the market, but before long, they ran into those three girls from the Marine training camp again. The three girls were eating at a street stall and insisted on pulling Lin Shen to join them. Lin Shen wanted to refuse, but under the girlish and naive cries of little brother, his legs weren't firm enough and he ended up being coaxed into eating something. Lin Shen was about to pay, but Shu Yi took the initiative to pay and even offered to act as a guide and accompany Lin Shen around. If Lin Shen had money on him, he wouldn't mind walking around with them and spending a bit, no big deal. Fortunately, they didn't ask Lin Shen to spend any money on anything, they bought some things with their own money. After watching for a while, Lin Shen didn't find any other base mutation eggs with a fire seed. The market was just too vast. After touring the area with the base mutation eggs, it was getting late. Lin Shen parted ways with Shu Yi and the others and left the market to prepare for visiting Instructor Mew. "Mr. Lin Shen, it seems like you haven't bought any gifts. With only one base mutation egg, how will you visit Miss Bai and Instructor Mew's houses?" Lei knew Lin Shen was out of money and was ready to take some from the caravan to give to Lin Shen so he could buy some gifts. "No need, I have my ways." Lin Shen said as he actually wasn't lacking in possessions. He could take out 1 or 2 items as gifts. Besides, he didn't plan to visit Goddess Consort Bai and was only preparing to see Instructor Mew. Lin Shen picked out a gift box on the street and placed a set of red Ultraburn helmets and Ultraburn battlesuits inside as a gift. Although these items weren't very expensive, they were hard to find on the mother planet, and they would still fetch a good price if sold now, so it was a token of his intentions. His fourth brother had spent 10 years at the Seacorn base, living and being cared for at Instructor Mu's house, so naturally, the gift Lin Shen brought for his visit couldn't be too shabby. Instructor Mu lived in a slightly remote location, not in the bustling area of the base, in a rather small courtyard. After Lin Shen knocked on the door, he saw an elder with graying hair standing inside. Instructor Mu, I am Lin Shengdong's younger brother, Lin Shen. My brother always mentions you at home. He says that you took great care of him during his time at the training camp. He told me to make sure to visit you if I ever had the chance to come to the Seacorn base, hinted by Lei. Lin Shen knew the old man was Instructor Mu and quickly stepped forward and said, he had indeed heard from his fourth brother that Instructor Mu was a very strict man known as the Devil Instructor at the training camp. However, seeing him now, he seemed to be a rather amiable old man with graying hair but neatly and properly groomed, wearing a pair of glasses around his neck, probably reading glasses. This image hardly matched the notorious reputation of the Devil Instructor. Lin Shen also knew appearances could be deceiving and wouldn't skimp on the proper respect due. That kid never scolding me is already good enough, laughed Instructor Mu as he opened the door and led Lin Shen inside, saying, you must be Lin Shen from the Lin family. When I stayed at your family's house, you weren't even born yet. Don't be so formal with me in the future, just call me Mu. Understood, Uncle Mu. Lin Shen followed Instructor Mu into the courtyard, noting that although it was small, it was well kept and quite charming, with a few flowers and plants that made it quite comfortable. After entering the living room, Lin Shen put down the gift box. Uncle Mu, just a small token of appreciation. I won't be polite about gifts from you guys, just put it there. We'll eat at home later and you'll join me for a couple of drinks. Come on, give me a hand. Let's prepare some dishes to accompany the drinks, Mu said with a smile. Seeing that Uncle Mu really didn't treat him as an outsider, Lin Shen didn't refuse and rolled up his sleeves to follow him into the kitchen to help. Lin Shen, I've seen your performance on Rome King Planet. You are a good seedling. It's just that you haven't undergone systematic training, and I don't know how that rascal Shang Dong taught you. Since you're here and there are no other pressing matters, spend some time in the training camp to establish a good foundation. It will benefit you in the future, said Mu as he tidied up things. Lin Shen's mind wasn't really on what Mu was talking about because he saw something hanging on the kitchen wall. He couldn't figure out what that thing was because it was covered in thick mosaic. What is that? It definitely isn't a base mutation egg. Why would it have mosaic on it? What could be hanging in the kitchen? Lin Shen pondered to himself. As he was thinking, he noticed Instructor Mu looking back at him, and Lin Shen realized he had been rude, quickly saying, my brothers and sisters don't want me to go out and fight. They just wish for me to live safely at home and have children, so they haven't really taught me those things. Such young people, and yet they think so conservatively. In times like these, who can live in peace forever? It is better to be capable on your own. Don't listen to them. Come to the training camp with me tomorrow. Mu, seeing Lin Shen seemed interested in the thing hanging on the wall, continued, that's a horn from a base variant creature. During that massive beast tide in the ocean, I almost died at its hands. I cut off one of its horns as a memento. This thing can emit a scent that effectively repels mosquitoes and bad smells, so I've kept it hanging here. Chapter 192, The Abilities of Two Fire Seeds. During dinner, Lin Shen kept thinking about how he could obtain the fire seed from the antler tip. It was a war trophy that Mu had fought to the death for, and since it was Lin Shen's first time meeting him, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to ask for it outright. It looks like I'll just have to slowly look for an opportunity. Lin Shen reluctantly put the thought aside. Fortunately, he had just received 2 base mutation eggs with fire seeds and hadn't put them to use, so there was no rush. Instructor Mu shared many stories about Lin Shangdong's past at the training camp, which were somewhat different from the stories Lin Shangdong had told Lin Shen himself. Lin Shangdong wasn't as invincible at the training camp as he claimed, and he almost never won when sparring with other trainees. Instructor Mu said Lin Shangdong used to have a nickname called 100 Defeats Kid, which surprised Lin Shen greatly. This differed vastly from the glorious history his fourth brother had recounted, almost as if they were 2 completely different people. Lin Shen, a person's achievements are only partly due to their physical talent. The key lies here. Mu pointed to his own heart and said, there's an old saying that goes very well, as big as the heart is, as big as the stage will be. Your fourth brother has a very big heart, so even though his starting point was low, among all the disciples I've taught, his future achievements will be the highest. Of course, while having a big heart is important, corresponding execution ability is also necessary. Daydreaming without taking action simply leads to oversized ambitions and undersized capabilities. Mu patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, first, lay a solid foundation. Tomorrow, go to the training camp, and I'll personally teach you. Okay, Instructor Mu, I'll listen to you. Lin Shen was truly moved. He didn't have much else going on, and he wasn't conveniently able to show his face around lately, so learning from Mu didn't seem like a bad idea. His own skills were indeed quite poor. Besides one stabbing technique and the skill stepping on the celestial court, he really had no other impressive skills to speak of. He definitely needed to brush up on his basics. The meal was quite enjoyable, and when Lin Shen was leaving, Miu gave him a registration form to fill out and return, telling him that he could then directly go to the training camp the next day. Back at the guest house, Lin Shen told Lin Miao about Instructor Miu's invitation to the training camp. To his surprise, Lin Miao was very supportive. It's good for you to learn from Instructor Miu, not just about training, but also about how to conduct yourself in life, Lin Miao said. By the way, big sister, today I also saw Wan Nianbei. Lin Shen recounted his encounter with Wan Nianbei earlier that day. Lin Miao was silent for a while before she said, I knew about this a long time ago. The reason I gave up was that I didn't want to force him to choose between me and his family. Lin Shen then understood why Lin Miao had taken the initiative to step back. She hadn't wanted to put Wan Nianbei in a difficult position. It's better this way. Let everything become a thing of the past, Lin Miao said with a smile. Lin Shen said nothing, as the issues between them were unsolvable by their very nature. It was like that classic dilemma, if your mother and I fall into the water at the same time, who would you save? By stepping away, Lin Miao was sparing Wan Nianbei from having to solve that difficult problem. Sister, I'm here for you from now on. There's nothing we can't get through, Lin Shen said, patting Lin Miao's back. What are you, a green onion? The sky isn't going to fall on you, the youngest. Just hurry up and marry and have children. Xiaobai is also at the training camp. Take care of her for me. Lin Miao pinched Lin Shen's cheek and said menacingly. Lin Shen suddenly felt depressed. I was wondering why my big sister agreed so quickly, and here I find you laying in wait for me. Returning to his own room, Lin Shen took out the 2 base mutation eggs, each containing a fire seed, and placed them beside himself, soon drifting off into sleep. The next morning, upon waking up, the first thing Lin Shen did was to check the 2 base mutation eggs beside him. Indeed, they did not disappoint him. The mosaics were gone, and he could now clearly see what they looked like. Failed superbase evolutionary seed, plummet, once activated, plummet from a high altitude, gaining speed increasingly and with ever-growing destructive power. Upon reviewing the information about his new fire seed, Lin Shen's expression turned weird. This plummet ability reminded him of an anecdote he had read before. There was a technical group where one day someone posed a question, if a drop of water fell from a height of 10,000 meters, how fast would it be upon reaching the ground, what kind of destructive power would it possess, and how severe would the damage it causes to humans be? The various tech gurus in the group discussed it from theoretical analyses and calculations based on various formulas, arguing over the potential might of this single drop of water and the extent to which it could injure a person. Suddenly, a rookie who had just joined the group said, haven't you ever been caught in the rain? The once lively group fell into a deathly silence. Then, the rookie was kicked out of the chat. The plummet ability, like the various other fire seed powers before it, seemed just as unscientific. How am I supposed to use this ability anyway? Do I need to fall from a high place myself to make it work, or can I just drop something from up high to achieve the plummet effect? If I have to plummet myself, this ability is rather useless. I certainly don't want to crash to my death. Lin Shen planned to find time to test this skill later. Failed superbase evolutionary seed, floating on water skill, once activated, run swiftly on the water's surface to walk on water without sinking. The second fire seed ability filled Lin Shen with immense joy. For someone who couldn't swim, floating on water skill was a godsend. He would no longer have to fear falling into water. As long as he could run, even the deepest waters couldn't drown him. Used in conjunction with Stairway to Heaven, even the ocean would be under his feet, no different from solid ground to him. I wonder if this skill will work over that fisherman's river. Lin Shen thought of the river mentioned by the fisherman. Just as Lin Shen was pondering where to try out these 2 fire seed abilities, Lin Miao came over to wake him up, urging him to report to the training camp. Lin Shen reluctantly filled out the registration form for the training camp, but upon reaching the location of the camp, he felt bewildered. The Seacorn base's training camps were one after another, astonishingly numerous. He couldn't remember the name of Instructor Miu's training camp. It seems like Miu never mentioned the name of the training camp, right? Every time he talked about it, he only said training camp. Lin Shen thought hard, and indeed, it seemed that the name had never come up. Thinking back on what his 4th brother told him about the training camp, it appeared that he too had only mentioned training camp without giving a specific name. Lin Shen had initially assumed there was only one training camp. He hadn't expected there to be so many. Since they never mentioned a name, Instructor Miu's training camp should be the most famous one. Lin Shen looked around, planning to ask someone for directions. Miu's reputation should be known, and asking around shouldn't be difficult. But then he realized he didn't actually know Miu's full name. The name Instructor Mu should be sufficient for someone to recognize him, Lin Shen thought as he observed the young people dressed in various training camp uniforms on the street. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he spotted the 3 young girls he had encountered on the sandy field the day before. Chapter 19:3, Asura Training Camp. Young man, how come you're here? Did you come specifically to find us? 3 girls spotted Lin Shen and ran over with a hint of excitement. I'm here to enroll in a training camp. I didn't expect there to be so many. Do you know where there is a very famous instructor with the last name Miu? Lin Shen asked. A very famous instructor named Miu? I don't think I've heard of him, have you guys? Shu Yiyi looked towards Bai Shanshan and Yu Shishi with a puzzled expression. Let me think. A famous instructor named Mu, I really can't remember. After pondering, Bai Shanshan and Yu Shishi also looked confused. Try to think again, it should be a rather famous training camp. Right, Bai Shenfei is from that training camp. Lin Shen felt something was amiss, as Instructor Mu should be well known. Hearing the name Bai Shenfei, Shu Yi and the others suddenly realized, "Young man, are you talking about the Asura training camp? It used to be quite famous, but that was over a decade ago. It's not what it used to be." Bai Shanshan also said, "When you mentioned Bai Shenfei, I remembered. Everyone thought that the Asura training camp had closed down years ago. It was only after Bai Shenfei came out that people learned it was still in operation." "Young man, I heard there was an incident at the Asura training camp where some trainees were abused to death during training, and after that it gradually went downhill. Now our marine training camp is the best. If you want to join a training camp, why not come to ours? We'll take care of you." Yu Shishi said this. Bai Shanshan and Shu Yi quickly agreed. Lin Shen then understood why Instructor Mu had been so enthusiastic about inviting him to the training camp. His camp was simply struggling to attract students. However, having already promised Mu, Lin Shen felt he had to go and see for himself. After getting directions to the Asura training camp, Lin Shen waved goodbye to the three girls. Before he left, the three girls reiterated their advice to Lin Shen, insisting that if he found the Asura training camp unsatisfactory, he must come looking for them at the marine training camp. Following the directions given by Shu Yi and the others, Lin Shen made his way to the southeastern corner of the base, where numerous training camps were situated, but he looked somewhat perplexed upon finding the entrance of the Asura training camp. Is this really the training camp Shangdong spoke of? Looking at the decrepit gate and the overgrown yard within, Lin Shen found it hard to connect this place with the training camp Lin Shangdong had mentioned. How could a training camp that produced someone as famous as Bai Shenfei be in such a state? Approaching the camp's entrance, the doorman was too lazy to bother with him, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. Inside the yard, Lin Shen saw a few uniformed students running with the speed of an octogenarian, each one sluggish and lacking any zeal. As Lin Shen watched them, they paused, gasping for air and looking back at him with peculiar expressions. The training camp was much smaller than he had imagined, consisting only of a large courtyard and a few single-story buildings. On one of the offices, a sign read, "Office." Entering, Lin Shen saw Instructor Mu writing something. "Instructor Mu," Lin Shen called out as he knocked on the door. Seeing Lin Shen, Instructor Mu was very pleased, gesturing for him to sit and asked with a cheerful smile, "Had you filled out the enrollment form?" "I have." "Instructor Mu, I've been thinking about it since yesterday. There are some issues back home, and I'll need to return in a few days. I won't be able to stay here long, so maybe I should hold off on joining the training camp." Lin Shen began to have second thoughts. "However many days of training you can get is fine. Start learning, and when you head back, I'll make a tailored training program for you. You can continue practicing at home without it affecting anything." Instructor Mu took the form and, glancing at it, picked up the official seal, breathed on it, and stamped it right away. "The fee for a term is 13,000. Please pay it first," Instructor Mu said with a twinkle in his eye. Lin Shen was somewhat speechless, thinking, with these conditions at the training camp, to charge a tuition fee of 13,000 for a single term is no wonder hardly anyone comes. Money still had to be paid, otherwise he could not face Lin Miao upon returning home. In his heart, Lin Shen knew all along that Instructor Mu himself was skilled. Once the money was taken, Instructor Mu's expression changed in an instant, his smile vanishing from his face more quickly than a Sichuan opera face-changing act. "Lin Shen, from now on, you are a member of the Asura training camp. While at the camp, you must call me Instructor Mu and obey the arrangements during training." "I understand, Instructor Mu." Lin Shen stared blankly at Instructor Mu, thinking, "My goodness, he just takes the money and turns into someone else. How can someone do that? It's just too fast. Let's go, I'll take you to meet your fellow disciples, and you can start training with them in a while." Instructor Mu finished speaking and took Lin Shen out to the yard, picking up a whistle hanging around his neck and blowing it a few times. The trainees who were lazily running around came over one by one, listless and without energy. "Let me introduce you. This is the new trainee, Lin Shen. From now on, he's your junior brother. Take good care of him." Instructor Mu finished introducing and then introduced the other few trainees. There were a total of 5 people. It was pretty easy to remember everyone, and Instructor Mu also said the goddess consort hadn't come to the training camp, so including her, there were now only 6 of them. "Alright, you run with them today to warm up. We'll start formal training in the afternoon." Instructor Mu then left. Lin Shen had just thought about greeting the other trainees when he saw them turn around, continuing to run at a slow pace. Even old ladies would run faster than them at that speed. Running behind them, Lin Shen felt he could walk faster than this. But it was fine by him since Lin Shen wasn't someone who could endure hardship well. He took the slow run as a stroll, a chance to practice stepping on the steps of the Celestial Court. "Who told you to run?" Instructor Mu came over again shortly, holding something in his hand. "Wasn't it you who told me to run?" Lin Shen asked, puzzled, looking at Instructor Mu. "I told you to run, but not to run like that. Put this on." Instructor Mu handed a uniform to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw that the uniform was loose and unattractive, nothing compared to the uniforms of the Marine training camp. 13,000 spent just to wear this thing? Lin Shen took the uniform and immediately felt his arms drop, nearly falling to the ground. Why is this uniform so heavy? Lin Shen looked at the uniform on the ground in surprise, while his fellow disciples watched on with a look of anticipation. How could we train you if it wasn't heavy? Hurry up and put it on to run. Don't waste time, Instructor Mu said. After putting on the uniform, Lin Shen immediately understood why his fellow disciples ran so awkwardly. With such a heavy item on, running fast would be a miracle. Chapter 194, Challenging All Humanity. Young people are always more amiable. In a short time, Lin Shen became acquainted with the other few brothers in hardship. According to them, the daily run was just routine, the easiest of all activities and not considered real training. The truly grueling training was yet to come. After running for a while, they suddenly saw images appearing in the sky, knowing that the live broadcast from Realm King Planet had started again. This time, the number of mutators entering the Realm King Planet was much smaller, but each of them was skilled and the vast majority were at the crystal base level. Moreover, they were mostly moving in groups. Since the ultra-burning core was severely damaged by Lin Shen and his team last time, there seemed to be little activity from them lately. However, the residual strength of the ultra-burning core was still not to be underestimated, so the human mutators remained very cautious, generally engaging in group combat and rarely acting alone. As Lin Shen ran, he watched the images in the sky and did not spot Bai Shenfei or Ouyang Yudu among them. It was normal for Bai Shenfei to return to Seacorn Base and not participate, but Lin Shen had no idea why Ouyang Yudu wasn't there. Finally having an opportunity to watch the excitement, and since running was indeed quite dull, Lin Shen was finding the viewing very interesting when he suddenly noticed that something was amiss with Mo Shangqi's image. Mo Shangqi was leading the mutators from Seacorn Base in hunting a group of alloy creatures when an ultra-burn warrior riding a big red bull approached from a distance. Mo Shangqi quickly alerted his teammates to guard against the newcomer and let the surrounded alloy creatures escape. What surprised them was that the ultra-burn warrior was approaching alone, attired in red clothes and a red helmet, likely a deputy core leader. Since the core leader had been killed by Lin Shen's pet, they subconsciously assumed that this ultra-burn warrior was one of the deputy core leaders that had previously fled. Although the strength of a deputy core leader was formidable, Mo Shangqi and his peers were all at crystal base level and naturally had no fear of him. In human eyes, all members of the ultra-burn tribe looked similar. Moreover, with their battle clothes and helmets, it was difficult to differentiate one from another. The ultra-burn tribe saw humans in much the same way, distinguishable only by their base mutation carapaces. When enemies met, there wasn't much need for words. Mo Shangqi and the others immediately engaged in base mutation and surrounded the ultra-burn warrior with their pets. Not knowing why the ultra-burn warrior was alone, but with no reasoning needed between the ultra-burn tribe and humans who were in a life-or-death struggle, there was no need for talk of righteousness. At Mo Shangqi's command, the mutators allowed their pets to launch an attack on him. That ultra-burn tribe member is really unlucky to have ended up alone, said Ling Luo, a senior brother, while running and speaking breathlessly. Mo Shangqi's strength is pretty good. He alone should be more than enough to deal with the deputy core leader, so why all the trouble? Another senior brother, He Fang, commented. The group was discussing when they suddenly stopped, their facial expressions turning to astonishment. Lin Shen also stopped running and watched the images from Mo Shangqi's location. A dozen crystal-base pets attacked the ultra-burn warrior, but he did not even use his base mutation carapace, knocking over several of the crystal-base pets with clean, powerful punches that smashed them to the ground. The force of his fists was terrifying. Each punch landed on a crystal-base pet's body, causing them to burst apart and explode. That ultra-burn warrior seems very strong, doesn't he? Mo Shangqi and his team might be in danger, Ling Luo said, staring blankly. The others frowned as they watched the images, none of them speaking. Mo Shangqi and the others were all taken aback, hurriedly brandishing their weapons as they surrounded the ultra-burn warrior. Bang! Facing the crystal-based material weapon that was slashing towards him, the ultra-burn warrior didn't dodge or avoid it, and instead punched directly at the blade, shattering it into pieces. More than a dozen mutators, along with so many pets attacking the ultra-burn warrior, not only failed to gain the upper hand, but were also beaten into a disorganized retreat. Retreat, Mo Shangqi immediately issued the command to pull back, while he himself faced the ultra-burn warrior. His movement technique and swordsmanship were both impossibly tricky, and he didn't need to engage in a brute force contest with the ultra-burn warrior. No matter how strong the ultra-burn warrior's strength was, he wasn't afraid. Mo Shangqi's long sword danced in his hand, and his body moved rapidly like a ghost, leaving behind after images. His sword shadows were like a torrential downpour of blades, for a moment making it impossible to discern which were real and which were illusions. Mo Shangqi's swordsmanship has become more and more unpredictable. It seems that after the battle at Skystar Slope, his growth has been significant, He Fang exclaimed admiringly. No matter how strong the Minotaur's strength is, in front of Mo Shangqi's tricky movement technique, it's of no use. Now there's a good show to watch, Ling Luo also said. While everyone was admiring Mo Shang-Chi's movement technique and swordsmanship, the ultra-burn warrior who had been sitting motionless on the back of Big Red Bull finally moved. The next second, to everyone's horror, all the sword shadows and afterimages vanished, and Mo Shang-Chi's true form appeared in front of the ultra-burn warrior, with his longsword, astonishingly, being grasped by one hand of the ultra-burn warrior on the blade itself. Mo Shang-Chi forcefully tried to withdraw his sword, but only felt like it was welded in place, not budging at all. Snap! With a minor movement of his palm, the ultra-burn warrior broke Mo Shang-Chi's longsword, then flung the broken blade, which pierced through Mo Shang-Chi's shoulder, giving him no chance to dodge. Everyone was shocked, as Mo Shang-Chi was among the top figures of human mutators, with only few others like Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei who could be considered stronger. But in front of this ultra-burn warrior, he was beaten without the power to fight back. This was too terrifying. Go back and tell your brethren that I, Qingjia, on behalf of the ultra-burn tribe here, challenge all the powerful humans. Do they dare to come? Qingjia looked down arrogantly at Mo Shang-Chi and the others, as if humans were no more than pets on the ground. Damn, this Qingjia is too arrogant. If Ouyang Yudu and War God Wei were here, they'd kill him straight away, and we'd see if he could still be so arrogant. There's no need for Ouyang Yudu and War God Wei to act. Tian's pet could kill him. Can the Ultraburn tribe really talk such a big game? Too arrogant, I can't stand it anymore. Someone strong needs to come and kill him. The crowd was seething with anger, but among the mutators present, none were a match for Qingjia, and their inner fury was to no avail as they silently retreated. That Ultraburn creature is indeed very strong, with both speed and strength at the top mutator level. The toughness and durability of its body are out of the ordinary, Hifeng analyzed quietly. Mo Shang-Chi's movement technique and swordsmanship are both strong, but he leans towards skill-based combat, and his direct combat ability is somewhat lacking. It's inevitable that he is at a disadvantage against someone who could see through his move and swordsmanship. However, that Ultraburn warrior being able to instantly discern his feints from reality is not simple, to say the least, Ling Lua also said. Chapter 195, Yin Yang Infinite Warrior. What are you doing? Who told you to stop? Instructor Mu's cold voice came from the office, startling everyone into a jolt, and they hurriedly started running again. Junior brother, take it easy. You just got here and don't know the ropes. No need to deliberately keep up with us. Just run at a slower pace, otherwise you won't be able to take it for long, Hifeng said to Lin Shen with a chuckle. Yes, senior brother Lin Shen nodded in agreement. The uniform was indeed very heavy, and it was unclear what had been used to fill it, making it very challenging to run. But after the evolution theory began to operate, although it was still exhausting, his body was slowly adapting. It was just that the adaptation was much slower than that to toxins. Gritting his teeth, he could still persevere. Lin Shen was still trailing at the back, but had not fallen behind. Seeing that Lin Shen was still maintaining pace and running with them, Hifeng and the others shared a knowing smile. They had seen more than one or two newcomers like this before. Even when they had first joined, they had the same mindset as Lin Shen, believing they could endure. However, the reality was that society had taught them a harsh lesson. Instructor Mu's discerning eye was extremely sharp. The loads he assigned were precisely at their maximum tolerance, too heavy to be maintained for very long. This is a necessary path for newcomers. Better to suffer a bit now than to suffer out there later, Hifeng thought to himself, smiling inwardly. The group continued to run, each looking like they were of advanced age. It wasn't that they were unwilling to run faster, they literally couldn't. Every few days, Instructor Mu would adjust each person's load, always ensuring they could never have it easy. However, after many years of training, their endurance was far stronger than that of the average mutator. Lin Shen, the newcomer, definitely wouldn't make it. Hifeng and the others recognized Lin Shen, knowing he was that playboy. Someone like him who had never suffered would certainly have even worse endurance. The group continued their slow jog with Lin Shen always at the very back. Having left the area, Mo Shang-Chi and his group soon encountered Zhuo Qinglong and others from the Sword Alliance. Seeing that Zhuo Qinglong and his group were headed in that direction, Mo Shang-Chi quickly informed them about Qingjia's situation, to spare them from suffering a loss. The Sword Alliance members did not underestimate Mo Shang-Chi after hearing him out, as they all knew how strong he was. Anyone capable of defeating Mo Shang-Chi in one move clearly demanded serious consideration. From what you're saying, that Ultraburn warrior has top-tier strength and speed, and he must have skills that enhance these attributes. Otherwise, he couldn't keep up with your sword speed, nor could he casually the crystal-based material blade. Zhuo Qinglong pondered for a moment and then spoke. Tell me the details of what happened. Maybe I have a way to defeat him. Mo Shang-Chi did not embellish his defeat. He was candid about everything, recounting the situation in detail once more. His speed, strength, and body resilience are extraordinary, certainly boosted by skills, but no ordinary skills. However, his recklessness gives me an idea for how to defeat him, Zhuo Qinglong said with a smile after listening carefully. What method? Mo Shang-Chi asked. Mo Shang-Chi knew the extent of Zhuo Qinglong's strength, which was more formidable than his own when it came to breaking through defenses, but he was skeptical about the chances of Zhuo Qinglong reliably beating Qingjia. Zhuo Qinglong, seeing what Mo Shang-Chi was thinking, pulled out a pet launcher, and launched a pet from it. This pet was very special, being a warrior clad in pitch-black armor, holding a tower shield in one hand and a strangely shaped blade in the other. Brother Mo, this pet of mine is called the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior. His shield is the Yin Pole Shield, and the weapon in his hand is called the Yang Pole Blade. These two items correspond to his two innate skills, Zhuo Qinglong explained. The Yin Pole Shield has a very special skill. It can reflect strength. The stronger the opponent's strength, the higher the rebound damage. However, that skill isn't the key. The important one is the Yang Pole Blade skill. Anyone touched by the Yang Pole Blade will enter a negative state, where all their attributes and skill powers are reduced. The more they are touched and the longer the contact, the more severe the reduction becomes. That Ultra Burn Warrior is so arrogant, the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior is his natural nemesis. Mo Shengqi said with great joy, even though he himself was defeated, he was equally pleased to know that someone could beat that Ultra Burn Warrior. Exactly. Zhuo Qinglong nodded and said, the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior isn't fast, and with ordinary crystal-based level fighters, he might not be able to hit them. But this one is so full of himself, he's bound to clash head-on with the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior. That's the opportunity. Everyone thought this battle plan was feasible. Even those from the mother planet who were watching felt that Zhuo Qinglong's Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior was the perfect counter to Qingjia. Let the foolish Minotaur experience the intelligence of humans. Arrogance comes at a price. I'm already looking forward to seeing that Minotaur kneel and sing Conquest. Although he thought the strategy was viable, just to be on the safe side, Zhuo Qinglong decided to face Qingjia alone. If Qingjia didn't give the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior a chance, he had a flying pet to escape with. He had the others wait in a concealed location while Zhuo Qinglong went alone to where Qingjia was. Are you Qingjia? Upon arriving, Zhuo Qinglong indeed saw an Ultra Burn Warrior resting on a massive rock. Correct. Since you know my name, you should be prepared for death, Qingjia said, jumping down from the rock and staring coldly at Zhuo Qinglong. It remains to be seen who will fall, Zhuo Qinglong said, summoning the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior with a wave of his hand. Qingjia just looked on coldly, without making any move. Zhuo Qinglong didn't waste words and directly ordered the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior to charge. The speed of the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior was indeed not fast, probably around 30, and when it reached Qingjia, the Yang Pole Blade slashed down at him. Qingjia simply extended a hand and caught the Yang Pole Blade. Zhuo Qinglong saw this and was overjoyed, and the audience watching the battle was equally thrilled, believing that Qingjia would pay the price for his arrogance. As Qingjia held the Yang Pole Blade, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He too seemed to sense that something was off, as he was unable to snap the blade with force. The Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior then smashed its shield toward Qingjia, and although he was still grasping the Yang Pole Blade and showed no sign of letting go, his other hand formed a fist and hammered down on the Yin Pole shield. Bang. A muffled sound rang out. The Yin Pole shield was not shattered by Qingjia's punch. The Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior didn't even step back half a step, but Qingjia's body slightly swayed. Haha, the foolish Minotaur. Now that's what I call formidable. It's in the bag. The spectators were all smiles, but then a blue carapace appeared on Qingjia's body, quickly enveloping him. Surprisingly, the blue carapace on Qingjia's body didn't completely cover him. Many joints were left exposed. Chapter 196, Double Rewards. The carapace coverage rate of Qingjia was only around 70%, which came as a surprise. For general human mutators, as long as the base mutation egg used isn't too poor, the coverage rate can reach more than 80%. The Ultra Burn tribe is clearly stronger than human mutators. Most Ultra Burn warriors have a carapace coverage rate of 90 or even above 95%. Qingjia, being so formidable, only had a 70% coverage rate, which obviously seemed to defy common sense. It's somewhat late to use base mutation power now. Zhuo Qinglong expressed considerable confidence in the abilities of the Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior. Qingjia had been holding the Yang Pole Blade all this time, and such prolonged contact had already significantly reduced his attributes and skills. Zhuo Qinglong roughly estimated that Qingjia's attributes should have decreased by about half by now. Even for a top crystal base, having attributes halved would equate to roughly the same level as alloy level. The potency of his skills would also be diminished, so theoretically, Qingjia's current abilities would not be much stronger than those at alloy level. The Yin-Yang Infinite Warrior's Yin Pole shield smashed towards Qingjia once again, yet Qingjia still chose not to dodge. Instead, still holding the Yang Pole blade with one hand, his other fist thundered towards the Yin Pole shield. The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. Under Qingjia's fist, the heavy Yin Pole shield was violently shattered into pieces as if it had been blown apart by a bomb. Impossible! Zhuo Qinglong exclaimed, his face a picture of horror. Qingjia had clearly had his attributes and skills weakened by the young pole blade, and although the Yin Pole shield possessed powerful rebound damage, the fact that Qingjia could explode it with a single punch was something he could not accept. Not just Zhuo Qinglong, but all the humans watching from the home planet were dumbstruck. Zhuo Qinglong reacted swiftly. After a moment of shock, he immediately summoned a 5-colored crystal bird pet. The five-colored crystal bird pet grabbed his shoulders, lifting him into the sky, and they fled into the distance. Due to Zuo Qinglong's departure, the image of Qingjie gradually receded, and the last thing they could see was the yang pole blade in Qingjie's palm exploding like flour. So powerful, such strength, perhaps only Ouyang Yudu and War God Wei are capable of battling against him, the people thought in shock. Lin Shen and others who were running were also greatly astounded. That Qingjie's strength is probably not inferior to Bai, He Fang exclaimed in awe. Not just not inferior, I think Bai may not even be completely confident of winning against him, another senior brother, Li Ying, also said. It's really vexing to let a member of the Ultraburn tribe be so arrogant, Ling Luo grumbled. You'll get used to it. This is just an Ultraburn tribe member who can't even make the species rankings. When facing the terrifying beings of those major races, humans are even less capable. Li Ying, who had a more pessimistic nature, said in a dispirited tone. That's not necessarily true. Being invincible at the same level isn't a joke. Although humans are far behind those major races in terms of high-level strength, Bai, who practices talent theory at the base mutation level, is not inferior to any other race. He Fang, on the other hand, was not so easily convinced. The group kept talking while running, oblivious to the fact that Lin Shen had been following behind them the entire time, and even after more than half an hour, they still hadn't managed to pull away from him. He Fang and a few others, upon hearing this, realized something and turned their heads to look. Sure enough, they saw Lin Shen trailing behind them, seemingly not struggling much. Brothers, we need to step it up. Don't let the junior brother think we're a joke. Ling Luo, who was running at the front, sped up. Damn it, I was too busy watching that Qingjie earlier. He Fang cursed under his breath and quickened his pace as well. They all thought they were running slowly because they had been distracted by the video earlier, and that was why Lin Shen could keep up. Now each one of them lengthened their strides as much as possible and tried to increase their speed. But there was a limit to how much faster they could go. After all, the weight they were carrying was truly too heavy. After running a few more laps, He Fang and the others felt something was off. They had already started panting heavily, but when they turned to look at Lin Shen, they were shocked to find that he still looked at ease and wasn't gasping like them. This is weird. We've been running for so long now. How can this kid be unaffected? Is Instructor Mew going easy on him by giving him less weight? He Fang muttered to himself, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Who was Instructor Mew? How could he possibly go easy on anyone? It was more likely he would add more weight. This junior brother has got something, say what you will, but his endurance is really something. Ling Luo was also surprised. Junior brother, if you're tired, just say it, Liv Ying said while gasping for air. Okay, brother Liv, Lin Shen responded. Everyone heard his steady voice full of breath without the slightest sign of panting, and they became even more bewildered. Could it be that Devil Instructor really did go easy on him? The thought rose in their minds again. Instructor Mew, who was in the office, peered through the slats of the Venetian blinds at Lin Shen outside, squinting his eyes into a slit. This kid is interesting. His endurance is quite remarkable, even stronger than Dongzi was back in the day. He might really become the second king of 100 defeats. Instructor Mew watched for a while longer, saw Lin Shen still running in the same old way, with his senior brothers nearly at their limit, and couldn't help but frown. It seems that the usual training for them isn't enough. They are even outperformed by a newcomer, so the next training will have to be doubled. He Fang and the others were unaware that they were about to enjoy double the happiness, as they continued to run doggedly, though their speed dropped again. Now they had realized that it wasn't that they were running slow, it was that Lin Shen could really run. Instructor, you didn't give the junior brother an easy time, did you? Ling Luo, getting more tired by the minute, looked back to find Lin Shen still unchanged with not even a sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but mutter. As he said this, He Fang and the others echoed the sentiment. If the weight Instructor Mew had given Lin Shen was truly his limit, how could he run so effortlessly? Although they spoke softly, Instructor Mew still heard them and walked out of the office with a backpack in hand. Lin Shen, your fellow brothers think your load isn't heavy enough, and I can only add a little more. Carry this. Instructor Mew approached Lin Shen with a smile and handed him the backpack. Lin Shen took the backpack and immediately felt the weight. The backpack was almost as heavy as the uniform he was wearing. It was going to double the weight. Chapter 197, Senior Brothers seeing Instructor Mew hand Lin Shen a backpack, several senior brothers all started to cheer up. The weight inside the uniform could be adjusted, but the weight of that backpack was fixed and couldn't be changed. One backpack equaled the weight of an alloy level burden, so if Lin Shen was at alloy level now, no matter how much his uniform was weighted, one backpack would already be enough for him to bear. In the past, when they were at alloy level, they only started with the weight in their uniforms. Only when they maxed out the uniform's weight did they start adding backpacks. The ultimate passing requirement was to reach the uniform's maximum weight limit combined with 2 backpacks and complete 10 laps, which was 5 kilometers, within 10 minutes. Of course, that was the achievement of several years of training. At the very beginning, let alone adding a backpack, it was impossible to even run 5 kilometers in 10 minutes with the maximum weight in the uniform alone. Once Lin Shen put on the backpack, he immediately felt that the weight was somewhat overloading him, making it extremely difficult to run. He originally just wanted to learn some basic fighting skills, but now it turned out like this, which also made Lin Shen somewhat frustrated. Since he was already here, there wasn't any other solution but to keep running. Fortunately, Lin Shen's attribute was top tier among those of the alloy level, so he could still manage to run with the extra weight. It just wasn't as easy as before, and even with evolution theory aiding his adaptation, it still required a process. It couldn't possibly allow him to immediately disregard such a burden as if it were nothing. Running at the back of the group, Lin Shen quickly broke into a sweat and found it extremely difficult to continue, almost at the same pace as several seniors who all seemed like old grandmothers out for a stroll. That's more like it. Seeing Lin Shen in this state, several senior brothers felt this was normal for once. Instructor Mu, observing Lin Shen through the blinds, thought it wasn't normal when He Fang and the others did. He Fang and the others didn't know how much weight Lin Shen had added to his uniform, but Instructor Mu was very clear about it. He had loaded Lin Shen's uniform with the maximum alloy level weight. Typically, for an alloy mutator who had just started such training, completing 5 kilometers under that weight was already quite commendable. Only those with top-tier attributes could accomplish it. Lin Shen being able to keep up with the 5 senior brothers indicated that his attribute was surely top tier within the alloy level. Now, with an additional backpack added, theoretically, even a top tier attribute would struggle to persist for a long time. Strength and speed being top tier doesn't necessarily mean endurance is strong. Endurance isn't something that can be seen in numbers. It must be developed through arduous training to last. At first glance, Lin Shen did not seem to be the kind of person who could endure hardship, yet somehow, he was still keeping up with Ha Feng and the others with the maximum weight and a backpack, which was somewhat unusual. Are all the people from the Lin family this interesting? Instructor Mu's eyes narrowed into slits, as if he had spotted some amusing toy. Little junior brother, you are Lin Shandong's blood brother, right? Running ahead of Lin Shen, He Feng asked while running. Yeah, that's my fourth brother, Lin Shen responded readily to He Feng's tone, which seemed amiable, so he admitted it freely. That's great, your fourth brother is my idol. Could you possibly introduce me to the senior if there's a chance? He Feng asked again. Your idol is my fourth brother? Really? I heard from Instructor Mu that during his time in the training camp, he never won despite challenging everyone, and he had a nickname, 100 Defeats Kid, Lin Shen said in surprise, not expecting He Feng to regard his fourth brother as an idol. Did Instructor Mu tell you that? He Feng asked. Yeah, what about it? Lin Shen immediately sensed there was more to the story. Your fourth brother has indeed never won, but his nickname isn't 100 Defeats Kid, it's King of 100 Defeats, He Feng said. Is there a difference? It still means he has never won. Lin Shen didn't understand the distinction, feeling like both were derogatory terms. Of course there's a difference. Your brother has never won a challenge, but he has also never challenged the same person twice. Each time his opponent was stronger than the previous one, and every defeat was a narrow one. None of those who were challenged by him dared to face him again. The title, King of 100 Defeats, is certainly not a derogatory one, because the 100 defeats are not the focus. King is. He Feng recounted some of Lin Shandong's past exploits. Only then did Lin Shen realize that his fourth brother wasn't purely boasting. He might not have won, but he was indeed impressive. By the time he was almost leaving the training camp, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the uncrowned king of the training palace. The last person Lin Shandong had challenged before leaving the training camp was Instructor Mu. However, the outcome of that battle was unknown, as no one had witnessed it. Little junior brother, keep up your training and hold on, you can't let your fourth brother lose face. Liv Ying also encouraged Lin Shen. Lin Shen hadn't expected such high praise for his fourth brother from his senior brothers. In that case, I really have to make an effort. I can't be the one who disgraces the Lin family. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and persevered. Ling Luo was consistently in the lead, with Tian Buku, Tian Bunan, and Lev Ying following behind. And He Feng and Lin Shen at the rear, the 6 of them ran lap after lap. Initially, Ling Luo and the others thought Lin Shen wouldn't last long, especially since he wore a backpack on his first day. No matter how lenient the uniform, it would be hard to endure for long. But after a few laps, they noticed that Lin Shen was still keeping up. Though it seemed difficult at first, now he appeared far less bedraggled. Previously, his clothes had been almost soaked through with sweat, now the sweat on his forehead seemed to lessen. This little junior brother is interesting. Let's ramp up the difficulty a bit. The senior brothers exchanged glances and silently quickened their pace. Soon they found that even though they had sped up, Lin Shen was still able to keep up. Little junior brother, did you train with your fourth brother at home before? He Feng asked, voicing the shared curiosity of the senior brothers. No, I didn't train. My brother wouldn't let me learn this stuff. He just wanted me to take over the family business and start a family early. Lin Shen told the truth. This statement stunned them all. He Feng said incredulously. Then what did your fourth brother let you practice? Nothing in particular. I could do whatever I wanted as long as it wasn't causing trouble. Anything I asked for, I got. Lin Shen's words made the others green with envy. Little junior brother, later you should ask our fourth brother if the family is short of a little brother. I'm available, He Feng said with a laugh. I'll have to ask my fourth brother about that when I get back, Lin Shen replied with a smile. Seeing that Lin Shen was still able to keep up while talking as he ran, the senior brothers very tacitly stepped up the intensity again. Lin Shen found it harder and harder to run. He hadn't expected these seemingly unremarkable senior brothers to actually be so good at running. They all had backpacks on, and they had been running even before Lin Shen arrived, with no telling how long they had been at it. Before Lin Shen had his backpack, they were already running with theirs. Now, after running for so long, they seemed to be getting faster. Their endurance was truly extraordinary. Lin Shen hadn't realized that his senior brothers were not at alloy level but crystal base level, and the weight they carried was also at crystal base level, different from his own. Chapter 198, Monster. Because He Fang and the others had much heavier loads than Lin Shen, their speed and endurance turned out to be quite similar when they started running. Several people had already pushed their speed to the limit, and yet they still couldn't shake off Lin Shen. Watching Lin Shen, who kept gritting his teeth to keep up, He Fang and the others had a slightly odd expression on their faces. After completing 10 laps, almost everyone was nearly exhausted. Some bent at the waist, their hands pressing down on their trembling thighs. Others lay straight on the ground, gasping for air. Since they were all mutators, their internal organs were incredibly robust, and there was no need to worry about lying on the ground immediately after intense exercise causing any harm to their bodies. At this moment, Instructor Mew came out, clapping his hands to gather everyone. Get up, pair up, and start stretching. He Fang and the others had no choice but to come over and pair up to start stretching. He Fang was with Lin Shen, guiding him on how to stretch, while he whispered, "Little junior brother, are you related to Instructor Mew?" No, Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why He Fang would ask such a question. Then why would he go easy on you? He Fang was very suspicious, thinking that Lin Shen's backpack was also tampered with. For a newcomer who had just arrived and was carrying a backpack, to have completed the entire course was quite astonishing. Go easy? Lin Shen didn't understand what He Fang meant. He Fang pointed at his own backpack and then at Lin Shen's, implying that there was something wrong with Lin Shen's backpack. Lin Shen misunderstood, reaching out to lift He Fang's backpack and immediately feeling the difference. He Fang's backpack was obviously much heavier than his, and not knowing that He Fang was at crystal base level, which meant the backpacks designed for crystal base level mutators were much heavier than those for alloy level, he thought that Instructor Mew really did give him a break by giving him a lighter backpack. Uncle Mu appears quite stern in front of others, but deep down, he still cares about me. Lin Shen thought he had wrongly accused Instructor Mu before, as it seemed he had been looking after him in secret. Feeling that he couldn't let Instructor Mu look bad, Lin Shen grabbed He Fang's backpack, pulled it over to himself, and said, "Instructor Mu might have taken the wrong one, let me borrow this and run a few more laps." Lin Shen felt that in order to save Instructor Mu's face, the best way was to prove that even without any special treatment, he had the strength to complete the training. Before He Fang could say anything, Lin Shen had already put on He Fang's backpack. Once the backpack was on, Lin Shen immediately felt as if a small mountain was pressing down on his back. Luckily, Lin Shen had recently been to Rome King Planet to kill mutant creatures frequently and became accustomed to the strong gravity there, which made carrying the load feel a bit easier compared to an average person. Moreover, he had a strength attribute of 31, without which he would have had no chance of moving with the backpack meant for crystal base level mutators. Another mutator at a lower alloy level might not even be able to lift the backpack. Even though it felt incredibly heavy, to keep Instructor Mew from losing face, Lin Shen still gritted his teeth and started running. He Fang was completely stunned. When he mentioned Instructor Mew going easy on Lin Shen, he thought Instructor Mew had tampered with Lin Shen's backpack so that the weight didn't meet the standard. Who could have imagined that Lin Shen would start running with his backpack, which was meant for crystal base level use, something that an ordinary alloy level mutator wouldn't even be able to lift? It wasn't just He Fang, Ling Luo, Liv Ying, and the Tian brothers were also staring blankly as Lin Shen ran on the training field, having forgotten even to stretch. Instructor Mew had been keeping an eye on Lin Shen and had witnessed this scene, a glint of admiration in his eye. What a Lin family lad. His talent seems to be even better than Shangdong's. He must be carefully crafted. Lin Shen was unaware of his mistake. In fact, most people wouldn't have thought that in such a dilapidated training camp with only 5 trainees, all of them would be crystal base. Lin Shen had even thought that He Fang and the others were at alloy level like himself. These senior brothers are really something, being able to carry such a dreadful weight and run so far. I underestimated Asura training camp, Lin Shen thought as he ran. It is indeed the place where my 4th brother honed his skills. Even in decline, it still has its merits. His speed could be compared to an old lady crossing the street, his legs trembling as he shuffled along. Evolution theory was already at work. Although its effects were not very evident, it could only slowly exert its influence. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and continued running. That's just the Lin family spirit. If you treat me well, I must not let you down. As Lin Shen ran, he felt as if his muscles were about to tear apart, as if acid was flowing inside them. The discomfort was indescribable. But he still persevered. Fortunately, evolution theory kept strengthening and mutating his body to withstand this level of pressure. Evolution theory truly was a peculiar evolution skill, providing limited enhancement to surrounding attributes, or it might be said to offer no substantial attribute increase. but it could increase various resistances, resistance to poison, high temperatures, low temperatures, dizziness, and so on, and now it seemed to be able to combat fatigue as well. However, the enhancement effect against fatigue was progressing very slowly, and the improvement to Lin Shen's body was gradual. In theory, as long as Lin Shen could withstand it, evolution theory could help him endure for a long time. Of course, with such an overload that had already surpassed his own limits, it was possible that Lin Shen would give in before evolution theory could sufficiently strengthen his body. For now, Lin Shen could only bite the bullet and keep going, running as long as he could, no matter what. He couldn't let down Instructor Mu's face. Lin Shen felt he was running in an ugly manner, his pace barely faster than a walk, even slower than some quick walkers, somewhat embarrassing. Having already lost so much face, he was determined to complete those 10 laps nonetheless, to at least have something to show for his efforts. He thought this way, unaware that the 5 senior brothers had already been numbed by the spectacle. They had heard from Instructor Mu that Lin Shen was at alloy level, yet here he was running with a load meant for crystal base level. Had it not been for He Fang having just carried that pack, they would surely have thought Lin Shen's pack was fake. As if realizing something, Liv Ying went over to pick up the pack that Lin Shen had been carrying, then said to He Fang and the others, "The weight is correct, Instructor Mu didn't go easy. Do you even need to say it?" He Fang said dismissively, knowing without a doubt that Lin Shen hadn't cheated. "Our little junior brother really has something special. How on earth did he manage this? I don't see him using any skills," said Ling Luo, his gaze fixed on Lin Shen, a trace of surprise in his eyes. Instructor Mu was the most surprised of all. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to last so long. No one had ever done such a thing before, not even during the time when Lin Xiangdong was there, when the Ashura training camp was brimming with talents, but he had never seen such a monster. Chapter 99, Outbreak and Sustenance. When you were at the alloy level, could you carry this? Ling Luo asked, looking at Lin Shen, who was still running, and turned to the others nearby. "Could carry it, but couldn't run with it," He Feng replied. "Couldn't carry it," Liv Ying shook her head and said. "Couldn't move it." Tian Buku and Tian Bunan spoke strangely. They had no prior communication, but when they spoke, they were in unison, as if one person was speaking. Perhaps only Bai, who practiced talent theory, could manage that, He Feng thought for a moment and added another sentence. Could the rumors that Lin Shen has mastered talent theory be true? Liv Ying's eyes blazed with the fires of gossip. "Do you think Bai would really forsake Ouyang Yudu for our little junior brother? I think our little junior brother is quite handsome, and he's not inferior to Ouyang Yudu. Choosing him wouldn't be a problem," Tian Buku and Tian Bunon said in unison, their lengthy statement sounding as though it was from one person. Although everyone seemed to have accepted that Lin Shen had mastered talent theory, only Instructor Mu in the office knew that Lin Shen had not mastered talent theory. Instructor Mu was looking over Lin Shen's registration form. The level listed was alloy, and under the technique for base mutation practiced, evolution theory was filled in. When Instructor Mu first saw that Lin Shen practiced evolution theory, he frowned slightly. But after this intentional entrance test he had set up, Instructor Mu discovered that Lin Shen, who practiced evolution theory, had an extraordinarily terrifying potential. Previously, Tian from Tiancheng also practiced evolution theory. Could it be that evolution theory has some profound mystery that ordinary people cannot understand, and its effectiveness could rival that of talent theory, or even surpass it? Instructor Mu felt very conflicted. He, Fang, and the others believed that Goddess Consort Bai was able to do what Lin Shen did now when she was at alloy level. However, Instructor Mu knew that even if it was a bit heavier, Goddess Consort Bai could have carried it and run, but she wouldn't have been able to run for such a long time. Talent theory is strong, so strong it allows one to challenge beyond one's level, but it couldn't provide endurance like Lin Shen's. The lack of stamina became evident during the battle at Skystar Slope, where both Ouyang Yudu and Goddess Consort Bai showed clear signs. Under extreme combat conditions, talent theory wielders were the strongest in the first hour of battle, but as the battle duration increased, the combat strength of both Ouyang Yudu and Goddess Consort Bai continuously declined. This wasn't really a problem, as all mutators were like this. They could adjust their battle rhythm or control their strength distribution to mitigate this issue. But in the end, it was just about spreading out the period of dominance over different intervals, which fundamentally didn't solve the problem. Mutators like Lin Shen who could maintain high intensity over a long period were rare, even for Instructor Mu. Do those who practice evolution theory have a chance to defeat those who practice talent theory? Instructor Mu was eager to know the answer to this question. Truth be told, Goddess Consort Bai didn't need to participate in the training camp. The Bai family specialized in talent theory. No one understood it better than the Bai family, of course. They didn't need anyone else to teach Goddess Consort Bai. The Goddess Consort Bai came to Seacorn Base and joined the training camp mainly to have Instructor Mu help with the most scientific physical training. This training proved to be fruitful. In the battle at Skystar Slope, Ouyang Yudu obviously had physical issues, while Goddess Consort Bai didn't suffer as severely. The explosive power of talent theory or the endurance of evolution theory, which one is stronger? Which one is more important? Instructor Mu was looking forward to the clash of these two different styles. Lin Shen forced himself to finish 10 laps, his body still feeling very uncomfortable. He dropped his backpack and plunked down on the ground, breathing heavily. When he was running, he didn't sweat that much, but as soon as he stopped, the beads of sweat began to pour out, dripping profusely. Little junior brother, your physical stamina is not bad. Feng brought a bottle of water over to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took a sip of water and immediately felt something was off, looking at Feng with suspicion. This is an extract of the base mutation fluid. Drink up, it's good for you, Feng said with a smile. Don't be polite to him. Your senior brother Feng is the young master of Tianxia business firm. His family lacks nothing, especially money, Ling Luo said. Lin Shen's heart stirred. He had heard of the Tianxia business firm, the largest merchant in Seacorn Base. Their business reached not only across the continent, but also had many channels overseas. If Hung really was the young master of the Tianxia business firm, then he truly was a bona fide rich second generation. Compared to him, Lin Shen was at best the son of a small rural store owner, senior brother. He is actually from the Tianxia business firm's He family? Lin Shen looked at Feng with surprise. The once declining Asura training camp actually had big shots sending their offspring here. It's nothing to mention. We're all human. What's so different? I just have a few more buildings than you, look a bit more handsome, and own a few thousand stores around the world, that's all. It's no big deal. With some effort, you'll have the same in the future, Feng said with a modest expression. The brothers all neatly flipped him the middle finger, some even feeling the urge to give him a beatdown. Instructor Mu came out to tell them to have something to eat, and then rest for a while. Lin Shen hadn't expected the training camp to provide meals. His 10,000 plus wasn't spent in vain after all. Only when the meal came did he realize that it was just several bottles of base mutation fluid. There were no actual meals. After drinking the base mutation fluid, they all sat at the doorway watching the images in the sky. Ever since Zhuo Qinglong's defeat, he had been actively seeking allies, hoping to use the advantage of numbers to deal with Qingjia. However, Zhuo Qinglong's actions had sparked different opinions within the human ranks. Some people felt that since Qingjia came alone to challenge human powerhouses, they should meet him head-on, one-on-one. Otherwise, even if they defeat Qingjia with sheer numbers, humans would still lose face. Others argued that there was no need to play by the rules with the Ultraburn tribe. War isn't child's play like a tournament. Killing the enemy is victory, and the means don't matter. So when Zhuo Qinglong wanted to unite others to besiege Qingjia, some of the powerful base mutators from large factions refused him. Everyone knew that their every move was being watched by the whole world, and some did not want others to see them ganging up on Qingjia. This hindered Zhuo Qinglong's actions, and he had still not made any significant progress. Lin Shen tended to agree with Zhuo Qinglong's approach. It was a battle between humans and the Ultraburn tribe for the resources on Rome King Planet, not a friendship first, competition second sports game. Resolving the issue was what mattered most. If Qingjia didn't die, many humans might later perish at his hands. Chapter 200. Cruel Training. After a rest, the training phase that his senior brothers described as the most brutal began. Running was already so difficult, but that was merely a warm-up before the actual training. Lin Shen had thought that real training would be extremely rigorous, yet the true regimen turned out to be sitting motionless. Instructor Mu had Feng teach Lin Shen how to meditate, and once Lin Shen had learned, Instructor Mu brought over a chair to sit in front of them and watch. All Lin Shen and the others had to do was sit there in a meditative posture without moving. They didn't need to practice anything, and they could think about anything or let their minds wander. The only requirement was to remain still. However, after sitting for a while, he started to feel that something was off. Fundamentally, Lin Shen was a person who enjoyed playing around and was eager to try all kinds of novelties. You could ask him to sleep in, no problem, but when he wasn't asleep, asking him to stay completely still was torturous, and Lin Shen gradually realized just how uncomfortable it really was. Damn, who invented this training method? It's absolutely torturous. I'd rather run 10 more laps than continue sitting here. Lin Shen felt uncomfortable all over, even experiencing an inexplicable itching sensation. If Instructor Mu hadn't been sitting right in front of him, he surely wouldn't have been able to stay put. At the very least, he would have reached out to scratch the itch. But seeing that Instructor Mu's eyes were unblinkingly fixed on him, Lin Shen had no choice but to endure and stay still. I'm definitely not coming tomorrow. Lin Shen had made up his mind to drop out and not come back the next day. He was ready to write off the more than 10,000 as a loss, no big deal. He didn't care about the money that much, he couldn't stand this punishment. But even if he decided not to come the next day, he still had to complete the training for today. Lin Shen could only think about how to endure it. I'll just practice the greed for life and fear of death elixir, Lin Shen thought to himself, feeling that it was his only option. He held his breath and began to practice the immortality scripture, which he normally only did while sleeping. He would definitely not do it otherwise. Having no choice now, he began to practice the immortality scripture, closing his eyes and letting his spirit dissipate as his breath slowly circulated with each inhalation and exhalation. Once the immortality scripture began to work, Lin Shen's heartbeat and blood flow slowed down considerably, and they continued to slow down even further. His heart was beating at an alarmingly slow rate, sometimes once a minute, sometimes not even once. As he practiced the immortality scripture, these intervals even began to lengthen. During the practice of the immortality scripture, Lin Shen was essentially in a deep sleep, no longer aware of any discomfort. By the time the meditation session ended, it was already the afternoon. Only then did Instructor Mu start to teach them some theoretical knowledge about combat skills. As for practical lessons, they were allowed to do as they pleased. He didn't manage them at all. Lin Shen had come to realize that Instructor Mu primarily focused on two areas of training, running and meditation. Any other theoretical knowledge and combat practices were taught casually. Whether Lin Shen and the others could learn them or to what extent didn't seem to concern Instructor Mu. After a day's training, Lin Shen returned to his lodging. Lin Miao asked about his training for the day. Upon hearing that Bai Shenfei wasn't at the camp, he was clearly disappointed. Now, Lin Shen felt attending the training camp wasn't so bad at all. He could train his physical abilities and meditate. During meditation, he could practice the immortality scripture, which also counted as sleeping. That meant he could hunt metal warriors on Rome King Planet at night. That night, back in his own room, Lin Shen locked the door and activated the teleportation function of his watch, once again arriving in the colorful desert. All around, there was still no one in sight. Lin Shen had wrapped himself in the base mutation carapace and summoned the evil dragon. Riding the evil dragon, he flew over the desert, searching for red metal warriors. The common blue metal warriors and purple metal warriors were of no use to him anymore. Now, only red metal warriors were of value. However, red metal warriors were extremely rare. So far, he had only encountered 2 of them. After flying for a long time, Lin Shen's gaze scoured the desert below. Countless groups of metal warriors were visible, among which blue metal warriors were not uncommon. Occasionally, he could spot a purple metal warrior, but not a single red metal warrior was in sight. Just as he was becoming frustrated, he suddenly noticed a patch of green light in the desert ahead. Upon closer inspection, there was a group of warriors that looked like jade, similar to metal warriors, but their bodies were made of green jade, reflecting a twinkling green light under the sun. Amidst that greenery, there was one purple jade warrior, clearly a mutated variant. To think there are groups of crystal-based level warriors, Lin Shen exclaimed with great elation. He had thought that the desert was only populated with alloy creatures after seeing only metal warriors for so long, assuming it was a situation similar to the grassy knolls. Lin Shen immediately launched his pets, letting them battle the jade warriors below, with the frost swordsman taking on the solo fight against the purple jade warrior. Killing crystal-based creature green crystal warrior. The information from his watch informed him of the true names of these warriors. The green crystal warriors were essentially the crystal-based version of green metal warriors, strong and well-defended but slightly slower and less resilient. Their main skills were heavy strikes and charges, with rapid body recovery. Mutated warriors had higher speed and resilience and possessed skills akin to storing energy and unstoppable force. Killing mutated crystal-based creature. Purple crystal warrior. As expected, it's a mutated crystal base. Lin Shen watched as the purple crystal warrior was slain by the frost swordsman. Seeing the information, he felt unsurprised. The frost swordsman was indeed formidable. Wounded by his sword, the base mutation fluid inside their bodies would freeze, greatly reducing their mobility, and eventually they would lose the ability to fight, a tactic akin to the coagulating effects of death powder. After collecting the base mutation fluid from the purple crystal warrior, Lin Shen mounted the evil dragon to continue his journey. In the desert that followed, he encountered a vast number of crystal-based warriors. Green crystal warriors were the majority, with occasional sightings of blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors. Having used the base mutation fluid from the purple and blue crystal warriors, Lin Shen's base mutation rate increased once again, filling him with great joy. At this rate, I should be able to reach 100% base mutation rate in this desert. Lin Shen felt a bright future ahead, just waiting to ascend to crystal base. Once ascended to the crystal base level, Lin Shen planned to focus his main efforts on the Realm King planet, laying the groundwork for his own ascension. It would be ideal to acquire some mutated ascension eggs. If he couldn't find primeval eggs for ascension, he would have to settle for the next best alternative. Even Wei Wufu had mentioned that the primeval eggs used for ascension were hard to come by, and Lin Shen had probed him about it. Although Wei Wufu didn't spell it out, obtaining those kinds of primeval eggs used for ascension from Tiancheng was unlikely to be easy. Ordinary supplies would never be enough to trade for those kinds of primeval eggs with the Wei family.